My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 418 to Chapter 472. Lin Ruoshi walked out of the private room and walked a few steps in the dark and empty corridor. She came to a corner and leaned against the wall, only then did she let out a sigh of relief. If she continued to sit like this, her employees would definitely ask her to sing a song. That scene, if she didn't sing, she would be letting down their expectant eyes. But if she sang, she would be letting down their expectations even more. For the first time in her life, Lin Ruoshi realized that singing was also very important. Lu Mingyu, who followed Lin Ruoshi out, was even more on edge. She originally wanted to go to the washroom, but now, she had completely forgotten about it. Lin Ruoshi suddenly stopped walking in front of her and turned her back to her in silence. Lu Mingyu was even more certain that she was going to have a showdown with her. Gritting her teeth, Lu Mingyu mustered up her courage and stepped forward to say, "General Lin, regarding the matter between me and Yangqing, I beg for your forgiveness." After saying this, Lu Mingyu's fair face was full of blush. All kinds of worry, fear, shyness, and powerlessness made it difficult for her to extricate herself. She could only quietly wait for Lin Ruoshi's verdict. She knew that if the woman in front of her took a very decisive and ruthless action, she would definitely not have a good ending. Not to mention that her career was given by others, and they could take it back if they wanted to. Even if Yangqing still wouldn't leave her, she could only live under the shadow of his shadow. After all, she was the third party. Lu Mingyu smiled bitterly in her heart. This feeling of inferiority was deep in her bones. Lin Ruoshi was stunned, but she quickly understood what Lu Mingyu meant. In fact, Lin Ruoshi had seen Lu Mingyu and Yangqing walking together intimately before, but she didn't pay much attention to it, nor did she confirm her thoughts. As far as Lin Ruoshi knew before, Mo Qianni, Qiang Wei, and Anqi were Yangqing's lovers. Lu Mingyu was still suspicious. Today, she came to this party to see if Yangqing had an affair with other female employees in her company. Unexpectedly, before she carefully observed, Lu Mingyu mistakenly thought that she knew, so she confessed without being pressed. Looking at her subordinate, who was obviously a few years older than her, but looked like a punching bag, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lu Mingyu got the position of the Public Relations Department head based on her performance and prestige. This subordinate could be said to be the future pillar of Yulei, and Lin Ruoshi's right-hand man. But now, she had become her rival in love. Or rather, she couldn't be considered an enemy, but a competitor. Because that man would never give up another woman for her. Do you know? Lin Ruoshi combed her hair, looked at Lu Mingyu, and said in a clear voice, "Before you said this, I was just suspecting, but I didn't expect it to be true." Lu Mingyu suddenly raised her head, widened her watery eyes, and opened her small mouth. She was stunned, and her expression was full of awkwardness and complexity. Did he just confess to his own mistake? Lu Mingyu cursed Yangqing 100 times in her heart. This bad guy, why didn't he say so earlier? Lin Ruoshi still didn't know about their relationship. But since she had already confessed, Lu Mingyu could only bite the bullet and say, "General Lin. I know I've let you down. All these years in the company, I've been subjected to some rumors, but you never showed any distrust towards me, and even let me sit in this position, but I really didn't know that Yangqing is your husband." Lin Ruoshi asked, "If you knew, would you still be with him?" Lu Mingyu was stunned, and couldn't say a word. Yeah, if she knew that Yangqing was Lin Ruoshi's husband, would she still foolishly be with this married man? Stay away from him? Or sneaky? Still like this? Can't figure it out. Lin Ruoshi said, "You became like this not because of me, but because you chose him." General Lin, Actually, you don't have to say anything, I have nothing to say to you, in this aspect. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were a little confused, and she said lightly, "Even I still don't understand why I married that man. So to me, it doesn't matter how his other women are with him." Lu Mingyu frowned, she didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to have such a reaction. She didn't hit or scold her, nor did she speak sarcastically to her, and she didn't even seem to blame her, which made her feel a little wrong. Was Lin Ruoshi really husband and wife with Yangqing? If that was the case, how could a wife be so calm when she saw her husband's lover? Lin Ruoshi seemed to have sensed Lu Mingyu's doubts, and laughed self-deprecatingly. "To tell you the truth, When I found out that you were indeed Yang Cheng's lover, I was a little unhappy. Which woman would be happy that her man was fooling around outside? But I really don't know how to express my unhappiness. I won't scold him, and I won't fight like a shrew. I can't even find a way to argue. You know, I've been working hard to learn how to be a good wife, but things always go against my wishes. I seem to be born lacking a lot of things that a woman should have. Maybe those things are what I don't have, but what you have. So, Yangqing will be with you, and not just stay with me. Hearing Lin Ruoxi's words, Lu Mingyu clearly felt the disappointment and loneliness in it. That kind of powerless sadness made Lu Mingyu, who was obviously in a weak position, actually feel a trace of pity for Lin Ruoxi. At this time, just when Lu Mingyu wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, at least to put an end to this matter for the time being, a familiar figure suddenly came from the corner in front. Lu Mingyu's face suddenly turned ugly. Her black eyebrows slightly knitted, and she turned her head, not wanting to pay attention to that person. Lin Ruoxi noticed Lu Mingyu's strange expression, and puzzledly turned her head, just to see a handsome man in a striped suit walking over. "Isn't this Mingyu? Are you here to play too? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." The man proudly walked between Lu Mingyu and Lin Ruoxi, with an evil smile on his face. "Chi Kai, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Please go away," Lu Mingyu said coldly. This person was Lu Mingyu's former boyfriend, Chi Kai. However, after being injured by Yangqing in the restaurant and failing to call the police, he restrained himself a little and didn't dare to provoke Lu Mingyu again. He didn't expect to bump into her today, and he once again looked fearless. Chi Kai laughed and said, "How can you say that there's nothing to do with you? No matter what, we've been boyfriend and girlfriend for so many years in university. Although you're with a country bumpkin now, at least your face is quite decent. When the time comes, we can have some fun in private. I'm still very willing." With that, Chi Kai reached out to touch Lu Mingyu's face. Lu Mingyu hurriedly stepped back and stared at Chi Kai warily. "Go away, have you forgotten that you were beaten up by Yangqing to the point of vomiting blood last time? To tell you the truth, he's in the private room behind me. If you dare to come up again, I'll call him." Chi Kai's eyes revealed a bit of poisonous fire. "So he's here. Humph, I've been thinking about looking for that country bumpkin these days. There's really no time like the present." Lin Ruoxi, who was listening to this conversation from the side, seemed to be deep in thought. She seemed to understand why Yangqing and Lu Mingyu had such a relationship. It seemed that her husband, who always did not do proper work, always played the role of a guardian knight in front of other women. Seeing the anger in Lu Mingyu's eyes, Lin Ruoxi sighed slightly. Back then, Lu Mingyu had been hurt badly by this man called Chi Kai. They were both pitiful women, how could she resolutely hurt her again? "Mingyu, go back to the private room, ignore him." Lin Ruoxi walked over and held Lu Mingyu's arm, and said softly. Chi Kai only noticed Lin Ruoxi at this time. Just now, he had his back to her, so he didn't take a closer look. Now that he saw her, his eyes immediately burst with a bit of manic eagerness, like a hungry beast seeing a fresh cow or sheep, and his breathing became a bit heavier. "Where did this beauty come from, Mingyu? Why don't you introduce her to me?" Chi Kai grinned maliciously. His usual righteous demeanor was nowhere to be seen. He stared at Lin Ruoxi's cold face with an evil glint in his eyes. Lin Ruoxi felt uncomfortable and frowned. However, she didn't know how to curse and didn't like to talk to strangers, so she didn't pay much attention to Chi Kai. She pulled Lu Mingyu and wanted to walk into the room. Lu Mingyu found that Chi Kai had shifted his target to Lin Ruoxi. She was more worried than if she was threatened. After all, if Lin Ruoxi was wronged because of her, how could she still have the face to see Yangqing? She wouldn't have the face to work in front of Lin Ruoxi. "General Lin, let's go in." Lu Mingyu pulled Lin Ruoxi's hand and wanted to go back to the private room to find Yangqing. This kind of thing should be left to the man to handle. Don't worry. After all, Chi Kai was a special forces soldier, so he quickly turned to the two women. With a strange smile, he leaned over and enjoyed the fragrance of the two women. When had Lin Ruoxi been provoked by such a strange man? She took a few steps back in panic, and her dimples turned red because of anger. "Haha, you're quite shy." Chi Kai smiled proudly and took another step forward, forcing the two women to retreat. I was tired of playing with that Wang Yu a while ago. I was worried that there wasn't a suitable woman to fill the gap. I didn't expect to meet the best today. Wang Yu was naturally the PR woman who Yangqing said looked like Matsushima Kid. She had hooked up with Chi Kai in the restaurant before. Obviously, she had been abandoned by Chi Kai. You're shameless. Lu Mingyu listened to the unbearable words and cursed in a low voice. So what? Why don't you come and play with me? Chi Kai smiled and continued to approach. At this time, the door of the private room in the back was opened. Yangqing took out a cigarette from his pocket and smiled playfully at Chi Kai. Although the music in the private room was rather shocking, Yangqing's keen hearing could still hear the discordant sounds outside the door, so he found an excuse to walk out. Chi Kai felt a chill behind him. When he turned around, he saw Yangqing appear in front of him. It's you, Chi Kai said through gritted teeth. This unremarkable man had beaten him to the point of vomiting blood with just one punch last time, which really embarrassed him. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red. He hissed, thanks to you last time, I had to drink a lot of Chinese medicine to recover. Today, I won't let you leave so easily. Yangqing ignored Chi Kai's provocation. He didn't even bother to think about why Chi Kai was so strangely confident. Instead, he walked past Chi Kai and asked Lin Ruoxi and Lu Mingyu, are you guys alright? Lin Ruoxi shook her head, while Lu Mingyu looked at Yangqing apologetically. Yangqing smiled, indicating that he was fine. Then, he turned around and said to Chi Kai indifferently, are you done talking? Chi Kai was still waiting for Yangqing to say something harsh, but he realized that Yangqing didn't have any intention of saying anything. Instead, he directly asked him what else he wanted to say. This was simply not taking him seriously at all. Chi Kai was so angry that he laughed. His eyes widened and were filled with cold light. How dare you ignore me? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have a backer and the police don't dare to touch you? So what if you're good at fighting? Do you know who I came here with tonight? At this time, Yangqing had already taken out his favorite cigarette. Just now, there were only girls in the room, so he was too embarrassed to smoke. In fact, he had been bored for a long time and wanted to have a puff. Now that he came out, it was the right time to light it up for himself. As soon as the cigarette was lit, Yangqing enjoyed it and exhaled the second-hand smoke of inferior quality tobacco. Chi Kai frowned and looked at Yangqing with disdain. Why aren't you talking? Smoking a cheap cigarette, do you think you're the boss of the underworld? Yangqing sneered. Suddenly, a lightning-fast slap landed on the left side of Chi Kai's face. Chi Kai was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was thrown into a state of confusion. The force directly slammed him into the wall of the corridor at the side. When Lin Ruoxi and Lu Mingyu saw Yangqing's sudden attack, although they had vented their anger, they were still shocked and retreated behind Yangqing. Chi Kai's left cheek immediately swelled up, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He touched his left cheek in disbelief, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. His eyes were burning with anger as he stared at the calm Yangqing and growled, You hit me again. Slap. An even louder slap suddenly landed on Chi Kai's right cheek. Chi Kai had just finished speaking when he was slapped into the wall on the other side by another force. This time, blood seeped out of the corners of Chi Kai's mouth. Chi Kai was dumbfounded. How could this guy just hit him like that without even saying a word? Moreover, Yangqing's speed was completely beyond his imagination. As a special forces soldier, he didn't even know how Yangqing made his move. When he came back to his senses, he had already been hit. Moreover, it was as if Yangqing had been standing in front of him the whole time with a cheap cigarette in his mouth, looking at him as if he was a clown. Yes, that was a ridiculing look at a clown. This made Chi Kai's arrogant heart unable to accept it, and he hated it. Are you thinking that I should first say a few harsh words like you, and then make a move? Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you say a word, I'll slap you. I won't kill you, I'll just slap your face like this. If you want to be slapped, then continue. Yangqing said with a frown as he puffed out smoke. Lin Ruoxi and Lu Mingyu, who were at the back, had long been shocked by Yangqing's ruthlessness. They suddenly felt a little sad for Chi Kai. He was beaten too badly, and his face was like a pig's head. Chi Kai was furious. Just as he was about to curse again, he immediately choked. He didn't want to be hit again. At this moment, his face was burning and he had lost consciousness. Glaring fiercely at Yanqing, Chi Kai remembered that he still had a big backer today, so he didn't want to fight with Yanqing anymore. He quickly ran away and shouted, "Bastard, don't go, I'll call someone to take care of you." After that, Chi Kai ran into a private room not far away in a panic. Yanqing turned around and said to Lin Ruoshi and Lu Mingyu, "You go in, I'll take care of this." Lin Ruoshi looked at Yanqing with a complicated look. She knew that she couldn't help here, but fortunately, she knew how powerful Yanqing was, so she wasn't too worried. She just said, "Be careful." Then she pulled Lu Mingyu, who had a worried face, back to their room. Just when the two women returned to their room, a few figures also rushed out from the place where Chi Kai went. At the front were 4 neatly dressed bodyguards in black. They all seemed to be soldiers who practiced hard qigong. Their temples were bulging, and their faces looked a bit resolute. Following that, Chi Kai followed closely behind a tall man as he walked out of the private room, pointing at Yang Chen as he cursed and muttered something. That man was surrounded by a few scantily dressed girls. Obviously, they were ready to watch a good show. "Young Master Tang, this brat is so lawless just because he has people in the Zhonghai Police Department. Last time, I was beaten up by him at the restaurant, and today, he beat me up again. I didn't even touch him." Chi Kai was on the verge of crying, complaining about being wronged. Unexpectedly, before Chi Kai finished his prepared lines, that young Master Tang showed a happy and excited expression. He shouted, "Brother-in-law," and ran towards Yanqing in big strides. Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother-in-law? This young Master Tang that Chi Kai was relying on was coincidentally Tang Ju, who Yanqing had met the day before yesterday. He was also Tang Wan's younger brother. When Yanqing saw Tang Ju, he smiled helplessly. This burly man always acted like a spoiled child in front of his sister. Yanqing was really afraid of him. The way he called him brother-in-law made his liver hurt. "Haha, brother-in-law, we are really fated to meet here. I was wondering why my left eyelid was twitching when I went out tonight. It turns out that I'm going to meet a benefactor." "You're the backing that brat was talking about?" Yanqing said with a faint smile as he glanced at the dumbfounded Chi Kai. "Backing his sister? That brat's father works for the Tang family. When I came here to play, he insisted that he brought me here to have some fun. He begged me for a few days. I didn't want to come, but he is under the Tang family. As a member of the Tang family, I have to give him some face, right? Just now, he came in crying that someone looked down on the Tang family and beat him up to provoke me. If I knew that this brat was provoking you, I would have smashed his head with a wine bottle." Tang Ju grinned and said. When Tang Ju said that, Chi Kai instantly felt a chill on his forehead and his legs went soft. He knew who Tang Ju's sister was. It could only be a woman, but Tang Ju actually called Yanqing brother-in-law. Could it be that Yanqing was Tang Wan's man? That couldn't be right. The Tang family's Missy, Tang Wan, had never been married. She didn't even have a boyfriend. But how could Tang Ju call her that? Although this muddle-headed young master of the Tang family wasn't particularly outstanding, he was still famous for being a hedonistic and careless person. If one didn't have real ability and a strong background, he wouldn't even bother with them. But no matter what the truth was, it was obvious that he was in trouble. Originally, he thought that with the presence of the young master of the Tang family, one of the 4 wealthiest families in Beijing, and the Qi family was the direct descendant of the Tang family, Tang Ju would definitely stand up for him. However, judging from the current situation, he was nothing compared to this country bumpkin. "Come here." Tang Ju curled his finger at Chi Kai in annoyance. Chi Kai kept quiet out of fear. He walked towards Tang Ju with a bitter face and didn't dare to look at Yanqing. "Kneel down," Tang Ju ordered again. Chi Kai exclaimed, but when he saw Tang Ju glaring at him, he didn't dare to resist and kneeled on the ground. Tang Ju cursed, "Damn it, why don't you open your eyes and see who this is? Is my brother-in-law someone you can provoke? You think you're worthy of me standing up for you? The Qi family has come to an end in your generation." With that, Tang Ju kicked Chi Kai's door. Ouch. Chi cried out in pain as he was kicked to the ground again. There was a boot print on his face. Yangqing watched as Tangju lectured Chi. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. After burning the cigarette in his hand, he threw the butt on the ground and said, "Since he's your Tang family's dog, you should catch him and discipline him. Of course, if you can't discipline him well, there's no need to keep him." Yes, yes, yes. Brother-in-law is right. Hee, Tangju said happily, "Brother-in-law, when are you going to teach me how to drive? My sister gave me another Macallan. Also, when are you going to hold a wedding ceremony with my sister?" Yangqing felt a headache. He frowned and waved his hand. "You don't have to care about me and your sister. I still have a gathering with my colleagues. Take your men and leave." Sigh, no problem at all. Tangju wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt that Yang Chen's disdain towards him was the demeanor of a great person. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for Yang Chen to return to the room. Yang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tangju was a naive person. Since he recognized Yang Chen as his brother-in-law, he would do everything he could to please Yang Chen. Originally, he was going to torture Chi until he was half dead. After all, this guy still refused to change and bullied his woman. But now, it seemed that this was even more unbearable than torturing him until he was half dead. After all, the entire Chi family might lose their support. Yang Qing shook his head and returned to the private room. Tangju sent Yang Qing in happily. He clicked his tongue and sighed. No one knew what he was sighing about. After a long time, he turned around. Tangju seemed to have thought of something. He squatted down and picked up the cigarette but that Yang Qing threw on the ground. He looked at it as if it was a treasure. He called a bodyguard over and asked, "Do you know the brand of this cigarette? Is it easy to smoke?" The bodyguard looked at Tangju awkwardly and said softly, "Gongzi, this is the cheapest kind of low-quality cigarette. It's only 2 yuan for a pack on the roadside. It's hard to smoke. It's so spicy that it can kill you. What do you? No? How can my brother-in-law's cigarette be ordinary?" Tangju patted the bodyguard's head and said, "Go and buy me a box of this kind of cigarette. I'll be smoking this kind of cigarette in the future. Don't take out any cigars or anything else." "Ah?" The bodyguard thought that he had misheard. "Ah, your head. This is the kind of cigarette a man should smoke." Tangju smiled proudly and said, "You guys don't understand. I'm learning from brother-in-law's charm. Didn't you see how domineering brother-in-law was when he smoked just now? That's what a man should be like." Sigh. I've lived my life in vain. If I had met brother-in-law earlier, I might have been able to drive an F1 car. After all, he's a national first-class racer. Sigh. Looking at Tangju, who was shaking his head and sighing, the bodyguards looked at each other. Chi, who was lying on the ground in pain, wanted to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. It seemed that the descendants of big families were all crazy. When Yang Qing returned to the private room, a few ladies who were already having fun were pulling Imocheni with all their might. While singing loudly, they stuffed the microphone next to Imocheni's mouth and asked her to sing along. Imocheni didn't seem to dislike this kind of impolite play. These young ladies drank some foreign wine and were dizzy. In their excitement, they completely ignored their positions in the company. On the other side, Lu Mingyu forced a smile, while Lin Ruoshi quietly sat on the sofa with some thoughts in her mind. When they saw Yang Qing enter the room, the two women looked at him. Yang Qing smiled and nodded, indicating that the trouble had been solved. At first, Lu Mingyu looked as if she had been relieved of a heavy burden, but then she revealed a guilty expression. Yang Qing walked forward and patted Lu Mingyu's shoulder without batting an eyelid. He didn't hide his woman's concern just because Lin Ruoshi was by his side. Yang Qing was very clear that instead of being timid and secretive, it was better to express his thoughts honestly. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yang Qing's small action indifferently, and didn't care about the nervous look Lu Mingyu threw at her. "Let's go," Lin Ruoshi suddenly said. Yang Qing just sat down and asked in a daze, "Go?" "I'm not feeling well," Lin Ruoshi said expressionlessly. Yang Qing smiled bitterly. It definitely wasn't a physical discomfort, but a part of her heart was probably uncomfortable. "You're not willing?" Lin Ruoshi seemed to be a little angry, and her voice became colder. Yangqing didn't know how he offended this little lady. There were a lot of things to do tonight, but he obviously couldn't go against Lin Ruoshi's wishes at this time. Otherwise, it would be obvious that he didn't want to continue living. Alright, since you're not feeling well, you can go back. Yangqing stood up and said to Lu Mingyu, we have something to do, so we have to go first. But don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Mingyu nervously looked at Lin Ruoshi and saw that Lin Ruoshi was also looking at her and shook her head slightly. Based on Lu Mingyu's years of experience at Yulei, she naturally knew that Lin Ruoshi was telling her that it had nothing to do with her. Then take General Lin home. Drive slowly, Lu Mingyu said softly. Her voice was barely audible in the loud music. Yangqing nodded, turned around, and left the room with Lin Ruoshi. When the two left, some of the employees in the room who were still awake were puzzled. However, when they asked Lu Mingyu, the answer they got was that General Lin had something to do and Director Yang had to drive her home. They didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Yangqing, who had left the Purple Moon Pavilion, followed behind Lin Ruoshi at a moderate pace. The two of them walked to the parking lot without saying a word and got into the car. The car drove out of the parking lot and entered the main road of the city. At this time, it was deep into the night. The lights outside dyed the sky mottled and dazzling. The radio in the car was playing André's bel canto from a certain radio station. Lin Ruoshi, who hadn't said a word, looked at the night view outside the window for a while and suddenly turned off the radio in the car. In the end, you still didn't listen to me, Lin Ruoshi said dejectedly. Yangqing furrowed his brows, what's the matter? I heard something at the door just now. The man who called you. Brother-in-law, the one who was called young Master Tang, is Tang Wan's younger brother. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing fixedly. Yangqing smiled awkwardly, that guy can't control his mouth, don't listen to his nonsense. Lin Ruoshi shook her head lightly, I told you long ago, don't have anything to do with Tang Wan, but you really only care about yourself and won't listen to me. You can't help it, do you? Do you really have to flirt with all the beautiful women? Ruoshi, I really didn't flirt with Tang Wan. It was Tang Wan who took the initiative to look for me. She has feelings for me, I can't just kick her away, can I? Moreover, I didn't take the initiative to ask her out. We've been working together recently, so coincidentally, I got to know her younger brother, Tang Ju, in Zhonghai, Yangqing said helplessly. What he said was the truth. He wasn't pushing the blame to Tang Wan, he was just stating the facts. Lin Ruoshi seemed to be slightly surprised, but she didn't seem happy. Even if Tang Wan really looked for you, if you really have nothing to do with her, why would Tang Ju call you brother-in-law? I heard it from the door. Moreover, I've reminded you, I won't stop you from other women, but don't ever touch Tang Wan. Are you really that unwilling to listen to me and insist on touching her? Do you know how powerful the Tang family in Beijing is? Do you know how complicated Tang Wan's background is? Yangqing smiled, so you already knew that Tang Wan is from the Tang family in Beijing. I only found out 2 days ago. It seems that my wife has gotten hold of a lot of information without batting an eyelid. Lin Ruoshi ignored Yangqing's joke and said, otherwise, why do you think a woman like Tang Wan can control the Maple Group and become the chairman? Do you think that Secretary Fang Zhongping is really infatuated with Tang Wan, so he doesn't dare to touch her? If it wasn't for Tang Wan's background, it's not impossible for Secretary Fang Zhongping to snatch her away. Why would he wait for more than 20 years to chase after Tang Wan? Yangqing didn't think about it, but he knew the reason after Lin Ruoshi pointed it out. No wonder Fang Zhongping persistently waited for Tang Wan for more than 20 years, no matter how indifferent Tang Wan treated him. As the man closest to Tang Wan, how could he give up this opportunity to reach the sky in a single bound? After all, he and Tang Wan have the same child, Tang Tang. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Fang Zhongping hates me to death now? I seem to have snatched his first position. Yangqing laughed at himself. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing, how can you still laugh? You not only offended the Fang family, but also the Tang family. You are. What am I? Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoshi's face, which had turned red from holding back her words. He found it rather interesting. You're a scoundrel. Lin Ruoshi said angrily. AI, you should say, "You're my good husband, I don't want others to take you away." That's cute. Yangqing said with regret. Lin Ruoxi really wanted to cover her head and hide in her collar. How could this man be so shameless? How could he say such mushy words? Although she did want to say, "You're my husband," how could she say it so blatantly? Don't worry. Yangqing reached out his hand to comfort Lin Ruoxi. When she wasn't paying attention, he touched her delicate face. "I know why you were so angry just now, but you don't have to worry too much. Although I don't like trouble, I'm not afraid of trouble. Tang Wan's matter, Fang Zhongping's matter, and the Tang family's matter, I'll take care of it. Nothing will happen." Lin Ruoxi leaned against the car door, avoiding Yangqing's perverted hand. Her moist eyes were filled with shyness. Recently, the two of them were more and more intimate, making her heart beat faster. She felt like she wasn't herself. "I can't be bothered with your romantic affairs. As long as Antigua doesn't think that it's because of me again, I'll be fine as long as you don't go around fooling around and causing trouble. I've already advised you." Lin Ruoxi felt wronged. What kind of wife was she? What kind of wife would help her husband select lovers? Although she didn't fulfill her duties as a wife. This guy had too many lovers, right? However, Yangqing suddenly fell into deep thought. He didn't say a word on the way home, which made Lin Ruoxi feel weird. When they returned to the villa, the lights in the living room were still on. The television was replaying the evening news, but only Guo was watching it. Mother Wang and Hui Lin must have gone back upstairs to sleep. Guo was wearing her pajamas and a blanket. Her hair was let down, and her beautiful face looked extremely tired. Hearing the noise, Guo turned around and saw Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi walking into the house side by side. She couldn't help but show a gratified and loving smile. "You're back. Did you have fun?" Lin Ruoxi replied gently, "Antigua, you don't have to wait for us. We're not kids anymore. You'll always be kids in front of your elders. How can a mother not worry about her children? You'll understand when you become a mother in the future," Guo said to Lin Ruoxi with a smile. Lin Ruoxi lowered her head and didn't dare to reply. She was afraid that it would lead to the topic of her having children again. Although she was mentally prepared to spend the rest of her life with Yangqing, the problem of having children. She felt that it would take a long time for her to prepare herself mentally. Although the two of them had already slept together, it was exactly that experience that left Lin Ruoxi traumatized. One must know that before she met Yangqing, she had never even held hands with a man before. In fact, in her world, there was no such thing as love between a man and a woman. But in the end, her chastity was handed over to a sloppy mutton skewer vendor. Moreover, it was such a wild and unforgettable night. At that time, Lin Ruoxi wanted to commit suicide by jumping off a building. It was all from the bottom of her heart. Even though Yangqing seemed to be a completely different person now, for Lin Ruoxi, there were too many scars that couldn't be erased. It was natural for her to feel fear. Yangqing looked at Guo quietly with a complicated expression. Guo was a little puzzled. What happened to her son? She asked with concern, "Yangqing, is there something wrong?" Yangqing took a deep breath and grabbed Lin Ruoxi's small hand with one hand. This made Lin Ruoxi, who was beside him, startled. She thought to herself, "Is this rascal trying to make me do something embarrassing in front of Guo? Ruoxi, don't call her Aunt Gua. You have to call her Mom in the future," Yangqing said. Lin Ruoxi was stunned. Guo also stood there stupefied. As Yangqing spoke, he grabbed Lin Ruoxi. As he knelt down, Lin Ruoxi's body involuntarily knelt on the ground. "Mom, we didn't kneel during the New Year. Now, as your children, we all kneel down and kowtow to you." The old man was right. In this world, no parent owes their children anything. "I have no reason not to call you Mom, because the person who shot me with a gun was not you, but that person." After Yangqing finished speaking, he kowtowed heavily on the ground. Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing in a daze. In the end, she was a little stunned, but she still couldn't help but kowtow with Yangqing. Her face was red, and she said in a weak voice, "Mom." At this time, Guo was already crying. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak because she was sobbing. Many things happened that night, but Yangqing didn't feel that it was complicated. Those that should be beaten, those that should be acknowledged, and those that should be ignored, he didn't know. Lin Ruoxi and Guo, on the other hand, had a sleepless night. Lin Ruoxi felt that her identity as a daughter-in-law had suddenly become heavier. She was worried about how she could continue to get along with Guo and how she could continue to call her mom. Guo was even more direct. She was excited. After waiting for so long, she finally got what she wanted. She was like a traveler who was about to die of thirst in the vast desert and finally saw an oasis in front of her. She was wild with joy. When she thought of the moment when her son and daughter-in-law kneeled down and called her mom, she felt that she could die without regrets. At the same time, Guo was thinking about the future of Yangqing and his wife. The most important thing was to urge Lin Ruoxi to give birth to a grandchild. This matter must be put on the agenda. She couldn't wait for too long, and she couldn't let Yangqing suffer all the time. As for the matter of Yangqing's philandering, she couldn't care less anymore. Mothers are always selfish. The son is definitely bigger than the daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law will suffer in the end. Guo was even considering when to let Yangqing meet his younger brother, Yang Lai, to familiarize them with each other. It was a pity that Guo didn't know that Yang Lai hated Yangqing to the core. It was just that he happened to return to Kunlun, and he didn't have the ability to take revenge for the time being. The next day, it was finally time to bring Huilin to the hot spring resort to play as they had agreed before. The weather was good. Although it was still cold, it was a sunny day. Early in the morning, when Yangqing was about to leave for the car, Lin Ruoxi suddenly stopped him and asked, "Only the three of us are going today?" Yangqing smiled sheepishly. "I promised Anqing. I'll pick her up later." "Do you really want to do this?" Little sister Lin's gaze was clearly filled with displeasure. Yangqing spread his hands. "Don't be so stingy, you are the CEO of Yulei International, Anqing is just a small secretary. Do you think my Ruoxi baby is afraid of her?" "Humph, there's no need to goad me." Lin Ruoxi glared at Yangqing with dissatisfaction. She scoffed at his little tricks and said, "Since there are four of us, you should change to another car. If you put too many things in the car, it'll be too crowded." Yangqing was stunned. "Why do you have luggage? Tomorrow and the day after are both weekends. If there's nothing urgent, it's good to rest at the resort for 2 days and let Huilin have some fun," Lin Ruoxi said firmly. "Go to the garage and drive the Lexus SUV out." Yangqing didn't remember which cars were in Lin Ruoxi's garage because there were too many of them. It was said that Lin Ruoxi kept some luxury cars outside because she couldn't fit all of them at home. So since Lin Ruoxi said that she wanted a bigger SUV, he could just go and get it himself. After Yangqing went to the garage to get the car, Lin Ruoxi called Huilin to the roadside. Huilin dragged 2 small suitcases and looked around in confusion. She asked, "Sister, where is brother Yang?" Lin Ruoxi took her suitcase from Huilin and said, "Ask him to get a bigger car so that he can sit more comfortably." Huilin obviously didn't have her own opinions in front of her sister. Whatever Lin Ruoxi said, she would just listen and say, "Oh." After a while, Yangqing still didn't come up. Huilin said softly, "Sister, actually you don't have to bring me out. I know you guys are busy too. I'm fine." Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything. She reached out and stroked Huilin's hair. Huilin seemed to sense something. She looked at Lin Ruoxi and smiled gently. "Vroom." With the roar of the engine, Yangqing finally drove the car out of the garage. A Lexus LX 570 shone like a black diamond under the sun. It was like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage. It ran over the lawn and stopped in front of the 2 women. The body of the car was more than 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. It made Lin Ruoxi and Huilin look very small beside the car. Yangqing rolled down the car window and said to Lin Ruoxi, "Honey, you are obviously showing off to Anqing that you are rich. This car cost more than 2 million yuan in Huaxia. Even if there are only 4 of us, we don't need such a huge SUV." The engine of the 5.7-liter V8 had 381 horsepower, which was 100 horsepower more than a normal large SUV. This was not a car that could be driven by money. "It's none of your business." "I like it," Besides, she is the daughter of the Yin family. Can't she afford this kind of car? Lin Ruoxi didn't care what Yangqing said. She pulled Hui Lin and placed the luggage in the last row of the car. Lin Ruoxi originally wanted to sit in the back row with Hui Lin. But she thought that if she sat in the back row, Anqing would be sitting in the front passenger seat. So she got out of the car, opened the door of the front passenger seat, and sat in. Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoxi's series of thoughts and actions. He couldn't help but find it funny, but he didn't expose Lin Ruoxi's thoughts. He arrived at the place where he had arranged to pick up Anqing. It was at the entrance of a cafe not far from the company. Anqing was wearing a bright orange headset and a white down jacket. She looked at ease in the cold wind on the street. There was also a small suitcase in front of Anqing's feet. It was obvious that the women had made some preparations before going out. Yangqing was the only one who had nothing. It seemed that Anqing didn't want to arouse Lin Ruoxi's disgust. She didn't put on any makeup. Maybe it was because she hadn't slept well for the past few days. She had a slight panda eye, which made her look a little cute and funny. Seeing a huge SUV stop in front of them, Anqing opened her mouth in surprise when she saw that it was Yangqing in the car. Then, she consciously sat in the middle seat. "Good morning, big sister Ruoxi." Anqing greeted Lin Ruoxi the moment she got in the car. Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who's smiling. With Anqing's soft personality, it wasn't good for her to pick on her. Anqing's flexible personality came from her many years as a flight attendant. Serving the passengers on the plane, of course, she had to put down her status as a young miss. Therefore, she was completely different from the daughters of big families. Anqing knew that she definitely couldn't compete with Lin Ruoxi. She might as well be a little girl and not fight for anything. Therefore, she didn't think about anything else. She had to please the main wife first. "Am I that old? Why do you call me big sister?" Lin Ruoxi replied indifferently. Anqing pretended to be wronged and said in a low voice, Then call me little sister Ruoxi?" Lin Ruoxi instantly felt uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, she said, "Forget it. I'll just call you big sister." Looking at Lin Ruoxi's helpless face and pouting slightly, Yangqing, who was driving the car, forced himself not to laugh out loud. Meanwhile, Anqing winked at Hui Lin and made a victory gesture. Hui Lin covered her mouth and chuckled. Anqing was her first real friend in Zhonghai. Therefore, even though she felt sorry for Lin Ruoxi, she didn't want Anqing to be bullied by Lin Ruoxi. The journey to the hot spring resort took more than an hour. The three women in the car couldn't possibly sleep in the car so early in the morning. Not knowing when it started, Anqing started talking to Hui Lin about a certain Korean drama. They discussed how touching the dialogues were, which mother was bad, which female lead was brave and so on. Initially, Lin Ruoxi didn't want to chat with Anqing. However, Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized that her younger sister, Hui Lin, had long become a little traitor. She was actually chatting happily with that sly fox, Anqing. What's worse was that the two women were talking about the Korean dramas that Lin Ruoxi was most interested in during her free time. Moreover, they were the few dramas that she had watched before. From time to time, Lin Ruoxi would prick up her ears to listen to what they were talking about. There were a few times when she heard that she felt that the drama shouldn't be like that. She couldn't help but want to argue with them. Finally, when Hui Lin and Anqing were arguing about a plot problem, they were in a stalemate. Hui Lin said to Lin Ruoxi, "Sister, you've also watched that drama. Why don't you judge whether the second female lead is more suitable for the male lead?" Lin Ruoxi blushed. It had always been her little secret that she liked to watch Korean dramas. She felt a little uncomfortable when Anqing found out about it. However, Lin Ruoxi finally found an opportunity to join their discussion. It was as if she had found an outlet to vent. She said all the things that she had wanted to say for a long time. The more she spoke, the more energetic she became. It didn't take long for the three women to start a heated discussion. It was like a fan club. Lin Ruoxi had completely lost her usual seriousness and coldness. She was like a little girl full of romantic feelings. It had to be said that this was in line with her actual age. A smile spread across Yangqing's lips. Anqing, that little vixen, must have found out about Lin Ruoxi's hobbies from Hui Lin in advance. She then prepared what she wanted to say in front of Lin Ruoxi. He had never heard Anqing and Hui Lin talk about Korean dramas before. Anqing didn't watch soap operas at all. It was obvious that she was preparing to get closer to Lin Ruoxi. When the car arrived at the hot spring resort owned by Yulei, the three women finally got out of the car and pulled their suitcases into the resort's residential building. While Lin Ruoxi was talking to the hotel manager, Anqing leaned in front of Yangqing and said, "Hubby, your wife is even younger than Hui Lin. I swear on my woman's intuition." Yangqing touched his nose and looked at Lin Ruoxi, who had returned to her work state. She was serious and cold. He said softly, "It's not that bad. She's only passionate about watching Korean dramas. Didn't you notice that whenever Sister Ruoxi talked about the plot of Korean dramas, her eyes would almost burst into flames?" Anqing said exaggeratedly. Yangqing asked with a weird smile, "Why are you calling her sister again? Isn't she sister?" "Humph," Anqing said disdainfully in a low voice, "that's just to fool the little girl. With her mental age, she's only fit to be a sister. I reckon that she's even younger than some female high school students. She's practically a little girl." At this moment, Lin Ruoxi finished discussing some minor issues with the manager. She turned to the three of them and said, "Go and put your luggage down. Don't just stand there." "Okay, Sister Ruoxi." Anqing immediately put on a sweet smile and followed her obediently. Yangqing was already used to Anqing's slyness. From the first time they met, he had been fooled by her. Other than business matters, Lin Ruoxi was indeed inexperienced in other aspects. She was very naive when it came to the ways of the world. She had been secretly bullied by Anqing, who had been running around the world for many years. She could only admit defeat. Moreover, Anqing did not dare to think that she could make a name for herself. She was just secretly snitching on Lin Ruoxi to Yangqing, and Yangqing just let her be. After entering the hotel lobby, Lin Ruoxi took 2 room cards from the lobby manager. It seemed that they had booked the rooms before they arrived. Lin Ruoxi passed one of the room cards to Anqing. Because they had talked a lot in the car, she was much gentler. "You and Hui Lin will share a room, and I'll share a room with Yangqing." Not only Yangqing, but even Hui Lin was stunned. Lin Ruoxi took the initiative to say that she wanted to share a room with Yangqing. Anqing seemed to have noticed that the atmosphere was not right. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she did not ask anything. She just smiled and took the card. Yangqing put on a shy face and moved closer to Lin Ruoxi. He chuckled and said, "Honey, are we really going to share a room? Why? You don't want to? Or do you want to share a room with someone else?" Lin Ruoxi asked without hesitation. Her eyes were cold. Anqing was a little embarrassed. Even if she knew that they were in that kind of relationship, she could not say it so obviously. She was indeed a little sister. She was so stiff in dealing with emotional problems. If Yangqing answered yes and no, he would offend his woman, so he simply laughed it off. Hui Lin didn't mind. She had thought that she was going to sleep with Lin Ruoxi. Now that she was sleeping with Anqing, they were still good sisters. However, she was worried about Lin Ruoxi. She was worried that something would happen if Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing slept in the same room. When the 4 of them arrived at the top floor of the hotel, Yangqing noticed that these 2 rooms were VIP suites. They could sleep 4 people in them without being crowded. It was no wonder that Lin Ruoxi would decisively sleep in the same room. Even if they slept in the same room, the 2 of them would be far apart. Lin Ruoxi saw a flash of disappointment on Yangqing's face, and she felt a little proud in her heart. "Go into the room and rest for a while. We'll have lunch later," Lin Ruoxi said and walked into the suite first. The decor in the room was very simple and warm, with large patches of warm colors and white, and a faint rose fragrance wafting in the air. There were exquisite wooden tables and chairs, a 43-inch wall-mounted TV, and a laptop on the desk. The room was mainly divided into a living room and a bedroom. There was a soft leather sofa in the living room and a fluffy wool carpet. There were 2 single beds in the bedroom. Yangqing chose a bed near the window and laid down on his back, moaning comfortably. Lin Ruoxi frowned, and a trace of red flashed across her fair face. In fact, the main reason she did this was because she didn't want Yanqing to have a chance to secretly have fun with Anqin. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to stay in the same room with Yanqing. But now, Lin Ruoxi realized that she didn't know how to get along with Yanqing in the same room. It had been more than half a year since they got married, and to be honest, the two of them didn't have many chances to be in the same room, let alone in the same bedroom. Babe Ruoxi, don't just stand there. It's tiring to ride in the car. Come and lie beside me for a while, it's very comfortable. Yanqing tilted his head and smiled at Lin Ruoxi, who was standing by the corridor. I'm not tired, Lin Ruoxi rejected stiffly. Hey, what are you shy about? I'm your husband, not your tiger. If you don't want to be with me, I haven't forced you. Are you afraid that I'll force myself on you? Didn't you think so before? Lin Ruoxi mocked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yanqing made an S sound. That night, he did sneak into Lin Ruoxi's room to do that. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. This matter had become evidence of his attempted crime. Don't keep holding on to your husband's past mistakes. You should know that our mom is still waiting for us to give birth to a baby. If you're so shy, I'll be too embarrassed to sow seeds. Yanqing took advantage of the fact that there were only two people in the room, so he didn't hide anything. Lin Ruoxi blushed. Who wants you to broadcast? Broadcast that? How can you speak so vulgarly? I'm not a cultured person to begin with. I didn't even go to primary school. Going to work is like hanging me. Now that I can finally come out and have some fun, you still want me to talk like a bureaucrat in the company? Yanqing bounced his calves proudly. Chuckling, he said, let me tell you, back when I was selling mutton skewers in the market, the words I said were much more straightforward than now. You haven't heard of the more vulgar ones. Do you want me to tell you? You can tell it to yourself. Lin Ruoxi glared at him, turned around and went into the washroom, slamming the door. Not long after, Anqin and Hui Lin came knocking on the door. Yanqing went to open the door, only to see Hui Lin in white sportswear with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her pure and lovely face was full of spirit. Anqin, on the other hand, had changed into a light yellow Korean-style fleece hoodie and a pair of light-colored skinny jeans, outlining her round and seductive legs and curvy buttocks. Her oval face was slightly powdered, and she secretly winked at Yanqing. Yanqing was lamenting the huge difference between his sister-in-law and lover when Lin Ruoxi, who had returned to normal, walked out of the washroom. Sister, let's go downstairs. I saw the map of this resort just now, and there's a lake inside. It looks beautiful, I want to take a look. Hui Lin hadn't been to many places, and it was rare for her to go out and play. She came here to let Hui Lin relax, so Lin Ruoxi naturally wouldn't reject her. She smiled and said, all right, I'll get someone to bring some ingredients over. We can barbecue by the lake, so let's have lunch by the lake later. Barbecue? Yanqing patted his chest, who else can do this? Didn't you see the expert here? Lin Ruoxi frowned, she almost forgot that her husband was a barbecue expert. Brother Yang, do you know how to do it? Sure, that sounds interesting. Hui Lin's eyes were full of stars, and she immediately approved the proposal. The barbecue equipment would naturally be prepared by the resort staff. Lin Ruoxi rejected the resort manager's proposal to send the four of them in a golf cart, and decided to have fun on foot. In fact, as the CEO, it was rare for Lin Ruoxi to have fun here. Many people in the resort tried their best to please her, but it was a pity that Lin Ruoxi was born with an unapproachable look, which made it difficult for them to do anything. It was the chilly season of spring, and there were still many tourists in the hot spring resort. Yanqing attracted a lot of attention as he walked along the road with three beautiful women. The man-made lake that Hui Lin wanted to see was at the deepest part of the resort. It could be considered a small reservoir built on high ground, and they had to walk a long way to reach it. Along the way, the withered leaves flew in the air from time to time. The pine and cypress trees were green, and the parasol and camphor trees were bare. The scenery was a little strange, but the fresh air made the four of them slow down unconsciously. From time to time, Anqin and Hui Lin discussed something in a low voice, which made Lin Ruoxi, who was walking in front, look unhappy. After all, Hui Lin was her sister, and she felt isolated. Yangqing chuckled and moved closer to Lin Ruashi's ear, saying, "Little Ruashi, if you feel lonely, do you want me to hold your hand and walk with you?" Lin Ruashi turned her head away, pretending that she heard nothing. By the time they arrived at the man-made lake, it was already noon. The sparkling lake reflected the warm sunlight, and the wind was cold and wet. Lin Ruashi and Anqing couldn't help but shiver. Because Hui Lin practiced internal energy, she didn't feel cold, but she was attracted by the vast lake in front of her, showing a cute and intoxicated look. Anqing walked slowly to Yangqing's back and said softly, "Hubby, I'm hungry, let's go barbecue." "I think you're just greedy," Yangqing said as he grabbed Anqing's perky butt. Anqing's beautiful eyes were about to burst into tears. One must know that Lin Ruashi was standing less than a meter away, and Yangqing touched her butt, which made Anqing feel very excited. "You're so naughty, you only know how to bully me. If you're so capable, go and touch Sister Ruashi." Anqing's pink tongue touched her lips. Yangqing took a deep breath and suppressed the fire in his heart. He glanced at Lin Ruashi, who didn't seem to notice anything, coughed and said, "Let's go and have lunch, it's quite cold here, it's not good to catch a cold." Yangqing was worried that if this went on, he would be impulsive and touch Lin Ruashi together. Because the barbecue location wasn't far from the lake, Hui Lin, who was obsessed with the scenery of the lake, didn't object. She happily followed them to the resting area for the barbecue. The staff had already prepared a large number of barbecue utensils, beef, mutton, sausages, and other rich ingredients. Yangqing only needed to light the charcoal and start the barbecue. After walking for such a long time, the three women were actually a little hungry. Without saying anything, Yangqing took off his coat and lit the charcoal. After heating it up skillfully, he covered the barbecue wire on top of the charcoal. The coldness around the charcoal stove was dispelled, and the edge of the stove where Yangqing was standing was even hotter. Soon, Yangqing's forehead was covered with sweat. Yangqing didn't think too much about it. He realized that he was about to sweat, so he took off his sweater and underwear and went topless. This time, the three women were stunned. Anqing was fine, she was more open-minded, and she found it interesting that Yangqing was so engrossed in the barbecue, so she giggled. Hui Lin's face turned red, and she didn't dare to look at Yangqing's strong upper body. Lin Ruashi couldn't stand it. There were a lot of tourists walking by the roadside, and this was a public place, who would be topless? According to the laws and regulations, it was illegal to be topless in public. "Put on your clothes, what are you doing?" Lin Ruashi said unhappily. Yangqing smiled and explained, "I'm not joking, I'm wearing so many clothes, if I sweat, my clothes will be wet, and when the cold wind blows, it will be very uncomfortable." "That won't do, look at the people walking by, they are all looking at you, how embarrassing." Lin Ruashi felt embarrassed for Yangqing. "Who cares about them, no one knows me." Yangqing curled his lips and said with a smile, "Don't you think your husband is very manly?" As he said that, Yangqing pretended to bulge his muscles. Anqing giggled and clapped, "Old." "Oh no, Director Yang, you're the best." Lin Ruashi glared at Anqing, who was next to her, and cursed silently, "Damn vixen," then looked at the cheeky Yangqing, and closed her eyes in pain. What kind of person did I marry? During the barbecue lunch, Yangqing, Anqing, and Hui Lin enjoyed the food. Yangqing felt that he was more suitable to do his old job. It was much more presentable than when he was in the office. Yangqing even thought of asking Lin Ruashi to abandon Yulei International one day and follow him to the market to sell mutton skewers. At most, he could just rent a shop to sell them. However, such a beautiful dream would probably never come true in this lifetime. Lin Ruashi, on the other hand, felt like chewing wax. She recalled a novel she had read. The female lead was a female doctor who married a military officer. Due to the huge cultural difference between the two, the female doctor always felt that her husband was vulgar, but she really couldn't bear to part with this man. Until the end of the novel, the female doctor didn't divorce her husband. However, she couldn't figure out why she could tolerate this vulgar military officer husband. At that time, Lin Ruashi felt that the female doctor was contradictory. How could she not divorce her husband even though he was vulgar? Now, she finally understood that even she couldn't figure out the matters between men and women. Looking at the man sitting on the wooden chair beside her, his upper body bare, as if he was doing farm work. He finished the greasy sausage in big mouthfuls and didn't even bother to take a tissue. He directly wiped his mouth with his arm. The grease was all over his hands and mouth. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but sigh faintly. She took a stack of tissue from the side and passed it to Yangqing. Don't use your hands. It's so dirty. Yangqing grinned. I'm used to it. At that time, I didn't even have a bowl to eat with, let alone a tissue. I just wiped my mouth subconsciously. Yangqing took the tissue and wiped his mouth. Although Lin Ruoshi was curious about Yangqing's past life, she only vaguely knew about it. However, she didn't want to ask Yangqing. She felt that if it was something she should know, Yangqing would tell her. After all, this guy usually talked a lot. The reason why he didn't say it was probably because he felt that there was no need for him to know. Lin Ruoshi suddenly nodded with a gentle smile on her face. There was a hint of enchanting charm on her beautiful features, but she was holding a half-eaten roasted chicken wing in her hand, which made her look a little strange to others. Unfortunately, no one else noticed. After lunch, some waiters who had been waiting for a long time came out of nowhere and helped clean up all the garbage. Lin Ruoshi frowned and said to a waiter, "Tell your manager not to send people to follow us. It's like watching us. It's uncomfortable." The waiter kept quiet out of fear and hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. Boss, please forgive us. We really aren't spying on you. We just want to serve you. It's rare for you to come over." Lin Ruoshi waved her hand and told them to leave quickly. In front of her subordinates, she could always show some dignity. "Sister Ruoshi is so impressive," Anqing whispered. Yangqing looked at her teasingly, "Do you think so too?" "Of course," Anqing said seriously, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. After eating, Yangqing put on his coat. Actually, he quite enjoyed the feeling of blowing in the cold wind with his upper body bare. This was something he often did when he was on a mission in Siberia. At that time, his entire body would be covered with black and messy lines to hide in the Black Forest. Firstly, he could avoid some ferocious beasts, and secondly, he could hide and wait for a chance to kill in one strike. Those times, when he thought about it now, still felt like yesterday. But at this moment, he was a beautiful wife and a beautiful concubine, working as a white-collar worker in the city. Yangqing didn't feel that this kind of life was monotonous. Instead, it made his heart even more satisfied. Of course, if his wife could be more cooperative and get along with his lovers, that would be the best. The four of them strolled along the lake. The rustling wind blew through their hair, bringing with it the smell of soil and withered leaves. The smile on Hui Lin's face never faded. She told Anqing and Lin Ruoshi about some of her experiences on Mount Amei. The three women were like a drama, chattering endlessly. At this moment, it seemed that bringing Hui Lin out to relax was the right decision. Not far away, there was a small resting area mainly for the tourists of the resort to rest. The small shop sold steaming hot tea, eggs, dried tofu, and some drinks. However, at this time, most of the people were still having their lunch. The resting area was empty except for an old man in a cotton vest who was looking after the shop. Outside the shop, there was a small game point that attracted the attention of the three women. It was a stair platform filled with cartoon plush toys. The customer would throw a small plastic ball to knock the plush toy off the platform, and the plush toy would belong to the customer. This kind of game could be seen in many amusement parks. However, Lin Ruoshi, Hui Lin, and Anqing had never seen it before, so they were immediately interested. Most importantly, on the highest spot on the platform, there was a big white plush polar bear plushie. The animal was round and very eye-catching. Anqing was fine, but Lin Ruoshi and Hui Lin were a pair of sisters who still had childlike hearts, especially Lin Ruoshi. Back then, she kept staring at the doll in the dumpling shop, which led to the follow-up of Yangqing's challenge of 88 dumplings. Now that she saw the big teddy bear, Sister Lin's eyes lit up again. Yangqing knew that Lin Ruoshi was too embarrassed to ask to play, so he put on an act and said, "That game looks quite interesting. Since we're just going to walk around, why don't we go and play?" A trace of joy flashed through Lin Ruoshi's eyes, but she still said expressionlessly, "I'm fine with anything." "Hui Lin, do you want to play?" Hui Lin nodded vigorously, so the four of them walked in front of the old man. Yangqing asked, "Old man, how much does this game cost?" The old man pointed to an inconspicuous small wooden board at the side. On it was written in cinnabar with a brush, $5 for 2 times, $10 for 5 times. Then let's buy it for $30 first. It's just 5 balls for each of you. Yangqing took out a $50 note from his pocket. He only had some small change with him, so he didn't have any big change. The old man seemed to be a little cold, his hands trembling as he took the money. After giving the change to Yangqing for $20, he took 3 small plastic baskets and distributed them to Lin Ruoshi and the other 2 girls. "Young ladies, stand outside the table and hit it. It's up to your luck whether you can hit it or not. I suggest you hit the small ones. The big ones might look good, but even if you hit it, you might not be able to hit it off the table," the old man kindly advised. The plastic balls were hollow, so when they were thrown, most of the force would be used up. Moreover, they were light, so when the wind blew, they would lose their aim. Therefore, it was very difficult to hit something even though the distance seemed short. Hui Lin stood behind the table first. She knew martial arts. Although she wasn't good at throwing hidden weapons, her accuracy and strength were definitely not bad. The first ball was thrown, and a teddy bear in the middle was smashed to the ground. The old man clapped his hands in surprise. "Young lady, your aim is not bad." Hui Lin smiled sweetly. After the old man passed the teddy bear to her, she continued to hit 3 more balls, but she didn't hit anything. Finally, on the 5th ball, Hui Lin hit a white pony. The old man picked up the pony and gave it to Hui Lin. Yangqing could tell that Hui Lin was going easy on them. He secretly asked Hui Lin softly, "Why don't you hit the big polar bear? If you use a little bit of your inner strength, the bear will be smashed down." Hui Lin felt Yangqing's hot breath on her ear. She blushed shyly and looked at Lin Ruoshi cautiously. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi wasn't paying attention, she said, "Leave the big bear to sister, she seems to like it more than me. Besides, it's not easy for you to do business in such a cold weather. I'm already cheating by knowing martial arts, I can't bully you, sir." Yangqing had an as expected expression on his face. He caressed Hui Lin's ponytail. "You're so soft-hearted." Although Yangqing only caressed it casually, Hui Lin's heart was racing. In Hui Lin's eyes, caressing her hair was a very intimate action. However, Yangqing didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze was on Anqing, who was the second to throw the ball. Anqing didn't have Hui Lin's accuracy and strength. After throwing 5 balls, she still didn't hit a single doll. She couldn't help but pout and said to the sir, "Sir, I want another 5 balls." She took out her wallet and took out a 10 yuan note. The sir was, of course, happy. He took the money and gave another 5 balls to Anqing. Anqing wasn't disappointed this time. When she threw the 4th ball, she hit the smallest doll. She was happy and didn't plan to continue. "Sister Ruoshi, you can do it." Anqing retreated and didn't forget to cheer for Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi responded casually. She didn't have time to care about Anqing. She took a deep breath and seemed to be a little nervous. She walked behind the table with the plastic frame and stared at the polar bear doll with her big watery eyes. "Sister, you're so serious." Hui Lin couldn't help but say. Anqing walked over and whispered, "You don't look like you're going to hit the polar bear doll, you look like you're going to hunt the polar bear." Eh. The more I look at her, the more girly she becomes. At this time, Lin Ruoshi finally brewed her fighting spirit. She took out a plastic ball and threw it at the polar bear doll. Swoosh. The ball was thrown with enough force, but it flew off course. Lin Ruoshi's face immediately turned red like a ripe apple. Obviously, it was embarrassing for her to miss in front of her love rival, her husband, and her sister. Lin Ruoshi chose not to look at the expressions of the people around her. She picked up the ball and threw it at the polar bear doll. Unfortunately, Lin Ruoshi threw all 5 balls, but they still couldn't touch the polar bear, let alone hit the table. Without saying a word, Lin Ruoshi took out a $50 bill from her wallet and gave it to the old man. "I want 25 balls." The old man was overjoyed. He immediately gave her 25 balls and stuffed the $50 bill into his vest pocket. Lin Ruoshi took the basket full of balls and continued to throw them at the polar bear. However, no matter how Lin Ruashi controlled the ball, it flew to the left or right, but it didn't hit the polar bear. Even the other small dolls didn't get hit. After throwing 25 balls, Lin Ruashi's face was no longer red, but rather a little pale. However, her gaze had become murderous, and it was frightening to look at. "Sir," Lin Ruashi called out. Her voice was enough to freeze people. Even though the weather was very cold, the old man still felt the temperature drop by more than 10 degrees. Little girl, do you still want more?" The old man was actually a little stunned. He had never seen such an unlucky customer. After throwing 30 balls, she couldn't even hit the smallest doll. Lin Ruashi took out a $100 bill from her wallet and said, "Give me 50 balls." The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little girl, you're making me feel embarrassed. You keep the money. Why don't I give you a little doll? Don't be angry. Just take it as bad luck." "No." Lin Ruashi's voice suddenly became stern and her face was frosty. She stared at the old man until his heart was in his throat. "I don't believe that I can't even hit a little doll. Why can they hit it, but I can't? Sir, don't talk to me about giving it to you. I don't want it, I want to hit it myself." Lin Ruashi pointed to Huilin not far away and said to Anqin. Huilin and Anqin looked at each other, both a little puzzled. Yang Chen, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had long known about Lin Ruashi's strong personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard to prove to the world that she could manage Ulay International. But now, Yang Qing found that he had underestimated Lin Ruashi's strong side. This girl's competitive spirit could be considered to have reached the strange level. Even fighting a little doll could be raised to such a level of seriousness. Thinking about it, Lin Ruashi regarded Anqin as an imaginary enemy. She didn't want to lose to Anqin in any way. Moreover, she didn't want to admit defeat. If she couldn't hit the polar bear she liked, she wouldn't give up easily. The poor old man was shocked. This little girl's eyes didn't look like she was going to hit a toy. She looked like she was going to kill someone. However, since she insisted on giving him money, the old man couldn't say much. He gave Lin Ruashi 2 big baskets of 50 balls. The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. Lin Ruashi took the 2 baskets of balls and placed them in front of her. She continued to shoot at the polar bear. She was almost like a machine gun, constantly throwing colorful plastic balls. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lin Ruashi aimed, the ball wouldn't hit the doll. "I say, little girl, don't keep staring at the big bear. It looks the biggest and easiest to hit, but it's actually the furthest away. Why don't you hit the small ones? Those that are closer are easier to hit," the old man advised. He couldn't bear to see such a beautiful little girl being bullied. Lin Ruashi bit her lip, her eyes were firm and determined. "No, I must hit that big bear." At this time, Lin Ruashi had finished shooting 50 balls, so she took out 200 yuan from her wallet and said to the old man, "Sir, I want 100 balls." The old man was helpless, but he had no choice but to send another 100 balls over. How could it be so easy to throw all 100 balls? Lin Ruashi threw about a dozen of them, took a break, and continued throwing again. Half an hour passed just like that. Huilin and Anqin were about to cry. They felt that it was unbelievable. Even if she threw with her eyes closed, she should at least hit 1 out of 100 balls, right? When Lin Ruashi finished throwing again and took out 400 yuan from her wallet, asking for 200 balls, the old man's face turned pale. "Little girl. I'm begging you, I'll give you the big bear and the other small toys. The toys there aren't even worth 400 yuan. The old man spoke from the bottom of his heart. He was already frightened by Lin Ruashi. How could there be such a scary customer in this world? "Ruashi, do you want me to help you? Just treat it as a gift from your husband." Yang Qing stepped forward, trying to persuade Lin Ruashi. If this went on, it would be dark soon. Lin Ruashi looked at Yang Qing coldly. "Why? You think I can't do it too? If Anqin can hit it, why can't I? I won't lose." Yang Qing touched his face, suddenly speechless. He could not say, "Actually, you have already lost." This time, Lin Ruashi snatched almost 200 balls from the old man. They were like a small hill, and the 200 balls filled the small table. Lin Ruoshi loosened her arms and continued to throw the ball down like rain. However, life was unpredictable. It was just like there were people who could survive in a hail of bullets. After throwing 400 to 500 plastic balls, Lin Ruoshi still hadn't hit a single doll. At this time of the year, the day was not long. By the time Lin Ruoshi finished shooting the 200 balls, the sun had slowly set. Lin Ruoshi's face was already gloomy. Her beautiful face was a little frightening, especially her dark eyes, which seemed to be able to spit out flames that could burn people to death. The old man had his back hunched, and no one knew when he had sneaked into the shop. He was not willing to accept any more money, and only hoped that this little lady would leave as soon as possible. Seeing that Hui Lin and Anqing were already in a daze, Yangqing knew that he could not go on like this. He stepped forward and pulled Lin Ruoshi's arm. "Let's go. Stop playing. Who would be angry when they come out to relax and play a game?" Although Lin Ruoshi was very unwilling, she also knew that she had gone too far. She looked at the big polar bear for a while, then nodded and said, "Wait for me." Then, under Yangqing's surprised gaze, Lin Ruoshi walked to the door of the shop, put a 10 yuan bill on the table, and said to the old man who did not dare to look at her, "Sir, I'll use this 10 yuan to buy 10 of your plastic balls." "Ah?" The old man thought that he had heard wrongly. With a sad face, he said, "Little girl, you still want to smash them?" "I'm old, and it's easy for me to have a heart attack." "No, I'm buying the balls. I'll go back and practice. I'll come again when I'm done." Lin Ruoshi said seriously, "Sir Bear, please keep them for me. I must get them." This time, not only the old man, but also Yangqing, Hui Lin, and Anqing were stunned. Anqing drew a cross in front of her chest and whispered behind Yangqing, "Honey, I'll be a good girl in the future. I don't want to fight with such a crazy woman for a man. She can really scare people to death by smashing a teddy bear. If I fight with her for a husband, I'll probably be killed by her before I even start." Yangqing reprimanded her discontentedly, "What do you mean by crazy woman? Don't talk nonsense." Anqing stuck out her tongue and pouted. Obviously, she did not think that she had said anything wrong. She stole a glance at Lin Ruoshi, who was meticulously holding the plastic balls. For the first time, there was a trace of sincere fear in her eyes. Back at the hotel, the person in charge of the resort had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. They finally had a proper meal, and Yangqing didn't have the chance to show off his culinary skills. Anqing toasted Lin Ruoshi with fruit juice from time to time. This girl was really frightened by Lin Ruoshi's competitiveness. Lin Ruoshi was still absent-minded. She seemed to be thinking about why she couldn't hit the doll. She accidentally peeled off the prawns while peeling them, which made Hui Lin, who had always been thrifty, feel sorry for her. Yangqing nibbled on a piece of Japanese-style grilled eel. He looked at Lin Ruoshi, who looked a little silly, and said with a smile, "Honey, tell me the truth. When you were in school, other than music, you always failed PE too, right? You're really bad at sports. What has that got to do with PE?" Lin Ruoshi blushed. Actually, she always failed PE in school, but she would never say it in front of Anqing and Hui Lin. Anqing blinked and asked curiously, "Sister Ruoshi, why did you fail your music class?" Lin Ruoshi remained silent, pretending that she didn't hear anything. Yangqing explained, because she couldn't be bothered to go to class, and she couldn't be bothered to take exams. Oh. Although Anqing still didn't believe it, she didn't probe further. After the meal, the four of them didn't plan to continue playing. Lin Ruoshi silently returned to her room. When she went up, she was holding a small plastic basket filled with food and plastic balls. It was obvious what she was going to do even if she thought with her toes. "Hui Lin, your sister is so scary," Anqing said softly, shivering. Hui Lin's delicate face revealed a trace of helplessness. She pouted and said, "Sister isn't usually like that. Maybe it's because you're here today. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been able to hit the doll. At least she wouldn't have to hit it before she would give up." Anqing pouted. Yangqing went up and pinched Anqing's cheeks. "Don't think too much. Go and rest early with Hui Lin. We'll go back to Zhonghai City tomorrow." After sending the two girls back to their rooms, Yangqing returned to his and Lin Ruoshi's room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Lin Ruoshi in a pair of cotton slippers. She had taken off her jacket and was only wearing a thin pink sweater. She was holding a few plastic balls and throwing them at the small leather bag on the bed. Seeing Xianxia enter the door, Lin Ruoshi was slightly startled. She pursed her lips and immediately put the plastic ball back into the basket. Then, she combed her hair and pretended that nothing had happened. Obviously, Lin Ruoshi also knew that doing this kind of exercise alone in the room was a bit strange. "I'm going to take a shower," Lin Ruoshi said. Then, she picked up the clothes that she had prepared and rushed into the bathroom. Xianxia didn't laugh at her. He sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Ruoshi came out of the shower and asked, "Do you need me to sleep on the sofa tonight?" Lin Ruoshi was wiping her wet hair with a dry towel. Her pink cheeks looked so tender that juice could drip out. When she heard Xianxia's question, she asked curiously, "Why do you ask?" "I thought you were afraid that I would do something bad, so you wouldn't let me sleep on the bed with you," Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss and bitterness. They were clearly husband and wife. As her husband, he actually thought that she could ask him to sleep on the sofa. Moreover, there were obviously two beds. Had she been too cruel to him on a daily basis? She always blamed him for being a playboy and looking for other women. Perhaps, to a large extent, the reason was that she refused to give it to him. Lin Ruoshi walked gracefully to Xianxia's side and sat down on the sofa. Under the pale white light, she looked like a white lotus that had seductively raised its head from clear water, dazzling Xianxia. "Why don't we try it tonight?" Lin Ruoshi bit her thin lips and suddenly said with a firm look in her eyes. Xianxia didn't understand what she meant. "Try what?" Lin Ruoshi tried hard not to lower her head and make her voice not lower. Her blush spread to her pink neck. It's that kind of thing between husband and wife." Xianxia suddenly understood, followed by a burst of disbelief. He frowned and looked at Lin Ruoshi's struggling face. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Babe Ruoshi, I'm just asking if I can sleep on the bed. I didn't mean it that way, you don't have to force yourself to do it. It's normal for mom to want a grandson, she doesn't have to give birth to one immediately. I'll help you talk to her." "No." Lin Ruoshi shook her head, "I want to try it myself. Although I'm a little scared, I don't want to lose to others." Xianxia almost fell to the ground. This girl even wanted to compare herself to other women in this kind of thing? Could it be that he was stimulated today, so he wanted to make a comeback in another place, and even wanted to try out the intimate activities that he had always had? "What are you thinking?" Lin Ruoshi said with dissatisfaction, "I'm a woman and I'm not afraid." "Aren't you usually very open? Why are you hesitating?" Xianxia slapped his thigh, "What do I have to hesitate about? As long as you're willing, I can fuck my own wife with a clear conscience." You don't always speak so vulgarly." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Lin Ruoshi's cheeks were flushed red as she complained angrily. Even though she knew that this man was vulgar from the first day they met, she still couldn't help but try to change him. Xianxia laughed, "I already told you, I'm not a cultured person. Just bear with me when you're my wife's baby. How about we start now? Aren't you going to take a bath?" Lin Ruoshi became nervous, but she didn't forget to clean up and asked in a low voice. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. There's still the smell of sheep on my body. I'll be right back." "Obediently go to bed and wait." Xianxia's mind also became warm. He never thought that Lin Ruoshi would take the initiative to ask to share a room tonight. He thought that he would have to wait for another half a year or something. Happiness came very suddenly. With motivation, the speed of the bath was naturally needless to say. In less than 5 minutes, Xianxia, who had just taken a bath, rushed out of the bathroom half wet. He only had a pair of briefs on his lower body. He was afraid that it would be too stimulating, so he put it on. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi had just carefully climbed onto the bed, wearing only a moon-white silk nightgown, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible, her curves were charming, and her round buttocks outlined a beautiful outline. This made Xianxia's lower body immediately have a physical reaction. Smacking his lips, Yangqing admired the action of Lin Ruoxi climbing onto the bed, and the fire in his heart was burning. Lin Ruoxi turned around and noticed that Yangqing was staring at her passionately. She couldn't help but shrink her body, but thinking that she was the one who took the initiative to try it, she gritted her teeth and stretched her graceful body, lying on the white bedsheet, and at the same time closed her shining eyes. Yangqing took a deep breath. From his point of view, even though Lin Ruoxi's chest was lying flat, it was still towering like a snow peak. The proud mountain stream, the white neck, and the scattered black hair were dazzling and intoxicating. Slowly, Yangqing climbed onto the bed, and his eyes looked from Lin Ruoxi's jade-like ankles all the way up to her flat belly. The purple lace pattern could be seen through the moon-white nightgown, and it was actually a high-end sexy panty. A pair of perfectly round and snow-white thighs squeezed the seductive ravine especially conspicuous, making Yangqing immediately have the impulse to pry it open and find out what was going on. Lin Ruoxi's figure was taller than Xianxia and Mo Qianni, which was enough to be a model. Her degree of fullness was not inferior to the other women that Yangqing had had. Rather than fullness, it was more accurate to say that it was a perfect proportion. Yangqing couldn't help but admire his endurance. He actually didn't force himself on such a superb beauty, but when he thought that this woman's first time was taken by him, he was filled with a sense of pride. Yangqing slowly pressed on top of Lin Ruoxi, and the wing of his nose moved close to Lin Ruoxi's neck. He took a whiff of the enchanting jasmine body fragrance. Just this alone made Lin Ruoxi, who was nervous to the point of breaking down, couldn't help but let out a moan, and her body trembled. Lin Ruoxi shamefully felt that she actually became wet down there so quickly. It was because she was too nervous, and she was extremely sensitive, so when Yangqing teased her a little, she couldn't bear it. "Don't be nervous, relax, it's not our first time, you'll enjoy it," Yangqing said in a wide voice next to Lin Ruoxi's ear, and one of his left hands gradually stroked Lin Ruoxi's exquisite ball. The smooth feeling filled his entire hand, making Yangqing feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but pinch a little harder. "Oh." Lin Ruoxi's face was like red jade, and she opened a pair of beautiful watery eyes, as if her whole body was about to turn into a pool of spring water and melt in Yangqing's hands. Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoxi's eyes seemed to be holding back tears, and thought that she was feeling wronged, so he couldn't bear it and said, "How about, forget it, I don't think you're ready." To be honest, when such words came out of his mouth, Yangqing had to admire his endurance. Lin Ruoxi shook her head, I can do it, you, continue." Yangqing didn't say anything more, and kissed her deeply, exploring and teasing Lin Ruoxi's clumsy tongue, trying to use kissing to dissolve the nervousness and embarrassment of an inexperienced little wife. At the same time, his other free hand moved to the gap between Lin Ruoxi's white jade-like legs. With a slight touch of Lin Ruoxi's purple lace panties, Yangqing felt that the moisture had spread to an outrageous extent. Lin Ruoxi's sensitivity was far beyond Yangqing's imagination. However, such a situation was obviously something that men were happy to see. Yangqing didn't hesitate to explore Lin Ruoxi's nightdress and began to lift up, gradually exposing the area below her lower abdomen to the air. He reluctantly separated from Lin Ruoxi's kiss, and the woman was already a little dazed. Her cherry lips were half open, and her pink tongue was slightly exposed. A sparkling silk chain was pulled from between their lips. Yangqing took a deep breath, and his mouth and nose were filled with the rich fragrance of Lin Ruoxi due to her passion. One hand finally grabbed the side of Lin Ruoxi's lace panties, and slowly took off the most mysterious layer of restraint, revealing the paradise that had been in his dreams for too long. Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes with a complicated expression. Her heart was already beating to the limit, and the most private part of her face gradually felt the moist and cold air. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but tremble, and her white skin was suffused with a tempting pink. She could even feel the delicate stream below, the mountain spring was gurgling out. Just as Yangqing's breathing became heavier and heavier, and he was about to turn into a berserk beast, an ear-piercing whistle suddenly resounded through the entire resort hotel building. Honk, honk, honk. The sound seemed to pierce through one's eardrum, but it immediately told Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi, who were lying on the bed, fire alarm. Yangqing almost instinctively jumped out of bed, put on his coat, and threw Lin Ruoxi's coat and pants on the bed, so that Lin Ruoxi, who was still in a daze, could put them on as soon as possible. The sudden contrast made Lin Ruoxi forget what she should do. Fortunately, Yangqing was calm in the face of danger and pulled her back to reality. However, the fire alarm came at the wrong time. Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. What the hell is going on? I waited for half a year and can finally consummate with my wife, but where did the fire come from? If it wasn't for the fact that he knew it was impossible, he would have suspected that it was Anqing's malice. Attention, guests, attention, the hotel's heating equipment suddenly short-circuited several times, causing some areas to catch fire. Please pay attention to your safety and evacuate from the safety passage as soon as possible. Lin Ruoxi also happened to be muddle-headed as she hastily put on her coat. Her face was still flushed, but her eyes were clear. She didn't know why, but when the fire alarm suddenly rang, she wasn't as nervous as she was when she was about to be conquered by Yang Chen. Involuntarily, Lin Ruoxi touched her chest and exhaled. This small movement was seen by Yang Chen from the corner of his eyes, and he could not help but smile helplessly. It seemed that she was still not ready, and it was just a moment of impulse. Come to think of it, which woman would want to give herself to a husband who flirted with women all day long? After changing into sports shoes, Lin Ruoxi came to Yang Cheng's side and said, "Let's go out quickly. Hui Lin and the others must be anxious." Yang Cheng naturally knew about this. Although he felt that there was something fishy about this incident, he was not very worried. After all, Hui Lin knew martial arts. With her around, Anqing would be fine. He pulled Lin Ruoxi to the door and was about to open it when someone knocked on the door from the outside. "Sir. Sir. Please open the door. Emergency." Yangqing opened the door, and outside was a young man in the hotel's uniform. When he saw Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi putting on their clothes and looking like they were about to come out, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Sir, miss, please leave from the safe passage on the left. It's very dangerous here, and there might be an explosion at any time." The fire alarm lights in the corridor were flashing violently, and many guests on the same floor were rushing to the staircase. Yangqing nodded, held Lin Ruoxi's hand, and walked out of the room. Just a few steps out of the room, Yangqing suddenly pulled Lin Ruoxi in front of him. "Ah!" Lin Ruoxi let out a soft cry. She did not know why Yangqing suddenly pulled her with force. However, before Lin Ruoxi could ask, a cold light suddenly pierced through the place where she was originally standing. "It's a knife." Before Lin Ruoxi could think about it, Yangqing had already made his next move. His left arm slapped backward, and in a flash, he directly hit the face of the waiter, and the young man who stabbed Lin Ruoxi with a knife was slapped to the ground. Yangqing turned around, and his casual heavy blow was no joke. The assassin who pretended to be a waiter had half of his face caved in, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had suffered a concussion or brain hemorrhage, and directly fell to the ground. Even though Lin Ruoxi had always been calm, seeing this shocking change, she was stunned speechless. Yangqing frowned, and without saying a word, he pulled Lin Ruoxi to the door of Hui Lin and Anqing's room. Just as he was about to force the door open, it was opened from the inside. Hui Lin was wearing pink cotton pajamas, and her hair was messy as she stood there. She looked a little anxious, and she was holding a cold long dagger in her hand. "Brother Yang, sister, are you all right? You should be the one asking, where's Anqing?" Yangqing asked. I'm here." Anqing walked out of the washroom with a frightened look. She seemed to have suffered some kind of shock, and she covered her heart with one hand. Yangqing was relieved, and looked inside. There was a man in the waiter's uniform lying on the floor of the room, but he had been killed by Hui Lin. He didn't know if he was killed or knocked unconscious. "The fire alarm went off just now, and we were about to go out. That man suddenly rushed in and tried to assassinate us with a dagger, so I fought back and asked Anqing to go into the washroom." "Brother Yang, why is there an assassin all of a sudden?" Hui Lin had experienced some fierce battles, so she calmed down quickly. Yangqing turned around and looked at Lin Ruoxi. "I guess it's your enemy. I think if this is used to assassinate me, it's definitely not enough. At least he wouldn't use a knife to kill me." Lin Ruoxi's pretty face turned cold. Her beautiful eyes no longer had the shyness and panic she had in the room earlier. At this moment, she was filled with ruthlessness, like the howling night of the deep winter. Even the tone of her voice had become somewhat sinister. Fire alarm, sneak attack again in the midst of chaos. I don't think it's over so soon, it should be a premeditated plan, Lin Ruoxi frowned and said, their motive shouldn't be simple. Let's go back to Xianxia immediately, and leave this to the police. Yangqing didn't care, he only needed to ensure the safety of his family. Huilin and Anxin didn't have their own opinions, so they listened to Lin Ruoxi and hurriedly packed their luggage. Yangqing followed Lin Ruoxi back to her room to take her luggage. No matter how urgent the situation was, they couldn't panic. How did you know that person was an assassin? Lin Ruoxi suddenly thought of this and asked casually. Everyone in the hotel knows that you're the CEO, but he called me first, then you, and even called you Mr. and Miss. Moreover, the fire alarm just came out, and there was already a waiter knocking on the door of the VIP suite on the highest floor. This loophole is too big. Yangqing chuckled and said, most importantly, that was a low-level assassin, and his murderous aura was too obvious. A strange look appeared in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Why are you so sensitive to the murderous aura of an assassin? Yangqing smiled embarrassedly, do you really want to know? Yes, I feel that if I'm going to hand everything over to you, perhaps I should really understand your past, Lin Ruoxi said. In fact, after the incident where Zhang Xinlin and Su Jihong were killed, Lin Ruoxi had been avoiding talking about Yangqing's past, but at this moment, she had no choice but to bring it up again. She felt that this was the barrier that prevented her from being together with Yangqing in the end. Yangqing narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Ruoxi seriously for a while, and said, when we have time, I'll bring you to a place. We'll treat it as a trip, and at the same time, I'll tell you some things. It's a deal, Lin Ruoxi said faintly, then packed her luggage and walked out of the room first. Wait. Yangqing walked forward and said unhappily, what are you so proud of? At a time like this, follow me obediently. Do you think that they only sent 1 or 2 assassins to deal with you? Lin Ruoxi was forcefully pulled to his side by Yangqing. She bit her lip and was a little dissatisfied with Yangqing's rough actions. However, he wanted to protect himself, so he didn't say anything. After handing over some important details to the resort's manager, the 4 of them returned to the big Lexus that they came from. Yangqing took out his phone, started the car, and dialed his home number. However, after a few rings, no one picked up the phone. Are you calling home? Lin Ruoxi asked. Yangqing nodded, why wouldn't I pick up the phone? He didn't think that his home was attacked. If that was the case, the Sea Eagles, who were responsible for taking care of his home, should have sent him a message. Did you forget that we said a few days ago that Mother Wang will call the moving company to move back to the old house when we come out to play today? Lin Ruoxi said. Yangqing just remembered that and asked quickly, what's the phone number in the old house? I've already called. Mother Wang said that there's nothing wrong and asked us to be careful. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him, you even forgot about moving. It seems that you really don't want to go home. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ruoxi's phone rang. Lin Ruoxi looked at it and saw that it was her assistant, Wu Yu. General Lin, something happened. Wu Yu sounded anxious. She, who usually followed Lin Ruoxi's example and never smiled, couldn't hold it in any longer. Unhurriedly, Lin Ruoxi asked, speak slowly. A few of Yulei's factories in the suburbs of Zhonghai caught fire at the same time. A few workers who were working overtime were burned to death. Now the police have asked our company's legal representative to come forward and assist in the investigation. It's said that there's a problem with our factory's safety measures. I think it's deliberate. Our factories have been strictly inspected for potential safety issues. How could there be a fire? And these workers died in the factory. They didn't escape. How is this possible? A cold light flashed in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Is it the factory that produces new materials? Yes, CEO. I think someone is purposely trying to delay the launch of our new products and disrupt our production chain. And, it seems like there's a deep hatred between them. They're even using human lives. It's obvious that they want to fight us to the death. But I really don't know who it is that wants to go against us. Wu Yu said fearfully. Lin Ruoxi's expression didn't look good. Indeed, the current situation was that the enemy was in the dark while she was in the light. She had too many enemies and many of them were capable. With such a vicious competition, it was hard for her to put up an effective resistance. Just as Lin Ruoxi was about to instruct Wu Yu on some countermeasures, Anqing, who was sitting at the back of the car, exclaimed, "Watch out." Lin Ruoxi turned her head abruptly and looked in front. She saw a huge truck with its lights flashing in front of her. This was a one-way road. This truck was obviously going against each other. Although these two LX570 were large SUVs, it was inevitable that they would be flattened when faced with a truck that was carrying dozens of tons of goods. Lin Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened. She finally panicked. Beside her, Yangqing, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was no longer relaxed. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a thick killing intent. "Yangqing! Turn around!" Without waiting for Lin Ruoxi to come back to her senses and shout, she saw that Yangqing had already unbuckled his seatbelt. "You! What are you going to do?" In the nick of time, Yangqing only turned his head and gave Lin Ruoxi a comforting smile. There was even a hint of playfulness in it. Then, he pushed open the car door. The bone-chilling night wind whistled into the car, causing the three women in the car to shiver. Yangqing remained silent and calmly stepped on the brake. At the same time, he shifted the car into park gear and pulled up the handbrake. Screech! The Lexus's strong traction allowed it to slide for a long time before it finally stopped. A puff of white smoke rose from the car. In front of them, the big truck was less than 50 meters away. It looked like a giant beast was about to swallow the four of them. At this moment, Yangqing left the driver's seat. In a flash, he appeared 5 meters away from the front of the Lexus. He stretched out his arms and raised his head as if he was enjoying it. It was like the classic scene in Titanic. However, in the movie, it was a woman who did this, but it was a man who did this. "Yangqing! Brother Yang!" The three women in the car shouted at the same time. Lin Ruoxi tried to reach out to stop Yangqing, but she couldn't even touch the corner of Yangqing's clothes. They watched helplessly as Yangqing stood in front of the big truck like a martyr who was not afraid of death, intending to stop the steel beast with his flesh and blood. Except for shock. Except for fear. It was incredible. This man, is he crazy? Hui Lin knew Yangqing the most, but the current situation made her nervous, not to mention Lin Ruoxi and Anqing. At the same time, they closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the result. Although Anqing knew that Yangqing was good at martial arts, she subconsciously didn't think that a person could stop a truck with his body. That was something that could only be done by special effects in movies. She clenched her hands so tightly that her knuckles turned white. As for whether the truck would run over Yangqing and then kill them, it was not something they could think about. Boom! After the roar of the diesel engine, there was a violent explosion in the air. Bang! Bang bang! Squeak! Bang, bang! Smoke and dust filled the air. The moment the truck was about to touch Yangqing's body, it suddenly seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall of air. Following that, the truck was forcefully dented by an irresistible force. The thick and heavy metal plate twisted violently, breaking and bending inch by inch. The grinding sound of gears grinding against each other pierced through everyone's eardrums. What followed was the explosion of the engine cylinder and the breaking of the magnetic belt. The rear half of the truck was lifted up due to the inertia of the impact. It rolled in the air and crashed into the green belt on the side of the road along with the front of the truck. At the same time, the fragments of steel plates and spare parts, as well as glass shards, scattered everywhere. The heavy parts of the truck rolled up the soil on the side of the road, creating a huge crack. The soil and plants were crushed into a complete mess, as if an excavator had been digging in a frenzy. It was a tragic sight to behold. The three women in the car realized that nothing dangerous had happened. They carefully looked in front of the car, only to see that the truck had been smashed to pieces by the side of the road. The man who had made them tremble with fear was leisurely strolling towards the pile of scraps of the truck. White smoke was still coming out from there, and the smell of burnt soil was extremely pungent. Yangqing expressionlessly walked to the front of the truck, stretched out his hand, and pulled open a bent iron door. He pulled out a half-dead truck driver, whose head was dyed bright red, from the crushed truck. It was a man who looked quite strong, but when Yangqing pulled him out, the guy had just died. What bad luck, Yangqing murmured, and then he was too lazy to deal with the mess and walked straight back to the car. Anqing and Hui Lin were more accepting of the situation in front of them. After all, they had seen Yangqing's extraordinary background, but Lin Ruoxi was different. Although she had seen Yangqing kill people, she did not think that Yangqing could directly block a truck with his body. Therefore, when Yangqing got into the car, Lin Ruoxi subconsciously shrank her delicate body. Yangqing saw this, and there was a trace of bitterness in his heart. After the completion of the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, his bad habit of easily falling into madness whenever he killed people in battle had been well suppressed, and he did not need to take the medicine given by Jane. However, this did not mean that his inextinguishable murderous aura would disappear so easily. Every time he fought, he would not be able to control the violent soul in his body, and it would emit an aura that ordinary people would be afraid of. Yangqing knew that his chronic illness had not been completely cured, so in a sense, he was still like a bomb buried in his body. He did not know if he would become a bloodthirsty monster in the future. Yangqing tried his best to restrain his murderous aura, and then he squeezed out a smile and asked, "Did I scare you?" Lin Ruoxi was a little regretful. She saw the sadness on Yangqing's face just now, and she shook her head and said, I just couldn't adapt to it for a while. I'm fine now." Yangqing nodded and started the car, but after a moment of silence, he said, "I hope that you never have the chance to adapt, even if that is not possible." Lin Ruoxi was silent and did not speak again. Hui Lin and Anqing, who were in the back seat, also seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right, and fell into silence. They didn't encounter any dangerous situations along the way, but Lin Ruoxi's phone calls kept coming in, and all of them were negative news about Yulei International. The police had also begun to investigate Yulei International's situation. After all, dozens of lives had been lost in this incident. After thinking about it, Lin Ruoxi dialed Mo Qianni's number. "Qianni, where are you? I've been in the company for a long time. If you didn't call me, I would have called you. The situation is very bad now." On the other end of the phone, Mo Qianni seemed to be busy with something, and all kinds of noises and shouts could be heard. She should be giving orders in the big office. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath and said, "I've heard about the situation at the factory from Wu Yu. Don't worry about it for the time being. I suspect that the opponent this time attacked our factory just to mess us up. They have sent assassins, and I suspect that they will also attack you and the other main staff of the company. Pay attention to your own safety, and get the security company's people to gather immediately." "Assassins?" Mo Qianni exclaimed, and hurriedly asked, Then are you guys okay?" "Yeah." Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing, who was driving silently. "We're fine, don't worry. Go and investigate first, and find out who is behind this." Mo Qianni said awkwardly, "I'm afraid I can't leave now." "Why?" Lin Ruoxi frowned. "Just 5 minutes ago, a large number of foreign buyers suddenly bought our shares like crazy. Now the branch in the United States is a mess, and I'm remotely commanding and coordinating. If this continues, it's inevitable that we will have to mobilize funds from other areas. They are obviously deliberately trying to suppress us economically and materially, so that our stock market will collapse, and then our industry will suffer a setback." Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes and asked coldly, "Can you still hold on now?" "It's very dangerous." Mo Qianni said a few words to a few subordinates on the other end, and then continued, "Ruoxi, I think, let Athena team do it. The opponent seems to be a very powerful international financial trader, maybe a famous team. Now we have internal and external troubles, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. And if we let Athena team do it, we can free up time to concentrate on mobilizing funds to prepare for a counterattack." The Athena team Mo Qianni mentioned was naturally the small team that Lin Ruoxi was directly in charge of in the battle to defeat Chonglin Media and the Su family. Every one of them was a trader and actuary from the world's top academies, and every year, a huge amount of money was spent to support them, and they only played a role in the important business war. Because that secret team only listened to Lin Ruoxi's mobilization, Mo Qianni could only ask Lin Ruoxi first. Lin Ruoxi thought for a while, and said, "I'll go directly to the Athena team base in the resort. Qianni, temporarily take over my duties, and deal with the important projects that need to be done in the next few days. Let Mingyu cooperate with you, and bring the other department heads to stabilize the situation. The internal affairs of the company can't be chaotic. As for the problem of funds, I'll let Wu Yu mobilize it, she's more familiar with the bank. By the way, the bidding for the new factories tomorrow and the day after can't be put aside. Our budget should be enough to take those factories. Don't lose a good opportunity because of the terrible situation now. Understood, I won't forget about the bidding and negotiations. Mo Qianni didn't suspect anything. Obviously, dealing with the troubles outside and the chaos in the company was enough to give her a headache. After listening to Lin Ruoshi's arrangement, she immediately agreed and hung up. Then, Lin Ruoshi immediately called the less than 10 members of the Athena team back to the base of the resort. At the same time, she asked Yangqing to drive directly to the resort, and wouldn't go home for the time being. Through the conversation with Lin Ruoshi on the phone, Yangqing more or less understood the current situation, but he didn't pay much attention to the company's situation. He was more concerned about who the culprit would be this time. Currently, the most likely culprit was Ning Guodong, but he didn't seem to be that capable. Even if the Ning family had enough power and funds, they wouldn't hand it over to him to deal with Yulei International. So who could it be? Thinking about it, Lin Ruoshi must have more candidates in mind, but she couldn't be sure, so she didn't say anything. Hui Lin and Anqing, who had been listening to Lin Ruoshi's various orders, felt that the situation wasn't optimistic. Anqing was thinking about it, but Hui Lin didn't understand these business operations at all. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Sister, is something big happening? Can I help?" Lin Ruoshi turned around and looked at Hui Lin's delicate and pretty face, the sincerity in her eyes warmed her heart. She couldn't help but smile. "It's okay, trust me." Hui Lin nodded obediently. She also knew that she couldn't help Lin Ruoshi with anything, but she still felt uneasy. "If there are any difficulties in gathering funds, the Yin family can help," Anqing suddenly said sincerely. Lin Ruoshi was slightly surprised. She looked at Anqing with a complicated expression and said, "Thank you." Anqing smiled sweetly, "No need to thank me. You're my sister, and I'm also a member of Yulei." Lin Ruoshi also naturally pursed her lips. The two women looked at each other, as if there was something unspoken. When the car approached the resort where Athena team was located, Wu Yu called again. But this time, the news she brought made Lin Ruoshi's heart sink. "Boss Lin, the situation isn't right. I've called the presidents of 5 banks. It's not that none of them are picking up, but they're using all sorts of perfunctory excuses. They're not willing to fork out any money at all, even though we've never had any credit problems," Wu Yu said on the phone with a hint of anger. Lin Ruoshi stroked her hair. Her voice was emotionless, and no one could tell how she was feeling. "Got it. Continue to call the other banks that we're working with. At the same time, withdraw some funds from the major funds of our company." "Yes, General Lin." Wu Yu was about to hang up when Lin Ruoshi suddenly asked, "Has Muyun Group in Hong Kong received any news? I just sent a message half an hour ago." Actually, Muyun Group will definitely notice that something's wrong. Many people have started to pay attention to the American stock market because of Yulei. I think Muyun Group will also ask us about it. Vice President Li Mingyi is already discussing with President Li Muhua of Muyun Group. They should give us an answer soon. Got it. Muyun Group also has a share of the new material in the market. Li Muhua can't just sit back and do nothing. Ask Vice President Li to contact me directly after he's done with the discussion. At this moment, the car slowly drove into the secluded resort where the Athena team was located. Just like the last time, there was no one in the resort. It looked like an entertainment venue that was about to close down. Only those in the know knew that everything here was for Yulei. After getting out of the car, Lin Ruoshi asked the person in charge of the accommodation department to bring Hui Lin and Anqing to rest. "It's getting late. Go to the guest room and rest first. I'll get someone to send you home tomorrow morning," Lin Ruoshi said to the two girls. Hui Lin shook her head and pleaded, "Sister, can you let me go with you? I want to be by your side." "Silly girl, this isn't something you should be concerned about. What you need to do now is to take care of your own safety. Go home tomorrow morning. I know you're good at martial arts. Mom and Mother Wang will need you," Lin Ruoshi advised calmly. Huilin was still a little hesitant, but an Xian pulled her aside and gave her a persuasive look. Huilin, your sister is right. You won't be able to help in the business world. I didn't know that you're so good at martial arts until today. Just stay with me. I'm still scared. Huilin pouted. Although she knew that Anqing was pretending to be scared, she knew that she couldn't help Lin Ruoxi with business. She nodded and said, then I'll go home tomorrow morning. Sister, don't worry. I'll take good care of the house. Okay, I'll get someone to send you back. Lin Ruoxi looked at Anqing and sighed. Missin, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. No matter what happened between us, I hope you won't get hurt because of me. If you want, you can call the Yin family's bodyguards to protect you and escort you back. This isn't a secret place. Anqing smiled and shook her head. There's no need for that. They're targeting you, Lei, not the Yin family. I'm just a fish in the pond. I'll go back to Zhonghai City in the morning. Lin Ruoxi didn't say much. She looked at Yangqing and gave him a questioning look. Yangqing spread out his hands and said with a weird smile, don't tell me you're going to send your husband away. I'll spank you if you do. I don't have time to joke now. Lin Ruoxi said coldly. I'm not joking. Yangqing said innocently. Lin Ruoxi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But she swallowed her words and turned around. She walked straight to the office building where the Athena team was located. Do whatever you want. Yangqing felt rather helpless towards this independent woman. Why doesn't she know how to act coquettishly and say something like, hubby, I'm so scared. If she says that, I'll directly soften my thighs and harden my calf. Even if I have to use a missile, I'll help you blow up the troublemaker. Turning around, Yangqing smiled at Huilin and Anqing. Don't look so serious. I'm here. Anqing baby, I think you should listen to Ruoxi. Ask your dad to send some bodyguards to escort you back, just in case. Anqing looked at Lin Ruoxi's slender figure as she walked away. She smiled and said, Athena team. Is that a special team Lin Ruoxi formed? I've never heard of such an organization in Yulei. I really want to take a look. But it seems to be well guarded. Yangqing reached out and pinched her delicate face. Don't think too much. They're not your enemies. What's the point of analyzing them like this? Who said they're not? Anqing stuck out her tongue and glanced at Yangqing bitterly. You're so stingy. Can't you even guess your wife's secret? Alright, I'll leave in the morning. With you around, I don't think anything will happen. Good that you know. Yangqing said. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Then, he turned around and followed Lin Ruoxi. Having been to the base of Athena team once, Yangqing remembered the way. After a few turns, he stepped into the studio guarded by bodyguards. It seemed that Lin Ruoxi had told Yangqing not to be stopped. Entering the dazzling computer screens and the buzzing sounds of computers. The 7 or 8 young elites from all over the world were frantically typing on the keyboard with their hands. Because of the urgency of the meeting, 2 foreign girls were even wearing silk pajamas. Fortunately, the heater in the studio matched the heat generated by the machines. It was very warm, so they wouldn't catch a cold. Damn it, we've met our match. A bespectacled man with an Irish accent propped up his glasses and said to Lin Ruoxi, who was watching the stock market on a high platform, Boss, the situation isn't looking good. Not only are they experienced, their operation is also impeccable. Their speed is almost on par with ours. I didn't hire you to talk nonsense, Lin Ruoxi said without turning her head. The Irish guy made a face but continued to work happily. Obviously, they were familiar with Lin Ruoxi's temperament and were very confident in their own strength. Lin Ruoxi watched the fluctuating stock market for a while. Suddenly, she smelled a thick smell of smoke in her mouth and nose. She couldn't help but frown and turn around. Only then did she realize that Yangqing was sitting on a swivel chair. Both his legs were placed on the railing and he was leisurely smoking his poor quality, pungent tobacco. Who allowed you to smoke here? Lin Ruoxi wasn't in a good mood to begin with. Now that she saw Yangqing wasn't nervous at all and was smoking in the workplace, how could she not be angry? Yangqing was staring at the big red and green numbers in front of him in a daze. Only when Lin Ruoxi shouted at him did he realize that he had unknowingly lit up his cigarette. He smiled embarrassedly and pinched the cigarette but before putting it into his pocket. He didn't care that the ash would dirty his pocket. He said, "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to put it in my mouth to satisfy my craving." Lin Ruoshi suppressed her anger and took a deep breath before saying earnestly, "My mind is in a mess right now. If you want to stay by my side, please don't be so careless. At least don't make me feel like you're watching a show." "I'm not watching a show." Yangqing pointed to the constantly floating graph on the big screen and said, "I'm looking at the current situation of the battle." Lin Ruoshi felt a little better and casually asked, "Then what do you think of the current situation?" "I don't know," Yangqing said. "Aren't you watching?" Lin Ruoshi frowned and asked. Yangqing spread out his hands and said, "I'm watching, but I don't understand." "You." Lin Ruoshi couldn't wait to charge forward and bite this rascal a few times, causing him to lose a few pieces of flesh. However, the bigger picture was more important, so she couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yang Chen. Fortunately, she was already used to this man's nonsensical way of thinking. Lin Ruoshi silently muttered, I'll endure," and turned her head away to ignore Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Qing stood up and walked behind Lin Ruoshi with a smile. One of his hands carelessly grabbed onto Lin Ruoshi's slender waist. Lin Ruoshi felt the skin on her waist being covered by a layer of heat. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She turned her head and saw Yang Qing looking at her with a strange expression. In the current workshop, although the Athena team wouldn't notice them, Lin Ruoshi's heart instantly jumped to her throat. She blushed and struggled with all her might. She whispered, "Let go of me. Why are you suddenly like this?" Yang Qing breathed hot air into the woman's ear and said, "Seeing that you're so nervous, I want to let you relax. I already said, I don't have time to joke with you." Lin Ruoshi's bright eyes were a little angry. She was currently racking her brains to solve the problem that Yu Lei was suddenly facing. But this man actually played this kind of trick. How was he trying to let her relax? He was basically making her angry. Anger can't solve the problem. You should know this better than anyone. Yang Qing smiled proudly. Do you think messing around with you can solve the problem? Lin Ruoshi stared at Yang Qing and asked. Yang Qing said with a complicated expression. As if thinking for a long time, he said with difficulty, Madam Lin Ruoshi, right now, I'm just a man named Yang Qing. I'm not your husband, not your employee, and definitely not your family. How about I make a deal with you? When the sky turned bright, the U.S. Nasdaq stock market finally closed. Under extremely difficult circumstances, Yu Lei International finally stabilized the situation due to the unremitting efforts of the Athena team, and did not lose everything. Everyone knew that when the stock market opened the next day, Yu Lei would face an even fiercer round of attacks. If Yu Lei couldn't come up with enough funds to fight, then the collapse of Yu Lei's defense system would be just a few steps away. This financial war without gunpowder had just begun. Inside a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Shanghai, through the wide and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the rising sun amidst the fog. The disdainful rays of the sun warmly shrouded the bustling city. A spirited, white-haired old man in white silk pajamas stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He seemed to have finished a set of exercises. The old man turned around, walked to a glass table, and sat down. On the table was a large plate of fresh fruits, a cup of steaming hot milk, and a few slices of garlic bread. Before the old man could pick up the bread, someone reported from outside the suite, Master, Mr. Gao is here. The old man frowned, as if unhappy that someone had interrupted his breakfast, but he still said, Let him in. The door was opened, and a handsome man in a suit and leather shoes walked into the room. He had a flattering smile on his face as he bowed to the old man and said, Guixiong really shouldn't have disturbed Uncle Mao's meal. I'll definitely come later tomorrow. The old man called Uncle Mao put down the bread and put his hands on the chair. He looked at Gao Guixiong with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Seems like there's some good news. Gao Guixiong's eyes flashed with raging flames. That's right. The stock market just closed, and the Southeast Asian team we hired took the initiative. Now Yu Lei has lost at least 3 billion. Catching Yu Lei off guard, this little achievement is nothing? The old man seemed to be talking to himself. The key is still in the next 2 days. In terms of funds, with the Singaporean and Malaysian businessmen you've allied with, you'll definitely be able to beat Yulei. Plus, I've already pressured Yulei to get a loan from the bank. As long as nothing goes wrong, it's only a matter of time before Lin Ruoxi admits defeat. Elder Mao's remarkable abilities are the key. Otherwise, Gao Guixiong, would have been trapped in jail by that B*TCH, Lin Ruoxi. Also, even if I manage to raise enough funds, it'll be hard for me to go against Yulei's golden brand. Gao Guixiong's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness as he said, "Don't worry, Elder Mao. Right now, even if Lin Ruoxi has any business tricks up her sleeves, she doesn't have enough funds to back up her capital, so there's nothing she can do. In addition, we don't only have plans for the stock market. We haven't used our other trump cards yet. Once the bomb we buried in Yulei explodes, Lin Ruoxi probably won't be able to withstand it. You have a belly full of evil tricks." Elder Mao snorted and sneered. He raised his eyebrows at the stack of photocopied documents on the table not far away and sighed. "I didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to have such a background. You're quite capable to have thought of that information. This might not be of much use on a normal day. But this hurdle can give her a fatal blow." Gao Guixiong's lips curled into a sinister smile. In his heart, he thought, "Lin Ruoxi, I'll make you pay for the humiliation you gave me back then with unbearable pain." At that moment, the bodyguard outside the door reported, "Master, young Master Ning Guodong of the Ning family wants to see you." Ning Guodong? Elder Mao's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. "Let him in." Ning Guodong, who was dressed in a fashionable Versace suit, looked kind and handsome. He strolled into the room but didn't look at Gao Guixiong at all, as if he didn't want to waste his gaze. "Master Mao, you're really unexpected. You suddenly came to Zhonghai from Beijing and even caused such a huge commotion behind the scenes," Ning Guodong said with a sinister smile. The old man tapped his fingers on the chair. "I'm very curious about the kid from the Ning family. Premier Ning didn't say anything, but you found out about the problem so early. What's going on?" "It's simple." Ning Guodong picked up a small banana from the round table and peeled it on his own. He said, "Recently, I've been interested in Yulei International's Lin Ruoxi. So I've been paying attention to everything around her. Last night, when the American stock market war broke out, I sent people to investigate the situation. This morning, someone reported to me that Master Mao was the one behind it. Oh, and a bunch of unruly people. After that, I investigated the reason behind your actions. Only then did I realize that Lin Ruoxi actually has such a grudge against your family. Master Mao, no matter what, you're still an elder. You shouldn't bully a weak girl like this. Stop with your flowery words. You're really different from your father." Master Mao shook his head and said, "Tell me why you're here." Ning Guodong took a bite of the banana and laughed. "Actually, it's nothing much. This matter isn't big, but it's not small either. The reason why Yulei is being suppressed now is because they lack political backing. The banks are pressured by Master Mao and don't dare to lend to Yulei. But, Master Mao, you should know very well that in comparison, the Ning family is still more influential." A glint flashed across the old man's eyes. "So? To me, it doesn't matter whose hands Yulei ends up in, or if it's destroyed." Ning Guodong paced a few steps and continued, "Right now, I only want a woman to be the future young madam of the Ning family. So, I can't let anything happen to Lin Ruoxi, but I also want her to submit to me." Master Mao pondered for a moment, then signaled Gao Guixiong with his eyes. Gao Guixiong didn't suspect anything. He obediently walked to the side and handed the photocopied document to Ning Guodong. Ning Guodong took it and casually scanned through it. At first, he revealed some doubts, then he was stunned. Master Mao narrowed his eyes and said, "If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have come all the way from Beijing to Zhonghai. It's because of this that I'm certain that I can win, so I came directly to Zhonghai to receive the fruits of my victory. However, since you care so much about that little girl, I'll put this in your hands. When the time comes, you'll be in charge of her life and death." Ning Guodong's hands trembled slightly as he rolled up the document. In the old city area of Zhonghai's western district, there was a row of seemingly old villas beside a quiet little river. Outside the villas were fancy 19th century Western iron fences, carved with all kinds of flower patterns. On the other side of the iron fences were all kinds of shrubs, some of which even had small red flowers. Further inside was a lawn that had just turned green, as well as some trees and flowers. In the courtyard of one of the villas near the corner of the river, Guo, who had just moved here for a night, woke up early in the morning. She went to the courtyard to get a pair of scissors to trim the tree branches. Although the inside of the villa was cleaned, the plants outside weren't really trimmed. While Mother Wang and Xianxia were in the kitchen making breakfast, Guo took the opportunity to go out and do some work. When she walked to the path adjacent to the villa next door, Guo saw a young woman in the neighboring courtyard. She was bending down and watering a few pots of flowers. The woman looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her long wavy hair reflected a faint glow under the early morning sun. Her graceful and plump figure could be vaguely seen under the loose cotton home jacket. Guo looked at the young woman in the morning light. She could feel the faint and lazy aura of the young woman, and she couldn't help but stare at her for a while. At this time, the woman seemed to notice that someone was looking at her. She raised her head and looked at Guo. It was a tranquil and elegant face without any makeup. It was graceful and charming, just like the mountains in the distance and the lake in the mist. What a beautiful girl. Guo silently praised in her heart. She showed a kind smile and said, "Hello." The woman seemed to be slightly surprised, but she still bowed politely and said, "Hello. We just moved here. We'll be neighbors from now on," Guo said with a smile. The woman came to a realization and said straightforwardly, "Actually, I just moved here not long ago. This is my hometown, but I haven't lived here for many years. I found a partner recently, so I moved back." "Is that so? It seems like we're fated." Guo smiled. The more she looked at the woman in front of her, the more she liked her. For some reason, Guo thought of her cold daughter-in-law. If her son, Yangqing, married this woman in front of her, she would probably have grandchildren a long time ago. She was so cultured, reasonable, generous, and sincere. Although she was slightly inferior to Lin Ruoxi in terms of appearance, she was still a first-class beauty. At least she wouldn't make people feel distant. But then, Guo thought in a self-deprecating manner, who her son married, was that something a mother like her, who had no say in the matter, could control? At this moment, outside the iron gate of Guo's villa, a small motorcycle stopped. A skinny middle-aged man wearing a large green coat took out a stack of letters from a canvas bag and shouted outside the door, "There's a letter. Come out and receive it." At this time, there was no one on the road outside. It was clear and the postman's shout was very clear. Guo took a look and frowned. She muttered, "Can't he just put it in the mailbox? This person is really too much." But she still put down the scissors and walked towards the iron gate. On the other side of the courtyard, the woman glanced at the postman. Her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed and a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. After a short while, Guo walked to the side of the iron door and removed the big lock. The old-fashioned iron door was pushed aside by a horizontal bar, and it was easily opened. "Why are there so many letters? We just moved in not long ago." Guo looked at the thick stack of things in the postman's hands and asked doubtfully. The postman lowered his head and didn't say a word. He only took 2 steps and approached Guo. Then, he suddenly pounced. A white handkerchief covered the postman's hand, and he covered Guo's nose and mouth with it. Guo's beautiful face turned pale. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but her speed couldn't keep up with the man's speed. Bam! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the man who was pouncing towards Guo was sent flying by a strong force, slamming into the door. His head felt dizzy, and he immediately lost consciousness. "Auntie, are you all right?" It was unknown when the woman had appeared beside Guo, but she had sent the man flying with a kick. Guo almost stumbled and fell to the ground, but the woman caught her and held her up. After a long while, she turned around and looked at the woman with a panicked expression. "Auntie, he fainted." "He's fine now," the woman said with a gentle smile. Guo let out a long sigh of relief. She looked at the fake postman on the ground with a complicated gaze. She was puzzled. Why would someone suddenly think of her? But then she thought about how she had survived because of the magical performance of the girl she had met for the first time. She couldn't help but feel touched. She patted the back of the woman's delicate hand and asked, "Thank you, miss." "I haven't asked, what's your name?" "Xianxia." Xianxia smiled like a flower. In the eastern commercial center of Shanghai City, which could be said to be the tip of the pyramid, the offices of the world's top 500 companies and various tycoons all gathered here. This was different from the western downtown where the Yulei International Building was located. In this area, there were more financial institutions that symbolized wealth. As the most important financial center of Xianxia and one of the world's largest financial cities, there were very few well-known financial institutions in Shanghai. There were only things that customers couldn't think of, but there was nothing that customers couldn't find. And in this forest of reinforced concrete high-rise buildings, there was a dark yellow 20-story building that looked quite old. At the very edge of the financial center, it stood quietly. Compared to the other 70 to 80-story skyscrapers, this building was as small as a matchbox. It was not as eye-catching as anyone's eyes. In the parking lot in front of this building, there were a few cars parked sparsely. There were even a few bicycles that were rarely seen in the city. Compared to the other majestic and noble scenes, this place really was a bit shabby, a bit cold and cheerless, almost no guests entering. However, at the entrance of this building, there were 2 white security guards standing upright. They were meticulously stationed at their posts, and their faces were full of pride. This was a strange scene, but people who knew the truth wouldn't think there was anything wrong with this. There was only one reason: on the flower bed in front of the building, there was a piece of granite. On a black background, there were golden characters. There were 3 English words and 3 keys engraved on it. The 3 letters were UBS. If this English abbreviation was translated into Xianxia, it would be the name of the world's most mysterious bank, Swiss Bank. No one could calculate how much assets the Swiss bank had. No one could know how many priceless treasures it had preserved from the past to the present. No one would question its confidentiality, because it was the only one. It was said that when a rich man went to the Swiss bank to deposit, the staff asked him, "Sir, how much do you want to deposit?" The rich man very carefully whispered, 5 million USD. The staff smiled generously and said, "Sir, you don't have to be so shy. Although everyone here is very rich, it's not your fault that you are poor." Although it was just a joke, it was enough to prove how high the threshold of a Swiss bank was. The Bank of Switzerland in Shanghai was the headquarters of the Bank of Switzerland in Xianxia district. However, it was precisely such an institution with an extraordinary background that had been quietly staying in such an inconspicuous small building, just like the headquarters of the CIA in Washington, USA. It did not match its reputation at all. It just so happened that the UBS Bank had just opened in the morning. The morning light shone on the building, giving it a faint golden glow. It was lazy and intoxicating. A red Bentley slowly stopped at the parking lot outside the building. When a security guard saw this, he politely got out of the car and waited for the owner to get out. Lin Ruashi carried a white Hermes shoulder bag and got out of the car elegantly. She looked at the Swiss bank that she had only been to once with a complicated expression. "Dear madam, please let me check your belongings." The security guard was slightly stunned by Lin Ruashi's appearance, but he immediately carried out his duty politely. Lin Ruashi handed the bag to the security guard. She hated the various rules of the Bank of Switzerland. This was the reason why she did not come here again after opening an account to deposit money. After the security check, he gestured for Lin Ruashi to enter. Only then did Lin Ruashi slowly walk up the stairs. When she arrived at the main entrance, the electronic device checked whether she had any metal objects on her body. When there was no reaction, she finally entered the building. "Madam, what can I do for you?" A customer manager in the lobby walked in front of Lin Ruashi and asked with a smile. Because there were very few customers, every customer that entered the Bank of Switzerland would be accompanied by an individual to serve them. Lin Ruashi hesitated for a moment, but she still braced herself and said, "I would like to take a loan." The customer manager was a delicate and pretty woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was originally amazed by the young woman in front of her who was outrageously beautiful, But after hearing Lin Ruashi's words, her expression became a little strange. "Madam, are you our customer?" the customer manager asked. Lin Ruashi nodded and rummaged through her purse. She took out a black credit card with silver lettering and said, "I have a deposit in a Swiss bank." The customer manager was stunned for a moment. She naturally knew what this credit card meant. This was a VIP credit card with a deposit of $200 million US. This young woman in front of her looked to be in her 20s, but she was actually a super rich person with at least $1 billion Xianxia. The customer manager immediately became more respectful and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, madam. Perhaps you didn't understand clearly. We, the Swiss bank, do not handle loans." The manager was actually very confused. Why would a woman like this need a loan? If she wanted a loan, how much would she need? 10 billion? Lin Ruashi studied business administration and was well-read. How could she not know the simple common sense that Swiss banks could not lend money? But that man, he insisted that he could get a loan here. Lin Ruashi touched the inconspicuous ring on her middle finger that Xianxia had worn. It had a black jade-like luster, but it was made of metal. There were complicated patterns on it, and she could not understand what they meant. In Lin Ruashi's mind, the scene of her conversation with Xianxia in the resort in the early hours of the morning appeared. "Madam Lin Ruashi, can you agree to my conditions?" Xianxia looked into the woman's eyes seriously and asked. There were no fluctuations of emotion in Lin Ruashi's eyes, as if the conditions that Xianxia had proposed were so insignificant. After a long time, Lin Ruashi asked, "If I agree, do you really have a way to make up for the $50 billion Xianxia needed for the counterattack?" According to the precise calculations of the Athena team, if they wanted to defeat the well-prepared enemy after the Nasdaq opened tomorrow, they would need $50 billion Xianxia. If it was during normal times, with the company's internal capital reserves and the bank's loans, it wouldn't be difficult to gather 50 billion. But now, the bank's connections had been blocked by some god, and the company was in dire need of money. Lin Ruashi really could not think of a way to get 50 billion in a day. "Although I often do things that make you angry, I have never lied to you, right?" Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Ruashi lowered her eyelids, her beautiful face that resembled a water lily had a tinge of bitterness and helplessness, but she still nodded and said, "I promise you, as long as you do what you say, I will also do as you say." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but say, "I know this is cruel and unfair to you, but I only need a year. If you can't accept it after a year, I'll give up. Tell me your plan." Lin Ruashi said coldly, as if she was not interested in listening to the deal that Xianxia was talking about. Xianxia smiled, and took out a delicate but very simple ring from his pocket. He then held Lin Ruashi's hand and slowly put the ring on Lin Ruashi's middle finger. "Don't misunderstand. This isn't a wedding ring, so it won't be on your ring finger." Winking at Lin Ruashi, Xianxia smiled. "When we get married in the future, I will give you a diamond as a wedding ring." Lin Ruashi's face blushed. She nearly misunderstood him. She was still wondering why this man would give her such a ring, but it turned out that he didn't mean it that way. "What's the use of this? Is it worth 50 billion? Lin Ruashi glared at Xianxia in dissatisfaction, dispelling the awkwardness. Shrugging his shoulders, Xianxia continued, "I can't say for sure how much it's worth. But if you take it to a Swiss bank, you can get 50 billion. Do you have any common sense? Swiss bank? Don't you know that Swiss bank doesn't have a loan business?" Lin Ruashi was furious. Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. Of course, we don't have a normal loan business. However, there are special circumstances. Believe me, I won't joke with you. I know it's urgent. Besides, you can only believe me now, right? You have no other way to get money." Lin Ruashi thought about it. It seemed that she could only believe in Xianxia's strange method. Looking at the ring on her hand, she sighed. In the lobby of the bank, Lin Ruashi's face changed. Finally, she raised her head and said to the account manager, "I know there's no loan business, but I have this." Lin Ruashi raised her hand and revealed the simple black metal ring on her hand. "What is this?" The account manager was stunned. She couldn't understand the meaning of the beautiful woman in front of her. Lin Ruoshi cursed Xianxia in her heart. Is he reliable? I want to see your president, Lin Ruoshi said through gritted teeth. The account manager smiled helplessly. Miss, we really don't have a loan business. Although I don't know why you are so determined to get a loan here, you will be disappointed. Our president will give you the same answer. I want to see your president, Lin Ruoshi didn't know how to explain. She could only continue to make requests. The account manager had no choice. This was a big client that she couldn't afford to offend. After looking at the name on Lin Ruoshi's credit card, she walked to the phone and called. The president's office. Mr. Stephen, there's a lady who wants to see you. She wants to get a loan. Yes, I told her, but she insisted on seeing you. Oh yes, she's our VIP. Okay. Not long after, Stephen, who had just started work, decided to let the manager bring Lin Ruoshi to the office for a face-to-face talk. Lin Ruoshi was relieved, but she was also a little worried. What if the president of the branch didn't recognize this strange ring? Did she have to meet the president of the UBS headquarters? Following the account manager to the top floor, they arrived at the door of the president's office. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and pulled herself together. No matter what, she could only believe that man's words. She hoped that the little thing on her finger really had the magical function he said. Stephen, the CEO of the UBS Bank in Xianxia, was a British man. To be exact, he was an old-fashioned British aristocrat who inherited the title of a viscount. The reason why he became the CEO of the UBS Bank in Xianxia was not only because he was capable and had an extraordinary background, but also because he had a trace of Xianxia blood in his ancestors. Stephen had been fond of Eastern culture since he was young, and he even graduated from university in Hong Kong. Therefore, Stephen's English was not as fluent as Xiaxia's, and he was a foreigner who made ordinary people feel strange. What an unexpectedly wonderful morning. General Lin of Yulei, I don't remember wrongly, right? Stephen, who had silver gray hair and a slender but energetic face, made a gentlemanly gesture to Lin Ruoshi. He did not shake hands with her like most people. In fact, when a man and a woman met, a woman could take the initiative to shake hands, but it was impolite for a man to take the initiative. It was frivolous and wanted to take advantage of the other party. However, most people only knew one part of the traditional Western etiquette, and not the other. As someone who came from an old noble family, Stephen was obviously the best when it came to etiquette. Lin Ruoshi was not in the mood to observe this Westerner's etiquette. She was still muttering to herself about how she should speak. As Stephen sat on the hard mahogany sofa, Lin Ruoshi put down her bag and showed a professional smile on her face, but it was still cold in the eyes of others. Mr. Stephen, do you know me? It was the first time that Lin Ruoshi met this man, so she asked out of curiosity as a way to start the conversation. Stephen smiled shyly. I'm a little ashamed to say this, but I attended the banquet held by Yulei at the Emperor Building last year. At that time I saw General Lin from afar for a while. I swear, I only looked at you with admiration. General Lin, you are a very charming woman, so I remembered you after just one look. Stephen spoke very calmly, but Lin Ruoshi could not help but blush. The Englishman in front of her was at least 50 years old, and Lin Ruoshi felt rather uncomfortable being admired by someone who was old enough to be her father. Is that so? Since the banquet was handled by our company's public relations department, I didn't remember the guests well. I apologize for that, Lin Ruoshi replied politely since she had a favor to ask. I'm sure Mr. Stephen knows that I'm here today. Stephen's smile didn't change as he said tactfully, I just read the news about your company before General Lin came up. I know General Lin needs a lot of cash right now. However, I think General Lin should be very clear that our UBS does not provide loans. Moreover, with Yulei International's golden brand, as a Fortune 500 multinational corporation, why didn't they get loans from other banks? Stephen's long speech actually only meant one thing, you're Lin Ruoshi, we can't make an exception for you. I'm very clear about that, Lin Ruoshi said as she rubbed the ring on her right finger with her left hand. She said, I don't want to lie to you, Mr. Stephen. It might be because of my personal reasons, I have too many enemies. My opponent this time is very strong, and they have a very strong official background. All the large banks that have a cooperative relationship with us have chosen to avoid this battle. Stephen pondered for a while, then asked with a frown, "But why would General Lin come to us? Not to mention whether we are afraid of your opponent, we will not provide loans at all. General Lin should be very clear about our UBS's adherence to the rules." Lin Ruashi gathered her courage and slowly raised her right hand, showing the black ring on her middle finger. "Someone told me that if I use this ring, the UBS will make an exception and give me a sufficient loan." Stephen was stunned for a moment, and his eyes revealed some thoughts. Then, he lowered his head and thought for a while, then stood up from the sofa. "Can I take a closer look at your ring?" "Of course." Lin Ruashi took off the ring and handed it to Stephen. "General Lin, I need to verify some information with the headquarters in Switzerland. Please wait for a moment," Stephen said as he walked to his desk with the ring. Lin Ruashi felt a little strange in her heart. Stephen said that he needed to verify the information. In other words, if the verified information showed that it was feasible, then he might really give her a loan. This also meant that the UBS did have a loan business. However, this could be an internal business of the UBS and not public. Moreover, there could be many hidden meanings. Could it be that what Yanqing said was true? While Lin Ruashi felt a little more hopeful, the figure in her heart became more and more mysterious. Stephen returned to his desk. The expression on his face was very serious, rigorous, and even a little dignified. After a series of typing on the keyboard, the computer screen on Stephen's desk had already connected to the UBS headquarters page. After entering Stephen's identity verification information, he entered the UBS internal system page. On the simple database page, Stephen lightly clicked on the irregular service target option. Then, Stephen took out a set of electronic scanning equipment from the safe behind him. After connecting it to the computer, he performed iris, voice, and fingerprint checks. The series of complicated search tasks made Lin Ruashi, who was watching Stephen work not far away, dumbfounded. What kind of information was this? Why did it require such a strict review? At this moment, Stephen raised his head and smiled apologetically at Lin Ruashi. "General Lin, the situation is a little special. Please wait for a moment." After saying that, Stephen had already entered the next page. It was a silver-gray page filled with various ancient Roman characters. In the entire UBS, there were no more than 10 people who could understand the arrangement of these characters. Coincidentally, Stephen was one of them. Muttering something silently, Stephen dragged some of the Roman characters on the page with the mouse and rearranged them. After more than 3 minutes, the letters formed a long poem. In a few years, I'll have to change to a new person. My brain can't remember anymore." Stephen muttered to himself, and the computer screen also changed. The entire screen turned completely black. After another 3 seconds, a white line appeared in the middle. Then, the page was torn open from the middle, revealing the real content inside. There were a total of 3.5 pages of pictures and text descriptions. Each picture was a small and exquisite item. There were necklaces, rings, bracelets, and some strange ones, such as golden cards, ancient pipes, and so on. Stephen started looking at the pictures on the 3rd page. There were 10 items on the entire page. When he finished looking at all of them, he shook his head and turned to the 2nd page. The 2nd page was suddenly reduced to 5 items. Stephen carefully looked at the 2 pictures of rings, and then looked at the ring on the table. He shook his head again. Taking a deep breath, Stephen turned to the 1st page. There were a total of 2 items on this page. Almost at the same time when he turned to the 1st page, Stephen's pupils contracted. Even though he had felt it just now, he did not dare to believe it. Only at this moment, when he saw the picture of the ring in front of him on the computer screen, did he suddenly wake up. Is this really that item? Lin Ruashi, who was a little nervous on the sofa, saw Stephen lose his composure and reveal a look of fear and excitement. She could not help but feel a little nervous. She could not imagine what kind of item could make this old gentleman so shocked. For about 5 minutes, Stephen continuously checked whether the picture and the ring in front of him were exactly the same. He also read the description more than 10 times. Finally, after confirming that the 5 letters Pluto on the inner wall of the ring were exactly the same, Stephen drew a cross in front of his chest, prayed devoutly, and then exited the computer system. "Mr. Stephen, did you find out anything?" Lin Ruoshi rarely took the initiative to ask others for results because she had always been very calm. However, at this moment, she could not hold it in anymore. Stephen solemnly held the ring with both hands and slowly walked in front of Lin Ruoshi. He handed the ring to Lin Ruoshi with both hands. "May I ask if the person who gave this ring to Madame Lin is Madame Lin's?" Stephen had already forgotten about Lin Ruoshi's identity as the CEO. Lin Ruoshi bit her thin lips. Although she was still a little shy, she still looked Stephen in the eye and replied clearly, "He is my husband." Stephen's body visibly trembled. Then, he took 3 steps back and immediately knelt on one knee. "Madame Persephone, it's my honor to serve you." Stephen's eyes were filled with reverence. "Persephone?" Lin Ruoshi felt a headache coming on. What was that? Before she could think about it, Stephen had already stood up. There was a hint of flattery in his smile, which was completely different from his gentlemanly expression just now. "Madam, may I ask how much cash you need?" "I will go and get it for you right away," Stephen said with half a bow. "Wait." Lin Ruoshi was baffled. "How did you become a madam?" "Mr. Stephen, who is Persephone?" "Why do you call me that?" Stephen was stunned, but then he seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, "Madam, since that noble existence did not explain, then I am not in any position to do so. Please give the order directly. You are now the holder of the Pluto ring. You can get 100 billion euros from the Swiss bank at any time. May I ask how much you need?" After listening to Stephen's words, Lin Ruoshi could no longer think about what was going on. Her beautiful eyes widened, and there was only one thought in her mind, what? 100 billion euros? What could 100 billion euros do? If it was given to a war maniac, it could produce more than 2,000 of the world's most advanced F-22 fighter jets, or hundreds of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. As for missiles and submarines, there were countless of them. The United States, which was recognized as the strongest military, only had less than 200 F-22 fighter jets. The reason was that they had the technology but not the money. It was no exaggeration to say that this amount of money could buy half of Africa. This amount of money could start a world war. Most importantly, this was not an intangible asset that could not be cashed in. It was cash. Cash that could be used at any time. Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt that her business acumen was not enough. Although she was not a spoiled person, she knew very well that she was already a very wealthy person with a net worth of tens of billions. It could be said that she could not finish squandering her assets even if she squandered for several lifetimes. However, all of his assets were only 1/20th of 100 billion euros. As for cash, there was not even 1% of it. Looking at the inconspicuous black ring on her hand again, Lin Ruoshi felt that it was a fantasy and a dream. As long as I hold this ring, I can get 100 billion euros in cash? What are the tens of billions of dollars of the world's super-rich people who are admired by the world? Is this a joke? After a long silence, Lin Ruoshi finally calmed her heart that was full of complicated thoughts. She said to Stephen with a normal expression, "I don't need that much. I only need 50 billion Xianxia dollars." Stephen was obviously in disbelief. He confirmed again and again, 50 billion Xianxia dollars? "Yes, you're right," Lin Ruoshi said with certainty. Although Stephen felt that it was a big fuss, he could not force her to pay more money. Therefore, he immediately called the finance department of the bank and talked about the cash allocation. 50 billion Xianxia dollars was not a huge amount of money to the UBS bank. With Stephen's personal authority, he could first allocate it and then report to the headquarters. In less than 10 minutes, Stephen came to Lin Ruoshi with a smile and said, "Madam, 50 billion in cash will be in your account in 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, your account has been directly promoted from the VIP level to the diamond level. Since the cards for diamond customers require special processing, they will be delivered to your home within the next month. The overdraft limit will be 1 billion euros. Of course, with your esteemed status, money is just a number. We just want to express our respect to you and that lord." Although she was still confused, Lin Ruoshi knew that she was not dreaming. Originally, he had prepared a lot of carefully designed speeches, but now, they were completely useless. In just over half an hour, he had racked his brains to think of ways to get 50 billion yuan. Yet, with the help of this inconspicuous little ring on his hand, he had easily obtained 50 billion yuan. It was not until she was sent out of the bank by Stephen and a few senior executives of the UBS bank that Lin Ruoshi collapsed on the leather seat of the Bentley as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. Looking at the busy city traffic outside the windshield, Lin Ruoshi felt an unprecedented sense of fatigue and confusion. In her mind, she thought of the figure who did not care about anything, who had nothing to do all day, and who was lazy. He ate her own food, wore her own clothes, drove her own car, and lived in her own house. Almost all of his expenses were provided by her, as if he was her sugar daddy. Further back, she thought of him selling mutton skewers on the street, living in a small, run-down rental house, and smoking low-quality cigarettes. She had always hated him for not striving for success, and she had always hoped that he could make a name for himself and make a career. However, he had always tried every possible way to escape, and he had always been promiscuous and did not do his proper work, which disappointed her. Over the past few days, she gradually realized that his past was not ordinary. He had skills that ordinary people could not imagine. However, just when she thought she had understood him, she suddenly realized that she did not understand him at all. This man was like a bottomless black hole, tempting people to constantly want to explore his true face. Lin Ruoshi was glad that she had asked to see his past when she was at the resort. Otherwise, she felt that she would not have dared to entrust everything to him. All these unsettling mysteries should be slowly solved in the future. Lin Ruoshi thought silently as she rubbed the ring on her hand that had a faint black light circulating around it. At the same time, Yangqing, who had parted ways with Lin Ruoshi and was planning to go home to take care of his family, had just arrived at the entrance of the old house that he had just moved into. Achoo! Yangqing rubbed his slightly itchy nose and muttered to himself, "I wonder which sweetheart is talking about me again." He raised his head and glanced at the new house that he had just moved into. It had a spacious courtyard and an old-fashioned 3-story bungalow. It was indeed much bigger than the villa at Dragon Garden, and the environment was more like a home. On the way home, Yangqing had spoken to Molin from the Sea Eagles on the phone. When he found out that the Sea Eagles had not sent anyone to this new location, Yangqing broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the Sea Eagles had suffered heavy losses after Ares' attack, and a few of them were still recovering. Therefore, the task of protecting Yangqing's family had fallen onto Chengwei's Red Thorns Society. In fact, that was what they had done before. So far, there had been no bad news from the Red Thorns Society, and Yangqing was finally relieved. Because he did not have a key, Yangqing could not enter the house normally. He looked around and saw that there was no one passing by, so he directly jumped over the wall and flew into the courtyard, then walked towards the door. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps into the courtyard, the door of his house was pushed open, and a familiar female voice rang out, "Who is it?" Then, a figure that Yangqing did not expect appeared at the door. The graceful figure froze the moment she saw who it was, and cried out involuntarily, "Hubby?" This woman was naturally Chengwei, whom Guo Shuihua had just met in the morning. Ever since she had saved Guo Shuihua that morning, Guo Shuihua liked this generous and beautiful girl even more. She directly called Chengwei into the house for breakfast, and even asked Chengwei to accompany her to talk about some of the interesting things that had happened here. Women always had countless topics to talk about. Chengwei had already delegated many of the matters of the Red Thorns Society to her subordinates, and had begun to discuss matters of succession with Chen Rong. Therefore, she was usually very free, planting flowers, and managing the investments. Coincidentally, her roommate Mo Qianni was also busy with Yulei International, and had no time to go home. Chengwei, who did not have many friends, was getting more and more bored. Suddenly, there was an amiable neighbor. Whether it was Guo Shuihua, Mother Wang, or Xianxia, they were all very affectionate towards Chengwei. Naturally, Chengwei was also happy to stay at Yangqing's house. After all, Chengwei was a martial arts practitioner, so her eyes and ears were much sharper than ordinary people. Just as she noticed someone barging into the courtyard, she immediately dashed out. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Yangqing returning home. The exclamation of "hubby" made Guo Shuihua, Mother Wang, and Xianxia, who were in the house, come out curiously. They were very surprised that Chengwei already had a husband. Everyone was anxious to see who Chengwei's husband was. This sudden change confused both Xianxia and Yangqing. When Guo Shuihua and the other two came out, they saw everything clearly. When they realized that the person Xianxia was facing was actually Yangqing, who had returned home, Guo Shuihua, Mother Wang, and Zhenxiu all had strange expressions on their faces. Guo Shuihua frowned at first, then suddenly thought of something, and her face became a little gloomy. Mother Wang and Zhenxiu were mostly surprised, but they didn't think too much about other things. Xianxia, however, had no idea that Yangqing was the man in this house. She thought that Yangqing had come to look for her, so she was happy and flew into Yangqing's arms. She smiled and said, "Hubby, you're finally here. Qianni and I have been moving here, but you haven't come to see us. But you've come to the wrong house. The house next to mine is Qianni's house. This is someone else's house." As she said that, Xianxia even introduced Guo Shuihua and the others with a smile. "Hubby, this is Aunt Guo, Aunt Wang, and little sister Zhenxiu. They just moved here yesterday. My new neighbor." Before she finished speaking, Xianxia finally realized that Yangqing's expression was a little strange, as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And Guo Shuihua finally confirmed her guess. Looking at Xianxia, who was smiling brightly, and then at her son Yangqing, who seemed to have admitted something and was looking at her son helplessly, Guo Shuihua sighed faintly and said, "There's no need to introduce me, Xianxia." Huh? Xianxia had a bad feeling. "Aunt Guo. You guys. Do you remember what I told you just now? My son and daughter-in-law are working outside and haven't come back yet. I wanted to wait for them to come back and introduce you to them. The man you're leaning on is my son, Yangqing," Guo Shuihua said with a bitter smile. Ah. Xianxia felt as if her body had been pricked by needles. She retracted her hand that was hugging Yangqing's arm. Her charming face was so red that juice was about to drip out. She bit her plump lips, but she didn't know what to do. After figuring out what was going on, she wanted to bang her head on the ground and die. But right at this moment, a strong and large hand pulled her body into his embrace. Xianxia felt her body knocking into a familiar chest. Her eyes widened and her face turned pale. She raised her head and happened to see Yangqing's indifferent face with a gentle and doting smile. "Mom, the person I'm hugging right now is the other woman I love, Situ Xianxia." Yangqing said it lightly, but every word was like thunder in spring, shaking one's heart. Standing at the door, Guo Shuihua and the other two had different expressions on their faces. Mother Wang looked very surprised. Obviously, in her eyes, Yangqing, who was a model son-in-law, had an affair. It was simply unbelievable. After all, Zhenxiu was only a 19-year-old girl. Words like marriage, betrayal, and lover were still unfamiliar to her. What she saw and heard in front of her was just like what was shown in TV dramas. It suddenly appeared in front of her. She could only cover her mouth instinctively to prevent herself from crying out. Guo Shuihua's expression changed rapidly. In the end, she looked at Xianxia, who did not dare to raise her head to look at her, and then looked at Yangqing, who looked calm and composed. She smiled and said, "Is that so? This is not a surprise, but a shock." Xianxia, who was curled up in Yangqing's arms, trembled. She did not expect that the elder, who was talking and laughing just now, would suddenly become someone she did not dare to look at. Her mind was in a mess. Countless times, she had thought about whether she would meet Yangqing's family, but she did not expect that it would be under such an awkward situation, and she was not prepared at all. However, Xianxia's heart was warm, and she did not feel the slightest bit disappointed. This was because Yangqing had admitted her in front of his family. What else could be more satisfying than having one's tender feelings accepted by one's lover without any hesitation? As for whether Guo Shuihua and the others would accept her, and how they would view her, it was not that important. Yangqing smiled casually. "I was almost scared, but I don't like to lie to others, and I hate lying to my family even more. I have feelings for Xianxia before I met Ruashi. I don't want to be a deserter, so I can only bite the bullet and do it. Son-in-law. You. If you do this, what will Miss do?" Sigh. Mother Wang first thought of her beloved Lin Ruashi. Even though she knew that Xianxia was Lin Ruashi's love rival, she did not hate Xianxia. The soft-hearted Mother Wang was only worried about the harmony in the family. Yangqing did not answer immediately, but patted Xiangwei's soft and supple butt, and said softly, "Baby Xiangwei, you go home first. I have some things to deal with, and then I'll come to see you." Old. Xiangwei was about to call out, but she realized that the situation was not right. She blushed and changed her words, "Yangqing, don't hurt the harmony because of me. Do I need you to teach me?" Yangqing patted her but again without hesitation. Xiangwei hurriedly escaped. Being spanked in front of Guo and the others, she was embarrassed and coquettish, but she also had a strange feeling. This was like a middle school student who was discovered by her parents having a puppy love, and even got intimate in front of her parents. That kind of psychological stimulation stimulated the whole body. Turning around, Xiangwei almost closed her eyes and bowed to Guo as a farewell, and then quickly ran in the direction of her own courtyard. When she arrived at the iron fence, Xiangwei wanted to jump over it. She came over like this in the morning to save Guo. But at this moment, Xiangwei stopped in her tracks, thinking that it would be too unladylike. Taking into consideration the opinions of Guo and the others, Xiangwei blushed again, turned around, and went around the gate before returning home. Guo saw this scene clearly, and a bitter, helpless, and emotional smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What a silly child. If she's not silly, why would she fall for such a terrible man like me? Yangqing sighed. Does Ruoshi know about it? Guo asked directly. Yangqing nodded. We met when I brought Xiangwei shopping, but we didn't talk to each other. This time, Mother Wang and Xianxia were shocked. Lin Ruoshi actually knew that Yangqing was having an affair? Then why did it seem like nothing happened? What are you going to do? Guo asked softly. She didn't know what to say. As a woman, she naturally disliked Yangqing's infidelity, but as a mother, she hoped that her son could live a truly happy life. From the conversation and actions of Yangqing and Xiangwei just now, Guo could easily tell that both of them were sincere. If she forced them to separate, they would only get hurt. Of course, Guo didn't think that Yangqing would listen to her. She had always felt apologetic towards Yangqing, and the only thing she could do was to show concern. Yangqing scratched the back of his head. I haven't thought about what to do in the future, but I've just discussed this with Ruoshi, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. As he spoke, Yangqing walked to Mother Wang and said apologetically to Mother Wang, who looked gloomy, Mother Wang, are you disappointed in me? I've let you down. Mother Wang smiled bitterly. Son-in-law, this is between you young people. I watched Miss grow up, and my heart is naturally biased towards Mississippi. I just hope that you won't disappoint Mississippi, I know that. Ruoshi is my wife, and I won't forget that. Yangqing nodded and asked again, I still don't know why Xiangwei suddenly came to our house. Didn't she just move in yesterday? Guo didn't want to continue the topic. It was better to pretend that she didn't know something, so she told him how Xiangwei saved her in the morning. Born in a wealthy family, Guo didn't lose control over the attack in the morning. She calmly told Yangqing about it. After listening to her, Yangqing was a little relieved. This move was really good. Xiangwei lived next door, which meant that many elites from Red Thorn's society could protect her, and at the same time, they could protect their own people. It saved him a lot of trouble. Oh, why isn't Hui Lin here? Yangqing asked in confusion. Hui Lin and Anxin came back at dawn, but he didn't know why they weren't here. Guo said, Hui Lin called home and said that Star of Yulei is about to start. She has to practice her singing, so she went to the company directly. Although Yulei was facing huge challenges, as a subsidiary, Yulei Entertainment was still operating as usual. Yangchen could understand her. Instead of worrying at home, it was better for her to go to the company to learn vocal music to eliminate her worries. Looking around the spacious environment, Yangqing smiled and said, the new house is ready, I'll go take a look. After that, he walked into the house. Because it was an old house, the interior was decorated with Western and complicated decorations. As soon as he walked in, it was like he was in a Western museum. The furniture in the living room was from the last century, but because of the high quality of the materials, it looked brand new. Yangqing was very used to this kind of house. He stayed here a lot when he was overseas. However, when Mother Wang pointed out his room on the second floor, Yangqing felt depressed again. Mother Wang, why do I still sleep in separate rooms with Ruashi? Yangqing couldn't help but ask. This Mother Wang was too stingy. Couldn't she just turn a blind eye and arrange for him to sleep in the same room? Moreover, sleeping in the same room didn't mean that he had to do anything. At least it gave him a chance to take advantage of her. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished his question, a cold voice came from the door. The voice replied, I think you're more suitable to sleep on the sofa downstairs. Yangqing was speechless. He saw Lin Ruashi, who had just driven back from the bank, enter the door. So early. It seems that the matter has been settled. Yangqing said with a smile, his hands on the railing on the second floor. Lin Ruashi didn't say anything. Instead, she looked around at the table, the chair, the wall, and the painting with some nostalgia. When she saw a large oil painting on the fireplace, Lin Ruashi's eyes slightly reddened. She slowly walked to the oil painting and murmured, Grandma, I'm back. When they saw Lin Ruashi's expression, they all felt a little sad. In the end, it was Mother Wang who wiped the corner of her eyes and walked up to her. She said with a smile, Miss, you've finally returned after so many years. Miss, go upstairs and take a look at the room that was arranged for you. Is it the previous room? Lin Ruashi asked. No. Mother Wang smiled, her eyes filled with love. Miss, you're no longer little miss. The previous room was a little small and couldn't fit everything, so it was given to Xianxia. Miss, you're now living in the previous madam's room. Mother's? Lin Ruashi was stunned. In her memory, her mother was a woman who always had a faint smile on her face but didn't speak much. She even left a very faint memory of her mother. She was like a lazy sunflower under the sun, or a plum blossom alone in the winter. But it was undeniable that her appearance and manners were mostly inherited from the woman who left her vague memory. When she was young, Lin Ruashi didn't dare to enter her mother's room. She always felt that she was too distant from her mother. She was afraid that her mother wouldn't like her if she went in. Therefore, that place had always been mysterious. She didn't expect that she would have to live there for a long time after moving back home. Nodding her head, Lin Ruashi carried her handbag and gracefully walked up to the second floor. The wooden stairs creaked as she walked, and the sandalwood stairs emitted a faint fragrance, calming her down quite a bit. When she arrived at the second floor, she saw Yangqing standing in front of her. Lin Ruashi took out the black Pluto ring from her bag and handed it to Yangqing. I'm returning it to you. This thing is so useful, why don't you keep it for yourself? Yangqing said with a smile. He was sure that Lin Ruashi should know some of the functions of this ring. Lin Ruashi shook her head, I won't take it if it's not mine. What's yours and mine? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Yangqing shrugged and said with a smile, but he still took the ring back. Lin Ruashi ignored Yangqing's mischievous smile. She still had a lot of questions, but she didn't know why she didn't want to ask when she saw this man. Perhaps it would be better to wait for him to say it himself. Lin Ruashi thought of this as she walked to the room where her mother slept. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruashi pushed open the heavy door of her mother's room, which she had been unable to enter since she was young. It was a door that carried too many mysteries. In front of Lin Ruashi and Yangqing was a bright room of more than 50 square meters. On the other side of the room was a balcony overlooking the courtyard outside. There were black carved metal tables and chairs on the balcony, and a few pots of green plants were trembling in the early spring. The white chiffon swayed in the wind, and the warm light spread into the dust-free wooden floor. Lin Ruashi walked into the room and reached out to touch the relatively old-fashioned TV cabinet. On her left was a large bed that was more than 2 meters wide. Mother Wang had already changed into her bedding, and the 3 white wooden wardrobes in the room were also filled with Lin Ruashi's expensive clothes. In the right corner of the room was a small passage that led to a wardrobe and a bathroom. Naturally, there were a lot of Lin Ruashi's luggage in there, but Mother Wang didn't dare to touch it, so she left it there for the time being. Above the large bed, there was a Western landscape painting hanging on the wall. The yellow flowers that covered the mountains and plains seemed to have swept up a fragrant wind. In fact, this room was indeed emitting a faint fragrance. Yangqing could tell that this fragrance wasn't from Lin Ruashi's original room, but was left behind by the original owner of this room. Of course, this description was a little strange, but many of Lin Ruoxi's mother Xue Zijing's things were still stored in this room, such as some handicrafts, some books that she liked when she was alive, and some stationery. The dressing table was also from that era, and the mirror had been wiped and was as bright as new. There was an old photo in the frame on the bedside table. Lin Ruoxi walked over and picked up the photo frame. At the same time, she slowly sat on the soft bed and caressed the three people in the photo. She was in a daze. Yangqing walked forward and recognized the two women in the photo. They were the late old CEO and Xue Zijing. In Xue Zijing's arms was a baby girl wrapped in a white fluffy blanket. It should be Lin Ruoxi's childhood appearance. At that time, Xue Zijing looked like Lin Ruoxi today, but compared to Lin Ruoxi's cold beauty, she was a little more gentle and had a faint smile on her face. Lin Ruoxi murmured a few words in a low voice, and then she put down the photo frame and opened the drawer of the bedside table. Mother Wang hadn't touched the things in the drawer. After all, they had just moved in yesterday and didn't have time to clean everything, so when she opened the drawer, there was a little dust. Lin Ruoxi reached out to sweep the dust away, and the things in the drawer could be seen clearly. It was a thick photo album and some dried rose petals. Yangqing sighed in his heart. His mother-in-law, whom he had never met, was really a sentimental lady. Why would she put rose petals in the drawer for no reason? Could it be to decorate the drawer? Lin Ruoxi's attention was attracted by the photo album. When she saw the old photo on the bedside table, too many memories had been evoked, and at this moment, she couldn't wait to take out the photo album. Suddenly realizing that Yangqing was beside her, Lin Ruoxi frowned and carefully thought about whether she had any embarrassing photos when she was young. There didn't seem to be any in her memory, so she opened the photo album with relief. Yangqing was also very interested in looking at the old photo album, so he sat beside Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi felt the whole bed bounce, and her eyebrows slightly knitted. Be gentle, what if you break the bed? It's not that bad, we're not fat. If we move a little, the bed won't break. Yangqing said. So rough. Lin Ruoxi said, separate a bit, it's too tight, I'm very uncomfortable like this. I don't feel anything apart, I'm more comfortable like this. Yangqing just smiled and said, but suddenly felt that this conversation was too ambiguous, so he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ruoxi was just about to look at the photo. Why did this guy suddenly laugh like a lunatic, and curiously asked, what's wrong with you? Yangqing playfully moved closer to Lin Ruoxi's ear and said with a hot breath, if our conversation was heard by others, what do you think they would think? Lin Ruoxi seriously pondered for a moment, and when she thought of Yangqing's bad thinking, she immediately understood, and her face turned pink. She angrily glared at Yangqing, and ignored him, and opened the photo album in her hand. The first page of the photo album made the two surprised. It was not a family photo, but Xue Zijing's private photo. Xue Zijing was wearing a blue and white sailor uniform of that era, standing in front of a middle school with a sweet smile on her face. The photo was already yellowed, but it could still be clearly seen that it was a middle school in Beijing. Your mother has always been from Beijing? Yangqing asked. Lin Ruoxi pondered for a moment before she shook her head, I don't know. My mother's family has already migrated overseas, and there wasn't any news about me when I was young. My grandmother and my mother didn't mention anything about me, either. Maybe it's true. Didn't Antigua mention that they knew each other since young? As they flipped through the pages, most of them were photos of Xue Zijing growing up. Although it was different from what the two had imagined, it was evident that Lin Ruoxi was very interested in learning about her mother's life. This could be said to be a form of sorrow, as the daughter only had the opportunity to see these memories after her mother passed away. After flipping through dozens of pages, there were suddenly a few group photos of Xue Zijing. There was another girl in the group photos, and both of them looked somewhat familiar. After a closer look, wasn't that Guo Shuihua? Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing looked at each other. The two of them had long heard from Guo Shuihua about her friendship with Xue Zijing. They had a good sisterly relationship, and this time, it was confirmed once again. The two of them, each with their own beauty, left quite a few marks on the photos of their high school years. Then, in their university years, the two of them still appeared together, and at that time, they had truly become young ladies. Your mother really looks like you, Xianxia said. He already felt that way when they were in front of the tombstone. Lin Ruoxi squinted at him discontentedly. How can you compare me like this? I'm very similar to my mother. When Lin Ruoxi said this, she was obviously a little proud. In her heart, she was still proud of having a beautiful mother. Perhaps it was this pride that made her especially respectful of her mother. When Shui Zijing was still alive, she didn't dare to be close to her mother. Yangqing smiled embarrassedly. Why did it feel so weird when he said it? When they flipped the photos again, there was finally a change in the photos, and this change almost instantly stunned Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing. They saw a photo of a lake, in which Shui Zijing and Guo stood prettily beside a tall and handsome man. The man looked a lot older than the two girls, and he looked very mature. This was nothing, but the key was that this man was someone that Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi both knew, Ning Guanyao. Premier Ning. Although the young Ning Guanyao was more handsome than he was now, they could still clearly recognize that his general appearance hadn't changed much. Too many thoughts flashed through Yangqing's mind in an instant. When they first met, Ning Guanyao kept staring at Lin Ruoxi, but it was clearly not a man's gaze towards a woman. Later, they met Ning Guanyao at the headquarters, and he insisted that Yang Pijuan treat Guo well and not to put Guo in confinement. After that, he went to her mother's and grandmother's grave with Lin Ruoxi, saw the black Audi at the foot of the mountain, and saw the bouquet of redbud flowers that Lin Ruoxi said were given by people all year round. The thought that he had already guessed made Yangqing's scalp tingle at this moment. Looking at Lin Ruoxi, who looked a little stunned and confused, Yangqing frowned deeply, and his face was solemn. Lin Ruoxi didn't notice that Yangqing was so emotional. At this moment, she was very surprised. How did her mother and Ning Guanyao know each other? Honey, stop looking. Let's go down for lunch. Yangqing reached out and pressed a page of the photo album as he said to Lin Ruoxi with a smile. Lin Ruoxi came back to her senses and said with a frown, You only know how to eat. What's the rush? Mother Wang will call us. I want to eat the dishes you cook, Yangqing said with a serious expression. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. Stop fooling around. Mother Wang and Mom are in the kitchen, and Xianxia is also helping. I can't do anything at all. Take your hand away, I haven't finished looking. Yangqing thought to himself, if you keep looking, something bad might really happen. But he couldn't tear the photo album or knock Lin Ruoxi out. With Lin Ruoxi's intelligence, she would definitely notice that something was wrong with him and investigate some hidden things. Helpless, Yangqing let go of his hand and hoped that nothing shocking would appear later. However, bad things always happen when you least want them to happen. Lin Ruoxi only flipped one page, and a photo appeared that made Yangqing so depressed that he wanted to smash the bedboard with his fist. It was a group photo that was especially big, but Guo wasn't in it. It was just Shui Zijing and Ning Guanyao. What was more difficult to ignore was that Shui Zijing was leaning into Ning Guanyao's arms like a little bird, and Ning Guanyao's eyes were also filled with deep love. This photo should have been taken in a photo studio. In that era, other than lovers, who would go to a photo studio to take a wedding dress photo? On the side of the photo, there were a few lines of beautiful black handwriting written with a fountain pen. Even now, it was clearly visible. I live at the head of the Yangtze River, and you live at the tail. Every day I think of you but don't see you, and we drink the water of the Yangtze River together. When will this water stop, and when will this hatred end? I only hope that your heart is like mine, and that you won't let me down. When Lin Ruoxi finished reading these words in her clear and gentle voice, her originally pink and pretty face had turned ghastly pale. Her thin lips trembled slightly, and the two hands that were holding the photo album were slightly bent and stiff. The room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Yangqing could hear Lin Ruoxi's trembling heartbeat. It was so indecisive, shocked, and uneasy. That. Ruoxi darling, what does this poem mean? Yangqing tried to divert Lin Ruoxi's attention, so that she could relax. Lin Ruoxi was stunned for a long time. She didn't answer, but instead, she flipped to the next page of the photo album. This time, there were a few smaller photos, but without exception, they were all photos of Shui Zijing and Ning Guanyao laughing together. In fact, many of them could be seen that they had taken the photos themselves. The affection between them could be felt with just a glance. In the end, there was finally a photo that was different, or rather, it was incomplete. It was a photo that had been torn in half. In the photo, only Shui Zijing was left. She was wearing a white floral dress that complemented her temperament, and she was smiling like a flower. Beside her, there was originally another person, but it had been torn apart. The photo was directly stuffed into the photo album, so when Lin Ruoxi picked up the photo, she saw two ancient words scribbled on the back: even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who do you want to tell? After reading that sentence as if she was talking to herself, Lin Ruoxi closed the photo album without batting an eyelid. She looked calm, but her tightly pursed lips and unsightly expression betrayed her true feelings. Xianxia saw this and his heart couldn't help but twitch. Lin Ruoxi was indeed not good at dealing with emotional matters, but that didn't mean that she was careless and couldn't differentiate. On the contrary, because she was in a high position all year round, she was able to grasp a lot of delicate emotions and analyze a lot of extended things. Therefore, when she saw these photos and thought about those few lines of the poem, she could think of far more than what was told to her. However, there were some things that she wasn't willing to think about and explore after seeing it, let alone believe it. Lin Ruoxi put the photo album back into the drawer. After a moment of silence, she turned her head and looked at Xianxia with a pair of limpid eyes. Do you know something? Xianxia already knew that Lin Ruoxi would ask this because he had tried to stop Lin Ruoxi from flipping through the photos. What do you mean by no? I don't even understand the meaning of those lines of the poem. This question is so strange. Xianxia casually said with a smile, but he bitterly sighed in his heart. Even if he really knew something, he couldn't say it before this matter was completely revealed. Some things should be forever sealed, or never mentioned. Whether it was true or false, it wasn't a good choice to say it out loud. Lin Ruoxi's eyes had a few ripples, but she didn't continue asking. She wasn't someone who would pester Xianxia. Since Xianxia didn't want to say it, she wouldn't force him. Guoshuahua's voice came from downstairs, calling for the two of them to eat. Since she moved into this house, many of Mother Wang's duties had been taken over by her. Let's go down. Lin Ruoxi stood up and walked out of the house. Xianxia looked at the photo on the bedside table, sighed, and followed her downstairs. Lunch was as sumptuous as usual. The few of them were chatting and laughing, and Lin Ruoxi was as calm as usual. She chewed slowly, without the slightest hint of anger. Ruoxi, did something happen these days? Did you encounter any trouble? Guoshuahua asked this because she was already sure that Xianxia and his wife were hiding something from them. She was attacked by an unknown person in the morning. Although Qiangwei saved her and handed the attacker to the police, Guoshuahua didn't think that it was just an ordinary robber. And it was unlikely that the culprit was targeting Guoshuahua. No one dared to offend the Yang family, and those who dared wouldn't use such a low-level method. Then, the biggest possibility was that Lin Ruoxi or Xianxia had met with an opponent who wanted to use their family to threaten them. Guoshuahua clearly remembered that the postman used ether in an attempt to knock her out. Mother Wang and Zhenxiu both put down their chopsticks. They had been discussing in the kitchen for a long time, and they were concerned about what Lin Ruoxi and Xianxia were doing outside. Lin Ruoxi wasn't surprised. The company encountered some difficulties, but it's been resolved now. The matter will be settled the day after tomorrow. I've already sent someone from the security company, don't worry, Mom. Sigh, it's about the company again. Mother Wang looked at Lin Ruoxi with a pained expression. Miss, it's been hard on you. Ever since the old madam passed away and handed the company over to you, I've never seen you in peace. It's rare that the company is developing steadily now, but there are so many troublemakers. No matter if you're good or bad, there will always be people who want to make life difficult for you. Trembling with fear, as if walking on thin ice, Guoshuahua looked at her daughter-in-law with pity. It must be hard for a girl in her 20s to be in such a position. Lin Ruoxi had a complicated expression on her face. She forced a smile. I'm used to it, it's fine. How can you get used to it? You're just suffering all the time. Zhenxiu, who had always admired Lin Ruoxi, pouted and said, Sister Ruoxi, I think you should just hand the company over to Brother Yang. Your husband and wife anyway. Isn't this something a man should do outside? I see you waking up early and working late every day. You're even more tired than me preparing for the college entrance examination. It's fine if you don't want to be the CEO. Little girl, what do you know? Yangqing immediately glared at Xianxia when he heard Xianxia's suggestion. He chewed on the rice in his mouth and said loudly, "You think you can just hand over the CEO position of a multinational corporation just like that? Do you want Lei to close down or do you want me to be in trouble?" "Brother Yang is so petty," Xianxia pouted. "You don't know how to treat me well. Also, I'm not a little girl. Your suggestion is indeed heart-wrenching. My liver, stomach, and gums hurt just listening to it." As soon as Yangchen finished speaking, he noticed that Lin Ruoxi was staring at him with a bone-chilling gaze. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly before continuing to eat. Lin Ruoxi said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. Even if you say you want to be the CEO, I won't give it to you. So, you don't have to feel pain everywhere." This time even Guo Shuihua didn't help Yangqing. "My son is too much. Will Lin Ruoxi really give the CEO position to him? He doesn't even know how to say something nice to his wife." "So," he said to Yangqing in dissatisfaction, "Ruoxi is working so hard, yet you're still saying such sarcastic words when you're so carefree. What's the point of fighting with that little girl Xianxiu?" Yangqing was annoyed. Who asked Lin Ruoxi to hand the company over to him? He was just afraid of the after effects of it. After eating for a while, when Yangchen was about to scoop himself another bowl of rice, he heard the old-fashioned doorbell ringing. Ding dong, ding dong. Someone's here? Mother Wang's expression tensed up. Could it be another fake bad guy? Mother Wang, no matter how stupid he is, he won't use the same trick again. Yangqing smiled. Be careful. Guo Shuihua looked at Yangqing. Of course, Yangqing knew what Guo Shuihua meant. There were only women here, and it was the safest for him to go out. Moreover, Guo Shuihua also knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Yangqing walked out of the house. A black Cadillac was parked quietly at the entrance, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The person who came was not a stranger, but someone he knew. Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu, who were dressed rather formally, were standing outside the iron gate, waiting for him to open the gate with a smile. Yangqing hadn't seen Yang Jieyu since they parted ways with the Kai family. Speaking of which, since their sister-in-law, Guo Shuihua, was staying in Zhonghai for a long time, they should visit her often. However, both of them were meticulous people. They knew very well that if they visited Guo Shuihua frequently, they would be going against their elder brother, Yang Pejuan. Therefore, they hadn't been here before. According to Guo Shuihua, they only kept in touch through the phone. They didn't expect them to come together today. Looking at your expression, you don't seem to welcome uncle and aunt? Yuan Hui grinned. Yangqing isn't unhappy, he probably didn't expect us to come, Yang Jieyu chided her husband. Yangqing opened the door and made a pleased gesture. I've just moved and you guys are already here. It seems like everything in Zhonghai is under your control. It's fine if others don't know, but nephew Gu has moved. We have to see it clearly. Yuan Hui seemed to be in a good mood. He pretended to be angry and said, Yangqing, why didn't you tell us that you're moving your entire family? Did you want us to not be able to find you? As the three of them walked in, Yangqing said to them, this house belongs to Ruoxi. This house was moved by an elder. I'm the only one staying in the female dormitory. It doesn't matter if I didn't tell you or not. While they were chatting, Guo Shuihua, who saw the Yuan couple, came out of the door to welcome them. She smiled sincerely and said, Wei, Jieyu, why are you guys so free to come at this time? Yang Jieyu and Guo Shuihua hugged each other lightly. It was obvious that they were very close. Yang Jieyu smiled bitterly and said, Sister-in-law, aren't you asking the obvious? Now that Lei is in such a difficult situation, how can we just watch our nephew and niece-in-law's family business collapse? Of course, we're here to discuss something with Ruoxi. The moment she said that, Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang's faces turned pale. They looked at Lin Ruoxi in surprise. They only heard from Lin Ruoxi that there was a problem, but they didn't know that the problem was so serious that it could cause Lei to fall apart. Looking at Guo Shuihua's expression, Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu realized that Guo Shuihua really didn't know. They couldn't help but think of something and looked at Lin Ruoxi apologetically. Lin Ruoshi shook her head to indicate that it was fine. She said, "Come in and take a seat. We're still having lunch. Have you two eaten?" Yuan Hui and his wife looked at each other. They didn't understand why Lin Ruoshi, the CEO of Yulei International, would be eating her lunch at home calmly while the outside world was in an uproar over Yulei's battle against the international financial market. Was she confident? Or resigned to her fate and waited for death? When the few of them sat on the mahogany deerskin sofa, Mother Wang took out fragrant black tea from the inner room and brewed it for everyone. The atmosphere was still a little strange. Yuan Hui looked at his niece-in-law, who was holding a white porcelain cup with an indifferent expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'll call you Ruoshi, is that all right?" Lin Ruoshi nodded lightly. Yuan Hui also knew that Lin Ruoshi was famous for her cold personality and didn't mind her impoliteness. He continued, "Ruoshi, do you know who caused Yulei to be unable to get a loan from the bank?" "I don't know," Lin Ruoshi said honestly. Yang Jieyu looked at Lin Ruoshi's calm and beautiful face and said with some annoyance, "This child, she's still so calm even at a time like this. Why do I feel like we're the eunuchs instead of the emperor?" Lin Ruoshi didn't say anything and took a sip of the black tea. "Do you still remember Xinlin, who died in front of your house?" Yuan Hui wasn't affected and continued speaking while looking at Yangqing. Yes, Lin Ruoshi seemed to have guessed something and a glimmer flashed across her eyes. Yangqing, who was sitting on the other sofa, asked casually, "Don't tell me that killing the little dog attracted the old dog?" Yang Jieyu said unhappily, "Xing Mao was the previous head of the Xing family and an old official of Huaxia's state council. In your mouth, he became old or something. That's so unpleasant." Guo Shuihua, who was listening to their conversation, was a little shocked. "What do you mean? Xing Mao from the Xing family in Beijing, Duke Mao? His grandson, Xing Xinlin, was. That's right, sister-in-law. He was killed by your precious son, Yangqing, in front of your house." Yuan Hui smiled helplessly and told the truth. This time, Guo Shuihua's eyes widened. She seemed a little flustered and anxious. Yangqing wasn't in a hurry and didn't care how the Yuan couple knew about this. After all, the Yuan family was the #1 family in Zhonghai and definitely had extraordinary power. He was only thinking about whether he should cut it off immediately since he knew the source. So he asked, "That Xing Mao, where is he now?" When Yuan Hui heard Yangqing's question, he asked in surprise, "Why are you asking this? Since we know where the root of the problem is, can't we solve it directly?" Yangqing said casually. Yang Jieyu frowned, "Yangqing, don't act recklessly. Even if you're good at martial arts, do you know that Xing Mao gave up his position as the head of the Xing family and came to Zhonghai to take revenge on you and your wife? In other words, he's planning to fight to the death. He's been in politics for so many years, how can he not have a few experts protecting him? In addition, he has the ability to equip his men with guns. How are you going to fight him?" In Yang Jieyu's heart, even though she knew that Yangqing was good at martial arts, she didn't think that there was anyone in this world who could fight against a hail of bullets. "That's right, Yangqing, don't be rash. I know you must be very angry now. I'm angry too," Guo Shuihua sighed. "I didn't expect a senior like Xing Mao to come to Zhonghai to take revenge on you two juniors. I've read about Xing Xinlin's incident in the newspaper. Didn't Changlin Media commit suicide after losing to Yulei International? Even if he was really killed by you, he asked for it. How could Xing Mao be so shameless?" Sister-in-law, Yang Jieyu looked at Guo Shuihua with a complicated expression. "Xing Mao sent his black hair to protect his son, and he's his most valued grandson. How could he care about his pride?" "Sister-in-law, think about it, if someone killed one of your sons, would you still care about your pride?" Guo Shuihua's body trembled. She looked at Yangqing, frowned and lowered her head, obviously agreeing with Yang Jieyu's words. In this world, the most powerful thing was bloodline, and the most terrifying thing was also bloodline. Thoughts flashed through Yangqing's eyes. He turned to look at Lin Ruoshi and realized that Lin Ruoshi was also looking at him silently. Their eyes met, and Yangqing smiled and said, "Dear, what do you think we should do?" Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. Why was this guy always so cheeky? "If I told you not to kill, would you listen to me?" "Who said I was going to kill someone?" Yangqing innocently said. Then what do you want to do? Lin Ruoshi asked curiously. Yuan Hui, his wife, and Guo Shuihua looked at Yangqing curiously, waiting for him to continue. Yangqing spread his hands. I just want to talk to him and ask him if he's willing to stop. If he doesn't, I'll kill him. After all, I don't like to do things that ruin my mood. This is still murder because he won't admit defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started. Lin Ruoshi glared at him. This is a negotiation, not a murder. That sounds awful. Yangqing waved his hand. Yangqing, you can't go. You won't be able to come back. Then what do you think we should do? Yangqing asked Yuan Hui and his wife. In his opinion, the clearest way to solve this problem was to kill someone. But after killing someone, it wouldn't be the end of it. Although Xing Mao said that he was leaving the Xing family on his own account. Who knew if there were people loyal to him who wanted to avenge him? Yangqing wasn't afraid of it himself, but anyone would be annoyed if he attracted trouble every few days. Yuan Hui said, I came here today to discuss with you. We'll provide funds to Yulei International under the name of the Yuan family and get a loan from the bank. Even if it can't be done in a day, we should be able to raise enough funds in 2 days. With enough funds, I believe that Ruoshi's Athena team can defeat those international gangs. The coldness on Lin Ruoshi's face melted. She smiled and said, Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so willing to help. Yulei needed a huge amount of funds. Even if the Yuan family had the ability to help, it would be a huge blow to their own business chain. After all, many business operations required cash as a guarantee. But the Yuan couple still came. This was enough to prove their friendship. What are you saying? We're a family, why not help? Yang Jieshua said with a smile. Actually, we don't lack funds, Lin Ruoshi said as she glanced at Yangqing. The Yuan couple was stunned. Don't lack funds? They turned to look at Lin Ruoshi's eyes and suddenly realized that Yangqing had already solved the problem before they came. If that's the case, then we're worrying for nothing. Although Yuan Hui was shocked that Yangqing could provide so much cash, he still smiled and said, If that's the case, Yulei International is fine. But if Xing Mao fails this time, there might be a second time. His influence is still there. He will definitely gather a mob like this time to make a comeback. I'm not afraid of him, Lin Ruoshi said coldly. Then, she suddenly said, I don't think it's just the Xing family. With so much money from overseas, there must be someone else who wants to deal with me. It's Gao Guoxiong, Yuan Hui said. But that's all we know. There are still some secrets that our people can't find. Lin Ruoshi was slightly surprised. I thought he's still in prison. Gao Guoxiong is a wealthy businessman in Singapore. The country has a protection policy, and with Xing Mao's help, it's actually not difficult for him to get out of prison. Yuan Hui smiled and said, Unfortunately, it seems like their joint counterattack is going to fail. Yangqing touched his chin and thought for a moment. If that's the case, tell me where Gao Guoxiong is. You really want to go? Yuan Hui's expression changed. Yangqing nodded. I'm not a brainless person. You can tell me the location. Of course, if you don't tell me, I can find it myself. Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lin Ruoshi and Guo Shuihua looked solemn, but they didn't say anything. They knew that no one in the family could stop Yangqing from doing anything, if he had already made up his mind. After getting the location from Yuan Hui, Yangqing stood up lazily and was about to leave. Lin Ruoshi hesitated and asked, When are you coming back? Yangqing turned around and smiled. Soon. I'll wait for you to come home for dinner, Lin Ruoshi said gently. A hint of a smile flashed in Yangqing's eyes. He turned around and left. After Yangqing left, Lin Ruoshi said to Yuan Hui and his wife, If the two of you don't have anything to do, stay for dinner. Guo Shuihua looked at Lin Ruoshi with satisfaction. Although her daughter-in-law was cold, she was warm-hearted and sensible. It was a pity that she couldn't change her tone. Yang Jieyu smiled and said, There will always be things to do. But it's rare for my niece-in-law to keep us as guests. It's our first time here, so we can't be unreasonable. We can also talk about you and Yangqing. We were wondering how two people who didn't want to be together ended up as a couple. Lin Ruoshi blushed when she heard that. Why did they end up as a couple? It was all because of the unbearable memories of that night. But she couldn't say that to him. She pouted and looked embarrassed. Look, my daughter-in-law is shy. Auntie, don't tease this child. What if she chases Yangqing out to avoid us? Guo Shuihua said with a smile. Everyone in the room felt the atmosphere lighten up, except for Lin Ruoshi, who blushed so much that her chin was almost touching her chest. Half an hour later, in a secluded villa area outside the 5th Ring Road in Zhonghai West District, there weren't many residents living in the new Milano-style villas. Most of them had been bought for real estate speculation. There were only a few cleaners around. On a tree-lined path, a white BMW slowly drove into the area. According to the address given by Yuan Hui, Yangqing followed the map. When he entered the villa, he was a little confused. Why did Xing Mao buy a villa for no reason? Did he want to live in Zhonghai for a long time? Yangqing even suspected that the information given by Yuan Hui was wrong. But the cautious Yuan Hui wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. There must be someone monitoring them at all times. Otherwise, he would dare to give Yangqing the specific address. The house number of the address was the 288th villa in this area. When Yangqing parked the car outside the villa, he discovered that this place just happened to be at the corner of a villa district that was close to a man-made river behind the villa district. Around the entire villa, there were more than a dozen bodyguards in black standing in a professional way. In this quiet villa area, it was very conspicuous. When Yangqing got out of the car and walked toward the gate of the villa, the bodyguards seemed to have expected that someone would come, so they didn't stop him. Instead, the guard at the gate opened the door and made a gesture of please with no expression on his face. A smile appeared at the corner of Yangqing's mouth. It seemed that this Xing Mao had the intention of strategizing. Yangqing didn't know how much he knew about Yangqing to be so confident. Back then, Xing Xinlin had collaborated with Su Jihong to hire an international mercenary group to kill him. However, they were killed by him instead. Xing Mao definitely knew about this. Yangqing couldn't help but be curious about how he was able to be so magnanimous in such a situation. Walking into the villa, Yangqing saw that the white and brown floor plan and the crystal chandelier made the whole hall feel fresh and elegant. A 50-inch LED TV was broadcasting political news. In front of the TV, a gray-haired old man calmly raised a glass of Lafite and sipped on it. Hearing the door open, Xing Mao turned his head and looked at Yangqing from head to toe as if he was looking at something interesting. Finally, a relaxed smile appeared on his face, like an ordinary old man looking at a young man. Do you want a glass? Xing Mao raised his red sparkling wine glass. Yangqing slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He picked up the bottle of Lafite that hadn't been opened for long and took a sip. Huh. Yangqing let out a breath. A bottle of red wine that cost tens of thousands of Huaxia dollars seemed to be as worthless as a bottle of soda that cost 50 cents a bottle. Young man, you won't be able to taste the wine if you drink it like this, Xing Mao said with a hint of pity. Yangqing grinned, revealing his white teeth that were stained with red wine. He smiled and said, "It's poisoned wine anyway. Aside from me, no one will drink it, right?" He didn't admit it or deny it. From a certain perspective, it was a tacit agreement. Xing Mao put down the wine glass in his hand, picked up the television remote control and pressed the mute button. Then, he said to Yangqing, "Since you knew it was poisoned, why did you still drink it? Just like how you felt that I shouldn't have come but I did. It's the same logic." "How do you know?" "I didn't feel that you should have come. I opened the door and welcomed you in," Xing Mao said in disagreement. Yangqing shifted his butt and sat more comfortably on the sofa before saying, "If you felt that I should have come, you should have pointed a dozen machine guns at my head and shot me full of holes the moment I got out of the car. That way, you wouldn't have let down your stupid grandson, right?" Xing Mao squinted his eyes. He didn't seem to be angry at Yangqing for insulting Xing Xinlin. He sighed, "Indeed, Xinlin is a bit stupid. But you have to believe that young people will always do stupid things. It's just that the opponent he met made me unable to clean up his mess in time." "Haha." Yangqing laughed, "My wife always says that I'm rude. I heard that you used to be a very powerful politician. Why are you so rude too? Aren't politicians just one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes?" Xing Mao smirked, feeling quite pleased with himself. Yangchen couldn't deny it. He smiled and looked around. What are you looking for? Just one person, Yangchen said honestly. The person he was looking for was naturally Gao Guoxiong. That guy had gathered a large amount of money by forming a clique. Since he was here, of course he had to get rid of him as well. But what surprised Yangchen was that although Yuan Hui said that the two of them were together, he felt that there was no one else in this house other than the old man Xing Mao. You're looking for Gao Guoxiong, right? He left before you came here, Xing Mao said honestly. Yangcheng's mind flashed with a trace of understanding. He frowned and said, the trap you set up is quite simple. The poisoned wine was clearly meant for me to drink, and the door to your hiding place was opened for me to enter. In other words, it was you who took the initiative to let Yuan Hui and his wife know where you live, right? Yangcheng found it strange. Since Xing Mao was so powerful that even the biggest banks in Zhonghai had to give him face, how could Yuan Hui and his wife easily find out where he was? A strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake, but if a strong dragon didn't suppress it, couldn't it just hide? Now, it seemed that he had fallen for the luring the tiger away from the mountain. You're right. Xing Mao nodded and said, I know you're not an ordinary person, so I've been planning to defeat you since the beginning. Of course, I'd be very happy to see that happen if it's possible. But from the looks of it, the chances weren't high. Therefore, it might be a wiser choice to start from your side. Yangcheng's eyes turned cold, and he stopped smiling. Do you know, I hate hurting the people around me more than hurting me. I know very well, because when the news that my grandson was killed by you reached Beijing, I fainted. Xing Mao smiled slightly bitterly. So, I don't want you to die, I only want your family to die. As for working with Gao Guoxiong to attack Yulei International, that's only the second goal. You look very rational, but why? Would you do such an irrational thing? Yangcheng asked helplessly. There are some things in this world that can't be looked at rationally. Xing Mao sighed and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Yangchen once again picked up the bottle of red wine that he only drank a few mouthfuls, and poured himself a mouthful. Are you ready to die? Xing Mao opened his eyes and looked at the bottle of wine in Yangcheng's hand. I really want to know, this poison is a newly cultivated bacteria, is it really ineffective on you? $40 million worth of poison didn't work on me, do you think this thing will work? Yangcheng didn't want to waste any more time. Although Cheng Wei and her men were nearby, he still couldn't be at ease. If Gao Guoxiong brought a large group of international mercenaries over, then Cheng Wei and her men wouldn't be able to hold them off. Taking out his phone, Yangcheng sent a message to Molan from the Sea Eagles, asking him to go home immediately. Even if most of the team members were resting, sending 1 or 2 members over would be good news. Just as he was about to go up and finish this guy who was ready to die, Yangcheng suddenly felt a familiar figure flash in from outside. Kai Ning, who was wearing a black tunic, was like a shadow walking in from the wind. Her hair was still fluttering when she stood in front of Yangcheng. It had been a while since they last met. Her calm and elegant face looked a little haggard, but the determination and coldness in her eyes didn't change. You can't kill him, Kai Ning said straightforwardly. Yangcheng smiled. Before you came in, you killed all his bodyguards with hidden weapons. Now you're telling me that I can't do it, isn't that a little ironic? It wasn't hard for Yangcheng to guess why Kai Ning would come here. After all, he had always been a serious target, and Yulei International had caused such a huge commotion, so the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would definitely pay attention to his movements. Therefore, Kai Ning's appearance was expected. However, he was curious as to why Kai Ning would come to stop him. She should know that she couldn't stop him from killing people. Xing Mao didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. With a gloomy face, he asked, Who are you? He was just wondering why none of his bodyguards came to protect him even if he was going to die today. It turned out that they were all killed by this woman. Kai Ning ignored Xing Mao's question and said to Yangcheng, The Xing family won't let you off easily if you kill him. You don't have to be afraid, but the Xing family and some of Xing Mao's disciples won't just sit and watch. They might not be able to do anything to you, but have you ever thought that your loved ones and the people around you will be implicated because of your continuous killing? You can kill 2 families, but can you kill everyone who wants to go against you? Moreover, those people are all important figures in Huaxia. In the end, you will only incur the wrath of the masses. Yangqing was silent. He knew that he couldn't kill everyone who had a grudge against him or Lin Ruoxi. However, there was no turning back. He could only walk this path to the end. Young lady, which family are you from? Didn't your family's elders tell you that if you interfere like this, you will implicate your family? Xing Mao said in a sinister tone. He was willing to be killed by Yangqing because he knew that his death would bring fear to the top management of Huaxia, especially some of the older families in Yanjin. Yangqing had already caused a ruckus in Zhonghai. Not only did he remove the Su family and the Lu family, but he also had a conflict with Ning Guodong from the Ning family in Yanjin. Although Xing Mao didn't know much about it, he was old and experienced. How could he not know that Yangqing was a taboo? As long as he ignited the fuse, there would naturally be more people who would go after Yangqing or the people around him. However, Kai Ning's sudden appearance seemed to be disrupting his plan. Kai Ning stared at Yangqing coldly, but in the end, she saw Yangqing shake his head gently. You won't stop in the end. Kai Ning suddenly smiled bitterly. I should have guessed it. I don't know if there will be a lot of trouble in the future, but if I don't kill him now, there will definitely be more trouble. After Yangqing finished speaking, he was about to make a move, but Kai Ning shouted, wait. Yangqing looked at this woman who had become a little strange. He wanted to see something from her cold face. Kai Ning didn't know when, but there was a soul-mourning nail in her hand. The silver skull was dyed black, and it was emitting a white glow. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were extremely lethal and poisonous. If it wasn't for deep hatred, she would definitely not use such a poisonous hidden weapon. What do you mean? Yangqing looked at this woman with a complicated expression. He was thinking about how he should deal with Kai Ning if she made a move against him. Xing Mao frowned. He couldn't understand the situation at all, but he was looking forward to Yangqing and Kai Ning fighting. At least he would have a chance of survival. I don't mean anything else, Kai Ning said indifferently. I just want this. The second she said that, it was almost the blink of an eye. Xing Mao's expression was still in a state of deep thought, but on his throat, there was a hole that was oozing black blood. Xing Mao's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief, and he fell to the ground with a dazed look. Yangqing felt his heart skip a beat. He looked at Kai Ning, who suddenly made a move, in shock. Kai Ning retracted her slender hand that no longer had the soul-mourning nail. She gave Yangqing a bright smile that he had never seen before. It was like a spring breeze that blew away the cold, but it made Yangqing feel extremely desolate. It turned out that she was so beautiful when she smiled. Almost at the same time, in the living room of the old mansion, Guo Shuihua and Lin Ruoxi were entertaining Yuan Hui and his wife. The few of them sat together and chatted happily. Mother Wang and Xianxia were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. After all, there were two more guests who could be considered relatives. Mother Wang was very excited, and her joyful expression was overflowing. Xianxia had been living in this house for a while. She knew a lot about Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing's past. She gradually felt that she was part of this family, and the bad girl became more and more serious. Even when she was cooking, she was like a modern lady who could cook. At this moment, the people in the house suddenly heard rapid knocks on the door. Who is it? Why didn't they ring the doorbell? Mother Wang complained. I'll go open the door. Xianxia wiped her hands on her apron and ran to the door. She saw that Guo Shuihua and the others were chatting happily, so she ran over obediently. However, before Xianxia could open the door, a strong force came from the door. Bang! With a muffled sound, the heavy wooden door was knocked down by someone from the outside. The sudden impact caused Xianxia's face to turn pale. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at the fallen door in disbelief. Outside the door, a burly figure blocked the way. It was as if the sun was blocked, and the door frame was filled with darkness. The burly man had a tanned face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a gray mustache. There was a strip-shaped tattoo on his left cheek, with some indecipherable words written on it. It seemed to be some Sanskrit. The burly man only wore a leather jacket that revealed his arms. He wore boxing gloves with steel nails, and there were 2 rows of machine gun bullets hanging in front of his majestic chest. The most frightening thing was the machine gun barrel that poked out from his back. If it was someone who knew about guns, they would quickly recognize that it was an American Gatling M134 machine gun. This type of heavy machine gun could fire 6,000 rounds per minute, which was 10 times faster than a normal machine gun. When this machine gun was fully loaded, it weighed more than 30 kilograms. Moreover, because of its amazing recoil and explosive power, it was often equipped on helicopters for large-scale ground strafing. Someone once commented, "No living creature can survive the strafing of this machine gun." However, the man in front of her was holding a gun and bullets by himself. It was as if he was an armed helicopter. One had to know that due to the strong recoil of this machine gun, it had always been used with a mechanical aiming device. If this man could really aim and strafe with this machine gun, the strength of his arms would have reached a level that would make ordinary people speechless. As for pushing down the door, it was just a piece of cake for this burly man. The man simply glanced at Xianxia and did not do anything. He then turned around and walked into the courtyard. At this time, Guishuahua, Yuan Hui, and his wife ran out. When they saw the commotion, they became nervous. Only Lin Ruashi's expression did not change. After seeing the scene, she frowned and walked to Xianxia's side. She pulled on Xianxia's arm and asked her to hide inside. Although Xianxia had fought with some hooligans before, she had never seen such a scene. After all, she was only a 19-year-old girl. She shivered and hid behind Lin Ruashi. However, her strong curiosity made her poke her head out to look at the scene outside the house. At this time, the courtyard seemed to have fallen from the sky. There were more than 10 burly men in different clothes, but all of them were armed with live ammunition. Each of them held a black machine gun in their hands, and some even had military knives on their waists. Most of them were travel-worn, but they looked resolute and had sharp eyes. Gao Guixiong, who looked as glamorous as ever, was standing in the middle of the courtyard path outside the villa. He had a cigar in his mouth and a pair of sunglasses on his face. When he saw the burly man walking back, Gao Guixiong smiled and said, "Captain Delon, you're really strong." The burly man called Delon said sternly, "Boss Gao, 1 million per head." We agreed on that. The man's accent was very lame. It was obvious that he was not from Huaxia. Of course, of course. Gao Guixiong took out a checkbook from his pocket and took off his cigar. He smiled and said, "I'll cash it after I kill them." "We don't accept checks," Delon said. "Oh, right, I almost forgot." "Don't worry, Captain Delon. Would I dare to lie to you?" "Moreover, I've already paid the deposit," Gao Guixiong said. Delon nodded. He was obviously confident that this cowardly Singaporean businessman would not dare to provoke them. Thus, he waved his hand and gave a bunch of orders to his 2 subordinates. "Judging from their accent and the way they speak, they seem to be Burmese," Yuan Hui said with a grave expression. "They don't look like people who are easy to get along with. Based on my experience, these people should be from the military." "Their military traits are too obvious," Yang Jieyu said. At this moment, Gao Guixiong asked Captain Delon to wait for a while. He took a few steps forward and said with a fake smile, "I didn't expect the 2 of you from the Yuan family to still be here." Yuan Hui's heart trembled when he heard this. He subconsciously understood something. Gao Guixiong. Zhang Mao purposely revealed his location? It's too late to realize it now. Gao Guixiong did not deny it. To him, the people in front of him were already dead. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I won't treat you differently today just because you're from the Yuan family. Originally, I only wanted to kill the B*TCH, Lin Ruashi. However, since the heavens want me to kill you as well, I can only listen to the heavens' arrangements. Do you think that you'll have a good ending after attacking us?" Yang Jieyu said coldly. Gao Guixiong snorted. "I won't have a good ending even if I don't kill you. I'm here today because of that woman, Lin Ruashi, who forced me into a dead end. If you really want to blame someone, go slap that B*TCH's face on your way to becoming a ghost. I still want to live a few more years in this world." As he spoke, Gao Guixiong glanced at Lin Ruashi with greed in his eyes. "What a pity. It would have been great if you'd given in to me back then. You're such a beautiful woman, but you're going to become a skeleton today." Lin Ruashi did not say a word. She was not afraid at all. To her, Gao Guixiong was pitiful. He was like a mad dog that had nowhere to go. The only thing that made her feel regretful and sad was that she had implicated Guo Yuan Hui, and his wife, as well as Xianxia and Mother Wang. If it was possible, Lin Ruoxi really wanted to go forward and let Gao Guoxiong kill her with a spear in exchange for the lives of the others. However, Lin Ruoxi knew that it was impossible. Gao Guoxiong and Zhang Mao had spent a lot of effort to use the Yuan family to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Naturally, they would go all out and go all out. Only killing everyone was worth it for them to do so. I'm sorry. Although I don't think I've done anything wrong, I've indeed harmed you. Lin Ruoxi ignored Gao Guoxiong and softly said to Guo and the others. Guo and Yang Jieyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Mother Wang, who was cooking in the kitchen, had already come out to the living room. She was afraid and nervous. She held one of Lin Ruoxi's hands tightly, not knowing what to do. She could only look around, hoping that someone would come to save them. At this moment, Gao Guoxiong took a few steps back after saying what he wanted to say. Deluan saw this and knew that it was time to take action. Hence, he raised his head and gestured for his two subordinates to hold their weapons. The two stern-looking men took down the AKs hanging on their bodies. They didn't feel anything when they were about to kill the people in the house. It was as if they were butchers in a slaughterhouse who were about to kill livestock. Let's hide inside. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's think of a way to escape from the back. Yuan Hui said to the women behind him. However, as soon as he said that, they heard gunshots coming from outside the house. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous gunshots didn't come from the two men's AKs. Instead, it was the sound of a few pistols being fired. The grass, leaves, and branches were penetrated by the bullets, causing them to emit smoke. A few bullets even left scars on the walls of the villa. Enemy attack. Disperse. Counterattack. Under the calm Delan's command, the Burmese soldiers who were almost hit by bullets turned around unhurriedly. They took out their weapons and began to counterattack the enemies who suddenly attacked them from behind. Even if the bullets brushed past their heads, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Deluan even grabbed the startled Gao Guoxiong with one hand and pressed him down behind a bush. Lin Ruoxi, Yuan Hui, and the others were stunned when they saw the scene outside. They saw a dozen men and women wearing ordinary clothes. They didn't know when they had entered the courtyard in front of the villa. Moreover, every one of them was holding a gun and shooting at the Myanmar soldiers at high speed. 11 people in front, one of the Myanmar soldiers shouted in the Yangon language that they were used to. 6 people in the west, another soldier shouted. 10 people in the north. As the soldiers continued to communicate, some men and women who were quick and agile started to climb over the walls of the courtyard. Most of them were holding guns, and some of them were holding daggers in their other hands. These people were the elites of the Red Thorns Society who were protecting Xianxia. However, there weren't so many of them on normal days. Due to the special situation today, Xianxia had increased the number of guards. Unexpectedly, they came in handy. However, although these guards were considered elites in the Red Thorns Society, they were too scattered and had poor marksmanship when facing the professional or even super-professional Myanmar soldiers. 22222. The sound of machine guns piercing through the clouds sounded at this moment, and the entire courtyard was filled with smoke. A few of the Red Thorns Society's henchmen who were closest to them were instantly shot to pieces, and their screams filled the air. However, because the courtyard was too small, more than 30 guards quickly rushed to the Myanmar soldiers. The 40 to 50 people in the courtyard were engaged in a chaotic fight. In this situation, guns were a bit of a burden, and military knives and daggers were more direct. Even fists and legs could be put to good use. These soldiers' fighting skills were obviously outstanding. Even if the Red Thorns Society's henchmen took turns to attack them, it would still be difficult for them to take them down, let alone kill them. Delan pulled out the military knife from his boots without changing his expression. After he killed a few henchmen, he said something to the nearest subordinate with a ferocious expression. The soldier responded and immediately turned around with a violent expression. He charged toward Lin Ruoxi and the others in the villa. Delan obviously planned to kill his target before breaking out of the encirclement. After all, staying here for too long wouldn't be beneficial to their retreat. Run! Yuan Hui was the first to react. He hurriedly told the women to run. However, the Myanmar soldier's eyes were bloodshot. Not only was he fast, but he had already raised his AK and was about to pull the trigger to shoot in the direction of the hall. Clang! With the crisp sound of metal breaking, a white light flashed, and the Myanmar soldier's AK was suddenly cut in half. A figure in red and black had unknowingly appeared behind the soldier. By the time the soldier reacted and turned around, the cold and slender steel saber had gracefully slashed across his face. A dark red line of blood appeared on the crazed soldier's face. Immediately after, an arrow of blood shot out from his throat, and a few drops of boiling blood splashed on the face of the man holding the knife. Xianxia? Guo Shuihua, who was in the house, was the first to see who had saved them. It was Xianxia, who had changed into a tight red and black outfit and was holding a long knife. At this moment, Xianxia's face was as cold as frost, and her eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous aura. The blood of the dead soldier stained her fair and charming face, like a thorny rose crying blood, which made people shudder. Her long hair danced in the wind, and bright red blood dripped from the steel knife. Xianxia, who was guarding the door, was like an unshakable goddess of war. She looked up at the few people in the house, and when her gaze fell on Lin Ruoshi, Xianxia's eyes moved a little. At the same time, Lin Ruoshi also looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Lin Ruoshi remembered Xianxia. Although she had never asked Yangqing who she was, Lin Ruoshi could not forget that Yangqing was willing to wear shoes for her in front of her. When the two women looked at each other, there were too many indescribable feelings. The various emotions and the bloody scenes outside were as difficult to understand as the difference between illusion and reality. Yuan Hui and his wife naturally recognized Xianxia. Back then, they had participated in helping the Red Thorns Society eliminate Dongxing together. Therefore, they were relieved to see Xianxia appear, and they understood what was going on. Watch out! Xianxia, who was the most nervous, screamed. Rose's toes touched the ground, and her body nimbly dodged. Almost by a hair's breadth, the burly man, Dalan, who had unknowingly rushed to the door, drew an arc with his military knife. Die, woman! Daluan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Every one of his subordinates was a retired Myanmar Special Forces soldier, and the death of any one of them would be a huge loss. Furthermore, the current situation was completely out of his control. He had originally thought that this mission would be easy, but now, he was burning with a sense of madness. Seeing how fast Rose was, Dalan didn't want to waste any more time. He took out the Gatling machine gun that he hadn't removed from his back all this while. That heavy, gigantic thing was like a toy in his hands, not even worth mentioning. President Situ, be careful. That gun's firepower is very strong. Yang Jieyu had a brother who was a commander, so she knew a lot about weapons. Her heart tightened when she saw the big gun. Go to hell, all of you. Daluan did not need to aim too much. With a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, he only needed to shoot at the people in front of him, and he would be able to finish them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Daluan pulled the trigger of the savage beast in his hand. Why? In the silent living room of the villa, Yang Chen looked at Xing Mao, who had lost all signs of life. After a long silence, he asked. Kai Ning, who was standing behind him, retracted her right hand, and the smile on her face faded. She said in a clear voice, if you kill him, there will be too many troubles in the future. Why don't I kill him to avoid more trouble? You're not a killer. What reason do you have to kill him? Yangqing asked. Kai Ning thought for a moment and said, he used his connections to release prisoners, hired killers to commit crimes, and cooperated with overseas financial gangs to attack domestic enterprises and disrupt the stock market. These should all be counted as crimes. You're from the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, not the police. You're not even from the Security Bureau. You can arrest him, but killing him is the same as killing yourself. The only person who can help you is from the Kai family. You should know very well that doing this will bring you a lot of trouble. Yang Cheng's mind was filled with doubts. He really couldn't understand what the woman in front of him was trying to do. He had known Kai Ning for a long time. She was a woman of few words and never smiled. In terms of coldness, only Lin Ruoshi was better than her. Most of the time, she just stood in the corner and did her work. No one could guess what she was thinking. Kai Ning smiled and said, "Then take it as me repaying you." "Repaying me?" "At the back mountain of the Liu family, you saved me from the butcher knife of that vampire. The last time Brahma Heaven came, you were the one who saved our lives. You saved me twice, and I saved you some trouble. It's still my gain." Yangqing wasn't in the mood to joke. "I don't want people who don't want to suffer because of me." Kai Ning turned her head away and sighed. Her delicate side profile was like a beautiful jade. "You have to know that you're not alone now. There are many people around you who need you to protect them. You're not afraid of anyone, but that doesn't mean they aren't. In the beginning, it was the Su family, then the Liu family, and now the Xing family. There are even some hidden families that you haven't discovered. They may very well come before you in the future. If you continue killing like this, most of the people you kill will be the higher-ups of Xianxia. For example, now that Xing Mao is dead, his students and old friends will definitely hate you. Many a little makes a mickle. One day, you will have enemies all over the world. If that's the case, do you think there's any meaning in living in this country?" Yangqing was silent. He knew that Kai Ning was telling the truth. He couldn't just walk away like that. There were too many burdens on Xianxia. He could only face it. There's another very important point. If your existence causes the upper echelons of Xianxia to be in a state of panic, in that case, it would be equivalent to endangering the foundation of the country. In this case, it's very likely that you will become the target that Hongmeng wants to eliminate, Kai Ning said with a serious look. "You've met that senior. Are you confident that you can defeat the people of Hongmeng?" Yangqing recalled the two moves that Ling Suzi showed at the seaside and the aura that he emitted. He shook his head and said honestly, "For now, I don't think so." Before meeting Ling Suzi, Yangqing indeed thought that even if he wasn't the strongest in the world, he was at least one of the strongest. However, after meeting Ling Suzi, he suddenly realized that in the only country with endless inheritance in this world, there was actually someone who could break through the limit that he thought was the limit. Moreover, it was an organization, not a person. However, Yangqing didn't want to be the world's #1 martial arts maniac. Instead, meeting Ling Suzi gave him more room to explore and desire. Like a child who found a new toy, Yangqing finally had a new goal. "Then, it's the best choice for me to kill him," Kai Ning said seriously. Yangqing still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Kai Ning. "Don't say anything and don't think too much. Although I kind of hate you, at least that silly sister of mine likes you very much. I don't want her to be sad. So, just pretend that I'm a meddlesome woman who helped you solve a troublesome matter." Kai Ning looked a little impatient. She frowned and said, "If I can't convince you, then just pretend that I'm helping your wife, Ruashi. She's Yonyan's sister and also my sister. I can't just stand by and watch." Yangqing sighed in his heart. In fact, there were still some things he wanted to ask, but now wasn't the time. He indeed had to go home immediately. "You can go now. I'll take care of the aftermath," Kai Ning said generously as she saw through Yangqing's thoughts. Yangqing looked at her gratefully and rushed out of the door. After the sound of the car's engine faded away, Kai Ning silently sat on the sofa in the middle of the empty living room. She stared blankly at the muted news on the TV. Da-da. Da-da-da. The metal shells of the bullets bounced wildly in an instant and landed on the bluestone floor with crisp clanging sounds. Delon's face was ferocious, like a Bengal tiger that was about to devour a human. The muscles on his arms were bulging and emitting a suffocating power. The Gatling gun in his hands became a ferocious beast that was roaring crazily. While spitting fire, the dense rain of bullets instantly drilled a row of holes in half of the wall. "Hide!" When Cheng Wei yelled, Yuan Hewei and his wife had already dragged Guo Shuihua, Lin Ruashi, and the others into the inner room of the house. This wasn't the time to show off. Cheng Wei didn't retreat. She wasn't Yangqing and couldn't ignore bullets. However, she had been training for many years and had the special training methods Yangqing taught her. She wasn't inferior to ordinary martial arts experts. Her agility and close combat skills were remarkable. Before the Gatling gun could shoot at her, Cheng Wei's feet tapped the ground and her figure dashed behind Delon. A silver desert eagle appeared in her hand. Her beautiful and charming eyes were filled with murderous intent that was as sharp as a bayonet. Humph. Delon wasn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to bring a pair of retired Myanmar Special Forces mercenaries all the way to Huaxia's Zhonghai for a mission. Before Chiang Wei could aim at him, the Gatling gun in Delon's hand turned into a mace used for close combat. He turned around quickly and swung it diagonally at Chiang Wei's head. Seeing that the stunning beauty was about to turn into a rain of blood, Chiang Wei's figure flashed to Delon's left side again, barely dodging the attack. Delon didn't give Chiang Wei a chance to catch her breath. He pulled the trigger again and the bullets flew like a shuttle, sweeping across a row of people. A few unfortunate members of the Red Thorns Society who had become cannon fodder were pierced through by the bullets and died on the spot. Rose didn't expect Delon's huge body to be so agile. Moreover, his control of the heavy machine gun in his hand was perfect. He actually stopped firing at the critical moment and only killed the Red Thorns Society members. He didn't hurt the Burmese mercenaries in the midst of the chaotic battle. Don't bother about that bitch. Kill Lin Ruashi. I want her dead. Under the protection of a Myanmar soldier, Gao Guixiong finally had a chance to catch his breath. He couldn't help but yell. Even if he couldn't return today, he didn't want Lin Ruashi to see the light of day. I don't need your nonsense. Delon snorted coldly. He ignored Chiang Wei who didn't dare to advance and could only dodge. He turned the machine gun around and fired dozens of shots at the villa's wall. It was an old house after all. Under the impact of the intense bullets, dust and wood dregs flew everywhere. Delon quickly arrived at the wall in a flash. He turned his strong body into a boulder and slammed into the wall. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and dust flew everywhere. The wall collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a huge hole. Lin Ruashi, Guixiu, and the others who were hiding in the house, including Yuan Hui and his wife, turned pale with fright. They obviously didn't expect Delon to find them in this way. Chiang Wei, who was thinking about how to get close to Delon and give him a fatal blow, also turned pale. She couldn't imagine how she was going to face Yongqing if everyone in the house was killed by the machine gun. He was right in front of her, but she couldn't protect his family? Would he think that she purposely let Lin Ruashi die? As these thoughts made her go crazy, Chiang Wei dashed to Lin Ruashi, Guixiu, and the others without hesitation. When Delon turned around, she was already face to face with him. Run! Chiang Wei yelled and woke up the people in the house who were stunned. At the same time, she aimed the Desert Eagle in her hand at Delon. The other party was a mercenary who wasn't afraid of death. Even if she was behind him and pointing a gun at him, he would still give up his life to kill his target. Chiang Wei couldn't afford to gamble, so she chose to block in front of Lin Ruashi and the others. In a flash, Lin Ruashi and the others who were blocked behind Chiang Wei still didn't move a single step. No one dared to believe that Chiang Wei would use her frail body to block Delon. She looked like she wanted to perish together with Delon. What kind of beliefs made this young woman who had nothing to do with them make such a decision? Guixiu's eyes turned red. When she recalled how Chiang Wei had left in a timid manner in the morning, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Ruashi, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the woman with long hair flying in the air and standing proudly in the ruins with a silver gun in her hand, she felt as if her heart had been pierced by something. She almost fainted. Woman, you're a good opponent. Delon suddenly grinned. Unfortunately, I don't want to die yet. Chiang Wei held the Desert Eagle tightly and was about to shoot. However, Delon's figure suddenly flashed in front of her. *T. Chiang Wei suddenly realized that she had underestimated Delon's speed. When Delon stood still again, he was already on the left side of everyone. He aimed the Gatling gun in his hand at Chiang Wei first and revealed a cruel smile. Go to hell. The bullets of the machine gun emitted a deathly glow in an instant. Chiang Wei closed her eyes in pain. She knew that she had lost. Without that man's help, she was still too far behind. Lin Ruashi, Guixiu, and the others didn't have the time to react at all. In fact, Lin Ruashi and Guixiu were still in shock and hadn't come back to their senses. However, just as Chiang Wei was silently preparing to welcome the coldness of death, she realized that nothing happened after the gunshot. Xianxia opened her eyes and turned to look at where Dalan was standing. Lin Ruashi, Guo and the others also looked over in a daze. While everyone was puzzled, a scene that resembled a dream from a movie appeared. They saw a blonde Caucasian woman wearing a pair of light-colored ripped jeans, brown leather boots, and a short-sleeved shirt that had been washed so many times that it had turned white. Her golden hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore a pair of big sunglasses as she stood there leisurely. Even if one only took a glance at her, even if she was dressed so casually, she gave off an extremely graceful and luxurious sense of beauty. It was an innate temperament that no one could be jealous of. The incongruity of the scene was due to the fact that the woman was lightly holding the Gatling gun in her left hand. The heavy machine gun that weighed more than 30 kilograms was as light as a feather in her slender hands, as if it was a child's toy that wasn't worth mentioning. If it wasn't strange enough, then what she was stepping on wasn't the floor, but Dalan's corpse. The Caucasian woman didn't seem to notice the shocked expressions of Xianxia and the others, nor did she care about the fierce battle that was gradually calming down due to her sudden appearance and Dalan's death. Instead, she elegantly took off her big sunglasses, revealing a pair of mesmerizing sapphire blue eyes. "Hello, I'm Kristen. Nice to meet you all." Under the rays of the setting sun, Kristen's smile was very bright. It was so bright that it seemed to cover up the sunlight. In fact, if Kristen hadn't introduced herself, the people present might have hesitated and wondered if they were seeing things. Why would the world's most popular actress, world-class singer, actress, and singer, appear here all of a sudden? Not only that, but she was also carrying a heavy machine gun, killed a mercenary, and greeted them. However, when Kristen admitted her identity, the people present were even more at a loss. Because such a meeting had suddenly reached an unimaginable stage. Who would have thought that one day, an overseas celebrity on television would come to your house and save you from the hands of criminals? It was unimaginable even in their dreams. "You guys seem to have encountered some trouble." Kristen spoke in fluent Mandarin. It was impossible to tell that she was a celebrity who grew up in the United States. Moreover, she didn't care about everyone's strange expressions. Instead, she looked at the chaotic courtyard outside with interest. She didn't feel disgusted or afraid of the bloody scene at all. "Hey, it seems like someone is coming to help you guys." As soon as she finished speaking, two figures flew in from the courtyard wall. Like two bolts of lightning, a cold light flashed in front of the two startled Myanmar soldiers, and blood spurted out from their throats. The two figures were none other than the captain of the Sea Eagles, Mullen, and the other uninjured female member, Fanny, who had rushed over as fast as they could after Yongqing sent out the message. Unfortunately, the two of them were still too late. After casually killing the two mercenaries with a saber, Mullen looked at the situation in the house nervously. If Pluto's family was harmed, the consequences were not something he could calculate. When he saw that Lin Ruashi and the others were safe and sound, Mullen heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Kristen, who was holding a heavy machine gun and smiling sweetly, his entire face was filled with shock. Ignoring the remaining 7 or 8 Myanmar soldiers in the courtyard, Mullen immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his proud head in the direction of Kristen. Fanny saw the captain's strange action and couldn't help but look over in confusion. The moment she saw Kristen, a similar expression of fear appeared on her face, and she immediately knelt on the ground. "It's an honor to meet you here, sir," Merlin said solemnly. Kristen didn't mind. She pursed her sexy lips and said, "There are still people. Aren't we going to kill them?" Mullen's expression turned serious as he replied in a loud voice, "Yes." He then exchanged a glance with Fanny before immediately transforming into two whirlwinds that shuttled back and forth between a few Burmese mercenaries who had lost their backbone. These mercenaries tried to resist, but their bodies couldn't keep up with their reaction speed. In the blink of an eye, he killed all of them with a single strike. Even if this group of mercenaries was considered to be of a relatively high standard in South Asia, they were just fledglings to the Sea Eagles. They were not even at the level of special agents, let alone compared to these top-notch mercenaries. Therefore, from the beginning, they did not even bother to use guns. Gao Guoxiong, who seemed to have lost his soul, was drenched in cold sweat. When Mullen lifted him up by the collar and tossed him in front of the crowd, Gao Guoxiong was so scared that he wet his pants. A pungent smell wafted from his body. He looked at the crowd pitifully, his body trembling, and he didn't dare to speak. Even if he had the determination to succeed or die trying, he was still scared silly by the scene before him. "Sir, do we need to kill this man?" Mullen asked Kristen. To be honest, he felt that killing Gao Guixiong was a disgusting job. Kristen, on the other hand, looked at Lin Ruoxi and the others with a smile. "This should be the guy who hired these people, right? Do you think we should kill him?" Be it Cheng Wei, Guixiuehua, Yuan Hui, or the others, they were still in a daze. They couldn't react to the sudden turn of events. However, Lin Ruoxi, who had always been calm, was the first to sort out her thoughts. She said to Kristen, "Leave him to the police. There's no point in killing him." A hint of playfulness and admiration appeared in Kristen's beautiful sapphire blue eyes. While waving at Mullen, she asked with some speculation and some certainty, "May I ask, are you Yang Cheng's wife?" While Kristen was sizing her up, Lin Ruoxi was also looking at her naturally. She more or less knew why Kristen would come here. After all, the Star of Yulei competition was about to begin. As the final judge of the highlight show, Kristen would indeed come to Xianxia in the near future. However, she didn't expect this woman to appear in such a magical way. As a super queen who was famous all over the world, Kristen's beauty was more vivid than in the movies. Although Lin Ruoxi didn't really care about it, she had never thought that there was a woman who could compete with her in terms of appearance. But now, she realized that if she didn't consider the difference in aesthetics between the East and the West, the Kristen before her was indeed perfect. "My name is Lin Ruoxi." "What an unexpected first meeting, Miss Kristen." Lin Ruoxi stepped forward in a friendly manner and stretched out her delicate hand. However, her expression didn't seem very friendly. It was still cold. Kristen, on the other hand, smiled sweetly and shook hands with Lin Ruoxi. "Why don't you smile? What a charming afternoon. Miss Lin and your family have safely survived the crisis. There shouldn't be anything funny about it." As Lin Ruoxi spoke, she glanced at Cheng Wei, who was standing there panting. It was obvious that the short fight just now had exhausted Cheng Wei. Kristen, on the other hand, thought of something else. She chuckled and said, "Miss Lin, do you think that I'm one of your husband's lovers? Don't wrongly accuse me. I'm not that rude guy's woman. Although he has many women, I'm not one of them. So, if you're unhappy with me because of that kind of speculation, you can rest assured." Speaking without thinking was definitely a bad habit of the Heavenly Queen. After Kristen finished speaking proudly, she realized that everyone present looked rather embarrassed. Especially Cheng Wei, who had just calmed down a little, immediately blushed like a ripe apple. Guixiuehua, on the other hand, smiled at Yuan Hui and Yang Jiu embarrassedly. Even the international queen knew about her son's philandering. As for Mother Wang, Xianxia, and the rest, they were still in shock and didn't have much of a reaction. I'll be leaving first." Cheng Wei felt that her legs would turn to jelly if she stayed any longer. She immediately rushed out and gave her subordinates a look, signaling for the Brothers of Red Thorn's society to clean up the mess and leave. Then, she quickly ran back home. Guixiuehua and Lin Ruoxi were a little confused. They didn't expect that the person who suddenly rushed in to save them was actually one of Cheng Wei's subordinates. Recalling how Yang Jiu called Cheng Wei President Situ, they both wanted to ask about Cheng Wei's identity. Gao Guixiong was immediately taken away by the people of Red Thorn's society. The corpses in the courtyard were also dragged away one by one, and some people began to clean up the traces of fighting. After a while, the white BMW came to an emergency stop outside the gate with a puff of smoke and dust. Yang Cheng got out of the car and walked into the messy courtyard. When he saw that Lin Ruoxi and the rest were safe and sound in the villa, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Kristen winking at him, Yang Cheng suddenly had a headache. He walked up to her with a bitter smile and asked, "Why did you suddenly come? Why didn't you tell me in advance? If I didn't come earlier, something would have happened to your beautiful wife." Kristen's boots stepped on Deluan's corpse a few times. Seeing that Yang Cheng was a little confused, Guixiuehua walked up to Yang Cheng and explained what happened just now. After listening, Yang Cheng's face darkened a little. He looked at the corpses in the courtyard and roughly guessed what happened just now. He felt a little scared. He didn't expect Gao Guixiong to hire such a group of people. Xianxia really couldn't resist them. I was too careless. The time I spent talking to her in the villa almost turned into an irreparable tragedy. Not only my family, but even Xianxia would have died. Fortunately, God still cared for me and didn't let me regret it for the rest of my life. But this incident can be considered as a warning. At this time, looking at Kristen, Xianxia was a little grateful. Don't thank me, or I'll be too proud, Kristen said seriously. Xianxia shook his head. This woman's playfulness didn't match her appearance. He turned to Guo and asked, "Where's Xianxia?" He was a little worried if Xianxia was injured. She just ran back. I don't know if anything happened to her. Do you want to go and take a look? Guo said with concern. She didn't care about Xianxia's sensitive identity anymore. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and shifted his gaze to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi avoided Xianxia's gaze and said indifferently to Mother Wang, I have something to take care of at the company in the afternoon. Call someone to clean up the house and fix the damage as soon as possible. I'll be going out first. Don't wait for me for dinner. I should be home late. After that, Lin Ruoxi said goodbye to Guo and left straight away. Everyone present was not a blockhead. It was obvious that Lin Ruoxi was running away from something. Guo sighed with some embarrassment. She was originally completely on Lin Ruoxi's side. After all, family harmony is everything. But after the scene just now, she was in a dilemma. So that woman is Xianxia's lover? Ah, then wasn't that lover trying to protect your wife just now? That's really touching. Kristen immediately figured out what was going on. Her eyes were full of gossip as she exclaimed happily. Can't you just say a few words less? Xianxia clearly had a deep understanding of this woman's blabbermouth. Kristen put on an act and walked out of the house, tossing the heavy machine gun in her hand to the side. All right. In the words of you Huaxia people, every family has its own problems. I just didn't think that a man who didn't treat women as women would one day have a headache because of women. So I think it's interesting. I told you to say a few words less. Xianxia's tone was much more serious. He even wanted to rush up and fight this woman. Kristen giggled and said to Mullen and Fanny, who had black lines on their faces, quite proudly, see, your idol can't do anything to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Kristen disappeared like a gust of wind. Other than Xianxia, no one else knew how she had left. This war, which was originally like a dark cloud hanging over a city, came and went very quickly. In the eyes of many outsiders, the main target of the attack, Yulei International, was still in a slump. Once the US Nasdaq opened, it would almost certainly mean that Yulei International would fall to its lowest point. It might even be forced to be divided up cleanly, with not even a single bone remaining. But those who had the full grasp of the situation, such as Xianxia, Lin Ruoxi, the Yuan family, and Yulei's Athena team, did not take this crisis seriously at all. If 50 billion still couldn't turn the situation around, then just as Lin Ruoxi had said to Athena's team, I didn't hire you to talk nonsense. The only thing that could really be considered a loss was the old house that Lin Ruoxi cared about. It was damaged in many places, and it would take a lot of time to repair it. And no matter how much they repaired it, it could not be exactly the same as before. Of course, after this incident, the people in this family more or less had a new understanding of Xianxia's philandering nature. Lin Ruoxi chose to directly avoid Xianxia, and return to Yulei to preside over the follow-up counterattack work without saying a word. A philosopher once said, the most perfect contempt for a person is silence. Xianxia did not think that Lin Ruoxi was despising him, but she was definitely angry at him. It was not that he did not know, but even if he knew, he could not do anything to remedy it. As a lover, Xianxia not only did not have any hostility towards Lin Ruoxi, but also used her own life to protect the family. This was equivalent to a loud slap on Lin Ruoxi's proud face. Moreover, Lin Ruoxi could only swallow her bitterness. She had to be grateful to Xianxia. Even if it was Kristen, the talkative woman, who ended everything in the end, Xianxia still played a role in delaying time and thus saving everyone. Lin Ruoxi had no reason to hate her savior, so she could only vent all her grievances, shame, pain, and disgust on Xianxia, the philanderer. My dear Rose, what I've done has made me look like a bad person on both sides. Yangchen helplessly smiled bitterly in his heart. Fortunately, Yangchen was thick-skinned. Even though he knew that he was now like a target at home, and everyone was shooting arrows at him, he still pretended to be friendly and asked if Guishuahua, Mother Wang, and the others were injured. He then instructed the sea eagles to protect them, and then walked out the door with a smile. Turning left, he went to Changwei's house. This was the first time he came to the new house that Changwei and Qianni shared. The door was open, and he did not know if Changwei did it on purpose or if she did not want to close it. The architectural style and layout of the house were similar to the Lin family's old house, but the interior style was darker and more profound. It was probably left by Situmingza in the past. There were all kinds of Western oil paintings interspersed with some calligraphy, and the decorative arts were mainly wood carvings and stone statues. If a timid person lived in this house, he would not dare to go out at night. There were all kinds of ghosts everywhere. Yangqing entered the kitchen and saw that Changwei, who seemed to have calmed down, was taking out a fresh orange juice from the fridge. She was about to drink a glass leisurely, and it was impossible to tell that she had just experienced a life-and-death battle. Seeing Yangqing suddenly appear in her house, Changwei was not surprised. She smiled sweetly and said, "Do you want a glass? It seems that my worry was unnecessary. You are probably not injured." Yangqing sized her up. Rose had already changed into loose cotton pajamas, and her movements didn't show any signs of sluggishness, which made Yangqing feel relieved. That big guy didn't want to fight from the beginning, so I didn't have a chance to fight with him. Fortunately, Kristen came. Changwei asked curiously, "Hubby, isn't Kristen a singing and acting queen? Why is her martial arts so powerful? I don't even know how she killed that big guy." Changwei was not a fan of Kristen, and her understanding of Kristen was limited, so she was not too shocked by what just happened. She only thought that Kristen was a woman who hid her strength. In terms of strength, Changwei believed without hesitation that Yangqing was definitely better than Kristen. "Ignore that woman. It's best to stay far away from her, or you will be harmed sooner or later." Yangqing frowned and said, "She doesn't know martial arts. It's just her own strength." "Own strength?" Changwei sipped her orange juice. She obviously didn't understand, but seeing that Yangqing was unwilling to explain, she didn't ask any more. Yangqing walked forward and hugged the woman's slender waist. Staring at her beautiful face, he said, "I've said it before, I'll help you deal with the dangerous things, but I always seem to be unable to do what I said. If you had wept in my arms and scolded me, I would have felt better. You look at everything as usual. You don't complain when you are wronged, and you almost lost your life as if nothing happened. What should I do?" "Changwei, don't be so silent about everything. Let me know how you feel in your heart." Changwei bit her lower lip, picked up the glass, and took another sip of orange juice, but she didn't swallow it. Instead, she raised her head and kissed Yangqing's lips. Yangqing kissed Changwei in a daze. He felt that Changwei took the initiative to intertwine the tip of her pink tongue with his, and then the orange juice in Changwei's mouth was gradually transferred into his mouth. Changwei seemed to be very engrossed. She put down the glass and wrapped her arms around Yangqing, as if she wanted to sink her whole body into Yangqing's body. His mouth and nose were filled with the woman's familiar rose body fragrance, and in his arms was Changwei's soft and plump body. The pair of bulging soft flesh made him feel extremely full and satisfied. When the kiss separated, Changwei opened her misty eyes and looked at Yangqing with watery eyes. "How does it taste?" "Orange juice." Yangqing licked his lips and said with a smile, "It's sweet, sour, and astringent." Changwei smiled sweetly, "This is how I feel in my heart. This is what I feel in my heart. Now, do you understand?" Yangqing was silent. He let out a deep breath and sighed with emotion. He didn't say anything else and just hugged the silly woman tightly again. After a long time, Changwei opened her eyes and blinked twice. She said faintly, "Actually, I'm fine. I used to wait and wait. But hubby, do you know that Qianni often complains to me that you're an irresponsible bastard?" Yangqing was quite embarrassed and asked, "What did little Xianxia say about me?" Yangqing didn't expect that Qianni would actually snitch on him in front of Changwei. "If you have any dissatisfaction, tell me." Usually, you pretend to be busy every day, how can I take care of everything? That woman deserves a spanking. Xianxia said that we haven't come to see us after moving for so long. The two of us combined are not as attractive to you as Lin Ruoshi alone. Other men feel that wild flowers are more fragrant than flowers at home, but you're the opposite. Since you're so biased, we might as well find another man to remarry. Xianxia said seriously. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ruoshi was now in a cold war with him, and his other two lovers actually had such a big opinion of him. Although Xianxia had borrowed Mo Qianni's words, it was obvious that this was also her own thoughts. Don't make this kind of joke in the future. I'll come and see you guys more often. Who asked Qianni to be so headstrong? She won't call me if there's nothing important. I'm just afraid of delaying her work. Yangqing said. What about me? I'm unemployed right now. Xianxia pouted. Unemployed? Yangqing's expression stiffened, and he jokingly said, since my darling Xianxia is so bored, why don't you open the Red Thorns Society to another city and unify the underworld of Xianxia in the future? Really? Xiangxia's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with longing, since hubby supports me so much, then I'll really go. Yangqing felt a chill on the back of his head. Why did it seem like a trap? He frowned and said, darling Xianxia, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you really want to expand the power of the Red Thorns Society? Xiangxia's eyes wandered, and she didn't mean what she said. Actually, a good boss came to me recently, hoping to cooperate with the Red Thorns Society to expand the power of the Southern Underworld. I'm a little tempted, but I'm afraid that hubby won't allow me to continue, so I asked you. Yangqing gasped. He had fallen into her trap. It seemed like Xianxia already had a plan in mind. Why do you suddenly want to play again? Didn't you feel too tired before and left a lot of things to Rongrong? Yangqing asked in confusion. Xianxia seemed to be a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, although I've cooperated with hubby's company to invest in, I realized that I'm not cut out for business. I can't help much with those things. Moreover, I'm almost at home every day, and I don't have many friends outside. Many of the brothers and sisters in the society feel that they have lost their drive, and the organization is becoming more and more lax. So, I think it's not a bad idea to expand our power. Yangqing realized that he had underestimated the unyielding blood in Xiangxia's bones. Perhaps she was good at enduring emotions, but it didn't mean that she could stay in one place for the rest of her life. Since she was young, she had been influenced by Situming's father. Even if Xianxia didn't like killing and blood, it didn't mean that she didn't like fighting for territory and expanding her power. Back then when they annexed Dongxing, Yangqing saw the raging fire in her eyes. Now, it seemed that the fire was about to be ignited again. People say that if you love someone, you should support them in what they like to do. I didn't expect that I would have to support my woman in expanding the underworld. Yangqing shook his head and sighed with a smile. Xianxia kissed Yangqing's cheek excitedly. I knew that hubby wouldn't ruin this little wish of mine. As long as hubby agrees, I'm not afraid of anything. Yangqing naturally understood what Xianxia meant. Since he had agreed to let her do these things, he would naturally clean up the mess for her when she was in trouble. In fact, this didn't seem to be a big deal to Yangqing. Not to mention that Xiangxia's Red Thorns Society was already one of the largest gangs in the country, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to expand. Moreover, Xianxia couldn't be compared to the mafia in the United States and Europe. Xianxia's underworld was only a small one. Xianxia's strongest gang was an army of more than 2 million people. It was equivalent to giving his woman a little joy in life. Of course, Yangqing wouldn't mind too much. As for the specific situation, Yangqing didn't bother to ask more. Xianxia was more professional than him in the underworld. Instead, he was reminded by Xianxia that he hadn't accompanied Mo Qianni for a long time. That arrogant strong woman with her little tail sticking up. Her mouth was very tough, but in fact, she must have cursed him hundreds and thousands of times in her heart. Yangqing silently thought. After saying goodbye to the smiling Xianxia, he went out and drove to the Yulei International headquarters. At this time, Mo Qianni should still be working overtime. When he arrived at the headquarters of Yulei International, Yangqing found that most of the parking lots were full. It was a weekend, but the huge crisis that Yu Lei was facing made all the employees voluntarily come to the company, regardless of whether they could help or not. After all, Yu Lei's benefits were too attractive, and everyone in the company was extremely proud. No one wanted to lose such a big tree that they could rely on. Yangqing suddenly felt that he had not only helped his wife Lin Ruoshi, but also helped countless Yu Lei employees and their families. Unknowingly, he had done a great deed of charity. Unfortunately, Yangqing knew that there was no heaven or hell in this world. Otherwise, he could at least save a few levels from hell. Lin Ruoshi's car was not in her exclusive parking lot. Yangqing guessed that she went directly to the base of the Athena team in the resort. After all, that was the most important core to pass this hurdle. As long as they won the stock market war in the US, Yu Lei would not only get a comeback, but also a huge fortune. Entering the building, there were white-collar workers in a hurry. Everyone's face was solemn and tired, but no one dared to relax at this time. Lin Ruoshi did not announce that she had obtained enough funds. She wanted to win by surprise, but it was a pity that these employees who thought they were in a difficult situation had to suffer. Taking the elevator to the floor where the finance department was located, it was quiet. Almost everyone was busy in the big internal office. Walking in the wide corridor, it seemed a little lonely. However, after turning the first corner, Yangqing suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from outside the emergency exit door in the corridor. "Vice President Li, don't be like this. What if someone passes by? What are you afraid of? Everyone is busy. Look at you, you've lost weight these days." "Ugh. Vice President Li. It's not good for us to be like this. Don't you like me?" "No." Yangqing stood outside the door and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out to be the vice president, Li Mingyi, and Lin Ruoshi's airport assistant, Wu Yu. He didn't expect that Wu Yu, who had no femininity at all, would have such a day. However, Li Mingyi's taste was really strange. He actually liked Wu Yu, who had nothing. However, eavesdropping on other people's intimacy was not a good thing. Yangqing was not interested in this kind of thing, so he did not pay much attention to it and continued to walk to Imo Qianni's office. A few minutes after Yangqing left, the emergency exit door opened. Wu Yu walked out, her face flushed and her hair a little messy. She looked left and right and said to Li Mingyi, who walked out behind her, "It's all your fault. It was so dangerous. Why did I hear someone pass by just now? What are you afraid of?" "I just want everyone in the company to know," Li Mingyi said emotionally. Wu Yu suddenly looked like she was drunk. Her eyes were misty. She never thought that if he wanted everyone in the company to know, why would he find such a place to have an affair? On the other side, Yangqing swaggered past the big office of the Ministry of Finance. He even asked a young female employee, "Is your department head MO in the office?" The female employee looked at Yangqing up and down vigilantly. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. "Do you have an appointment? Or are you from another department?" Before Yangqing could reply helplessly, a male employee walked out from the side. He was the one who sang with Yangqing and Imo Qianni at the KTV. "What's with that look? This is Director Yang of the new branch. Do you need to ask for a reason when Director Yang is looking for the department head?" The male employee was smart and roughly guessed that the relationship between Yangqing and Imo Qianni was not simple. Yangqing gave him an approving look. It immediately made the young man feel that he could be promoted. He was extremely excited and hurriedly said, "Director Yang, the department head is in the office. However, it seems that because things are too chaotic, she is not in a good mood. You have to be careful." Yangqing did not expect that Imo Qianni would put so much pressure on her subordinates. They were all timid when talking about her. He couldn't help but find it funny. However, when he thought about how Imo Qianni also scared him when he first entered the company, didn't she? He felt relieved. He walked to the door of the department head's office and knocked. There was no response. Yangqing felt a little strange. However, seeing that there was no one around, he was too lazy to care too much. He directly opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the office, Yangqing suddenly realized what was going on. He only saw that a woman with soft and beautiful lines was taking off her high heels and reclining on the hard leather sofa. Her body was covered with a thin towel blanket, and her beautiful face was half covered by her beautiful hair. It seemed that she was still in a state of deep sleep. Xianxia did not wake up because of Xianxia entering the room. She breathed evenly, but her curved eyebrows were knitted together as if there was a melancholy that could not be resolved. Xianxia locked the door and walked to the sofa with light steps. He sat at the feet of Xianxia and quietly looked at the tired woman who fell asleep. Because Yulei was attacked, it was night time in China in Xianxia. Xianxia was the first to receive the news. She began to take care of a large number of emergency executives, holding meetings, raising money, contacting people, and distributing work. She had been busy since yesterday. After a whole night, she went to participate in the bidding negotiations early in the morning and only returned to the company at noon. It could be said that she did not even have time to drink water or eat. No wonder she was so tired that she directly slept on the sofa in the office. Thinking about it, if nothing unexpected happened, Xianxia planned to sleep for a while before getting up to prepare for work at night. However, she did not expect that she slept so deeply that she did not even notice that someone had entered the office. Xianxia could not help but reach out and stroke the white stockings on Xianxia's well-defined calves a few times. His eyes naturally revealed a bit of pity. It was often said that men who worked hard were the most attractive. In fact, women were also the same. Xianxia seemed to feel that someone touched her. She sensitively woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes sleepily, pouted her mouth, and wiped the corner of her eyes. Her innocent expression made Xianxia feel that if someone else saw it, he might be jealous. Seeing that the man in front of her was Xianxia, who was about to exclaim in surprise, stopped. She realized that she had fallen asleep and couldn't help but blush. She asked softly, "Why did you come? Why didn't you say anything?" "I knocked on the door, but you didn't seem to hear me," Xianxia said. "Let go." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. "What? Don't play dumb, your hand." Xianxia pouted. Xianxia's hand had unknowingly grabbed Xianxia's two pink feet together, and was currently pinching her plump feet with great interest. "We're already an old couple, massage my little Xianxia's feet," Xianxia said while grinning. Xianxia stammered, I haven't bathed for more than a day. It will smell." "Nope." Xianxia exaggeratedly held Xianxia's jade feet and sniffed them a few times. He grinned and said, "It's still very fragrant." Xianxia was greatly embarrassed. Her pretty face turned red as she nervously looked towards the office door. This man was really messing around. What if someone saw him? How would she be able to face them? "Don't worry." Xianxia slapped Xianxia's foot, "I locked the door." "You really? I'm embarrassed for you. Could it be that you have the legendary foot fetish?" Xianxia pouted and forcefully retracted her legs, determined not to let Xianxia touch them. Xianxia reluctantly smacked his lips, "Love the house and its crow. If you like a person, of course you also like her feet." "Nonsense," Xianxia spat, but she was still very happy in her heart. She knew that Xianxia was deliberately trying to make her happy. Suddenly thinking of something, Xianxia's beautiful eyes shimmered, revealing a hint of laziness that she had just woken up. She whispered, "Hubby, I want you to help me put on my shoes." "Huh?" Xianxia suspected that he had heard wrongly. Didn't she just say that she wouldn't let him touch her feet? "I want you to help me put on my shoes." Xianxia pouted and said, "Qiangwei told me that when you put on her shoes, Ruashi saw it." "I don't want Ruashi to see it, but I want you to help me put on my shoes." "Humph, are you biased?" "I want what Qiangwei has." Xianxia really didn't understand what wearing shoes meant, but today he was here to make his woman happy, so he followed Xianxia's intention. However, when he picked up the avant-garde and sexy Tommy Polo high heels that Xianxia was wearing, and held her soft heel with the other hand, slowly putting them on, Xianxia suddenly felt a little strange. It was like a man putting a ring on a woman at a wedding. Xianxia suddenly realized that it was as if he was using his own hands to firmly tie this woman. She was his, she was telling him. Xianxia raised his head, and happened to meet Mo Qianni's gaze, which was as gentle as water. Their eyes met, and they both giggled foolishly. After putting on the shoes, Mo Qianni stood up again in a heroic manner. She simply used a hair clip to tie up her long hair, but she didn't forget to kiss Yang Cheng's face to show encouragement. "Don't tell me you want to drive me away." Yang Cheng was a little regretful. It was such a romantic moment just now. He thought that Mo Qianni would be considerate to play some office games with him. How could Mo Qianni not know what this guy was thinking? She smiled tenderly and said, "I still have a lot of things to do. You can look for your beloved Mingyue. I know that you have this intention. I won't ask for too much." Yang Cheng thought, "You don't ask for much, but I have needs." But thinking about it, Lu Mingyu also mentioned that she wanted him to meet her parents, but he hadn't asked about the specific situation of her family. Today was a good time to ask about it and take advantage of it. Speaking of pitiful, he was now a man with a wife and 4 lovers, but except for Anqin, who was closer to him, it was hard for other women to have sex with him. Before Yang Cheng left the office, there was a knock on the door. Mo Qianni's eyes were a little nervous. After all, the door was locked and she was with Yang Cheng in the office. But there was no way around it. She couldn't tell Yang Cheng to jump out of the window. So she gestured for Yang Cheng to open the door while she pretended to sit on the office chair. Yang Cheng was helpless. He walked to the door and opened it. It wasn't just anyone, it was the female colleague he was most familiar with, Zhao Hongyan. Zhao Hongyan's figure seemed to be even more graceful in her blue office dress. After her divorce, this young married woman's complexion had improved a lot. It was clear that she didn't have to suffer from her in-laws every day. Seeing that it was Yang Cheng who opened the door, Zhao Hongyan's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of surprise. But then she seemed to think of something and rebuked Yang Cheng before walking into the office with a red face. "Department Head Mo, Department Head Lu said that these documents need your signature. She also said that she can't participate in the afternoon meeting. She needs to immediately deal with the export cooperation with Huayuan Trading, so she asked me to report this to you." Zhao Hongyan handed a stack of documents to Mo Qianni. Mo Qianni smiled as she received it. She didn't reveal any awkwardness, but she still glanced at Yang Cheng. She knew that Yang Cheng's plan to get intimate with Lu Mingyu was ruined. "I know. I'm really sorry for making all of you work overtime on a holiday. It's fine. Everyone wants to get through this together." Zhao Hongyan smiled. "Definitely," Mo Qianni said with certainty. After saying a few comforting words, Zhao Hongyan hurriedly left the office to work. On the other hand, Mo Qianni revealed a pondering expression. Then she looked at Yang Cheng with a strange gaze. She twirled a pen in her hand and said with certainty, "Did you do something to Hongyan?" Yang Cheng was shocked. Other than touching her thighs, he didn't do anything. "What do you mean? Do I look like that kind of person?" Yang Cheng said righteously. "Then why does she like you?" Mo Qianni asked curiously. "Ah?" Yang Cheng smiled stiffly, "Little Xianxia, you can't say things like that. Although they just got divorced, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyways, I can tell that she's interested in you." Mo Qianni didn't want to explain any further. She waved her hand and told Yang Cheng to leave. She had to work. Yang Cheng's lips curled into a bitter smile. He was the one who was being kept as a mistress, always being chased away. But at the same time, a doubt rose in his heart. Thinking back to Zhao Hongyan's gaze, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that his female colleague really liked him? Since he couldn't get any clear answers to all the questions in his mind, Yang Cheng decided to put them aside for the time being. Since Lu Mingyu wasn't in the company, Yang Cheng didn't have any reason to continue staying at the headquarters of Yulei. Since Kristen had arrived, the activation of Star of Yulei was about to begin. Yang Cheng suspected that Kristen didn't tell Zhao Teng and Wang Jia that she had arrived in Huaxia ahead of time. In order to prevent that blabbermouth woman from throwing any more bombs, Yang Cheng felt that it was better to let her get into work mode as soon as possible. Thus, Yang Cheng called Zhao Teng directly and asked if he and Wang Jia were in the company. His 2 diligent subordinates didn't disappoint him. They were both busy working in the company. Even though Yulei International was challenged this time, as a subsidiary company, Yulei Entertainment didn't have much to do, but they still did what they could. Kristen has arrived in Zhonghai. Do you know? Yang Qing asked. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Ting couldn't help but yell and asked in shock, Director, really? Why would I lie to you? Yang Qing cursed in his heart. That crazy woman was indeed playing in disguise. He said, I'm going to the company now to confirm the activation of Star of Yulei. Once Yulei's crisis is over, we'll start immediately. Director, that's good, but... Director, can we really survive this time? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Ting obviously didn't think that Yulei's chances of winning this time were high. Yang Qing said impatiently, what nonsense are you talking about? Is this even a question? Do you want to go through with it? No. Zhao Ting hurriedly smiled and said, then I'll call Wang Jia to discuss with us immediately. Director, Miss Kristen, where is she? Yang Qing thought, how would I know? She'll come out when the time comes. I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, 10 minutes later, Yang Qing came to his office. Zhao Ting and Wang Jia were already discussing something excitedly. Even though they were in a period of crisis, Kristen's arrival seemed to be a tonic. Director, you're here, Wang Jia said with a smile, I'm discussing with Vice President Zhao. Since Miss Kristen is here, should we release the news immediately? Can we ask Miss Kristen to come out and talk to us about the arrangement of the publicity site? Of course, Yang Qing was happy to do it. As long as Kristen was not around him, that was enough. So he turned on his computer without hesitation, logged into a video calling software, and dialed Kristen's number. Because he didn't use a mobile phone in the past, most of the ways Yang Qing could contact people were through computers. Kristen's phone could support video calls. After the call was connected, the video showed a cruise ship and the lake in the background. Christine was wearing a pair of big sunglasses and a wide-brimmed lady hat. She was leisurely drinking something that was either coffee or green tea. There was no one around her. It was obvious that she had booked the entire cruise ship. Even though half of her face was covered by the hat and sunglasses, Zhao Ting and Wang Jia could still recognize that this was the heavenly queen they had been waiting for. Their eyes lit up. I remember inviting you to Xianxia was for you to work. Where have you been this time? Yang Qing spoke in Portuguese. The reason why he spoke so fluently was so that Zhao Ting and Wang Jia wouldn't understand him. As expected, Zhao Ting and Wang Jia looked at Yang Qing in confusion. They didn't know why the director would suddenly say something so strange. Kristen seemed to be used to Yang Qing speaking in a different language. She also spoke in Portuguese, my dear Yang, don't you think it's rude to treat a friend like this? Other than using my popularity, can't you let me play in Xianxia for a few days? I missed you a lot before I came here. Play? Is there anything in this world that you haven't played? Also, I don't know if you missed me or not, but I know that you've caused me trouble the moment you came. Because you can't control your mouth, my wife is throwing a tantrum with me now. Yang Qing vented some of his anger on Kristen. He couldn't deny that it made him feel better. Kristen, however, didn't care at all. She giggled. Is that so? You know that I've been trying to change this habit for more than 10 centuries, but it seems that I've failed every time. Damn it, I don't care how many centuries you've been trying to change it. You have to change it for the rest of your life. My subordinates want to talk to you about your promotional itinerary and a series of activities in Xianxia. Bring your team over immediately. I'm already annoyed enough. Can't you just help me out? Yang Qing said gloomily. Kristen pursed her lips. All right, but ask your subordinates to wait until tomorrow morning. My team is still on the plane. They'll arrive tonight and have to rest for at least a night. After the conversation ended, Yang Qing ended the video call. He switched to Mandarin and told Zhao Teng and Wang Jia about Kristen's instructions. Although Zhao Teng and Wang Jia were curious as to why Yang Qing would suddenly speak in a foreign language that they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask. After all, it was their superior's privacy. They only needed to know that the matter was settled. After dealing with the troublemaker Kristen, Yang Qing looked at the time. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. Thinking that it was about time for Hui Lin to return home, he walked to the recording studio on the lower floor, intending to fetch Hui Lin home. Unexpectedly, when he reached the entrance of the recording studio, he saw an unexpected figure walking out. It was Abbess Xianxia, who was dressed in a rather elegant middle-aged woman's spring dress with a silk scarf wrapped around her head and her hair tied up in a bun. Abbess Xianxia's cultivation wasn't ordinary to begin with, and she was skilled at retaining her youthful looks. Dressed like that, she looked no different from a rich woman in a high-end department store. "What's wrong? Surprised to see me?" Abbess Xianxia asked Yangqing calmly without any awkwardness. Yangqing shook his hand. "Not really. I'm just surprised that you have such a fashionable Taoist robe." "Humph, kid, don't be so flowery. My husband is no longer here. As the mistress of the Lin family, I will naturally take off my Taoist robe and return to the secular world to take charge of the situation. You don't have to make fun of my dressing," Abbess Xianxia said naturally about Lin Jigua being taken away. She didn't feel too sad about it. After all, she was a woman who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. She could endure much more than one could imagine. Yangqing sighed in his heart. Abbess Xianxia's actions clearly showed that she had deep feelings for Lin Jigua. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cared about the Lin family's rise and fall. She would have left him to his own devices. Since she cared so much about him, why did she have to get into a fight with Lin Jigua back then? Abbess Xianxia said coldly, "I'm here today to talk to my precious granddaughter about something. You don't have to think too much about it." "Not much. Since we've bumped into each other, let me remind you of what you promised the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. Don't forget about it." Yangqing was puzzled. "What is it?" "You really did forget," Abbess Xianxia said unhappily. "You promised to help us train a batch of newbies." Yangqing slapped his forehead and smiled. "That's what I promised your husband. Now that he's gone, do I still have to do it?" "Why not? Even though I don't like you, I can't deny that you're the best trainer." "We won't give up on this opportunity," Abbess Xianxia said. "The new general will meet with you in the middle of the month. At that time, the newbies will also be brought to the secret training base in Zhonghai. I hope you can fulfill your promise. The Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has suffered too many losses in the past half a year. We need fresh blood that's strong enough. With that Hongmeng around, I don't think you guys need to be so nervous." Yangqing shrugged and smiled. "If we need the seniors from Hongmeng to handle everything personally, how can the youngsters of Huaxia continue to improve? Death is inevitable, but as long as there are survivors, we won't lose," Abbess Xianxia said solemnly. Yangqing was only joking. Since he had promised, he would naturally fulfill it. After Abbess Xianxia left, Yangqing entered the recording studio. He realized that Hui Lin wasn't practicing. Instead, she was sitting there absent-mindedly, as if she was thinking about something. Upon seeing Yangqing, Hui Lin hurriedly ran up to him and asked, "Brother Yang, Mother Wang just called to tell me to be careful. She said that there were bad guys attacking. How's the situation now?" Smiling, Yangqing said, "If you're worried, why don't you go home to take a look? With your kung fu, you don't have to be afraid of those people." "I wanted to go back just now, but Grandma happened to be here," Hui Lin mentioned Yun Miao, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. She said, "Grandma said not to worry, as long as you're here, nothing will happen. I also think that with Brother Yang around, nothing will happen." "Then why are you spacing out? What did your grandma say to you?" Yangqing was curious why Yun Miao suddenly came to look for Hui Lin. Could it be that she wanted to force Hui Lin to do that with him? He had experienced the old Taoist nun's matchmaking ability before. Hui Lin pursed her lips. "Grandma said that singing isn't good. She wants me to go back to Beijing to learn how to manage and slowly take over the Lin family." Yangqing didn't expect this. He thought for a while and asked, "What do you think?" I don't think I'm suitable to be the head of the Lin family." Hui Lin lowered her head and said softly, "I told Grandma that sister is actually more suitable to be a leader than me. But Grandma was very angry. She said that I'm immature and unmotivated." Yangqing smiled bitterly. Hui Lin actually wanted Lin Ruoxi to manage the Lin family. In the past, Lin Ruoxi wouldn't have agreed to it. Now, even Lin Ruoxi wouldn't have such a thought. "Then what do you want to do?" Yangqing asked. Hui Lin looked stubborn. I told Grandma that I want to participate in this competition. If I lose, I'll go back to Beijing. If not, I'll definitely continue to sing. He didn't expect Hui Lin to be so determined in her music dream. Yangqing naturally patted Hui Lin's head. Even if you lose, if you don't want to be the head of the Lin family, your grandma won't dare to do anything to you. At most, I'll stop her for you. Hui Lin's face turned pale. Brother Yang, you want to hit my grandma? Silly girl. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If your grandma doesn't hit me, why would I hit her? Moreover, what can she do to me? Hui Lin heaved a sigh of relief. But then, she suddenly realized that Yangqing was patting her head. She blushed and rebuked him. Brother Yang, you can't touch me like this in the future. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a rough and perverted voice came from outside the door. Haha, brother-in-law, is this your little lover too? Where did you touch her? Yang Chen and Huilin turned their heads at the same time, only to see Tang Ju, who was dressed in a hip-hop outfit, wearing a pair of dazzling sunglasses, and a low-collared shirt that revealed a large part of his chest hair swaggered in, looking like a street bully of the entire old society. Yangqing had a headache. Where did this guy come from? Huilin quickly dodged to the side as if she had been electrocuted. When she saw the man who suddenly barged in, she frowned and felt that he looked a little familiar. As soon as Tang Ju walked in front of Yang Chen, he revealed a playful and flattering look. Lowering his voice, he glanced at Hui Lin carefully and sighed in admiration. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't tell my sister just because of your tricks. Every man has a few wives and concubines. Not to mention me, even my little brothers have several women as mistresses. I don't mind if you tell your sister or not, but don't spout nonsense. Yangqing felt that he must have been unlucky today. First, Kristen came and messed up his house, and now, Tang Ju was a blabbermouth. Hee, I won't spout nonsense. Tang Ju didn't understand what Yangqing meant. He patted his chest and said, a man has to be loyal. I'm one of the Beijing's 3 kings after all. How can I not keep my word on such a small matter? In this world, a man who doesn't have many women is either infatuated or incapable. Am I right, brother-in-law? Looking at Tang Ju, who was grinning and showing his big teeth, Yangqing couldn't understand why the graceful Tang Wan would have such a brother. As for the Beijing's 3 kings, Yangqing felt that it was nonsense. Could it be that the capital of Huaxia was so lousy that such a guy could be called a king? Ah, I know who you are. Suddenly, Hui Lin, who was blushing, said, You're the Tang family's sugar man, Tang Ju. Tang Ju's expression changed. He looked at Hui Lin from head to toe again. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't figure out who this girl was. You don't know me, but I've seen you once. Hui Lin seemed to have thought of something funny. She walked to Yangqing and said, Brother Yang, how did you know him? Why did he call you brother-in-law? Isn't her sister Miss Tang Wan? Noticing the playfulness in Hui Lin's eyes, Yangqing felt a little guilty. Even a naive Hui Lin would have guessed that he and Tang Wan had an ambiguous relationship. Ahem. Yangqing did not intend to talk about Tang Wan. Instead, he pretended to ask, What does sugar man mean? Tang Ju looked a little gloomy and winked at Hui Lin, signaling her to stop talking. However, Hui Lin wouldn't listen to him. She said, Although this guy is the young master of the Tang family and looks impressive, he's always stirring up trouble everywhere. However, whenever he meets someone powerful, he'll ask for help and he'll soften immediately. He's like a sugar man that softens when he meets a hot spot. Coincidentally, his surname is Tang, so he's called Sugar Man. Tang Ju was instantly embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly but didn't dare to flare up. He wasn't an idiot and he knew that Hui Lin wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Yangqing. There's more. Hui Lin was getting excited. She chuckled and said, There are 2 kings in Beijing. They're both outstanding talents of the younger generation. However, the so-called 3 kings is something that Tang Ju forced himself into. Other than himself, no one else mentioned it. Now that everything was exposed, Tang Ju couldn't take it anymore. He winked at Hui Lin shamelessly and said, Beautiful lady, we don't have any grudges against each other. Please let me go. Hui Lin turned her head away, agreeing not to talk about his elegance anymore. Yangqing had some understanding of Tang Ju, so he wasn't too surprised. He asked, "Why are you here? I don't remember inviting you here." Tang Ju's smile disappeared and his expression was surprisingly serious. "Brother-in-law, there's something I want to confirm with you." There was a trace of confusion in Yangqing's eyes. He didn't seem to have anything to do with Tang Ju. "Actually, I'm asking on behalf of my sister," Tang Ju said as he waved to the back. A man who looked like Tang Ju's assistant walked up and handed a newspaper to Tang Ju before leaving. Tang Ju unfolded the newspaper and passed it to Yangqing. He asked softly, "Brother-in-law, this wasn't done by you, right?" Yangqing scanned through the large piece of news in the newspaper and was instantly shocked. The title of the news was, "The Qi family was exterminated." The Qi family was the family that had two grudges with Yangqing. It was Lu Mingyu's boyfriend, Qi Kai, who used to be in university. The Qi family was a subsidiary family of the Tang family. It wasn't a big or small family and was quite influential in the south. However, in the middle of the night the day before yesterday, all the important figures in the Qi family's villa were slaughtered. The criminal used guns and bloody knives. The style of the crime was swift and the police immediately determined that it was done by an expert. Moreover, the murder this time was obviously a crime of revenge against the entire Qi family. Therefore, the police were already investigating the individuals and families that had a grudge against the Qi family. However, such a thing happening in Xianxia was too eye-catching and would destroy the stability of society. Therefore, the police tried their best to minimize the scope of the incident. Therefore, the news wasn't broadcasted on TV or radio. It was only published in small newspapers. "Your sister suspects me?" Yangqing asked. Tang Ju smiled awkwardly. "She's too embarrassed to ask you herself, but she probably has that intention. But brother-in-law, my sister isn't angry. She's just worried that if you really did it, she'll have to take the blame for you. After all, this isn't a small matter." Yangqing smiled. "First of all, I didn't do it. I don't know how Qi Kai and his family were killed. But judging from his domineering manner, his family probably isn't any better. It's inevitable that he would have enemies. Secondly, even if I really did it, tell your sister that I don't need her to worry about these things. Brother-in-law, don't be angry. My sister really didn't mean it that way." Tang Ju hurriedly smiled apologetically. In fact, Yangqing was still a little unhappy with Tang Wan's beating around the bush. However, he knew that she was worried about him and was afraid that he would scold her in front of her, which was why she called Tang Ju over. "Don't worry. Instead of worrying about whether I'm angry or not, it's better to let your sister find the real culprit quickly. This kind of thing, no matter what, is a slap to your family's face," Yangqing said. Tang Ju clapped his hands angrily. That's right. That son of AB*TCH had gone too far. He didn't even spare King's 7 or 8-year-old child. His entire family, young and old, were all dead. That Qi Kai suffered the most. It was said that he was chopped into several pieces. Brother-in-law, who do you think would be so ruthless? It's like a horror movie. Yangqing shrugged. How would I know? Since he dared to do this, he either doesn't want to live, or he's not afraid at all. No matter what, the Qi family died for nothing. Your Tang family will be busy too. Hearing Yangqing's analysis, Tang Ju frowned even more. He fell into distress. Even when Yangqing left the recording studio with Hui Lin, he didn't have time to say goodbye. 30 minutes later, Yangqing drove home with Hui Lin. What made Yangqing feel bad was that there was a white BMW Z4 parked outside. Yangqing didn't remember that there was a car in Lin Ruashi's garage. Obviously, an outsider had come to visit. Looking at the mess in the courtyard and the collapsed walls of the villa, Hui Lin's face was full of shame and regret. I'm so stupid. At such an important time, I should have stayed at home to protect Aunt Gua and Mother Wang. Me too. I almost couldn't live in peace for the rest of my life, Yangqing smiled bitterly. What you need to do now is not to frown. Learn from your mistakes. Hui Lin nodded and forced a smile. She followed him into the house. Although some parts of the house were destroyed, most of it was the same as usual. As soon as Xianxia walked into the living room, he heard a woman's laughter coming from the dining room. That voice, wasn't it Kristen who came in the morning? This woman had come back to his house after so many twists and turns. Hui Lin looked around curiously. When she saw the blonde woman in the dining room, Guo and Mother Wang Zhenxiu talking loudly in Mandarin, Hui Lin cried out in surprise. She covered her mouth with one hand, and her face was pink and her eyes were sparkling. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Yangqing glanced at Hui Lin, who was acting like a love-struck fool. Hui Lin, are you her fan too? I used to listen to her songs when I was on Mount Amei. I hid many of her CDs under my bed. She sang really well. Hui Lin shyly tugged at the corner of her shirt. She sang really well. Yangqing had heard from Hui Lin that she had a hard time learning music in the past. After all, Abbess Yin Miao definitely wouldn't support her to listen to and learn those songs. However, he didn't expect her to learn them from abroad. Oh, my dear Yang, you're back? And you brought a beautiful little sister with you? Kristen said in surprise, as if she had just noticed Yangqing. Her acting skills were indeed worthy of an Oscar Best Actress. Yangqing sighed in admiration. Why are you here again? To freeload. Kristen said matter-of-factly. I flew all the way from the other side of the world for you. Shouldn't you treat me well? You're too stingy to tell me anything. I only found out that you found your mother. Aunt Gua seemed to be very interested in your romantic past, so I talked to her. Yangqing clearly felt that the way Guo looked at him was a little weird. In short, it was definitely different from before. What did you say? Yangqing lowered his voice and whispered in Kristen's ear. Kristen blinked her big sapphire blue eyes innocently and spread out her hands. Nothing much. I just told her about how you came to my villa in America 3 years ago and had a naked party with more than 20 famous models. Auntie listened very carefully. Kristen said this in Chinese. Hui Lin, who was at the side, was in a trance. When she heard the words over 20 famous models and naked party, she immediately came to her senses. When she realized that Kristen was talking about Yangqing, she couldn't help but cover her mouth again to prevent herself from screaming. Yangqing felt like banging his head against the wall. For the first time, he realized that even Hui Lin seemed to be telling him how unbearable his past was with her shy eyes, not to mention Guo, Mother Wang, and Zhenxiu, who had always admired him. In the end, Yangqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He held his breath and explained seriously, actually, there were 19, not 20. The identity that Kristen set for herself was Yangqing's overseas classmate, which was understandable. After all, Yangqing had a Harvard diploma that even he himself had almost forgotten how he got it. For a family meal, there was the addition of an international diva out of nowhere, and this diva would say a few shocking words from time to time. Only Yangqing himself knew how hard this meal was. Hui Lin couldn't hide her love for her idol, but she was too shy to say it out loud. She had to rely on Yangqing's help to take a few intimate photos with Kristen. When she found out that Hui Lin was also participating in the competition, Kristen jokingly asked if she wanted some dirty tricks when she was commenting. Who knew that the innocent girl, Hui Lin, would be so embarrassed to refute her idol? Her cute look made the family laugh. It was past 9 o'clock at night. Lin Ruoshi hadn't returned home yet, but it was time for Kristen to leave. After all, her team had already arrived in Xianxia, and tomorrow, they would officially start the promotional work for Star of Yulei. Yangqing walked Kristen out of the house, and as they walked on the quiet and serene path in the courtyard, the two of them didn't speak at first. Under the night sky, the sporadic light from the street lamps shone on Kristen's jade-like, flawless face. Anyone who saw it would be mesmerized, but Yangqing wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beauty that was hard to come by for a man in this world. That Judy, who is she to you? Yangqing thought for a while, and still decided to ask. Kristen, on the other hand, looked a little confused. After thinking carefully for a moment, she asked back, who is Judy? Don't be confused with me. That woman is holding your amulet in her hand. Don't tell me the streets are full of people with the Lord's amulet? Yangqing said with a frown. Kristen came to a realization and giggled, you're talking about her. So her name in Blue Storm is Judy. Her real name is actually Yuna. She's a stubborn but pretty girl. She was killed by me. Xianxia said directly, because she tried to kill me twice, I didn't hold back the second time. Kristen opened her mouth slightly, looking a little helpless, but she wasn't angry. Don't worry too much. Although she is related to me, it can be said that we have nothing to do with each other. In my previous life, about 590 years ago, I was a young lady of the Anderson-Watson family in England. At that time, my husband was little Yuna's. Judy's grandfather from who knows which generation you mentioned. You can say that Yuna is my granddaughter from who knows which generation. There was once a superpower organization that tried to kidnap me. Blue Storm sent some of their people to protect me. After I found out about her family, I felt very close to them. Thinking that one of my descendants would actually enter the Blue Storm, out of concern for my great-great-great-grandmother, I gave her a protective talisman. It's a pity that the little girl doesn't listen. It seems that when it's time to die, no one can stop her. Xianxia couldn't help but stiffen. Don't give out the amulet randomly. Don't you think it's boring for a granddaughter who's separated from you by who knows how many generations? If it wasn't for us old farts, except you, what difference does it make whether I give her the amulet or not? Kristen said indifferently, but she couldn't hide the sadness on her face. She sighed and said, really, every time I think about how there are only a few of us old farts, I feel terrible. Don't drink, don't go crazy, said Xianxia worriedly. Kristen giggled. Are you that worried that I'll cause trouble for you? You've already caused a lot of trouble for me. Now I'm simply a beast in the eyes of my family. You've always been one, Kristen said unhappily. That's the past. I even blush when I look at a girl's underwear now. Xianxia said shamelessly. Kristen rolled her eyes at him in a flirtatious manner, but it had no effect on Xianxia. All right, but you have to answer a question of mine. Answer me seriously. Xianxia nodded. Ask away. In fact, Kristen had returned home to scrounge a meal. Xianxia guessed that this woman had something to say to him, and was just fooling around with him. Indeed, that was the case. Kristen's expression was a little serious. A while ago, that lunatic Aries came to America and asked me if I touched your god stone. I fought with him and he believed that I didn't. Tell me the truth, is the god stone really gone? You're not using some kind of trick, are you? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Although Aries has a rash personality, he's not a fool. Do you think I can lie to him that easily? Since I dared to keep the god stone with me, there's naturally no need to hide it. This time, it's really gone. Kristen's expression was solemn. This matter is very strange. You and Aries didn't find out and took away the god stone without being able to trace it. At the very least, the person's strength is no weaker than ours, or even a little stronger. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked, is it possible that there are still people on Earth that the 11 of you don't know about? Why do you ask that? Kristen asked in surprise. How is that possible? Even your predecessor, Hades, couldn't stand the endless reincarnation and loneliness and self-destructed. Do you think there are people who are obviously still alive but don't want us to know? Xianxia sighed and told her about the fight for the Holy Grail after the Liu family's banquet. When he mentioned that someone used the law of space to seize the Holy Grail and absorbed the energy inside, Kristen's expression turned ugly. If it's really like what you said, I don't know why. Kristen frowned. I'll find time to talk to the other old guys who have woken up about this matter. For the time being, it's good news that the god stone is not in the hands of that lunatic Aries. But we can't rule out the possibility that someone else wants to use the god stone to do some terrible things. Do you think those guys will be interested in investigating this matter? They've long lived to the point where nothing matters. Xianxia sneered. Kristen's face showed some sadness. Yes. Let alone the god stone, even if the end of the world comes, it doesn't matter to some of them. Since we can't find that person, all we can do is wait for him to show up. No matter what, if he wants to use the god stone to do something unacceptable, I will stop him. After all, it was lost in my hands, Xianxia said seriously. Kristen forced a smile, but the worry between her brows did not lessen. If the conversation between Xianxia and Kristen was overheard by others, they would only think that two lunatics were talking nonsense in the middle of the night. What most people were paying attention to that night was the fierce battle between Yulei International, the new aircraft carrier of the Xianxia fashion industry, and the international financial gangs on Nasdaq. The battle attracted the attention of countless parties as soon as the stock market opened. Most people already had an idea of what would happen. When Yulei International's treasury was at its weakest, such a battle had to be said to be a slim chance of survival. Some people in the know learned from the entertainment employees that the company did not get a loan from the bank. This made things worse, and countless people sold Yulei's shares like crazy. However, in the wee hours of the morning in Xianxia, Yulei International's counterattack began. Everyone who was ready to watch a good show, or who was thinking about a big change, was dumbfounded and their glasses fell to the ground. Yulei International, which seemed to be weak and had no power to fight back, actually used the methods of a nouveau riche to start a crazy battle with the opponent. Countless amounts of cash flowed out like a flood, appearing in front of the world. Yulei didn't sell clothes, but printed money. Such questions arose in the minds of too many people. At the same time, Lin Ruashi, who was at the base of the resort, silently watched the stock index on the big screen slowly rising. She, who had not rested all night, finally showed a trace of a smile. The members of the Athena team under the high platform worked in full swing. For them, there were only a few days of real work every year, and they dealt with the most difficult problems. But once they started working, they did not sleep or rest, and even forgot to eat or sleep. They did not ask the boss, Lin Ruashi, where did she get so much money. What they wanted to do was to continue expanding the resources at hand. Seeing that the situation was settled, Lin Ruashi did not stay any longer. She had to go back to the company to deal with more things. When this financial war ended, not only did Yulei's funds not decrease, but it would also increase several times. In this way, the future development blueprint of the company in her mind would need to be reformulated and changed a lot. When Lin Ruashi walked out of the resort, all the employees under the company looked at her with incomparable worship and fanaticism. Just like how an army always had an indelible military spirit, in the hearts of the employees of Yulei International, the CEO who always brought them the fruits of victory was their spiritual pillar. Lin Ruashi did not feel anything special. "Grandma, I did not let you down, I did not let Yulei fall. Although, most of it was because of that man, but, that should be your blessing from the heavens." Gratitude and longing, however, were the thoughts that occupied most of Lin Ruashi's mind. Another person who was also paying attention to this smokeless war was Ning Guodong, who was wearing pajamas and sipping red wine in a certain high-class single-story apartment in Zhonghai. On the projection screen, Yulei was slowly turning the tables and gradually taking the initiative. Then, like a ferocious tiger, they defeated their opponents one by one. Ning Guodong's hand, which was holding the wine glass, couldn't help but tremble. Gradually, Ning Guodong turned his head to a document bag at the side. The document bag was tightly sealed. At this moment, an assistant in a suit and leather shoes walked into the living room. He walked forward in a hurry, bent down, and said, "Director, it's impossible for me to contact Duke Mao." "Huh?" Ning Guodong frowned. "Duke Mao. Duke Mao, he." The assistant said with a troubled expression, "I just received news that Duke Mao was executed on the spot by a public official because he committed some crimes yesterday morning. Now, that public official is said to be under investigation. This time, Duke Mao's crime of colluding with some business associations in Singapore and Malaysia is most likely confirmed." Ning Guodong narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and asked the assistant to leave. Looking at the document again, Ning Guodong sneered. Duke Mao, no wonder you would give such a useful thing to me, whom you don't have much of a relationship with. It seems like, you're still one step ahead of me." Reaching out to pick up the document, Ning Guodong weighed it in his hand and sneered. A hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Forget it. So what if I was used by you? Anyway, I can't wait any longer." The next morning, all the newspapers on the streets and alleys, all the TV channels' morning news, and the radio in the car were all reporting about Yulei International's turnaround battle in the US last night. After this financial war, Yulei International's miraculous comeback shocked the world's peers. They realized that they couldn't see through the true situation of this company at all, and all their previous estimates had to be disrupted. As the CEO, Lin Ruoshi's image was constantly pursued and hyped up. In a short period of time, her hits on search engines directly surpassed the hottest all-around diva Kristen and the American singer God of Thunder, Kaka. The youngest beautiful CEO, the ice goddess, the symbol of wealth, the #1 dream lover of gold collars and diamond bachelors, all kinds of fancy titles made people laugh and sigh at the speed of information flow in this world. Because Lin Ruoshi rarely appeared in public, there weren't many photos and videos. Even so, the number of people who followed and admired her increased exponentially. The most exaggerated thing was that Lin Ruoshi's fan club was formed among the people, but the name of the fan club wasn't very nice, even a little funny, washing powder, because if the word she was pronounced slowly, it would become Washington. The biggest advantage of washing powder was that you couldn't count how many particles there were. Of course, as the person in question, Lin Ruoshi never cared about these miscellaneous things, so it didn't affect her too much. The one who suffered was Xianxia. Because of Kristen's gossip, he became the sex fiend in the eyes of the women in the family. Even Guo, as his mother, couldn't stand a young man living such a debauched life, even though she always felt that she owed Xianxia. When the news came out, the family blamed Xianxia for hiding the huge crisis that Yulei was facing, and blamed Xianxia for not caring enough for Lin Ruoshi. Xianxia couldn't say that he had given 50 billion yuan to his wife to spend. Even if he was so generous that he was qualified to be called the most extravagant husband of the century, it wasn't a reason. He had indeed left Lin Ruoshi to deal with everything alone while he flirted with his lovers. Feeling sorry for Lin Ruoshi, who was like her own daughter, Mother Wan made a box of exquisite snacks early in the morning. She also got up early to make ginseng black chicken soup and asked Xianxia to send it to the company. Because she was busy with the follow-up work, Lin Ruoshi didn't go home to rest that night. Of course, Xianxia would not refuse, but he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Why was this woman always so desperate? Could it be that she could not continue to deal with the later matters after taking a break? It wasn't that he didn't have anyone he could use. It was rare for him to be so ambitious. Just as Xianxia was driving to the company with a pained heart, the CEO's office on the top floor of the Yulei International Headquarters building welcomed an unexpected guest early in the morning. General Lin, Director Ning Guodong would like to see you. Wu Yu, who had been working overtime, called Lin Ruoshi from the secretary office outside. Lin Ruoshi, who was sorting out the last of the factory's rectification documents, frowned. On her delicate and cold face, other than fatigue and solemnity, there was a little more helplessness and annoyance. At the same time, there was a little more confusion. Ning Guodong? When she thought of the man who was always pestering her, she would think of the photo she saw a few days ago, the man with her mother. Lin Ruoshi shook her head and tried her best not to think about it. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mentality before saying, "Invite him in." After half a minute, Ning Guodong pushed open the office door. As usual, he was wearing a well-ironed suit, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. However, this kind of smile made Lin Ruoshi feel disgusted. She didn't know why. Even if her man smiled shamelessly, it was more pleasing to the eye than the handsome smile in front of her. Was it because of the person, or because of the heart? Ruoshi, you're really not simple. I've been worried about you, but now it seems that my worry was unnecessary. Ning Guodong sat on the sofa opposite Lin Ruoshi and said to himself. Lin Ruoshi stood up and walked to the desk. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Ning Guodong coldly for a while. She said, "Director Ning, give up. You know I won't agree to it, right?" Ning Guodong wasn't angry at all. He still smiled elegantly. "Let's talk about this later. Don't you think that as the host, you should give me a cup of coffee or a cup of tea?" If the guy in front of her wasn't the son of the premier and a government official, Lin Ruoshi felt that she would get security to drag him away. No, she wouldn't even let him enter the door of Yulei. "Wu Yu, make a cup of coffee and come in." Lin Ruoshi pressed the button on the phone on the desk and said. Wu Yu was very efficient. In less than 3 minutes, she made a cup of coffee and walked into the office. She then put it in front of Ning Guodong with understanding. When she noticed the stiff atmosphere between Lin Ruoshi and Ning Guodong, Wu Yu frowned and immediately left. Obviously, Wu Yu couldn't understand why the CEO and Director Ning were like enemies. Wasn't this how they Should be? If there's nothing important, I think Director Ning can leave after finishing this cup of coffee. Lin Ruoshi said indifferently. Ning Wodong took a sip of coffee. He seemed to find it too hot, so he put it down and said with a smile, Ruoshi, am I that unattractive to you? Director Ning, Lin Ruoshi bit her lips and said, I'm very busy now. There are many things that I need to do. I don't even have time to go home. I don't want to waste my energy on unnecessary things between us. You should have heard what Yangqing called me in the parking lot. That's right, we're legally married. In other words, I won't be in a relationship with you. I'm already married. Please don't harass me. Actually, I think with the power of the Ning family, it's very easy for you to find out whether I'm really married or not. You should have known about it long ago. Your way of doing things is putting me in a difficult position. The smile on Ning Wodong's face finally faded, and a trace of bitterness appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said, You're really cruel, woman. As he said that, Ning Wodong picked up the file he brought with him and played with it in his hand. He continued, You're right. I did check if you're really married to that guy named Yangqing. In the end, I was very disappointed. I really couldn't believe that you would actually marry such a vulgar and low-class man, and not even consider me. Of course, we've known each other for a long time. It's only been 3 or 4 months since I first saw you. But that guy named Yangqing, you haven't known him for that long, have you? I don't believe that you're a woman who would impulsively get married. There must be some other reason for you to marry him. Lin Ruoshi's expression didn't change, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. The feeling of being poked at the soft part of her heart wasn't very good. Ning Wodong's eyes showed a bit of sharpness. He said, I don't care if you're married, and I don't care if you can like me immediately. I don't even care if you hate me now. Do you know, as the first heir of the Ning family, if I want a woman, there's a 70 or 80% chance that no one will refuse me. But I've never really liked any woman. You're the first woman who's ever made me want to possess. I won't allow myself to fail. Such straightforward words made Lin Ruoshi feel a little flustered, but she knew that she couldn't escape. She could only say with a cold face, Director Ning, feelings can't be forced. Do you want a woman who hates you by your side? I don't care. Ning Wodong stood up, and there was a burning flame in his eyes. I don't care if you like me or not. I don't care if you hate me or even hate me. How many couples do you think are truly devoted to each other in a truly prestigious family? It's not rare for men to find lovers outside, and women to have secret lovers outside. But don't worry, I'm not such a boring person. I only need you. I don't need many women, I just want a woman who can move my heart. Looking at Ning Wodong's somewhat crazy eyes, Lin Ruoshi finally retreated a little. After all, she was just a young woman. In terms of feelings and getting along with men, she had even less experience. Director Ning. You. How can you do this? Even if you're a member of the Ning family and the premier's son, can you force someone to remarry you? Lin Ruoshi's heart was filled with anger. She was already mentally exhausted, and at this moment, her face had traces of a sickly captivating red. You're right. Even if I'm a member of the Ning family and my father is the premier, I can't touch you as I please. Ning Wodong sneered, You're the CEO of a multinational company, and the people outside are treating you like a goddess of wealth, like a fairy. How can a woman like you, who's so high and mighty, be kidnapped by me and locked up like a canary for me? Ning Wodong's words made Lin Ruoshi's body feel a little cold. This man was like a ferocious beast looking down at her. His somewhat frenzied and aggressive eyes gave Lin Ruoshi a bad premonition. But... Ning Wodong laughed until his shoulders shook, but... If the high and mighty fairy was beaten down to the mortal world. Even if she couldn't even be considered a commoner girl, just a dirty life that everyone looked down on. Tell me, who would care about her fate? At that time, the only one who could take you in would probably be a tolerant man like me, and a man who truly likes you. Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion and uneasiness. She forced herself to calm down and said, Although I don't know what you're talking about, I think all of this is a waste of effort. Really? Ning Wodong coldly snorted and threw the document bag onto Lin Ruoshi's desk. Maybe after you finish reading this, you won't think so. Lin Ruoshi turned around and looked at the open document bag on the desk. She hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out to pick it up. Then, she took out a few photocopied documents from inside. When she saw the documents inside, Lin Ruoshi suddenly froze for a moment. Then, her hands unconsciously trembled a little. Her usual calmness seemed pale and powerless at this moment. In her mind, those painful photos once again appeared for no reason. At the same time, Lin Ruoshi opened the cover of the document and read the contents inside. In just 10 seconds, Lin Ruoshi's pair of moist eyes fixed on a certain section of the document. At the same time, her face turned pale, her lips trembled, and the fingers of both her hands stiffened. The documents in her hands fell to the ground with a crashing sound. Carrying a box of pastries in one hand and a bowl of nourishing chicken soup in the other, Xianxia wore his usual flip-flops when he walked into Yulei's building. If the security didn't recognize him, he would have been dragged out of the building. Everyone in Yulei was still in a state of ecstasy. Almost everyone who walked by was full of joy, discussing how to celebrate tonight. Those who could work in the headquarters weren't stupid. This time, Yulei International had narrowly escaped death, but what it brought was definitely not just stability. The future prospects and the evaluation given by the outside world were the best proof. They were like comrades who had gone through thick and thin together and tasted the fruits of victory. The atmosphere in the company became more harmonious, and everything looked beautiful and simple. Yang Cheng's mood was also influenced by these employees. Along the way to the top floor of the CEO's office, he even hummed a street song that he hadn't hummed for a long time. The lyrics had no melody, and he just hummed it. However, Wu Yu, who had suddenly appeared in front of the office door, was definitely an exception. She still had an unchanging poker face. She stared at the thing in Yang Cheng's hand and sneered. General Lin is meeting an important guest. If you want to please him, change the time. Yang Cheng was not annoyed. He looked Wu Yu up and down, and then glanced at the flat part of her chest a few times. He shook his head and said with a smile, I say, airport. How did you get into a relationship? Your figure hasn't changed. A rare blush flashed across Wu Yu's face. It's none of your business. I won't let you go in and delay General Lin's discussion. Hey, aren't you tired of staying here all day? Go back to your office, or find your little lover. What was his name again? Little Ming? Xiao Li? It's Vice President Li Mingyi. Wu Yu frowned angrily. Vice President Li's position is higher than yours. Watch your tone. Okay, you found a good husband. Your husband is amazing. Yang Cheng had a look of approval on his face. As soon as she heard the word husband, Wu Yu's entire face turned red. She threw her hands around helplessly and turned her head away. She didn't say anything and just stood by the door. Yang Cheng found it quite interesting. Lin Ruoshi's assistant was actually somewhat similar to Lin Ruoshi. In other words, she usually regarded Lin Ruoshi as a learning target. She was serious in speech and manner and had a cold expression on her face. It was a pity that her figure and appearance were average. However, if one were to really talk about what was on her mind, she would blush and her heartbeat would quicken. Ah, Vice President Li. Yang Cheng turned around and called out. Wu Yu immediately turned her head around and looked at the corridor. However, it was empty. At the same time, Yang Cheng naturally pushed Wu Yu away and opened the office door. Ah. Wu Yu reacted, but it was too late. Just when she was about to stop him, Yang Cheng had already flashed into the office. At the same time, he turned around and gave her a smug smile before closing the door again. Wu Yu stood outside the office and stamped her feet. Then, she seemed to think of something and giggled shyly. After entering the door, Yang Cheng turned around. At first, he thought that Wu Yu was lying to him that Lin Ruoshi had a guest. However, he didn't expect that someone really came, and the person who came was Ning Guodong, who was looking for trouble. What made Yang Cheng feel that the atmosphere was not right was Lin Ruoshi's current state. He saw that Lin Ruoshi's expression was a little dull. Her eyes were lifeless, and there was a trace of tears in her eyes. She was holding a few pieces of paper in her hands, and there were some scattered on the ground in front of her feet. Even when Yang Cheng entered the door, Lin Ruoshi didn't turn her head to look at him, as if she was possessed. As for Ningguodong, when he saw Yangqing enter the room, he frowned in annoyance and sneered, but he didn't say anything. Yangqing quickly realized that the problem was with the pieces of paper in Lin Ruoxi's hands. His eyesight was excellent, and when he walked slightly closer, he could clearly see the few pieces of paper that had fallen on the ground. He could clearly see what was written on them. The moment he saw clearly what those pieces of paper were, Yangqing's face sank slightly. He immediately understood the reason for the current situation. He walked forward and placed the food in his hands on the office table. Yangqing said unhurriedly, "Mother Wang asked me to bring some chicken soup and snacks over. She was afraid that you would be tired from work and wouldn't eat or drink, so you should eat some." After that, Yangqing squatted down and picked up the pieces of paper on the ground. At the same time, he took away the pieces of paper in Lin Ruoxi's hands. Lin Ruoxi was indifferent and didn't react at all. Yangqing sighed slightly in his heart. He turned around and walked in front of Ningguodong. He threw a stack of things in his hand in front of him and said in a somewhat gloomy tone, "Take it back." Ningguodong sneered, "What? Do you think these are fake? Whether they are real or fake, this isn't something you should bring." There was already a bit of hostility in Yangqing's eyes, but he was very clear that he couldn't casually smash the head of this reckless man in front of him. Ningguodong stood up and walked behind Yangqing with his hands behind his back. He sighed and said, "Zhengmao is really old and wise. Perhaps he had foreseen that he might fail, and that was why he had given me such a thing. Even if he failed, as long as this thing is in my hands, it will be placed in front of Ruoxi sooner or later. Truth be told, I know that old fox Zhengmao is using me, my background, and my thoughts. But I have to admit that he's very successful. Even if I don't like being used, I still can't resist the temptation of using this document." At this moment, Lin Ruoxi, who had been in a stupefied state, raised her head and stared at Ningguodong without saying a word. There was a trace of sorrow in her eyes. Ningguodong, however, didn't understand the meaning behind it. He only thought that Lin Ruoxi still didn't believe him and smiled proudly. "Don't think that this medical record is fake. Ruoxi, you know, before I came here, I had already sent someone to the hospital where your nominal father, Lin Kuan's former doctor, worked. But that guy has already escaped abroad. It seems that Zhengmao really gave him a sum of money and then ran away. If this medical record is fake, why does he need to run away?" With that said, the smile on Ningguodong's face slowly disappeared. He stared coldly at Lin Ruoxi. How can a man with a congenital absence of seminal vesicle have a descendant? Ruoxi, don't blame me for being cruel, but I have to say. You are actually a bastard child born from your mother's affair with another man. You may be Li Ruoxi, Wang Ruoxi, Zhou Ruoxi, you may even be surnamed Yang like this man, but your surname is definitely not Lin. With the identity of Lin family's successor, you entered Yulei International. If the outside world knew that you were just a bastard child born from a mother's adultery with another man, what do you think the world would think? Haha, they would think, did you deliberately hide it to seize the family fortune? Did you know about this, so you secretly got rid of your grandmother early on? You're so young, yet you're still able to inherit this position? Oh right, that old man wearing a green hat, Lin Kuan, seems to have died a while ago. He seems to have entered a mental hospital. Think about it, this non-biological daughter of yours has a crazy green hat father. If an ordinary person were to see this, no matter how they think about it, there would be a problem. With every sentence that Ningguodong said, Lin Ruoxi's eyes were filled with more pain and despair. In the end, her whole body had already softly sat on the ground. Her face was deathly pale and her body was trembling. Ningguodong seemed to have seen the result that he wanted. From his point of view, when Lin Ruoxi's spirit collapsed and her willpower collapsed, it would be the moment when she would admit defeat. But at this moment, a steel-like hand reached over from the side and suddenly locked onto Ningguodong's neck. Ningguodong only felt that he was suffocating for a moment. His body was involuntarily pulled backward and heavily hit the wall. Ningguodong's eyes widened and his mouth was half open, but he couldn't say a word. He painfully kicked his two legs in the air and looked at the man in front of him in horror. There was no expression on Yangqing's face, but his pair of eyes already had a ferocious look, as if he was about to devour someone. In Yangqing's heart, there wasn't even the slightest bit of pain. This medical record was obviously given to him by Dr. Bao when Lin Kuan died. At that time, he thought that he only needed to threaten Dr. Bao. After all, in the hospital, it wasn't good to get rid of him. Moreover, Dr. Bao didn't give him the real medical record, but only a copy. Unexpectedly, the world was unpredictable. Someone really thought of attacking Lin Ruashi's birth and family, and even found this medical record. In the end, the doctor surnamed Bao also couldn't resist the temptation of money, and chose to run away to avoid me. When he saw Lin Ruashi fall to the ground softly, as if she had lost her soul, and her eyes were full of grief, Yangqing only felt that his heart was about to be torn apart. It was this madman in front of him who pestered endlessly and made such a happy morning so gloomy and gloomy. Yangqing stared at Ning Guodong. He couldn't wait to break this man's neck and let him die. Then, he could go and comfort Lin Ruashi. But somehow, Yangqing knew that he couldn't just kill him. Not because he was a government official, not because he was a member of the Ning family, but because he was Ning Guanya's son. Ning Guodong's face had turned the color of pig liver. He tried to kick Yangqing with his feet and grab Yangqing with his hands, but Yangqing's body seemed to be made of metal, and he couldn't do anything. In the end, when Ning Guodong was about to die and his vision was about to turn black, Yangqing finally let go of him. Ning Guodong fell to the ground, and he kept breathing heavily. He looked at the man in front of him, who was looking down on him with fear and hatred. You will have retribution," Ning Guodong said fiercely. Yangqing ignored him and turned to walk in front of Lin Ruashi. He squatted down and said softly, "Don't sit on the ground. If there's nothing urgent, come home with me and rest." Lin Ruashi didn't respond. She just stared blankly in front of her, and her eyes were empty. Yangqing didn't say anything. He stretched out his hands and helped Lin Ruashi up from the ground. Lin Ruashi finally had some reaction, but she didn't care about Yangqing. Instead, she got up and walked to the door of the office. Yangqing knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. He frowned and followed Lin Ruashi, waiting for her to calm down. Watching Lin Ruashi and Yangqing leave the office one after another, Ning Guodong smiled sinisterly and murmured, "Go, go. Sooner or later, you will come to my side and crawl in front of me. And Yangqing, sooner or later, you will know that you provoked someone you shouldn't provoke." The moment they walked out of the office, Lin Ruashi's expression didn't show any emotions, but her footsteps were a bit heavy. She didn't have the sharp aura that she usually had in the company. Occasionally, employees walked past the two of them. They were intimidated by Lin Ruashi's pressure in the past, so they didn't dare to look up. They simply said hello and didn't see anything special. Yangqing followed behind her. He knew that he couldn't say anything, so he simply followed her. All the way downstairs and into the parking lot to the place where Lin Ruashi parked her car. Lin Ruashi fumbled in her jacket pocket for a while and seemed to find that she touched the wrong pocket. Then she touched her other jacket pocket and took out the key to the Bentley. However, Lin Ruashi's hand was still in a slightly trembling state, indicating that her heart wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. Finally, after a while, Lin Ruashi pressed the door lock button. When Lin Ruashi's body reached the door of the car, Yangqing couldn't watch anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ruashi's hand. Lin Ruashi turned her head indifferently and looked at Yangqing with dull eyes. "Don't drive. In your current state, driving is no different from suicide," Yangqing said solemnly. Lin Ruashi ignored him and reached out her other hand to open the door. "Did you hear me? I'm talking to you." Yangqing moved Lin Ruashi away from the car. He grabbed Lin Ruashi's shoulders and shook her soft body. Lin Ruashi's head swayed back and forth, but her whole body didn't make the slightest sound. She was like a puppet without a soul that could be controlled at will. Yangqing's heart sank because he clearly saw death in Lin Ruashi's eyes. Death. This was clearly a madness that disregarded his own life. However, Lin Ruashi's personality was too introverted. In her past life, she really didn't have the habit of pouring out her emotions. Therefore, no matter how big the storm was, she would silently keep it in her heart. All she could do was to continuously suppress it, instead of letting it out. At this moment, Lin Ruashi was clearly on the verge of collapse, but she was suppressed by her tenacious and even twisted mental barrier. I won't let you do anything stupid, Yangchen said with determination in his eyes. Before Lin Ruoshi could open the car door again, Yangchen hit the back of Lin Ruoshi's neck skillfully. Lin Ruoshi immediately fainted and fell into Yangchen's arms. Seeing that there was no one around, Yangchen carried Lin Ruoshi in his arms, walked to his car, and laid her on the back seat. Lin Ruoshi's face still looked so calm, like the sparkling surface of a clear lake, so beautiful that it made people feel pity and intoxicated. However, Yangchen clearly knew that when she woke up again, it might be a terrifying signal. After more than a minute, Yangchen drove home. Not long after Yangchen left with Lin Ruoshi, Ning Guodong also sat in the car that was specially used to return to his residence. With a gloomy face, Ning Guodong looked like he could explode into a monstrous rage at any time. This made the assistant sitting in the front passenger seat very reserved, not daring to speak casually. At this time, Ning Guodong suddenly passed the file he had been holding to the front, and said, "Send this to all the influential magazines and newspapers in the country. As long as it can be published, publish it for me, the bigger the better." The assistant took the file, nervously opened it, and carefully looked at the contents for a while. When he saw some key words, the assistant's face suddenly turned pale. Young master. This thing, it's not good to publish it rashly, right? After all, Yulei International is now a multinational enterprise that our Xianxia has focused on cultivating. Miss Lin Ruoshi can be said to be at the peak of her power. This is probably... Do you want to scram? Ning Guodong's face showed a bit of malevolence, and he roared, King, listen to me. Do what I tell you to do. I'm in a very bad mood right now. Do you think I don't have a brain, or are you that smart? Without Lin Ruoshi and Yulei International, someone else can still do it. I want Lin Ruoshi to die a horrible death. I want her to know, don't always be so high and mighty like a fairy. She's King B TCH, born from a whore and a wild man. B TCH. I want to play with her, that's her good fortune from 8 lifetimes. She's only fit to kneel in front of my feet and lick my toes. The assistant's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he could only obediently agree. If you don't dare. Ning Guodong's voice seemed a bit deep, then immediately jump out of the car. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of being in the car, the assistant would have directly knelt in front of Ning Guodong, and hurriedly shouted, I dare. Young master, don't be angry. Only then did Ning Guodong lean back, close his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything else. However, Ning Guodong didn't notice that the middle-aged driver, who had been silent all this time, was frowning, revealing a bit of a pondering expression. Driving home at an extremely fast speed, Yangchen carried Lin Ruoshi's still unconscious body into the house. Xianxia had gone to class, so naturally she wasn't at home. However, Mother Wang and Guoshuahua were watching TV, and when they saw Yangchen barge in like this, they turned pale with fright. Son-in-law. What's wrong with Miss Yangchen? What happened to Ruoshi? Mother Wang and Guoshuahua ran over worriedly. When Yangchen said that she had only fainted, they heaved a sigh of relief, but they still asked anxiously why she had fainted. Yangchen couldn't explain it at the moment, so he first carried Lin Ruoshi upstairs, walked into her room, and placed her on the big bed. Mother Wang was very considerate, and she went up to Lin Ruoshi to take off her high heels and jacket, then asked, Son-in-law, quickly tell us, we were so worried. Why did Miss faint? I did it, Yangchen said with a sigh. This time everyone revealed a shocked expression, and they looked at Yangchen questioningly. Yangchen thought for a while. Since Lin Ruoshi was in such a state, he naturally couldn't hide what had happened from his family. So, he told them about going to the company, meeting Ning Guodong, and the medical record. Towards the end, Yangchen realized that Mother Wang and Guoshuahua's expressions were very unnatural. Suddenly, Yangchen realized that since Mother Wang had been in this family since the generation of the old CEO, she naturally knew a lot about the past. And his own mother, Guoshuahua, was the best friend of Lin Ruoshi's mother, Shui Zijing. From the photos, it could be seen that their relationship was not simple. Then, did they already know the truth of some things? When he saw that Mother Wang's eyes were filled with sadness, pain, and pity, But there wasn't the slightest bit of surprise. Yangqing was sure that Mother Wang already knew that Lin Ruoxi was not Lin Kuan's biological daughter. Maybe Mother Wang even knew who Lin Ruoxi's real father was. Looking at Guoshua's emotional, hateful, and pitiful expression, Yangqing was a little confused, but he was sure that Guoshua also knew some secrets. Yangqing looked at the two elders in front of him who had their own thoughts, and then looked at his wife who was lying unconscious on the bed. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had thought that his own life was full of twists and turns, but he didn't expect that Lin Ruoxi's life was even more complicated than his, and it was even more hidden secrets. His meeting and marriage with her, could it be considered a joke of the heavens? Do you know something? Yangqing looked at Mother Wang and Guoshua calmly. Mother Wang sighed, looked at the unconscious Lin Ruoxi on the bed, and shook her head. Young master, you must have guessed it, I do know about this. But I thought I wouldn't have to tell this in my life. I didn't expect that someone would expose this so early. That's right, young Master Kuan is indeed not Miss Lin's biological father. Young Master Kuan was born with a hidden illness, so he can't have children. Yangqing thought that it was indeed so. Actually, he had thought that it was strange. Since Lin Kuan was so fickle outside, spending almost all his money on women, why didn't he have any illegitimate children? No illegitimate daughters. If he hated his wife's daughter so much, why didn't he find a lover to have a child? Now that he thought about it, it wasn't that Lin Kuan didn't want it, it was that he couldn't. And Lin Kuan was so crazy about women, it was most likely not because he really liked them, but because he wanted to use this method to prove that he was a normal man, and not a half-eunuch who could only be a useless half-eunuch. It was also easy to understand why Lin Kuan had such a beautiful wife like Shui Zijing, but his relationship with his wife was not harmonious. Lin Kuan clearly knew that he couldn't have children, but Shui Zijing still got pregnant and gave birth to a Lin Ruoxi. This was obviously a blatant slap to Lin Kuan's face. What made Yangqing puzzled was that Lin Kuan's mother, the old CEO, must have known about Lin Kuan's hidden illness, but why did she watch her daughter-in-law give birth to another man's child, and not stop it? She even raised Lin Ruoxi with all her heart, and handed over the business empire that she built with her own hands to Lin Ruoxi, and not her biological son Lin Kuan. At the same time, why didn't Lin Kuan tell the truth? Was it because he didn't want the outside world to know that he couldn't have children because of his pride as a man? Or was there another reason? There were too many mysteries, and Yangqing couldn't understand them in a short time. Mother Wang. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxi, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes, and the corners of her eyes were already overflowing with tears. Slowly, Lin Ruoxi sat up, and looked at Mother Wang with tears in her eyes. Mother Wang, why are you only willing to say it now? Do you know how cruel it is to me? Miss. Mother Wang really didn't know what to say. She felt that no matter what she said, she wouldn't be able to explain to Lin Ruoxi. She could only freeze there, and open her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Lin Ruoxi smiled sadly, like a withered lily, so sad and beautiful that it broke one's heart. No wonder, since I was young, that man hated me so much. He never wanted to hug me, never wanted to treat me well. He always didn't like Mother, and always went to other women to indulge in debauchery. No wonder, no matter what I did, no matter how well I treated him, he was never willing to see me as his daughter. No wonder, he could be so cruel, so easily hit me, scold me, and even kidnap me to kill me. As Lin Ruoxi spoke, her beads of tears dripped onto the bed, dyeing it into a pool of tears. I was wondering, how can there be parents in this world who can ignore their own flesh and blood, and how can there be a father who would kill his own daughter? Turns out, I was wrong from the beginning. My mistake was that I wasn't his daughter at all. In his eyes, I was just a bastard born from his wife and another man. I was the shame of his infertility. I was the product that trampled on all his dignity. He did have reason to hate me. Someone like me actually snatched away the Yulei that should have belonged to him, and actually tortured him in front of him for more than 10 years. I really should thank his kindness for not strangling me to death when I was young. Am I right, Mother Wang? Lin Ruoxi raised her head. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her face was as cold as frost. Her flowery smile looked like the moon in the water, and would shatter with a touch. In the suburbs of Shanghai, in a high-class residential area with strict security, Ning Guodong had just returned to this courtyard to rest for a while. Sitting on a loose recliner, Ning Guodong was facing a wall-mounted TV. At noon, it was almost all the noon news or morning news reruns. When Ning Guodong flipped through these TV channels, he couldn't help but be annoyed to find that almost every TV channel was broadcasting the financial war that happened last night. The protagonists were naturally Yulei International and Lin Ruoxi. Damn it. Ning Guodong's eyebrows twitched. He finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and smashed the remote control in his hand directly at the TV in front of him. Pa! The TV screen was smashed by the remote control, and suddenly the screen became blurry. Ning Guodong was too lazy to care. He stood up and impetuously walked to the small bar in the room. He poured himself a glass of Russian imported vodka, raised his neck, and drank it in one gulp. The strong liquor slid across his throat like a knife, which made Ning Guodong feel a little better. He exhaled, and even choked some tears in his eyes. At this moment, the doorbell of the house rang. Ning Guodong frowned. This residence was his private. Except for his family members. Only some people around him knew. But if they came, why didn't they let him know in advance? Ning Guodong didn't think it was a dangerous situation. Not to mention that no one dared to touch him, there were bodyguards standing outside. He walked slowly to the door and opened it. But he didn't expect that when he opened the door, it was Ning Guodong's unexpected father, Ning Guanyao. Dad? Ning Guodong called out in confusion. As far as he knew, at this time, Ning Guanyao should be rushing back to Yanjing to participate in the most important election of the National People's Congress. Why did he suddenly come to my place and not tell me in advance? Ning Guanyao looked at his son expressionlessly. You won't let me in? Oh. Of course, of course. Ning Guodong felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, but he still let Ning Guanyao in. Ning Guanyao was not only his father, but also the head of the Ning family and Huaxia's premier. He was also the only person he had ever feared. Ning Guanyao had his men wait outside while he entered the house. Ning Guodong, who was behind him, tactfully closed the door. The security of the house was very good. It was absolutely soundproof inside and outside. Ning Guanyao walked into the living room and saw the smashed TV. He frowned but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked around the room. Ning Guodong was speechless. He thought that his father would ask him why he smashed the TV, but his father didn't ask. It didn't make sense. However, he couldn't guess what his father was thinking. How much did you spend on this house? Ning Guanyao suddenly asked. Ning Guodong was stunned. He looked a little troubled. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, I didn't spend any money. It was a gift from the real estate company. Ning Guanyao nodded. He didn't seem surprised and said, you must have received a lot of gifts like this, right? Ning Guodong felt strange seeing that his father wasn't angry. He said, actually. Not a lot. Dad, I'm not an idiot. I won't touch things that I shouldn't touch. Is that so? Ning Guanyao turned around with a strange light in his eyes. Tell me, what shouldn't you touch? Ning Guodong was startled. He didn't dare to meet his father's gaze. An invisible pressure was expanding in his heart. I will definitely not touch anything that will harm the country and damage the reputation of our Ning family. Ning Guodong clenched his teeth and said. Ning Guanyao asked again, do you think you've done it? Ning Guodong pondered for a moment and said, people are not saints. Everyone makes mistakes. But, father, I believe that even if I didn't do everything, I definitely didn't make any big mistakes until now. You should know that I have never had any complaints in the department. Whether you do well or not, it's not something that can be determined by whether someone writes a letter or not. Good or bad, it's important to the heart. Ning Guanyao's eyes gradually became gloomy. He said, I originally thought that I was a successful father. Although you're not particularly talented, not particularly intelligent, at least you're a dutiful person, an obedient son. In this world, if anyone wants to become a qualified leader, the most important thing is to first learn how to be led. In the past, you've always been led by me humbly. This is actually nothing to be ashamed of. I like this about you. The other families will be envious of the Ning family for having a descendant like you. But, Guodong, why, at this time, on this kind of matter? Why aren't you willing to listen to me? Ning Guodong felt a chill down his spine. He laughed dryly and asked, Father, I don't know. What are you talking about? I think there's some misunderstanding in between. Misunderstanding? Ning Guangyao suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. He snorted and laughed a few times before saying, You still want to hide it from me? Or, have you really become so insensitive? Ning Guodong's brain couldn't wrap around it. He stood there in a daze. Ning Guangyao turned his back and sighed. Then he said, Who allowed you to send that kind of thing to the national media without permission? Almost instantly, Ning Guodong's legs began to tremble. He gulped, unable to say a word. Do you think that it's fine if you don't say anything? Do you think that after doing something like that, you can just let it go? Ning Guangyao turned around and looked at his son coldly. Guodong, could it be that in your heart, when the descendants of the Ning family pursue their other half, they use such unscrupulous methods? To destroy. To strike. To take revenge and pursue a married woman. Ning Guodong suddenly raised his head. He seemed to have thought of something and cried out involuntarily, Dad. You sent people to spy on me. Only then did Ning Guodong come back to his senses. He hadn't told Ning Guangyao about the series of things from when he met Xing Mao to today's meeting with Lin Ruoxi. The people around him didn't dare to speak carelessly either. The only possibility was that Ning Guangyao had already sent people to monitor his every move. Suddenly, Ning Guodong realized that he really didn't understand his father. His father, who was originally as fair and open-minded as the sun, actually had such dark and unknown methods. In fact, he was spying on his own son. So what if I am? If it wasn't for that, if you really made a fuss about this matter, would I still have to clean up your mess? Ning Guangyao was burning with anger. He didn't even hesitate to curse. Ning Guodong's breathing quickened. He lowered his voice and asked, Dad. Actually, I've always had a question. Why? Why do you care so much about that woman? Even if she's the CEO of a multinational company, so what? She's just a little slut born from an illicit affair between a cheap woman and a wild man. Shut up. You're not allowed to say that about her. Ning Guangyao shouted angrily. Isn't that the case? As if his reverse scale had been touched, Ning Guodong shouted hoarsely, as if he had gone mad, Dad. I'm your biological son. Ever since I was young, I've never dared to go against any of your wishes. I'll score however many grades you want me to score. You want me to work hard to get into Peking University, so I'll work hard to get into Peking University. You want me to enter any department, so I'll go through all kinds of hardships and screenings. I don't need anyone's help to get into any department. Every year, you give me strict requirements for my workload. Even the number of times I can meet the elders in the family, you strictly limit me. I never complain, I never get angry. Because I know that you're doing this so that I can inherit everything from the Ning family. But today, I just want to find a woman for the rest of my life. Is it too much to ask for such a pitiful request? So what if Lin Ruoxi is married? So what if she's the CEO of a multinational corporation? Her marriage doesn't even have a wedding ceremony. What's the difference between that and not being married? Could it be that in this upper-class circle, it was rare to snatch a woman? In a society where it's not even a big deal to keep a mistress, is it too much for me, Ning Guodong, to only want one woman? Unfilial son. You. How dare you say such things? You. Kneel. Ning Guangyao scolded angrily, his body began to tremble violently. The corner of Ning Guodong's mouth twitched, but he still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Ning Guangyao and said loudly, I can kneel, but that's because you're my father, you're the highest official in Huaxia's government. It's not because I feel that I deserve what I've done. I've only used methods that match that woman's status to do all of this. As long as that medical record is made public, Lin Ruoxi will become a lowly bastard, and her legal right to inherit Yulei will be denied. It's her and that dead bitch who cheated everything to this day. The entire society will look down on her, and think that she killed Lin Kuan, killed the old CEO, and took everything away. At that time I'll make her my woman, and who will know? Isn't that the truth? Pa. With a crisp sound, Ning Guangyao rushed forward and directly slapped Ning Guodong in the face. Ning Guangyao's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled in a low voice, I'm telling you. Even if you don't get married in this life, I won't let you touch even half a finger of Lin Ruoxi. Also, if you dare call Lin Ruoxi a bastard again, if you dare to blaspheme her mother again, I'll shoot you today. It was unknown if he had been slapped silly, or if he had heard Ning Guanyao's never said such evil words, but Ning Guodong touched his red face, completely stunned on the spot, and his eyes darkened. In the hall on the first floor of the Lin family's mansion, the air seemed to be filled with an oppressive atmosphere, causing the expressions of the four people present to be a little gloomy. Yang Qing and Lin Ruoxi sat on the sofa, facing Mother Wang and Gua Shuihua. The tea on the table had already turned cold, but no one thought of drinking it or changing the hot water, because no one was in the mood to do so. As Mother Wang slowly narrated, Yang Qing and Lin Ruoxi gradually solved some of the mysteries. Back then, as Lin Jigua's lover, the old CEO gave birth to Lin Kuan. In order to protect herself and not be oppressed by Abbess Yun Miao's wife, the old CEO brought her son Lin Kuan and spent a lot of effort to establish Yulei International. Of course, Lin Jigua was also there was a reason why Lin Jigua would not leave a son like Lin Kuan alone. However, the old CEO did not tell Lin Jigua that Lin Kuan was defective. He had a congenital absence of seminal vesicles. Although this kind of illness would not affect a normal married life, it would definitely not allow him to have a child. The old CEO was not stupid. She knew that if she wanted her son Lin Kuan to be able to live a peaceful and carefree life, she must not let Yulei fall. She must not let Lin Jigua know that he had a useless son. The thing that wealthy families feared the most was having no descendants. The Lin family did not have many children, so Lin Jigua especially valued Lin Kuan, who was born to his lover. If he knew that Lin Kuan was a chicken that could not lay eggs, then the care he gave to Lin Kuan would be greatly reduced. It had to be said that after the old CEO experienced Lin Jigua's selective betrayal of his feelings and career, his feelings for Lin Jigua were more about using the Lin family to stabilize and develop Yulei International. It was also because of the old CEO's decisiveness and ruthlessness that she maintained a cold heart towards Lin Jigua, coaxing him and hating him at the same time, which made Lin Jigua take great pity on her and her son. It was also because of this that the old CEO was able to build Yulei so well in such a short period of time, and was not killed by Abbess Yun Miao, who had just married Lin Jigua. As time went by, Lin Kuan gradually grew up. He also gradually discovered that he was different from other men. He knew that he wasn't a real man, but the old CEO strictly told him that this matter must be kept secret. In fact, even if the old CEO didn't mention it, Lin Kuan would never admit that he was infertile in front of the public. For a man like him who indulged in sensual pleasures, not being able to have children was a shameful matter. He would never allow anyone to know about this. Therefore, it was exactly what the old CEO wanted. When Lin Kuan reached marriageable age, the old CEO brought Shui Zijing, the orphan daughter of the Shui family in Huaxia, to Zhonghai to become the Lin family's daughter-in-law. At this point, Mother Wang sighed softly and said, "At that time, I had only been in this family for a few years. I only found out about a lot of things before the old CEO passed away." However, the old CEO didn't say why he chose Miss Mother, Madame Shui, to marry young Master Kuan. "I only know that at that time, Madame Shui didn't seem to be living a good life. She was ostracized by many people in Beijing, and it was only with the old CEO's help that she agreed to marry young Master Kuan." However, both of them knew about each other's situation before they got married, and they didn't have any feelings for each other. The marriage was just a formality. Although young Master Kuan and Madame Shui slept together occasionally, they didn't usually talk. Until one day, Madame Shui suddenly got pregnant. To outsiders, the Lin family's young madam getting pregnant was a joyous event. Even if Lin Kuan had always been a prodigal son, as long as the Lin family had a descendant, in the eyes of Yulei International's employees and the outside world, it meant that Yulei International had a successor. Only the people in the family knew what it meant. Shui Zijing had a secret meeting with another man. "Speaking of young madam, she's also a somewhat strange woman." Mother Wang frowned and thought for a long time before she came up with this description. She seemed to be very indifferent to everything. Even when she was pregnant with someone else's child, she still calmly stayed at home and did her usual things. Reading books, watering the plants, tasting tea, sitting on the balcony and basking in the sun, as if everything was so normal. At that time, I remember that the old madam wasn't in a good mood. However, I don't know why, but one day, young madam and the old madam had a long talk in the room. After that, the old madam didn't seem to mind young madam's pregnancy anymore. After that, she even warned young Master Kuan in front of me not to do anything to young madam and the child. It seemed like she was very protective of young madam and the child in her womb. I think that night, young madam and the old madam must have talked about something very important, but, until now, I still don't know what they talked about. However, it must be the reason why the old madam didn't object to young madam giving birth to the child. Speaking up to this point, Mother Wang looked at Lin Ruoxi affectionately and lamented, "At that time, the child that was still in young madam's womb has become another young madam in the blink of an eye. Miss, can you understand how gratified and happy I feel every time I see you?" Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything, but the frozen expression on her face showed signs of melting. Later on, young madam was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to Miss Wang. Ma continued, "I remember that the old madam was very happy at that time. That was the happiest I have ever seen the old madam. She carried the swaddled miss and without thinking, she said, 'From now on, you'll be called Ruoxi.' It was as if she had said that name countless times and was very familiar with it. However, after that, young Master Kuan almost didn't go home. He knew that Miss wasn't his biological daughter, but the old madam asked him not to say or do anything, so he could only hide outside. I was in pain at that time. I knew that the old madam was actually trying to protect young Master Kuan, but their relationship became more and more strained. As Yangqing listened, he didn't feel good in his heart. He seemed to finally understand why his late father-in-law, Lin Kuan, was like that. Since he was young, he knew that he was half a eunuch. Moreover, he was born in a wealthy family, surrounded by beautiful women, but he could only do superficial work. Therefore, Lin Kuan had been suppressing the secret in his heart, afraid that others would find out. Even a normal person would get sick from holding it in like that. After that, his wife in name was pregnant with someone else's child, and his own mother still wanted to protect that woman and the child in her womb. She didn't even give a reason, and directly told Lin Kuan to shut up and not do anything rash. This made Lin Kuan's last bit of dignity was trampled all over. What Lin Kuan couldn't accept was that in the end, the old CEO handed Yulei International over to a young girl who wasn't related to him by blood. A series of blows from a young age to a big one was enough to make Lin Kuan become like what he had seen in the past. He was neither human nor ghost, and he could do anything. Lin Ruoxi, who had been listening to Mother Wang's narration, suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Mother Wang, since Grandma did so much to let that person live a carefree life, why did she still hand Yulei International over to me? Didn't she know how much he would hate me that way?" Mother Wang smiled bitterly, "Miss, do you think, young Master Kuan, has the ability to manage Yulei International well, or even, has the ability to protect this family business?" Lin Ruoxi was silent. That was indeed, very difficult. Not to mention that Lin Kuan's personality was already twisted, his ability was indeed too far away from hers. For so many years, Lin Kuan had only been running away, he didn't have any real ability. "Miss, actually, I only found out about the old madam's good intentions later on," Mother Wang said emotionally. "When you were still young, the old madam had been grooming you as the heir. The old madam treated you like her own granddaughter, and hoped that you would love your own family, and accept a father like young Master Kuan. The old madam searched everywhere and found Miss Mo Qianni. She was still a girl from Chuan province at that time. The old madam saw her potential and supported her, letting her enter the company earlier than you, and become your right-hand woman. These were all arranged by the old madam. The old madam even used Lin Jigua's relationship to introduce you to the Kai family. These were all connections that could be used to protect Yulei. Wang Ma, are you saying that everything Grandma did was to use me, to protect her son?" Lin Ruoxi's lips curled into a bitter smile as she asked. Mother Wang shook her head and said earnestly, "Miss, this blood relationship can be faked, but this love, can it be faked? Miss, you've lived with the old madam for more than 20 years. Can't you tell whether the old madam's love for you is real or fake? Lin Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at the wall opposite her, at the oil painting of a kind woman. She murmured a few times, but she was in a daze. At this moment, Guo, who had been silent and listening to Mother Wang's story, suddenly said, maybe, what Zijing said to the old CEO that night. I can guess. Not only Mother Wang, but Yangqing and the absent-minded Lin Ruashi also looked over. Obviously, from the tone of Guo, it seemed like she really knew something. Guo seemed to be struggling, but in the end, she shook her head and sighed. I didn't think it was appropriate to say it, but Ruashi is already my daughter-in-law. I think it's a bit too much to hide it from her. Guo looked at Lin Ruashi and sighed. Ruashi, I think the reason why your grandma tried so hard to give birth to you and make you the CEO of Yulei International was not only to confuse General Lin Jigua and make him think that he had a granddaughter and take care of you. There was another reason. It was because your biological father was more capable of protecting Yulei International, you and Lin Kuan. Listening to Guo words, Lin Ruashi's mind suddenly flashed with those photos. The man in the photos, his other identity, almost instantly came to a conclusion. Lin Ruashi's face turned pale, and her eyes revealed some fear and hesitation. She didn't know what to do. When Guo realized this, she hurriedly asked, this. Ruashi, what's wrong? Yangqing, who was standing at the side, put his arm around Lin Ruashi's shoulder, letting her trembling body lean on him. He turned to Guo and smiled helplessly. Mom, you said that Ruashi's biological father, don't tell me it's Premier Ning. This time, Guo's expression was very interesting. Her mouth was half open, and her eyes were full of shock. She looked back and forth between Yangqing and Lin Ruashi. The answer was self-evident. It had to be said that the old CEO of Yulei had put in a lot of effort. From the beginning to the end, Lin Jigua had been kept in the dark. He had been the guardian of Lin Ruashi and Lin Kuan for more than 20 years. Moreover, because Lin Ruashi refused to acknowledge him as her grandfather, Lin Jigua had racked his brains to think of ways to make up for it. Even Ning Guanyao, the super leader of the political world, had been included in the scheme. Lin Ruashi had become the CEO of Yulei in her 20s. Other than her outstanding ability, if no one had helped her in the dark, there would have been many people who would have made things difficult for her. Moreover, Lin Ruashi didn't like to interact with people. She was cold to people, and she was also very attractive. If not for someone keeping an eye on her in the dark, it was unknown whether Lin Ruashi could have made it to where she was today. Perhaps in these 2 years, Yulei had been stabilized by Lin Ruashi. Moreover, Lin Ruashi had also matured enough, so the help in the dark had decreased. Yangqing also found it strange. He and Lin Ruashi had only known each other for less than a year, and she had already encountered so many troubles. Could it be that before this, Lin Jigua had helped her out? Although Lin Jigua could do things in the dark, it wasn't easy for him to intervene in the open, such as the business world and the government. It turned out that there was a super big boss like Ning Guanyao helping her. With Ning Guanyao's support, even if Yulei International ignored the government agencies and Lin Ruashi didn't socialize at all, no one would dare to look at Yulei. Moreover, Yulei had Mo Qianni to take care of the public relations, so there was nothing to worry about. Guo didn't think too much about it. She just said, back in school, Zijing and I were in the same grade. Premier Ning was a senior in our graduate school, and also our class's teaching assistant. Zijing and I met Premier Ning at that time. With Guo's narration, some of the secrets were finally revealed. Back then, when the three of them were in their prime, Guo and Shui Zijing were young girls. Because Ning Guanyao specially tutored them in their classes, and because of a strange combination of factors, they met each other in and out of school. Without a doubt, Ning Guanyao was the prince charming in the hearts of countless girls. His family background, education, and appearance, as well as his highly praised character, all captured the hearts of a large number of girls. Naturally, Guo and Shui Zijing were no exception. Moreover, both of their appearances were outstanding and attractive, like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn, they were equally matched. Therefore, the relationship between the two girls, who were closer than real sisters, finally underwent a subtle emotional change because of the same man. When Gu Shuihua talked about how she used to like Ning Guanyao, she blushed. Obviously, that past was still fresh in her memory. While she lamented that time and tied wait for no man, she also regretted fighting with Shui Zijing for Ning Guanyao. Because Gu Shuihua only found out later that Ning Guanyao liked Shui Zijing from the beginning, and he only doted on Gu Shuihua like a younger sister. When Yangqing heard this, he recalled how angry Ning Guanyao was when he heard that Gu Shuihua was grounded in the Yang family's military courtyard. Indeed, as Gu Shuihua said, it was a kind of brotherly protection. However, most of the relationships between men and women in the world were fated, but not fated. Back then, Gu Shuihua gradually realized that she couldn't compete with Shui Zijing, so she angrily cut off contact with Shui Zijing. She originally thought that Shui Zijing and Ning Guanyao would get married, but she was shocked to hear that Ning Guanyao was going to marry Luo Tsuishan, the daughter of the Luo family, which was still flourishing in Beijing at that time. Later on, most of the Shui family that Shui Zijing belonged to left Yanjin and went overseas for some reason, leaving Shui Zijing alone in Yanjin with no one to rely on. Speaking of which, I always feel guilty whenever I mention Zijing. It's because I didn't help her because of my resentment towards her. A few years later, I heard that she got married to a family in the south, and then I lost contact with her. Gu Shuihua looked at Lin Ruoxi apologetically and said, "Ruoxi, I've always wanted to say sorry to your mother. I was too unreasonable back then. I shouldn't have cut off our relationship just because of a relationship. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now." "Then why did you say that Ruoxi's father might be Premier Ning?" Yangqing asked. Lin Ruoxi also looked at Gu Shuihua with a complicated gaze, wanting to hear the real reason. Gu Shuihua sighed. She lowered her eyes and said, "That year, because I was angry, I accepted Pijuan's pursuit. A few years later, I married him. Of course, I fell in love with Pijuan after a long time, so I didn't do it out of spite. I remember that not long after we got married, I came to Zhonghai with Pijuan and accidentally bumped into Premier Ning. I said accidentally because he seemed to be avoiding us on purpose. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't avoid us, he would have ignored us and pretended not to see us. I don't remember the exact situation, but I calculated the time when Ruoxi was born. At that time, he should have come to Zhonghai to look for Zijing. Then, wasn't he already married at that time?" Lin Ruoxi asked with a trembling voice. Gu Shuihua frowned. Yes, according to the time, his son, Ning Guodong, should have been born by then. Then why did he still do this? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Lin Ruoxi asked as if she was talking to herself. Gu Shuihua kept quiet while Mother Wang wiped the corners of her eyes. Who knows? Other than them, no one knows why he did all this. Gu Shuihua said helplessly after a long time. Lin Ruoxi stood up from the sofa and walked upstairs without any expression on her face. "Miss, are you all right?" Mother Wang stood up and asked worriedly. Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to hear anything. Her footsteps were a little weak, but she held on to the railing and managed to walk up. At that moment, the phone in the living room rang. Everyone looked over and Mother Wang said, "I'll pick it up." Lin Ruoxi thought it was someone from the company calling her, but there was no response. Out of responsibility, she stopped walking. Unexpectedly, when Mother Wang picked up the phone and greeted her, she was stunned. After a while, she looked at Lin Ruoxi hesitantly and said, "Miss, it's for you." Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath and pulled herself together. However, her tone was still a little weak. "Is it someone from the company?" "No." "Huh? It's Premier Ning." Mother Wang trembled but still said it. Lin Ruoxi, who had just picked up the phone, almost dropped the phone on the carpet. However, there was an obvious panic and confusion in her eyes. Yangqing's eyes were a little complicated. He looked at Lin Ruoxi without saying anything, while Gu Shuihua sighed softly. After a long time, Lin Ruoxi picked up the phone and said as calmly as possible, "Hello, I'm Lin Ruoxi." On the other end of the phone, Ning Guanyao didn't seem angry at the long wait. He said in a very comforting and warm voice, "I'm Ning Guanyao. It's a little abrupt to call like this. General Lin, please don't take it to heart. It was rare for a country's premier to make such a polite greeting. It was probably rare for a foreign president to meet someone. Lin Ruoxi responded softly. Ning Guangyao didn't feel embarrassed. He continued to say with a smile, "It's like this. My son has done something very excessive. I just got the news. I promised General Lin that I will deal with this matter seriously. I will never bring trouble to General Lin and your company." Deal with it? Lin Ruoxi's lips curled into a bitter smile. How? Ning Guangyao seemed surprised by Lin Ruoxi's calmness, but he still said solemnly, "The medical record that General Lin saw is actually fake. General Lin doesn't have to worry about those messy things. I have already blocked all the documents that were sent to the media. There won't be any news that is unfavorable to General Lin. At the same time, I can also guarantee that my son won't harass General Lin in the future." Fake? 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 He said that everything was fake? The smile on Lin Ruoxi's face became wider. She almost lost control and said, "The premier said it's fake. Of course it's fake. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." After that, she didn't give Ning Guangyao any time to speak and directly hung up the phone. Because the house was very quiet, the voice on the phone could be heard clearly. Mother Wang and Guo looked at Lin Ruoxi with sorrow and pity, but they didn't know how to comfort her. Yangqing clenched his fists. He didn't feel good either. Her biological father was fake. Her feelings and hardships were all in vain. Her beloved grandmother lied to her. In order not to let her grandmother down, she worked day and night. It seemed so ridiculous. Her biological mother even had an affair with a man and gave birth to her. When everything seemed so heavy, her biological father came to tell her that everything was fake. Even he didn't want to admit everything. There was almost no sadness or anger in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Instead, there was indifference. It was like a frozen land. It was colder than anything else. Yangqing suddenly felt that he was a bit ridiculous. Even if he could face thousands of soldiers, rockets, and missiles, so what? At that moment, he just wanted his wife to not show such an expression that was more desperate than despair. But there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxi's eyes blurred. She closed her eyes again and fainted on the spot. In the special office in Zhonghai, Ning Guangyao, who was hung up on, didn't know that Lin Ruoxi had fainted due to too much stimulation. Ning Guangyao only thought that Lin Ruoxi was still mad at Ning Guodong and that he, as her father, wasn't welcome at all. He just shook his head and smiled bitterly. As if he was reminiscing about something, Ning Guangyao took out his wallet. This wallet naturally wouldn't be used to store money or bank cards like ordinary people. In fact, it was mostly filled with small commemorative items, such as photos, business cards, or other small items. What Ning Guangyao took out was an old photo that was stuck in the innermost part of the wallet and sealed with plastic. The old photo was slightly yellowed, but it didn't affect its clarity. In the photo, there was a woman wearing the attire of a knowledgeable young woman from the past. She was holding a book and wearing a skirt. She was sitting on a stone stool and reading quietly, as if the outside world had nothing to do with her. Ning Guangyao looked at the woman in the photo for a long time and was lost in thought. Suddenly, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Knock knock. Ning Guangyao turned around and subconsciously put the photo back into his wallet. He turned around and stood up with a faint smile on his face. "Suishan, why are you in Zhonghai?" A middle-aged woman with short hair walked in from the door. She was wearing a rather dignified white suit. It was obvious that the woman paid a lot of attention to maintaining her appearance. Time didn't leave many traces on her face. She had a smooth face and a mature figure. She was wearing black high heels and her posture was graceful. She was the daughter-in-law of the Ning family, Ning Guanyao's wife and Ning Guodong's mother, Luo Tsuishan. "You're not going back to Beijing and Guodong isn't going back either. So I had to come all the way from Beijing to see what's going on." Luo Tsuishan glared at her husband, but the smile on her lips was warm. Ning Guangyao was much gentler in front of his wife. His eyes were filled with sincerity. "It's not a big deal. You don't have to worry too much. Guodong did something wrong, so I stayed here to correct him. I'm planning to fly back to Beijing tonight. I'll be able to make it before the election." "Well, you never need others to worry about your work," but you have to tell me why you scolded your son. Luo Zuishan couldn't help but say, I just went to Guodong's place to take a look. He's so quiet. He's never been like this before. A trace of anger flashed through Ning Guanya's eyes as he said, don't worry about him, he'll be fine after a while. I've spoiled him too much, which has given him a bad temper. You'll follow me back to Yanjing in the afternoon. We'll talk about that brat later. After that, Ning Guanya walked straight out of the office, obviously still angry about Ning Guodong's matter. Luo Zuishan turned around and looked at her husband's back as he walked out of the office. Her eyes shone with an unfathomable light. In the Lin family's villa, in Lin Ruashi's room, Yangqing slowly pulled the curtains open, and the afternoon sunlight shone into the room, reflecting a faint golden light. Lin Ruashi had already woken up, but she did not get down from the bed. Instead, she quietly sat on the bed with her gaze fixed on the photo on the bedside table. It had already been half an hour, and Lin Ruashi did not show any signs of speaking. It was as if she had fallen into a spell that only she had created, completely isolated from the outside world. Yangqing walked to Lin Ruashi and flipped the photo over, cutting off Lin Ruashi's sight. Stop looking, you still have a lot of things to do. Don't bother about people and things that don't need your attention. Yangqing frowned and said. Just now, Wu Yu and Mo Qianni had called. After all, Yu Lei had just come back from the dead, and the stock index had skyrocketed. New product launches, press conferences, market seminars, and all kinds of meetings and decisions needed Lin Ruashi as the chief commander. However, Lin Ruashi had fallen into a state of paralysis at such a critical time. Yangqing did not attach much importance to the operation of Yu Lei International, but Yangqing could not accept Lin Ruashi who had no energy and fighting spirit. This woman, whom he used to call a workaholic, when she really quieted down, the only feeling Yangqing had was fear. It was unknown whether Lin Ruashi had heard Yangqing's words, but she just silently raised her head, looked into Yangqing's eyes, and asked, You already knew, didn't you? Yangqing was puzzled, but since Lin Ruashi was willing to speak, he was relieved and asked, What? When that man died, I remember that a doctor asked the patient's family to talk to him. At that time, you were the one who went. If he had a medical record, you would definitely know. Lin Ruashi was naturally referring to the Dr. Bao who had been threatened by Yangqing. You told me at that time that it was nothing important. Did you know the truth of this matter and deliberately hide it from me? Yangqing knew that he could not hide it, so he directly nodded and said, Yes, because I never thought that this was something that needed to be known by you. Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me that it doesn't matter who gave birth to me and who raised me? Are you mocking me as a child that no one wants? Lin Ruashi asked with a sneer. Yangqing shook his head, You're wrong. All of this is because in my eyes, it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter whose daughter you were in the past. What matters is, where you are now. You are now my wife. Lin Ruashi was startled. She had been staring at Yang Chen's eyes the whole time, but she didn't feel any falsehood in Yang Chen's words. In this man's eyes, there wasn't a single trace of impurity. There wasn't a trace of his usual playfulness. Instead, he was smiling mischievously, as if he was talking about something serious. Lin Ruashi lowered her head, and her eyes were a little red. She bit her lower lip and did not speak. Yangqing sat on the edge of the bed, and suddenly reached out a hand to touch Lin Ruashi's delicate chin, making Lin Ruashi raise her head. Their eyes met, and Lin Ruashi's eyes were a little moist, and there was a glimmer of water. You said before that we are all scorpions. The river can't drown us. The only thing that can kill us is our own uncontrollable poison stinger. If that's the case, why are you getting wet in the rain now, as if you have lost everything? Yangqing said. Lin Ruashi looked at Yangqing affectionately for a while, and then said, I'm just confirming how you see me. Who allowed you to preach to me? Yangqing was stunned for a while, but then he grinned. Lin Ruashi puffed up her cheeks, and a trace of red flowed over her face. She was unwilling to look at Yangqing, and said, Don't say such mushy words in the future. Also, who allowed you to sit on my bed? Who allowed you to touch the photos on my bedside table? It's none of your business who I was born and where I was born. You don't have to do this, I just wanted to comfort you. Yangqing smiled bitterly. What? Lin Ruashi's almond-shaped eyes stared. You mean, what you just said was false? Ah? Yangqing hurriedly waved his hand. Of course it's true. Humph, then hurry up and get out. Only then did Lin Ruashi let go of her eyebrows. Yangqing also felt that something bad would happen if he stayed, so he immediately patted his butt and ran out of the room. Hearing the sound of Yangqing running downstairs, Lin Ruashi, who was sitting on the bed, pursed her lips into a smile, and a touch of tenderness flashed across her eyes. In the next 2 days, Lin Ruashi finally recovered her usual spirit. After returning to the company, she decisively launched various measures to launch the new material products into the market, and invested the funds obtained from the war into more investments, causing the strength of Yulei to increase instead of decreasing. Yangqing wasn't idle either. Although the publicity of Star of Yulei was mainly carried out by Zhao Teng and Wang Jia in cooperation with Kristen, as the director, Yangqing still had to stand on the stage and say a few polite words while occasionally singing a duet with Kristen. Kristen's popularity made Yangqing speechless. Since the first time she appeared, the population of Zhonghai seemed to be rising rapidly. The crazy fans that came from all directions gave Zhonghai's traffic bureau a headache. Normally, it was the lowest period of the week, so the traffic in Zhonghai was also extremely congested. Moreover, some of the fans with high status were even more so the traffic police and security personnel couldn't afford to offend them. Many of Kristen's crazy fans even had the idea of taking the initiative to express their love. Every day, the entrance of her hotel would be filled with gifts, red roses, and other flowers. There were even crazy fans that attacked the human wall of security. Kristen would occasionally meet a few fish that slipped through the net. While she was amazed by Huaxia's tenacity, she was also very happy to sign autographs for those fans. This time, the hotel that Kristen was staying in was provided by Anqing's father, Zaihuan. The Jade Clouds Hotel originally belonged to the Liu family, and Zaihuan also did his best to sponsor the audition of Star of Yulei. Yangqing didn't think that Zaihuan was doing it for the sake of collecting dividends. He most likely thought that this would help him get closer to Yangqing, so he let him do whatever he wanted. What made Yangqing feel the most helpless was that this little vixen, Anqing. She did whatever she wanted. This woman, who had always been imaginative, had a new interest this time, being a host. Under Anqing's strong request, Yangqing had no choice but to discuss with the program producer and let Anqing be the host of Star of Yulei with another famous male host of the TV station. Anqing passed the rehearsal easily, but the male host beside her almost said the wrong thing. This was because he heard from the director of the TV station that Anqing was the daughter of the Yin family in Zhonghai, and she told him not to have any improper thoughts. The poor male host was treading on thin ice the entire time, afraid that Anqing would think that he had some thoughts about her. What surprised Yangqing was that because of Kristen's arrival, Wang Jia and Zhao Teng also invited many other important guests before the start of the promotion. Many popular singers in Huaxia also fought to show their faces at the opening ceremony of Star of Yulei, saying some blessings, or taking the initiative to join the judging panel. In the end, there were also a few famous Huaxia kings and queens who were selected to join the judging panel. They weren't going to be in the finals with Kristen, but they would appear in some important elimination matches. However, this was enough to attract people's attention. The first weekend of early March arrived. The highly anticipated Star of Yulei audition, which had attracted a lot of attention before it even started, finally began. As a newcomer who had been preparing for a long time, Hui Lin was finally going to go on stage. This seemed to have become the headline that everyone in the family was extremely concerned about, and they were waiting for the live broadcast with great interest. At the same time, Yangqing, who had some time to slack off, received a call from Lu Mingyu. Sister Lu sounded a little hesitant. She said on the other end of the phone, Yangqing, my parents said, they want to see you tomorrow. Can you come? Yangqing said in surprise, of course. If you weren't busy, I would have gone to see them already. Actually, it's okay if you're not free. Lu Mingyu suddenly said. Although Yangqing felt that Lu Mingyu's words were a little strange, he just thought that she didn't want to trouble him. He smiled and said, it's okay. Baby Mingyu, don't worry. Tell me what kind of people your parents are, so I can be prepared. Hearing Yangqing's question, Lu Mingyu was silent for a while on the other end of the phone. Then, she smiled and said, "My parents are very ordinary people. My mom is just an ordinary housewife. Other than cooking, she plays mahjong and drinks tea with the aunties in the community. My dad is doing some business in Beijing, so he doesn't come home often. In the past, I could only see him a few times a year. He seems to be planning to go back to Shanghai to develop his career, so he has been staying at home recently." "Then, do uncle and auntie have any hobbies?" Yangqing asked thoughtfully. "They don't have any hobbies, and they don't like to be flashy and extravagant. Don't bring too many things, they won't like it," Lu Mingyu reminded him. Yangqing pondered that Lu Mingyu's parents should be the most ordinary elders in the family, so he asked, "Tell your parents, why did I disappear by myself?" I only said that I met him at the company, and he works as a director in the branch," Lu Mingyu said. "Then they didn't ask anything else?" Yangqing didn't think that Lu Mingyu's parents would be satisfied with this little bit of information. They asked when we are getting married. I don't know what to say, so I asked them to meet you, and you can tell them," Lu Mingyu stuttered. She had always been generous and elegant, but now, she didn't know what to say. Yangqing also knew that he was being a jerk. It was obvious that he couldn't say a wedding date, nor could he give a specific promise about the future. So, if he wanted Lu Mingyu's parents to not oppose the two of them, he had to think of a way to make them agree. This problem definitely couldn't be solved through normal means, so Yangqing felt that unconventional means were not a bad idea. As for how to do it, Yangqing didn't have a good idea, so he could only take it one step at a time. They agreed to have dinner together in a quiet vegetarian restaurant in the eastern district of Shanghai. It was said that Lu Mingyu's father was a vegetarian, so the whole family only had vegetarian dishes on the table. From this, it could be seen that in Lu Mingyu's family, her father was the leader. Yangqing thought that it should not be a problem to get her father's approval. He drove to the quiet restaurant. When he got out of the car and walked to the door, Lu Mingyu was already waiting anxiously. Yangqing walked up to her and couldn't help but smile when he saw her nervous face. "Why are you so nervous? Are your parents going to eat me?" However, Lu Mingyu was not in the mood to joke around. She said, "If my father suddenly does something, don't be rash. Talk to him nicely." Yangqing was puzzled. Why did he feel that there was something else in Lu Mingyu's words? But he didn't have the time to think too much about it and entered the reserved room. Along the way, Lu Mingyu held his arm and stuck close to him, but it was obvious that her soft body was trembling uneasily. Because it was a vegetarian restaurant, the decoration was mainly dark green and black, looking light and peaceful. There were a lot of indoor plants in the corner and hanging spider plants on the ceiling, giving off a refreshing feeling. When the door of the private room opened, Yangqing immediately saw a couple sitting in front of him. Lu Mingyu's mother looked similar to her daughter. Although there were some crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, she was still beautiful when she was young. When she saw Yangqing coming in, there was a complicated look in her eyes, which puzzled Yangqing. The man sitting next to Mother Lu wore a gray striped suit. His slightly bald hair was neatly combed at the back of his head. A pair of spirited eyes stared at Yangqing, like two sharp knives. However, the corner of his mouth hung a faint smile, like a spring breeze caressing one's face. The moment Yangqing saw Lu Mingyu's father, he understood why Lu Mingyu was so nervous. Lu Mingyu's father was definitely not simple, because he clearly had a murderous aura. This was a man who had killed many people. He was definitely not a simple businessman who had returned to Shanghai from other places as Lu Mingyu had said. Yangqing suddenly had a special interest. Even the matter of how to talk about marriage just now seemed to be no longer a problem. "Your name is Yangqing, right? Come, have a seat." Lu Mingyu's mother said politely with a smile, "Actually, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but you were refused." She always said that she was busy. It's good for young people to be busy, but you can't always put off important things for the rest of your life, right? When Yangqing sat down, he thought to himself that Lu Mingyu's mother was not easy to deal with. He had just sat down and she was already talking about marriage. Lu Qingshan, Yuer's father, Lu Qingshan raised the apple cider vinegar that was prepared on the table and raised his glass to Yangqing. Yangqing responded with a smile, "I should have come to meet you earlier. It's just that I had other things to do, so I delayed it until tonight." Lu Qingshan asked with a smile. I heard from Yuer that you are the director of a branch of Yulei International. Being able to become the head of a branch at such a young age, you must not be simple. Lu Qingshan's eyes clearly did not have any appreciation, which made Yangqing feel that he was hiding a knife behind his smile. Uncle, you're flattering me, but my luck is better than others. Luck is also a part of one's ability, Lu Qingshan said to Lu Mingyu, get the waiter to serve the dishes. Lu Mingyu was in a nervous state. When she heard this, she immediately responded. When she stood up, she lost her balance and tripped on the leg of the chair, almost falling. Yangqing reacted quickly and held on to Lu Mingyu's slender waist to prevent her from falling. Being hugged by Yangqing in front of her parents, Lu Mingyu's face was burning and she hurriedly ran out. Only Yangqing and Lu Qingshan were left in the private room. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Lu Mingyu's mother's smile widened, but Lu Qingshan's face darkened slightly. Yangqing, how long have you known Yuer? Lu Qingshan asked. Yangchen did some calculations. It's been about half a year. Then, when do you plan to get married? You know, Yuer isn't young anymore. Both of you are successful in your career, there's no pressure to get married, Lu Qingshan said directly. Yangqing did not expect to be asked this question so soon. He could not help but smile bitterly. Actually, I'm already married. As soon as he said this, Lu Mingyu's mother covered her mouth in shock. She was obviously shocked. Lu Qingshan, on the other hand, had a cold smile on his face as if he already knew. You're quite honest, young man. I thought you were going to make up some nonsense to lie to us. Since you already knew, why did you ask Mingyu to meet me here? Yangqing asked curiously. Lu Qingshan was about to say something when the door of the private room was suddenly opened. Dad, Mom. Where's brother-in-law? A tall and skinny young man wearing loose hip-hop attire, dyed yellow hair, and earrings suddenly barged in. A pair of not-so-big eyes swept across the room and fixed on Yangchen. In an instant, the enthusiasm he had earlier cooled by half. So this is the guy? Why does he look so mediocre? Mingho, why are you so late again? Did you go looking for a fight again? Lu Mingyu's mother stood up unhappily and walked to the young man's side, pulling him to her side. Lu Qingshan was satisfied to see his son. He said to Yangqing, this is Yuer's younger brother, Mingho. He used to live with me in Beijing and doesn't come back to Zhonghai often. Yangqing was stunned. Lu Mingyu's family was really complicated. Her mother and Lu Mingyu lived in Zhonghai, while her father and younger brother lived in Beijing. Lu Mingyu and her mother were obviously from a normal family, but Lu Qingshan and Lu Mingho didn't look like good people. No wonder Lu Mingyu suddenly said not to come if he didn't have time. But, did she not know what her father and brother were like? Do you think it's strange that Yuer has a father like me? Lu Qingshan seemed to have seen through Yangqing's thoughts. Yangqing nodded, I'm a little surprised. Surprised my ass. You dare to marry my sister with that disgusting look? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You're not handsome, you're not cool, you don't look strong, you're definitely not good at fighting, and you dare to marry my sister? If my sister wants to find a husband, he should at least be a tycoon on the immortal list. Lu Mingho said disdainfully. Yangqing rubbed his nose, it's the Forbes rich list. Right. Lu Mingho suddenly chuckled, that's what I meant. Lu Mingho didn't blame her son when she heard his nonsense. Her eyes were filled with love as she touched Lu Mingho's face, treating him like a child. At this time, Lu Mingyu walked back to the room and saw that her brother was also there. She said with dissatisfaction, Mingho, did you go to fight again? Why are you back so late? You might as well sleep on the street from now on. As she said that, Lu Mingyu introduced her brother to Yangqing, he's my brother. He's very naughty, but he's actually quite kind. Yangqing smiled, I can tell. You keep saying that I'm not handsome, but you didn't come to slap me in the face. Lu Mingyu pursed her lips and smiled, but when she saw her father's expression, she started to worry again. Yangqing, the reason why I asked Yuer to invite you over for a meal and get to know you is actually very simple. Lu Qingshan took a sip of apple cider vinegar and looked at Yangqing with a sharp gaze, I don't object to the two of you being together. Lu Mingyu suddenly raised her head and looked at her father in surprise. She clearly didn't expect her father to say that. Lu Mingho's mother looked like she already knew it. She smiled helplessly and didn't say anything. Lu Mingho was the most dissatisfied. He looked like he wanted to rebel against his father, but when Lu Qingshan glared at him, he obediently went back. Yangchen didn't know what he was feeling right now. It was as if he had prepared a whole bunch of words to say and things he didn't like, only to realize that it was all for naught. But somehow, he was happy that it all happened. He blinked his eyes and grinned. "Uncle, you're so understanding. Are you mocking me? Although I'm not a monogamous person, I'm not a father who likes to give his only daughter to another man as a lover." Lu Qingshan's eyes were a little angry, but then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he asked with a smile, "President Situ of the Red Thorns Society is also your lover, right?" The smile on Yang Cheng's face disappeared. Then, something flashed through his mind. He recalled what Chang Wei said to him that day. He frowned and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Uncle, could it be that you are Chang Wei's partner?" Previously, Chang Wei had mentioned that there was a foreign big shot who wanted to cooperate with her to expand the underworld forces in the south and reorganize those small gangs and sections. Chang Wei's originally bored and cold blood began to boil again. After obtaining Yang Cheng's approval, she began to plan and deploy on her own. However, Yang Cheng didn't have any intention of finding out more about it, so he didn't know who Chang Wei's partner was. It was only at this moment that Yang Cheng came to a sudden realization when he saw Lu Qingshan's "so what" expression. Damn it, the first father-in-law I've met is actually a big shot from the underworld. Furthermore, he had been doing business in Beijing before. Could it be that he was part of the underworld forces under the feet of the Emperor of Beijing? Thinking about how Chang Wei was the only leader of the underworld in Zhonghai, those who could be accepted by her would definitely not be bad. Then, it wouldn't be surprising to say that Lu Qingshan was the underworld boss of Beijing. However, if that was the case, how could Lu Mingyu be working in a proper big company? Furthermore, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of underworld aura from her. What was even stranger was that Lu Mingyu seemed to have only just found out about her father's background. On the other hand, her younger brother, Lu Mingho, had the temperament of a little hoodlum. However, there was one thing that caught Yang Chen's attention. He couldn't help but ask, "In that case, the extermination of Chi Kai's clan was also caused by you, uncle?" "That's right, I was the one who ordered people to kill their entire family," Lu Qingshan said proudly, not hiding anything. Lu Mingyu suddenly widened her watery eyes and exclaimed, "Dad. You. How did you?" "Humph," Lu Qingshan said disdainfully, "that Chi guy let my daughter down. He did so many excessive things, even if his entire family died, it would be too easy for him. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't unify all the forces in Beijing and the Qi family was a subordinate family of the Tang family, I couldn't act rashly. I would have helped you kill that Qi guy a long time ago. But his family didn't let me down." Lu Mingyu's eyes were somewhat sorrowful. It wasn't that she was reluctant to part with Qi Kai, but she couldn't bear to see her whole family killed. Lu Qingshan straightened his face and said, "I lied to you when I told you to stay with your mother in the past. I'm running a business in Beijing and I'm afraid that you'll be implicated. I'm also worried that a girl like you might be tainted by dirty things. Now that the outcome has been determined, and you are my daughter, I, Lu Qingshan, will not allow any man to let you down." As he spoke, Lu Qingshan turned to look at Yang Cheng. The threat in his eyes was obvious. "Even if you're not my official wife, I can't let you be bullied." Yang Cheng was a little confused by Lu Qingshan's words. There were many things that he had no clue about. He could only force a smile and ask, "I definitely won't bully Mingyu, but uncle, you can't keep saying things that I don't understand, right?" Lu Qingshan's mother giggled and said, "Let me say it. Qingshan, why are you scaring my son-in-law?" "Yang Cheng, here's the thing." As Lu Qingshan's mother explained, Yang Cheng finally understood what was going on. When Lu Qingshan and Lu Mingyu's mother got married a few years ago, Lu Qingshan was still the second in command of a small gang in Yanjing. He met Lu Mingyu's mother, fell in love with her, and got married. But he was always worried that he would bring harm to his wife and future children. Therefore, when Lu Mingyu was still young, Lu Qingshan let the mother and daughter move from Yanjing to Zhonghai to live. In order to let Lu Mingyu grow up like a normal girl and not be affected by her father's underworld background, they rarely saw each other. In Jianghu, there would always be some pressure that could not be seen in the light and that one had to bear. In Lu Qingshan's mind, if Lu Mingyu was a boy, he would naturally bring him along so that he could inherit everything from him in the future. However, Lu Mingyu was a girl, so he did not plan on making Lu Mingyu worry. This was the opposite of Chengwei's father, Situ Mingzi. Situ Mingzi was the first mentor who led Chengwei to the underworld. Although Chengwei could not stand many of Situ Mingzi's evil deeds, it was undeniable that Chengwei's blood was filled with a lot of Situ Mingzi's fanaticism in the underworld. A few years later, Lu Qingshan gradually relied on his own ability, and gradually became one of the leaders of the major gangs in Yanjing. But because his wife and daughter were in Zhonghai, and he could not see them often, Lu Qingshan, who was still in the prime of his life, fell in love with another woman. That woman was Lu Mingyu's younger brother, Lu Mingho's mother, a woman who opened a bar in Yanjing. Lu Mingho's mother knew that her husband was not a heartless person, and she also knew that her husband had sacrificed far more than she could imagine. She had a lot of mental preparation when she chose Lu Qingshan back then, so when Lu Qingshan told her that he had another woman, Lu Mingho's mother accepted it with tolerance. Later, after Lu Mingho was born, that woman also became good sisters with Lu Mingho's mother. One stayed in Zhonghai, and the other stayed in Yanjing. Although Lu Mingyu and Lu Mingho did not see each other often, because of their mother's close relationship, they were more like siblings from the same mother. If you did not have a father like me, she would not have agreed to be with you so easily, even if you have a wife, Lu Qingshan sighed helplessly. Yangqing was speechless. His father-in-law was the one who had helped him a lot. Old pervert. Openly having a threesome. However, it did seem like a good idea to raise two women separately, but he had too many women. If he raised all of them separately, wouldn't he die of exhaustion from running around? Lu Mingyu's expression was a little sour. She looked at Yangqing faintly and said, I only found out about my father's real identity a few days ago. I was worried that you would think that I was hiding it from you on purpose, so I didn't know how to tell you. Please don't blame me, okay? Humph, how would he dare to blame you? He couldn't be happier, Lu Qingshan snorted unhappily and said, Am I right, Yangqing? Yangqing coughed. Why did his father-in-law like to speak the truth so much? Of course I won't blame you. I'm not a good person myself, I know this very well. Alright, what are you guys talking about? Qingshan, it's rare that you finally finished what you wanted to do. You can spend more time with Yu, and you even have a son-in-law that you like. Can't we talk about something happy? Lu Qingshan's mother complained. Lu Qingshan seemed to respect his wife very much, so he didn't say anything else. The waiter then started to serve the dishes. At the dining table, only Lu Mingho kept looking at Yangqing from head to toe, as if he was helping his sister to determine whether this guy was reliable or not. Yangqing was also a little helpless towards this brother-in-law of his. At this age, he was obviously still a high school student. He must have entered a new school after returning to Zhonghai with Lu Qingshan. Suddenly, Yangqing thought of a question and asked Lu Qingshan, Uncle, where is my other mother-in-law? Yangqing was naturally asking about Lu Qingshan's other woman. After all, she was his mother-in-law in name. Lu Qingshan's face revealed some emotions. She stayed in Beijing to take care of some daily affairs for me. All these years, I've spent most of my time in Beijing. This time, I've finally united the forces in Beijing, so Anqing can come back to Zhonghai to accompany Yu and her daughter. She asked to stay in Beijing to help me look after things. Speaking of which, I really don't have the right to dislike you. I'm not much better than you. Yangqing smiled embarrassedly, thinking that it's good that you know. Dad, my mom told me to look after you. You can't add mom anymore, Lu Mingho said to Lu Qingshan as he chewed on the vegetarian chicken. Lu Qingshan almost spat out the apple vinegar in his mouth. Lu Qingshan's mother, who was beside him, also threw him a cold look. Lu Qingshan patted his chest and said righteously, Do I look like that kind of person? I know I've committed a lot of sins in my life. I've only been eating vegetarian food for so many years, can't you see my sincerity? My mom knew you would say that, so she told me to tell you that she was also tricked by you back then. Seeing that half of Lu Qingshan's face was black, Yangqing praised him in his heart. Lu Mingho's brother-in-law is quite cute. Fortunately, Yangqing wasn't someone who had never seen the world before. Although he didn't know how much Lu Qingshan knew about him, he was sure that Lu Qingshan knew that his value was definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the matter between him and Lu Mingyu so easily. With a vegetarian underworld boss as one of his father-in-law, Yangqing drank a lot of apple vinegar and ate a lot of vegetarian food, but his head was dizzy. When they walked out of the restaurant, Yangqing held Lu Mingyu's hand and whispered into his daughter's ear, "Looks like our matter is set. You can only be my little lover for the rest of your life. Do you feel wronged? At least you won't be like my dad to my mom, who can only see each other once or twice a year, so it's still acceptable," Lu Mingyu said honestly. "Can't you speak more feminine? Act coquettishly and say things like annoying or bad guy," Yangqing said with a smile. Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes at him. I don't know how to do those things." Yangqing smacked his lips. "I'll let Changwei meet you in the future. She's good friends with Qianni and they're living together now. No matter what, you're the daughter of an underworld boss. In the future, if you follow Changwei and learn more about the underworld, you might even inherit your father's business or something." "I don't want to, I'll just be a white-collar worker. I'll leave my dad's matters to my brother," Lu Mingyu said. "You're such a good sister, letting your brother join the underworld." Yangqing widened his eyes. "Don't I have you, my brother-in-law, to help me?" Lu Mingyu said with a smile on her lips. Yangqing's expression was conflicted. The more women there were, the more things he had to help out with. It seemed like he really had to restrain himself. After saying goodbye to Lu Qingshan, his wife and his brother-in-law, Lu Mingho, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. As the area was relatively secluded, on the way home, Yangqing saw a pitiful number of cars passing by. When he drove to a cable-stayed bridge that crossed the river, Yangqing suddenly saw a lonely figure standing alone on the railing of a bridge not far away. If it wasn't for Yangqing's sharp eyes and excellent eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to see this dangerous scene. At this moment, the figure was facing the cold wind on the river. At the edge of the empty bridge, his feet were on the slender cylindrical railing, as if he was on the verge of falling, and could fall dozens of meters below into the vast and endless rolling river at any time. Not to mention a person, even a rock that weighed a few hundred kilograms would be washed away by the rolling river if it fell like this. The force of the impact could even shatter a person's internal organs. Someone wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Yangqing blinked his eyes to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the back of the figure. After braking, he immediately got out of the car. Even if they didn't know each other, and he wasn't some bodhisattva who would save people from suffering, it would still be too wicked to not help someone in need. However, when Yangqing got out of the car and saw the back of the figure on the bridge, he suddenly felt that it was extremely familiar. On the railing of the bridge, there was an ethereal figure that looked like she would fall at any time. She was wearing a light gray dress, and her pair of beautiful calves looked dazzling under the dim light of the street lamps. Her long black hair fluttered in the cold night wind, faintly revealing the side of her face. This was the first time Yangqing saw this woman dressed like this standing in front of him, but in such a special place. "Kaining?" Yangqing frowned. Kaining didn't realize that he had stopped behind her, and she didn't realize that he was behind her. This clearly didn't make sense, but the woman in front of him was indeed Kaining. Kaining, who was lightly on the railing, seemed to be stimulated by something. She suddenly turned around, and her gem-like eyes were filled with surprise and panic as she looked at Yangqing in a hurry. As if she was too excited, Kaining couldn't stand steadily, and her body leaned back and fell off the bridge from the railing. "Hey!" Yangqing was stunned again. The other party was a highly skilled member of the group of 8, and she actually fell in panic just because he called her. However, Yangqing didn't think that Kaining would be in any danger. Sure enough, before Yangqing reached the edge of the bridge, Kaining had already used her extraordinary qinggong to borrow the force of the river to fly back to the bridge. When Kaining landed beside Yangqing, her face was still in shock, and there was a slight blush on her face. She asked softly, "You? Why are you here?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. "I just wanted to go back from outside, and I thought I met someone who was about to jump into the river, so I wanted to save him." I didn't expect it to be you. But what happened to you just now? I didn't deliberately hide my aura, so I didn't notice you. Kaining turned around, and with her back facing Yangqing, she said, nothing, I was just thinking about something, so I didn't notice. Yangchen was too embarrassed to ask the girl what she was thinking about. This woman had always been quiet and mysterious. If it wasn't for the fact that she had helped him a few times, he really wouldn't talk to her, even if she was an out-and-out great beauty. Your lightness skill is pretty good. I can't fly to the bridge by touching the surface of the river. Yangqing couldn't think of anything else, so he said casually. Kaining said softly, you don't need lightness skills to come up and fly. Yangqing smiled awkwardly. It seemed that the battle with Ares above the sea had shocked this woman quite a bit. He said, I want to thank you about Xingmao. If you have time, how about I treat you to a meal? Kaining turned around and smiled faintly. There's no time. I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow. Another mission? Yangqing asked in confusion. He thought that Kaining would always be in Zhonghai, responsible for monitoring him, even if it was meaningless. Kaining had a complicated look in her eyes, you can say that. Anyway, there are some things. Yangqing saw that Kaining didn't seem to want to say it, so he thought it was an internal secret. He fell silent, not knowing what to say. Just as he was considering if he should say goodbye to Kaining, she suddenly said, can you watch the stars with me for a while? Huh? Yangqing thought he heard it wrong. If you're in a hurry to go back, it's fine. I'm just saying. Kaining's expression didn't change at all. Of course, I'm just surprised that you have such a hobby. Yangqing shrugged and smiled. Kaining turned around and held on to the railing of the bridge. She looked up at the vast sky. Although there were only a few stars, it was still quiet and beautiful. Kaining's hair brushed past her delicate face, and the lines of her face were soft and gentle, looking peaceful. I didn't watch it before. Kaining murmured as if she was talking to herself. After that, she didn't say anything else. Yangqing didn't understand what she meant. Since the girl said she wanted him to watch the stars with her, it must be because she was bored and wanted to find someone to stand with her. He looked up at the vast night sky. It was just spring, and the temperature difference between day and night was huge. Because of the dense water vapor in the river, the night breeze on the bridge was exceptionally cold. Kaining suddenly hugged herself tighter, as if she felt the cold, and her body shrank. Yangqing felt her subtle movements and couldn't help but feel strange. Although the temperature was low, Kaining was a master of internal energy. Although she could resist the cold for a while, why did she purposely not use her internal energy to feel the coldness of the world? Could it be that this was also considered a hobby? Yangqing realized that he was full of questions about this woman. About half an hour later, Kaining turned her head. Her lips were slightly pale because of the cold. She said, I have to go back. You should go too. Thank you for tonight. There's nothing to thank me for. You know that I'm just an idle person. I just wanted to watch the stars with a friend. It's no big deal. Yangqing smiled. Are we friends? Kaining suddenly asked, her eyes shining. Yangqing nodded and smiled strangely. You've helped me so much, and I've saved your life. Isn't that considered? Kaining was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled. It seems like it. Every time we meet, something happens. It's really strange. Isn't it the same with your sister? Although I don't know where the respected Chief Kai is now, to be honest, I'm not used to not having her around. Yangqing smiled. My sister? Kaining was stunned for a moment, and her eyes were a little confused. Then she smiled and said, it won't be long. You should be able to see her. Yangqing was a little confused by Kaining's words, but seeing that she didn't want to explain, he was embarrassed to ask. To be honest, ever since he returned to the country, Kaining and Choi Yun were like a warning light beside him. Whenever he met them, it would more or less be troublesome or a headache. Now that Choi Yun was nowhere to be found, and Kaining was going back to Beijing, Yangqing couldn't help but sigh. Would life be simpler in the future? Kaining's way back was actually to walk. Even if she flew back with her qinggong, no one would notice, but she chose to walk back quietly. Yangchen looked at her delicate back view disappearing into the night. He didn't know why he had a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't explain it clearly, so he didn't think too much about it. After smoking on the bridge, Yangchen sat back in the car and went home in the wee hours of the morning. The next morning, it was supposed to be a normal day for work, but because Yangchen didn't have a supervisor to supervise him, he slept in until 10 o'clock. But for some reason, Anqing just happened to call him. Why didn't she go to the company to talk to him? She just had to call him. Right now, the Star of Yulei's qualifiers were in full swing in every major city. As the host of the opening ceremony, Anqing had been busy preparing for the official elimination matches. These days, she was very busy and didn't have much time to stick around with Yangchen. "Hubby, save me." On the phone, the little vixen begged softly. Just listening to it made people feel numb. Yangchen was wearing a pair of boxer shorts and had just sat up on the bed. Hearing this, the physiological phenomenon that had just softened rose again. "It's been the whole morning. What's there to save? Get to the point." Yangchen helplessly touched his little brother. "The Empress bullied me. I was almost scared to death by her." "What are you talking about?" Yangchen frowned. The Empress was obviously talking about Lin Ruoshi. What did she mean by scared to death? "So," he asked, "tell me more clearly. Ruoshi isn't a monster. Why would she scare you? With that clever brain of yours, how could you be scared by Ruoshi? It's more like you bullied her. Just tell me what Ruoshi wanted you to do." "Sister Lin, she suddenly rushed into the office this morning and pulled me out. She said that she had already practiced the dolls game we played at the resort. She insisted on competing with me to see who could hit the doll first. She dragged me to the amusement park in the Central Park to play that game," Anqing said gloomily. Yangchen was stunned. A game of smashing dolls? Thinking back, he remembered that when he accompanied Hui Lin to relax at the resort, Lin Ruoshi threw a few thousand yuan but failed to hit a doll. At that time, Lin Ruoshi was proud and arrogant. She didn't want to lose to Anqing. So, she bought a basket of balls and went back to her room to practice smashing things. He thought that after the disaster at Yulei, she had forgotten about it. It turned out that she had never forgotten about it. She even secretly practiced it and hid it from him. She wanted to compete with Anqing. Yangchen couldn't help but sigh. His wife was actually very stubborn about many things. She was even in a state of fanaticism. How could she be so stubborn about something like this? He didn't know whether to call her cute or terrifying. After laughing bitterly, Yangchen said, "With that glib tongue of yours, Ruoshi would probably let you go if you begged and acted coquettishly. That's not it. Hubby, you don't know this. Sister Lin is completely immune to all negative statuses. No matter what I say or do, she doesn't hear or see it. She insists on competing with me. I've already smashed more than 200 balls this morning. My hand is almost crippled. I'm hiding in the public toilet now, secretly calling you." Anqing was about to cry. Yangchen was puzzled. "Why don't you just lose to her on purpose? Don't you have any acting skills?" This time Anqing really cried. She said on the phone with a sobbing tone, "It's not that I'm pretending to lose or not. It's Sister Lin. She smashed more than 500 balls, but she still didn't hit the doll, and she doesn't let me go." On the other end of the phone, Anqing was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. He didn't know what kind of terrifying aura Lin Ruoshi exuded to make Anqing, who had always been bold, so afraid. Yangchen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, and said, "Tell me the exact location in the Central Park. I'll go find you guys now." Yangchen felt that he had to go and drag Lin Ruoshi back like last time before that stubborn woman would give up. Anqing immediately told him the exact location as if she had been freed. She even added, "Hubby, in the future, whether or not I can give birth to a baby for you depends on whether or not you can save me from Sister Lin's evil claws today." When he heard this, Yangchen almost fell off the bed. Although Yangchen tried his best to be as fast as possible, it still took him more than half an hour to reach the Central Park in Zhonghai. There were many people jogging in the park in the morning, but it was close to lunchtime, so there weren't many people moving around. Yangqing followed the location Anqing gave him and quickly found a recreation area beside a man-made lake. At a glance, two familiar figures were right in front of him. Today, Lin Ruoxi was wearing a white blouse, a green Korean-style casual jacket, and a pair of skinny jeans, which outlined the perfect curves of her body. It was an unofficial outfit. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi was standing in front of a plushy table. There were two large baskets of plastic balls in front of her. She kept picking them up and throwing them at a pile of plushie placed on a stair not far from her. However, he didn't know if this sister was doing it on purpose, but every time she threw the balls, she would brush past the plushie of all sizes. She just couldn't hit them. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi's pretty face was flushed and her forehead was covered in sweat, she must have been throwing for a long time. Fortunately, she had amazing perseverance, and her eyes were still so focused. Not far from Lin Ruoxi, Anqing was wearing a purple top and a light violet skirt. She was originally a charming beauty, but at this moment, because her whole body was sore and her legs were weak, she was dispiritedly rubbing her calves and arms from time to time. Her face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. What made Yangqing not know whether to laugh or cry was the owner of the game booth. It was an auntie in her 50s or 60s. The auntie was currently lying on the table next to the booth, dozing off. When Yangqing walked closer, Anqing immediately looked as if she had seen her savior. She jogged up to Yangqing and tugged at his arm. She gave a look to Lin Ruoxi and said, "Hubby, hurry up and talk to Sister Lin. She's about to go berserk." Yangqing patted Anqing's face to stop her from talking. He walked to Lin Ruoxi's side and pursed his lips. "Ruoxi darling, is winning or losing this game that important?" Lin Ruoxi finally saw Yangqing. She frowned slightly and glanced sharply at Anqing, who was as silent as a cicada in winter. Obviously, she immediately thought that it was Anqing who had tipped off her. She pouted and said, "Are you here to help your little lover persuade me, or are you here to persuade me yourself?" Yangqing smiled and said, "Both. When I was negotiating with you, I don't think it was mentioned that I'm not allowed to compete with your lover in games," Lin Ruoxi said unhappily. "There's no such clause, but even if it's for yourself, you can't just smash here for the whole day," Yangqing said. Lin Ruoxi lightly snorted, "Who said I'm going to smash here for the whole day? When I was practicing at home, I clearly hit the third one. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Otherwise, I would have hit it long ago. If I hit it a few more times, I would definitely hit it." Yangqing said with a smile, "Isn't it just a game? Why do you have to be so serious?" "I just don't want to lose to her, can't I?" Lin Ruoxi said with a huff. At the same time, she looked at Anqing, who had a pleading expression on her face. "I don't believe that she can hit it, but I can't." "Isn't there a lot of things that you can do that Anqing can't do? There are always things that people are good at and not good at. You're already very outstanding. How many women can manage such a large company? Do you have to surpass others in everything?" Yangchen tried to persuade her. It seemed that these words were more effective. The sharpness in CEO Lin's eyes receded a bit, and her cold face became a bit more gentle. She said, "All right then, let's stop here for today." As soon as she heard that Lin Ruoxi wanted to stop, Anqing immediately jumped for joy and ran to Lin Ruoxi's side gratefully. She pulled on Lin Ruoxi's hand and said, "Sister Lin, I knew that you wouldn't be so heartless." "That's right, you're so troublesome. How can I compare to you? Please spare me. Don't waste your precious time on a nobody like me." Lin Ruoxi said with a straight face, "Don't think too much. I only said that we'll stop here for today. When I'm done, we'll come again." If it wasn't for Yangqing supporting her, Anqing's eyes would have rolled back and she would have fainted. Since it was already lunchtime, the three of them naturally went to find a restaurant to eat. Yangqing brought the two women to a quiet Western restaurant and ordered 3 New York steak sets. They chatted as they ate. Although Anqing was obviously the third party, there was no awkward atmosphere at all on such an occasion. Anqing was really afraid of Lin Ruoxi. Her words were full of sarcasm and she tried her best to make Lin Ruoxi feel more comfortable. Yangqing saw Anqing's fawning look and felt a little pitiful. However, he couldn't be too obvious in front of his wife to help his lover. After all, Lin Ruoxi sat down to eat with her lover peacefully. She was already very tolerant. Therefore, Yang Chen could only turn a blind eye to it and pretend that nothing had happened. Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi thought of something. She turned to Yang Qing and said, "Yesterday, I received a message from the Paris branch. This year's Paris Fashion Week will be delayed. It will be held in mid-April. At that time, you will be the representative. I have to deal with some things about the new material products, so I won't go." Yang Qing was dazed. Paris Fashion Week? That was the most prestigious fashion week in the world. Compared to Milan and New York, the Paris Fashion Week had always been superior. It wasn't rare for Yu Lei to receive an official invitation. However, asking an uneducated man like him to go and see the fashion culture was like playing the lute to a cow. "Why don't you let Qianni or Mingyu go?" Yang Qing asked in confusion. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. "Qianni and Mingyu are my right-hand men now. They have a lot of other important things to do, so I can't let them go. However, I will arrange a few other headquarters staff to go with you. You can lead the team. I don't want you to understand too much or cooperate too much. It's just that I really can't find anyone else suitable. Right now, you are the most free person in the senior management of Yu Lei." Yang Qing blushed with shame. So she took a fancy to him because he had nothing to do all day. "Director, just go. If I wasn't busy hosting the star of Yu Lei, I would like to go too." Anqing's eyes were filled with excitement. Clearly, for someone as active as her, the Paris Fashion Week was an interesting event. "Even if you are free, you are not allowed to go unless you go under your own name," Lin Ruoshi said coldly. Anqing instantly lowered her head and replied with an "oh." She didn't dare to say anything else. Yang Qing looked at the pitiful Anqing and couldn't help but say, "Look at you, why are you scaring Anqing? She's just saying that." "I'm not scaring her," Lin Ruoshi said with an unfriendly expression. "I am managing the employees of my branch company as the CEO. Since she is your secretary, she should do the work of a secretary. Now that she is overstepping her position to host the event, she is already giving her special privileges. I'm not targeting her because of her other identity." Yang Qing rubbed his nose. He really had nothing to say. When it came to the system and work, of course, he couldn't argue with Lin Ruoshi. "Oh right, how's Hui Lin's audition going?" Yang Qing hadn't seen Hui Lin for the past 2 days because he was busy with other things and didn't know about the girl's audition. "To think that Hui Lin cares about you so much. You don't even know that Hui Lin passed the audition?" Lin Ruoshi glared at Yang Qing unhappily. Anqing raised her head again. The grievance she felt earlier was gone. She smiled and said, "After the competition last night, Hui Lin got the pass from the 3 judges. She can directly enter the elimination round." Yang Qing wasn't surprised. Hui Lin's voice was ethereal and melodious. Coupled with her long professional training and hard work, she couldn't even pass the audition. As the director, he had to check if the staff was involved in shady dealings. "Then should we celebrate for her? After all, it's a glorious thing to have a singer in our family," Yang Qing suggested. "Let's wait until Hui Lin becomes the champion," Lin Ruoshi said calmly. Yang Qing laughed. "Are you so sure that your sister will become the champion? Isn't she?" Lin Ruoshi sounded proud. "She definitely will. Hui Lin's singing is much better than many famous singers." Anqing cheered for her sister. Yang Qing shook his head. Of course, he hoped that Hui Lin could become the champion. However, it still depended on the professional judges. He didn't have the habit of shady dealings. Yu Lei didn't lack money, so he didn't need to give face to anyone. When he was halfway through his steak, Yang Chen's phone rang. Yang Qing picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a while before picking it up. "Is this Yang Qing?" The voice on the other end of the phone sounded familiar. Yang Qing replied, "You are. What's wrong? It's only been a while and you don't remember me?" The voice laughed amiably. "I'm Kai Yunqing, the father of Kai Ning and Choi Yun. We've met once." Kai Yunqing? Of course, Yang Qing remembered him. He went to Kai family's residence to treat Yang Lai's injuries. They had met once. Kai Yunqing was an average-looking, honest man. This was Yang Cheng's first impression of Kai Yunqing. He didn't have a good or bad impression, but he was a man that wasn't easy to remember. I just couldn't react in time. General Kai, what's the matter? Yangqing remembered that Kai Yunqing was also a general, but he didn't know his exact rank. Kai Yunqing said, there's something that I need you to fulfill your promise. I just don't know if you're free today. Yangqing was deep in thought. Suddenly, he recalled what Abbess Yun Miao had said. He stood up from his seat and ignored Lin Ruoxi and Anqing's suspicious gaze. He walked to a quiet corner and asked, should I congratulate General Kai for becoming the new general of Yellow Flame Iron Brigade? On the other end of the phone, Kai Yunqing didn't seem surprised at all. He chuckled and said, there's nothing to congratulate me about. Those who aren't in this position will never know what kind of job it is. I believe that being the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade is definitely one of the most thankless jobs in the world. I'm not in this position, so I'm just listening to what you said. Tell me who you want to train, the location, and the time, Yangqing said straightforwardly. It's lunchtime now, so we don't have to rush to meet. Let's meet at 2 p.m. at the place that you destroyed. Kai Yunqing said. Yangqing hesitated for a while and said, is it the aircraft carrier base that doesn't have an aircraft carrier? That's right. That place has been renovated into a special training base. During the battle with Ares back then, when the seal was lifted, the entire secret base in the mountains was forcefully broken open, and it collapsed into a pile of ruins. Who would have thought that the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would take advantage of the situation and use it for other purposes? However, that area was located at the bay, and the weather was ever-changing. It was hidden and barren, and it was indeed suitable for some special training. After talking to Kai Yunqing, Yangqing walked back to the dining table and smiled at Lin Ruoxi and Anqing, who didn't say a word. We were just talking about some serious matters. Why didn't you guys talk more when I wasn't around to deepen your relationship? Is there a need for that? Lin Ruoxi glanced at him. Anqing pouted and took a sip of her lemonade. She was now extremely afraid of Lin Ruoxi. Other than the psychological pressure of being a mistress, she was also afraid that Lin Ruoxi would drag her out to compete in smashing dolls again. Even if Anqing was a little eccentric and active, she couldn't resist Lin Ruoxi's fanatical gaze towards the game. Anqing felt that if it wasn't for Yangqing, Lin Ruoxi would drag her to smash dolls for the whole day. What made Anqing feel wronged was that she did not dare to fall out with Lin Ruoxi. It was as if this woman's aura had overwhelmed her, which made Anqing feel very helpless. Yangqing was also stunned for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and said, look at you. Relax when you're eating together. Don't say such scary words. I'm telling the truth, Lin Ruoxi said. Seeing that Yangqing still wanted to say something, Anqing quickly kicked Yangqing under the table and signaled Yangqing to stop. Yangqing was surprised that Anqing was so afraid of Lin Ruoxi. He shrugged and changed the topic. Later, Ruoxi, send Anqing back. I have some things to do in the afternoon. Lin Ruoxi saw all the little tricks Anqing did to Yangqing. She didn't know why, but she felt a little sour in her heart. It seemed like this wife of hers was not as intimate as this lover of his. She had never done these little tricks to him. Seeing Yangqing and Anqing's tacit understanding, Lin Ruoxi didn't have the mood to eat the steak she had just eaten. Are you full? Lin Ruoxi suddenly asked Anqing. Her eyes were as cold as autumn water. Anqing made an ah sound. Her mouth was half open. She was about to stuff a piece of medium-rare beef into her mouth. Hearing Lin Ruoxi's question and seeing Lin Ruoxi's piercing gaze, her hand couldn't help but tremble and drop the piece of beef. I'm full, Anqing immediately realized what had happened. She put down her knife and fork and said. Yangqing frowned, why are you suddenly full? Didn't it taste good? Anqing pretended to be fine and smiled, my appetite has always been small. Plus, I've been going on TV recently. It's better to maintain my figure. Lin Ruoxi stood up and picked up her white Gucci bag. Let's go if there's nothing else. I have a meeting in the afternoon. Oh. Anqing immediately stood up and waved at Yangqing. Then, she followed Lin Ruoxi out of the restaurant. Yangqing sat alone in his seat. He smiled and shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't know what Lin Ruoxi was thinking. It was just that from his point of view, it might be better to let nature take its course and pretend to be ignorant. At least Anshin and Lin Ruashi had some interaction. Sooner or later, they would become familiar with each other and develop a different kind of relationship. Yangchen watched as the two women finished the leftovers of the steaks and placed them on his plate. He then started munching on them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yangqing drove his BMW slowly and punctually to the place where he had agreed to meet with Kai Yunqing. It was near the entrance of the aircraft carrier base. After some remodeling, the exterior of this place had become a military camp guarded by soldiers. Most people wouldn't think that there was anything special inside. When Yangqing arrived at the entrance of the military camp, another black jeep arrived at the scene. Molan and another female member of the Sea Eagles, Adeline, got out of the jeep. "Your Majesty Pluto, do we really have to do this kind of unchallenging work?" Molan scratched the back of his head in distress. He smiled at Yangqing and said, "I think that staring at those monitoring devices is more interesting than teaching a bunch of people with poor foundations." Yangqing reached out and slapped the white man's head. "How can you say that they have poor foundations when you haven't even seen them?" Hee hee. Adeline, who had a tall and slender figure, was wearing a sexy black leather outfit today. It was a seductive special agent uniform. Captain Molan just can't bear to leave his Chinese girlfriends in the bar. Molan coughed awkwardly. "Actually, that's only a small part of the reason. The main reason is that I've seen the combat power of the Dragon team. The regular members of the Dragon team are also slightly weaker than us. I'm really not interested in being a reserve member of the Dragon team. If they're at the same level as you guys, then it'll be sparring, not training." Yangqing shook his head and said, "The reason why you're not interested in this job is because the members of the Sea Eagles are all super elites selected by Sauron from all over the world. When you guys entered the Sea Eagles, your strength was already recognized. Naturally, you won't be interested in the weak. But you have to know that not everyone has the opportunity to fight poisonous scorpions in the deserts of the Middle East. Not everyone has the opportunity to fight in the bitter cold and wolf packs in the snowy plains of Northern Europe." Molan nodded, obviously accepting this explanation. "Moreover, if you guys don't train them, do you really want me to personally take care of them every day?" Yangqing glared at Molan. Molan immediately lowered his head. "Of course not, His Majesty Pluto. I'll be happy to help." At this moment, a dark green bulletproof SUV drove out from the depths of the military camp. Kai Yunqing and Tsunami from Dragon One's team got out at the same time. As always, Tsunami wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was dressed like an office worker in a suit and a white shirt with a tie. He looked like a gentle scholar. It was impossible to tell that he was the team leader of Dragon One's team. Kai Yunqing had changed into the clothes that Lin Jigua used to wear. Because he was taller and younger than Lin Jigua, he looked more handsome. "Haha, welcome, welcome. These two must be the members of the Sea Eagles that you mentioned, Yangqing." Kai Yunqing stepped forward and shook hands with Yangqing. He then took the initiative to shake hands with Molan and Adeline. Tsunami followed behind and nodded to greet Yangqing with a smile. After all, Yangqing had saved Dragon One's team. They could be considered old acquaintances. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Molan and Adeline behaved themselves and greeted Kai Yunqing in Mandarin in a friendly manner. They also introduced themselves. "You don't mind if I let the members of Sea Eagles train the reserves, do you?" Yangqing asked with a smile. "Of course not," Kai Yunqing said. Kai Yunqing said, "The Sea Eagles are one of the two strongest mercenaries in the world. Every member of the team has sufficient combat experience. Compared to their own strength, these recruits lack experience more. I'm glad that you're willing to selflessly let the Sea Eagles help. Moreover, your strength is not suitable to be their instructor. Because the difference in strength between you and them is too big, they will be traumatized." These words made Molan and Adeline feel like they were on cloud nine. They actually liked this job a little more. Yangqing also felt that this guy was quite good with words. He thought to himself that Kai Yunqing was indeed very different from Lin Jigua. He was more like a diplomat than a general. Moreover, he seemed to be much bolder in terms of spirit. Tsunami led the way. Yangqing led Molan and Adeline into the base while discussing the details of the mission with Kai Yunqing. The original aircraft carrier base had been destroyed by Yangqing and Ares' divine might. Therefore, the cleanup was a lot easier. After sweeping away the rubbish, some of it was filled into the sea to form a vast flat land. Many circular concrete walls were built by the sea. Based on scientific principles, the impact of the tides was reduced to different levels. It was probably used for impact training. Because there was not much time, the buildings were mainly made of wood. However, it was only a temporary training base after all. Therefore, it was not a problem to just provide food and accommodation. In one direction of the base, there was a shooting range and other training grounds for guns and ammunition. Not far away, there was a stretch of uninhabited beach, which was very suitable for field training. At this moment, Xianxia and the other two finally saw the reserve members of this training. They were running on the beach far away. At a glance, there were only about 20 people in the two columns. The number of people could be said to be pitifully small. After all, compared to the huge population of Xianxia, these 20 people were really shabby. Don't be surprised. These are the 23 people who stood out from thousands of elites. Among them, those who can pass the final combat test will be able to enter the dragon team. Xianxia said with a sigh, the last few battles made us realize that the combat strength of the dragon team needs to be improved. Although, we have the ultimate trump card, that is after all our bottom line. As the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, I don't want to be useless. Therefore, after I took office, I conducted an additional screening. Originally, there were more than 60 people, but I eliminated more than 40 people. Xianxia smiled and said, ancient Rome wasn't built in a day. It's not good to be too hasty. Whether they are good seedlings or not, we'll see. At this moment, the 23 reserve members finally ran back to the training ground in an orderly manner. They lined up in 2 rows and faced Xianxia and the others solemnly. All the members were wearing simple short-sleeved white shirts, dark green sports pants, and canvas military shoes. They looked very energetic. Among the 23 people, most of them were men. However, when Xianxia's gaze swept across a member at the edge, he was instantly stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it was stuck in his throat. His expression was a little distorted. Why are you here? She was a female soldier with short, black hair, but her appearance was enough to make her a successful cover model. She had a handsome nose, almond-shaped eyes, and pink cheeks. Her skin was slightly tanned due to prolonged exposure to the sun, but the handsome lines on her face, coupled with her perky breasts, perky buttocks, and slender waist, made her look like a mature woman full of energy. She could arouse the desire of a normal man. Choi Yun? Why is she here? Choi Yun, who was standing at the edge of the line, saw Xianxia as well. However, this woman who had confessed everything to Xianxia did not seem to know Xianxia at all. She did not say a word and looked straight ahead. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, acted as if he didn't know that his daughter was in the room. He said to the group of team members, "This is Mr. Yang Chen. He will be the chief instructor this time, but because Mr. Yang doesn't have enough time to be in charge of the training, he has asked 2 of his best men to train you for the next 2 months." At this time, Molan and Edlin stepped forward and greeted the group of team members. Instructor Molan and Instructor Edlin are outstanding figures from the world's strongest mercenary group, Sea Eagles. In the next 2 months, they will show you what it means to be the world's top special forces. All you need to do is to obey, obey, and obey. Xianxia said righteously and signaled to Tsunami with his eyes. Tsunami understood. He stepped forward and said, during this period, the 2 instructors from Sea Eagles will conduct actual combat training. As the leader of Dragon 1 Group, I will only conduct theoretical training for you. What the Dragon Group needs is not boorish men, but warriors with teamwork spirit. The 2 instructors and I will conduct the final assessment. Those who complete the final practical test will become a member of Dragon Group. Just when Tsunami wanted to ask Xianxia to say a few words, he suddenly realized that Xianxia had somehow walked to the female soldier at the edge of the line and looked at her with a serious expression. Didn't you hear me? Or are you pretending not to hear me? I'm asking you, why are you here? Xianxia frowned. Ever since Choi Yun suddenly left, he would occasionally think of this hot-tempered female police officer who always caused him trouble. He would also think of the woman who said "I hate to see you" in the restaurant that afternoon. This baffled Xianxia. Could it be that he had masochistic tendencies? Why did he have to think of her? Other than her beautiful and eye-catching appearance and her tall and voluptuous figure, this woman had almost no other qualities that attracted him. If there was, it could only be the gentleness that she revealed when she helped Xianxia back then. But today, when Xianxia saw this woman appear on such an occasion and become a special forces soldier to undergo harsh training, he suddenly felt a tearing and complicated emotion in his heart. He felt surprised in an instant. Yes, there was joy, but it was definitely not the kind of emotion that he felt when he saw an old friend. Especially when he found out that she was surrounded by a group of male beasts and she was the only woman standing there. For some reason, other than happiness in his heart, there was also discomfort. There was also a trace of unwillingness and sourness. Xianxia realized in hindsight that he was actually jealous of Choi Yun. This woman, who had made her confession sound so sentimental, left without saying goodbye for so long, and suddenly got into a group of men, and he was actually jealous. Therefore, Xianxia needed to question, he needed Choi Yun to give him a satisfactory answer, and not ignore it. When Xianxia's face was a little heavy, Choi Yun finally met his gaze, and without the slightest emotion, she replied in a sonorous voice, "Reporting to Sir, Dragon Group Reserve Number 21, Choi Yun reporting to you." Choi Yun said coldly, as if it was really the first time she saw Xianxia. Xianxia's heart became more and more angry. What was this? He didn't understand what was going on. Are you crazy? We haven't seen each other for a few months, and you left without saying goodbye. Are you participating in these training for no reason? Aren't you a police officer? Shouldn't the police be in charge of the people's lives? Why are you being a special forces soldier? Don't you know that we are all worried about you? Xianxia was very unwilling to see the woman pretending not to know him. Choi Yun was silent, and she stood there straight, like a pillar that couldn't speak. Xianxia suddenly remembered that when he met Kai Ning last night, she said, "Maybe you will see her soon." It turned out that Kai Ning already knew what her sister was going to do. Yes, on that cold winter night, Kai Ning suddenly rushed into the Dragon Garden Villa and said, "If anything happens to my sister, I won't let you go." It was obvious that she was referring to Choi Yun taking the risk to participate in the Dragon Group selection. Xianxia gradually realized that Choi Yun made this decision because she was rejected by him. What are you thinking? You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you so strict with yourself? Choi Yun bit the corner of her mouth, but she still didn't say anything. She looked away. Chief Instructor, please don't treat Choi Yun like this. She doesn't want to talk to you at all. Suddenly, a reserve warrior who was leaning against Kai Yen took a step forward. This man had a stocky back and a bear's waist. There was an old scar on his forehead, and he had a slight beard stubble. His swift and fierce aura was like a steel blade. Xianxia was suppressing his anger. Seeing someone come out to save the damsel in distress, his gaze shifted to the man. The tall man felt a chill in his bones, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he resisted Xianxia's cold aura with difficulty. Xianxia let out a long sigh. He knew he went overboard, but he didn't know why, but when he saw Choi Yun's outfit, her tanned face, and her indifferent expression, he had the urge to give her a slap. Thousands of the nation's elites. Among them, more than 60 people stood out, and then 23 people were separated from them. With this kind of probability, how many trials and tribulations did she have to go through to get to this point? Although this woman was quite capable, she was only an elite in the police force. How much effort did she put in to reach the level of a special forces soldier? Xianxia, who was very familiar with special forces training, knew very well that this woman didn't care about her own life and death to get to this point. It was precisely because she didn't care about her own life that Xianxia couldn't accept it. After closing his eyes for a while, he opened them again. Xianxia smiled at the man and said, "What's your name? Who am I talking to? Am I bothering you?" "Sir, I'm Dragon Division Reserve Soldier Number 16, Balgler." "I don't think the instructor can force my comrade to have a private conversation," Balgler said loudly. Hearing this name, Xianxia suddenly realized that this man was a Mongolian. No wonder his fierce aura was so eye-catching. Kai Yinqing, Tsunami, and the rest all had complicated expressions on their faces. They didn't know how the situation turned out this way, but Molan and Zhang Yi were excited. Kai Yunqing looked at his daughter, then looked at Yangqing and sighed. If I insist on doing this, what will you do? Yangqing asked Balgler with a smile. Balgler felt that he was being provoked and his face darkened. Although he knew that he wasn't a match for this person who was smaller than him, he still took a step forward. On the grasslands, wild horses want to protect their own herd, so they use fierce combat to decide everything. I want to challenge the chief instructor. Do you think that you have a chance of winning against me, since I'm the chief instructor? Even if I can't win, I won't retreat. I'm just doing what I have to do. After saying that, Balgler got into a wrestling position. Yangqing frowned and asked Tsunami, he's using his own moves. The reserve soldiers you recruit don't restrict fighting techniques, right? That's right. They're all elites from different organizations and have decent fighting strength. That's why we're using their own techniques instead of unifying them. That way, we'll see faster results, Tsunami said. Yangqing nodded. Wrestling is the oldest competitive sport in the world. However, I think that your wrestling technique is definitely the kind that can kill someone. I've never seen it before. Don't be lenient, use your full strength. Come. At this time, Choi Yan, who hadn't reacted until now, finally turned around and looked at Yangqing with a complicated gaze. Then, she looked at her comrade, Balgler, with some worry. Balgler was like a mad bull. After a loud roar, he pounced on Yangqing's shoulders with his hands like tiger claws. Yangqing didn't move at all. A faint smile hung on his face as he watched Balgler make a move on him. Balgler felt that he was being looked down upon. In a fit of rage, the muscles on his hands bulged, intending to throw Yangqing to the ground. At the same time, he raised his knee and kicked at Yangqing's abdomen. Be careful. When Choi Yan saw that Yangqing didn't even try to dodge and took Balgler's heavy blow, she couldn't help but shout. A muffled sound rang out. His abdomen didn't move at all, and his body didn't tilt in the slightest from Balgler's throw. Everyone could feel that Balgler wasn't going easy on him. Yangqing really wasn't affected at all. Yangqing turned around and grinned at the frightened Choi Yan. You're finally willing to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangqing raised one of his hands, extended 2 fingers, and tapped on Balgler's forehead once. It seemed inconspicuous, even playful, but all of a sudden, Balgler was shaken by a powerful force. His body lost its balance and he fell backward, landing on his butt. No one could react to this sudden change. How was it possible that such a huge man was knocked to the ground by 2 fingers? Although Kai Yunqing had read about Yangqing's strength, this was the first time he had seen such a godly technique. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to come back to his senses. This was even more so for the other reserve soldiers. This situation had already surpassed their imaginations. Balgler was a top-notch expert among them, yet he was easily pushed down by 2 fingers. On the ground, Balgler's face was ashen. His tiger eyes were wide open, revealing a look of disbelief. Yangqing squatted down and reached out to Balgler, laughing. I admire your courage to speak up, but next time, remember that you're a human, not a wild horse. A wild horse won't cower because it's a horse, and you're a human. Don't say this is what you should do, because that's all bullshit. If you know you're no match for me and you still want to throw away your life, then you're worse than a beast. Balgler was stupefied. After a long time, he reached out with a trembling hand and grabbed Yangqing's hand. Yangqing pulled him up and patted his shoulder. Return to your position. Balgler returned to his position, but he lowered his head and didn't say a word. Yangqing sighed and looked at Choi Yan. Choi Yan was also looking at him. At this time, the woman's eyes were moist, as if she knew that Yangqing was accusing her of not knowing how to take care of herself. Yangqing didn't force Choi Yan to say anything else. He loudly said to everyone, I won't participate much in your daily training, because in my eyes, you're no different than ants. Don't be angry, don't feel like you're being looked down on, don't feel humiliated. Face my words calmly. You are indeed ants. Even I am an ant in the eyes of some people. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If you hope that one day, you won't be easily pushed down by me with 2 fingers like Balgler did, then take your training more seriously. As Yangqing spoke, he pointed at Molan and Adeline. I will draw up a general training plan for you, and the two of them will be responsible for carrying it out. From today onwards, you will officially begin the first step of your training. It won't be physical training, weight training, combat training, or training with guns and ammunition. Your first lesson is to run. As soon as he finished speaking, all of the students who had just been solemn, including Xianxia and Tsunami, almost staggered and fell to the ground. Only Molan and Adeline looked at each other and smiled, as if they knew that Xianxia would say this. Don't look at me in disbelief. You heard me right, we're running away. The final victory would always belong to those who survived, and those who survived were often the ones who escaped successfully. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance. Xianxia pointed at the stretch of beach not far away. This is a good place to do it. In the next few days, Molan and Adeline will be your enemies. They'll be hunting you down on this beach. You can do anything you want. There's only one goal, which is not to be defeated by the two of them. Escape to the other side of the beach, Xianxia said with a smile. Sir, I don't think this is a professional training at all. There are 23 of us and only 2 instructors. They can't stop us, a man with a long and thin face said with some dissatisfaction. The other team members also felt that this training was ridiculous. They were able to defeat hundreds and thousands of people to get here, so they naturally had the ability to be proud. This time, Xianxia didn't say anything. He signaled to Molan and Adeline with his eyes, and the two of them walked forward. Everyone, my Mandarin isn't very good, but I'm sure you'll be able to understand me, Merlin said to the students with a smile. Now, as your instructor, I hereby announce, run, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, none of the students moved. Most of them looked at Molan and Adeline with disdain, as if saying, what can you do to me? They didn't believe that people like Xianxia, who could take down Bargalar with just 2 fingers, were everywhere on the street. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked. Adeline, who was originally standing 3 meters away, suddenly took a lightning-fast step forward and elbowed the nearest student in the chest. Ah! With a cry of pain, the seemingly strong man was sent rolling 2 meters away by the force of the blow. Adeline was tall and full of explosive curves. At this moment, she looked at the other students with disdain and an evil smile appeared on her face. It's already begun. Didn't you hear? Of the remaining 20 or so people, more than a dozen immediately chose to flee, while the remaining 10 waited solemnly, intending to join forces to snipe Edlin and Molan. After a moment of hesitation, Choi Yan turned around and retreated to the other end of the beach. She glanced back at Xianxia, but did not say a word. Soon, the remaining students realized that their estimations were completely wrong. Molan and Adeline charged into the middle of the crowd. Unlike Xianxia, who didn't try to dodge or evade, they dodged the attacks in the blink of an eye and attacked them head-on. The Sea Eagles were able to fight on par with Ares bio-warriors, so they naturally had unique combat awareness and methods. Even if their opponents were of similar strength, their experience was still far inferior. Although the two of them did not go all out, their skillful use of force was enough to beat these half-baked students to the ground. In less than half a minute, more than 10 people had been temporarily knocked to the ground. Mo Lin and the other man had already chased after them without hesitation. Their running speed was not just a little bit faster than those students who had run away earlier. Xianxia, who had been watching all the changes, frowned and sighed solemnly. This speed, this combat strength, even the official members of the Dragon Group are far inferior. If the Dragon Group doesn't practice ancient martial arts and internal energy, they can't be considered top-notch agents, Xianxia said frankly. It seems that even if these students want to escape successfully, it will take at least 10 days to half a month. Tsunami shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily. It depends on how hard they work, Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and stepped forward to pat Xianxia's shoulder. There's something I want to talk to you about in private. Is that okay? Seeing this powerful middle-aged man's friendly attitude, Xianxia of course would not say no. He followed Xianxia into the depths of the base. Tsunami and the other guards did not follow them. Xianxia had a feeling that what Xianxia wanted to talk about had something to do with Choi Yan. As expected, the moment Xianxia opened his mouth, he sighed. Do you think it's strange that I let Yonyan participate in this selection? Xianxia smiled faintly. If you have something to say, then say it. There's no need to ask when you already know the answer. You young man. Kai Yunqing did not feel embarrassed when his old trick was exposed. He laughed. Actually, I know a little about what happened between you and Yonyan. You're her father, so it's not strange that you know. Yangqing said. Wrong. Kai Yunqing blushed with shame. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't find out about it myself. It was my eldest daughter, Kai Ning, who talked to me about it. Only then did I understand the whole story. The woman he saw last night flashed in his mind. Yangqing couldn't help smiling bitterly. She knew a lot about his private affairs. Kai Yunqing chuckled and slowly explained, my eldest daughter, Kai Ning, has been a good role model since she was young. It can be said that Yonyan grew up under her sister's halo. Yonyan's goal since young was to be like her sister, to become an expert that can come and go without a trace. Although she only recently found out what her sister did for a living, it didn't stop her from worshipping her sister. Perhaps it's because our Kai family has a high status and has a member of the group of 8 like Ning Er. Yonyan has been arrogant since she was young and often offended people. Since young, I've cleaned up after her a lot. However, Yonyan has a kind heart. You can say that she's a gentle child. It's just that she has high expectations for herself and wants to catch up to her sister. That's why her work and life are a little easier. I know that when you first came back to China, Yonyan didn't stop arguing with you. I think that's when the two of you started interacting, right? But it's strange that Yonyan actually fell in love with you. As her father, it's hard for me to believe it. After listening to Kai Yunqing, Yangqing couldn't help rubbing his nose. Not to mention him, even Yangqing found it weird. But for some reason, when he recalled Choi Yun's confession, he didn't feel awkward anymore. Yangqing, when Yonyan mentioned that she wanted to participate in the Dragon Group's selection, her mother and I strongly opposed it. Her sister, Kai Ning, also wanted to stop her. But with that girl's stubbornness, even 100 bulls couldn't change her mind. Yonyan didn't even acknowledge her own family and wanted to participate in the selection. Her mother and I couldn't understand it. Kai Yunqing sighed and shook his head. Later, Ning Er told us about her and you. Then, we realized that girl, because of her hurt, she chose to escape into a difficult environment. Yangqing was slightly stunned. The cause of this matter was because of him? You also feel surprised, right? Kai Yunqing smiled. Actually, it's not just escaping. Maybe in Yonyan's heart, she doesn't deserve you. Indeed, the difference in strength between you and her is too big. In her eyes, strength is far more persuasive than money, status, and power. Therefore, in her subconscious mind, she must be hoping to be closer to you. Do you know, from the moment she participated in the selection until now, when she became the only female member among the 23 people, our Kai family didn't take care of her at all. Yonyan's foundation isn't the best, but her hard work and training without caring about life and death allowed her to reach where she is today and stand in front of you. Listening to Kai Yunqing's sincere narration, Yangqing couldn't help but feel regret. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed cruel. Even if he couldn't accept Choi Yun back then, he shouldn't have ignored her. He was an expert in special training, so he naturally knew how difficult it was for Choi Yun to reach where she was today with her foundation. This woman suffered so much just to be a little closer to him? Kai Yunqing saw that Yangqing was silent, and there was a bit of satisfaction and helplessness in his eyes. He said slowly, I am Yonyan's father. Since I can't stop my daughter from making a difficult and thorny choice, then I can only support her and help her as much as I can. Yangqing, can I ask you for a favor? Yangqing raised his head and nodded. Speak. No matter what, let Yonyan live. I don't want our Kai family to lose one of our only 2 daughters for this selection, for the final battle test. Kai Yunqing said solemnly, this isn't a request from the head of the Kai family, the head of the military, or the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. This is just a request from a normal father. No matter what your final decision is, don't let her mother and I lose this daughter. Yangqing quietly looked at Kai Yunqing for a while, then asked, you trust me so much? You should know that I have many women. But you never let your women down, don't you? Kai Yunqing said, since Yonyan can't love another man, then even a little bit of love from the one she loves is the best outcome. Yangqing didn't expect Kai Yunqing to suddenly be so open-minded. He was even willing to give his daughter to him as a mistress. You're indeed more daring than Lin Jigua. He's been keeping a close eye on me. You, on the other hand, are sending your own daughter to me as soon as you've taken office. Yangqing laughed happily. Kai Yunqing didn't answer. He only looked in the direction of the beach in the distance. At this time, Molin and Adeline were already in the second round of hunting for the reserve team members. Their training was already in full swing. After a long time, Kai Yunqing turned his head and said with a smile, "The reason why Lin Jigua is keeping a close eye on you and not letting himself be taken advantage of is because he's afraid of you. He knows that the final decision lies in your hands. I'm different. I already know that the seniors from Hongming are at the back, so I can trust that you're friendly. I'm not afraid of you, so of course I won't think too much and make a radical mistake. To me, working with you is the best choice." Yangqing narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the people above had done a lot of consideration before choosing Kai Yunqing as the new master of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. Now it seemed that the revival of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade was only a matter of time. Just as Yangqing was about to ask Kai Ning about that woman and whether she would get into trouble for helping him, the phone in his pocket rang. Yangqing took it out and saw that it was a call from Zhao Teng. Because it was the eve of the elimination match of the Star of Yulei, many things were urgent. Yangqing couldn't care less and picked up the phone first. "Director, can you come back to the company as soon as possible?" Zhao Teng said helplessly and anxiously. "There's a VIP who wants to see you." "VIP?" Yangqing thought for a moment. He had already made arrangements for Kristen. What other VIP would he need to meet? Is it someone I know? After Yangchen asked, he felt that it was impossible. There were only a few influential people he knew. They didn't put on airs, and they wouldn't ask others to call him and meet him whenever they wanted. Zhao Ting smiled bitterly. She is one of the most important judges for the elimination round of Star of Yulei. She is the new Asian diva from Korea, Miss Yu Yonhee. Yu Yonhee? Yangqing frowned and pondered. He didn't know her at all. Although he didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry and it was normal for him to not know any diva, why did that Yu Yonhee want to meet him? Zhao Ting seemed to know Yangqing's character and Yangqing well. He continued, Miss Yu Yonhee is the Asian diva who rose to fame 5 years ago. Last year, she was nominated for the Grammy Award for Best Female Singer. However, she lost to Miss Kristen. However, her popularity in Asia is on par with Miss Kristen. Coincidentally, she is going to hold a concert in Zhonghai. Therefore, her schedule coincides with our Star of Yulei selection. I discussed it with Wang Jia and sent an invitation to Miss Yu Yonhee's management company. They accepted. I don't really understand what you are talking about. Since you said that she is a VIP, then so be it. Why is she looking for me? Yangqing asked. This is the first time Miss Yu Yonhee came to our company to discuss some issues regarding the recording of the show. She said that if the director didn't talk to her personally, it would be disrespectful to her. Zhao Teng whispered. Yangqing smiled. She was a woman who liked to act like a big shot. Come to think of it, this woman named Yu Yonhee had always been the center of attention. When she came to Huaxia, there would be a huge crowd to welcome her. She thought that she was reluctantly participating in a talent show. However, if the person in charge didn't talk to her or even meet her face, she wouldn't accept it. Alright, I got it. I'll be back soon. Yangqing wasn't angry. Everyone had a temper. Celebrities were modest and polite on the surface, but most of them were narcissistic people. If they didn't like to flaunt themselves, most people wouldn't become celebrities, let alone big stars who were arrogant. Therefore, it was not that they were bad, but that it was human nature. Yangqing understood it very well. After hanging up the phone, Yangqing said to Kai Yunqing, I have to deal with some company matters. I can't guarantee anything about what you just said, but I can guarantee that your daughter's life won't be in danger. I will send Choi Yun back to you. Kai Yunqing chuckled and said, as long as she's fine. Our daughter has grown up, she can't always be by her parents' side. As long as she lives a good life, her mother and I can accept it. Yangqing sighed. Big families were indeed different. It was obvious that they were telling him that if Choi Yun wanted to be a mistress, they wouldn't stop her. It was undeniable that when Yangqing saw Choi Yun again, he had a strange feeling in his heart. However, it was still unclear whether he liked or loved her. After saying goodbye to Kai Yunqing and the others, Yangqing drove for about half an hour back to Yulei Entertainment. Then, he went upstairs to his office. Outside the office, there were actually 4 bodyguards in suits and leather shoes. Looking at their squarish appearances, it was obvious that they were Koreans. A female star who needed 4 bodyguards would definitely not have a low status. After all, this was a company, not a street. Seeing that Yangqing wanted to go in, the 4 bodyguards didn't stop him. They were all experienced people, so they knew who to let go and who to stop. When he opened the door, Yangqing could feel the awkward atmosphere in the office. Zhao Ting and Wang Jia were sitting on the sofa in a reserved manner. Wang Jia was frowning, but she didn't dare to say anything. On the other hand, on the swivel chair that Yangqing usually sat on, there was a graceful woman wearing a grayish-black striped low-collared sweater, a light brown pleated skirt, and white lace stockings. Her back was facing the door as she looked at the scenery outside the window and listened to music with her headphones. Looking from the back, the woman's back was full of feminine charm. Perhaps it was because she was dancing, the lines were extremely soft and exquisite. Below her neck, the vague outline of her chest and waist had a proud arc. Her long black hair was curled at the end, revealing a little bit of the mature charm of a little woman. Seeing Yangqing enter, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia heaved a sigh of relief. They stood up and greeted Yangqing. After Yangqing waved his hand, he walked up and asked with a smile, "Are you Miss Yu Yonhee?" The woman slowly turned her chair around and faced Yangqing. It was only then that Yangqing noticed that Yu Yonhee was wearing a huge pair of sunglasses that nearly covered half of her face. But even so, he could roughly see her face. Unlike most Korean female celebrities, there weren't any traces of plastic surgery on her face. Every line on her face was natural. She had a smooth oval face, small and exquisite, a high nose bridge, and a pair of simple eyebrows. Even through sunglasses, one could see the halo of autumn water, and her skin was like fresh tofu that could squeeze water out of it. Although he didn't know how old this woman was, Yangqing felt that she looked like a high school student. "Your director Yang?" Yu Yonhee spoke fluent Mandarin, which surprised Yangqing. "Yes. I was dealing with some urgent matters, so I didn't know that Miss Yu Yonhee would be visiting. So I apologize for the delay," said Yangqing with a smile. A sweet smile appeared on Yu Yonhee's lips. "You don't have to apologize to me. Director Yang must be wondering why this unreasonable woman wants to see you. Is she trying to put on a show? Am I right?" Yangchen didn't expect her to say that. He almost said yes, but he immediately changed his mind. "Of course not. I should have welcomed Miss Yu Yonhee personally if she's willing to join the project." "Oh?" Yu Yonhee asked curiously, "How can you address me like that? Don't you know that I hate it when people call me a heavenly queen? It sounds like you're saying that I'm arrogant. As she spoke, Yu Yonhee removed her sunglasses, revealing a mischievous and provocative look in her watery eyes. Yangqing cursed in his heart. "What's going on? You're unhappy that I didn't come personally, so how can I offend you by calling you a heavenly queen?" But work was work. He couldn't possibly slap her just because he was unhappy with her flirting. "Since Miss Yu doesn't like it, then I won't call you that in the future," said Yangqing faintly as he retracted his smile. Yu Yonhee sneered, "What's wrong? Are you angry, Director Yang? Do you think that I'm hard to please?" Yangqing gently chuckled and did not reply. He turned to Zhao Teng, who was covered in sweat, and said, "Let's get down to business. If this goes on, it'll be dinner time." Seeing the situation, Zhao Teng wanted to end this conversation as soon as possible. Thus, he immediately stood up and nodded his head. "Shall we talk in the conference room or here? The director has already reported the details, so we only need to explain it to them. It won't take much effort." "Here. Wait." Yu Yonhee interrupted Yang Cheng's words with a cold glint in her almond-shaped eyes. "I haven't decided to talk about work yet. I'm deeply suspicious of your company's attitude. I don't feel any respect for a partner. Even a clay bodhisattva would have a temper, not to mention that Yangqing had never felt that he was a clay bodhisattva. Pursing his lips, he asked, then, what does Miss Yu want? I want to meet the CEO of your headquarters. Yu Yonhee stood up and walked to Yangqing. She stared at Yangqing without showing any weakness. Although she was emitting a faint wisteria fragrance, she emitted a dark aura. I don't think a mere director of a branch company is qualified to talk to me about work. Yu Yonhee naturally wanted to meet Lin Ruoshi. Then again, it didn't matter to her who the CEO of the headquarters was. What was important was that she didn't give any face to Yangqing. Yangqing took a deep breath and said, Miss Yu, don't you know that our work will be delayed if this goes on? Or have you always been so capricious? I'm happy to do this. I don't care if I don't want you to work. I'm only here in Zhonghai to prepare for my concert. What can you do about it if I'm not satisfied? Yu Yonhee sneered. Yangqing took a deep breath, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he squinted his eyes and looked at Yu Yonhee's flawless face. Yu Yonhee finally couldn't take it anymore after being stared at by Yangqing's undisguised greedy gaze. Her cheeks turned red. Do you think that I'll feel afraid and embarrassed just because of this? I won't do it unless I meet your CEO. Tisk, tisk. Yangqing was amused. Where did you get your face done? You must have spent a lot of money on it, right? Yu Yonhee's eyes were instantly filled with rage. She took 2 steps back and said sternly, keep your eyes to yourself. I've never had any plastic surgery since I was young. How can someone like you judge if someone has undergone plastic surgery? You don't have any professional standards and know nothing about fashion and makeup. How can you be the director of an entertainment company? It seems like not only are you blind, but your superior is also blind. I don't care if you've had plastic surgery or not. What can you do to me if I say that you have plastic surgery? You don't want to do it? I can't wait for it. Do you think I'm willing to talk to an ugly freak like you? After Yangqing spoke to Yu Yonhee, he waved his hand at the dumbfounded Zhao Teng and Wang Jia. Let's go. Don't bother about her. I'll treat you guys to a meal. After he finished speaking, he ignored Yu Yonhee, who was dumbfounded, and walked out. Wang Jia was the first to react. She inwardly praised the director's might and pulled Zhao Teng, who was still in a daze. The 2 of them followed suit. They weren't blockheads. They had long been dissatisfied with this unreasonable and demanding big shot. Now that Yangqing had taken the responsibility, they left. Yu Yonhee was left alone in the office. She stared blankly at the few of them walking out of the office, completely ignoring her. He actually called me an ugly freak. Yu Yonhee murmured to herself. Then, as if she couldn't take it anymore, she burst into tears with a wah sound. Not far from the office, Yangqing and the other 2 vaguely heard her cries. Their expressions changed. Zhao Teng was, after all, a composed person. He asked uneasily, Director, is she really fine? She's the Queen of Asia with tens of millions of fans. Her influence isn't something to be trifled with. Furthermore, I heard that her background isn't ordinary either. If she really offends some big shots, it won't just be a simple matter. Yangqing knitted his brows. This was the reason why he didn't like being an official. The higher the position, the more complicated it would be. After letting out a sigh, he smiled. Just do what you have to do. If she continues to be like this, then don't bother about her. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Let's go. You guys have been working hard for the past few days. I'll treat you guys to a good meal. Wonton noodles and soup dumplings. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia, who were following behind, felt their legs go limp and their faces turned bitter. Their superior was getting more and more thrifty. Yangqing led his 2 subordinates to finish a reward dinner that cost less than 50 renminbi. He felt that he had the demeanor of a leader and was in a good mood. When he drove home, he was humming a tune. When he entered home, the women in the house had already finished their dinner. Gui Shuihua and Mother Wang were watching a TV series at 8 p.m. Hui Lin was sitting on the sofa, holding a booklet in her hand and mumbling something. She seemed absent-minded and was probably reciting the lyrics of a song. Where's Xianxia? Yangqing couldn't see the youngest one in the house and asked. Gui Shuihua was really fascinated by the TV series. She said casually, she's doing her homework and revising. The college entrance examination is in 3 months. Xianxia nodded and walked to the second floor. He came to Xianxia's room and knocked on the door. After a while, Xianxia opened the door and was slightly surprised to see Xianxia. She then smiled sweetly and asked, "Brother Yang, why are you home so early?" Ever since she moved into this house, Xianxia's face looked much rosier and fairer. Compared to the first time he saw her, she looked more like a pretty girl from a humble family. With balanced nutrition, her body had also grown. At home, she casually used a pink hair clip to tie up her hair. She was wearing loose white cotton pajamas with floral patterns, but the curve in front of her chest was much more obvious. "I'm having dinner with my colleagues today. I'll be back after dinner." Xianxia smiled and asked, "How's your revision? Are you confident in the college entrance examination?" Xianxia pouted and said, "I think the liberal arts are okay, but I'm not very good at listening in English. I have a headache with the science subjects. I have to do a lot of questions to make up for it. You can improve the science subjects in the short term. As for the liberal arts, it's not a problem." Xianxia said, "If you think English is difficult, you can ask your sister Ruashi to explain it to you, or I can help you. However, I haven't studied much, so I can only talk nonsense. So it's better to ask your sister Ruashi to guide you. Is that okay?" Xianxia said hesitantly, "I feel that Sister Ruashi is very busy. She leaves early and returns late every day. She's just looking for trouble. Just hold her back and let her stay at home more." Xianxia looked as if nothing had happened. Xianxia blinked her big eyes a few times before she suddenly giggled and said, "Big brother Yang, you're really bad. It was obviously you who couldn't persuade big sister Ruashi, so you made me do it." Xianxia wasn't embarrassed that his thoughts were seen through. He chuckled and said, "You're the clever one." Just then, Mother Wang's shout suddenly came from downstairs. "Xianxia lass, your classmate is looking for you outside." "Classmate?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia curiously. He didn't expect Xianxia to have a good classmate looking for her so soon. He didn't think that this girl was the type who was easy to get along with. Xianxia's expression changed. She seemed to think of a bad situation. She stamped her feet and scratched her hair. Her annoyed look was very cute. "It can't be that guy." "Who?" "Which guy?" asked Xianxia. Xianxia blushed and ran back to the room quickly. When she ran out again, she put on a coat and rushed downstairs. Xianxia wondered what happened to Xianxia, so he followed downstairs. When he saw Xianxia go out, he also went out. Unexpectedly, when he just entered the courtyard, a shout almost made Xianxia fall to the ground, "Su Xianxiu. I love you. Just like a big cat loves rice." The voice sounded very familiar to Xianxia. He looked carefully outside the big iron gate and realized that the person who shouted was none other than his brother-in-law, Lu Mingho. Just like the other day, he had dyed his hair yellow and was dressed in a hip-hop outfit. He seemed to have changed into crystal stud earrings, which was very incongruous. He even had a tie tied around his chest. His sloppy and ordinary appearance was set off by this outfit, making him look like a hooligan. Behind Lu Mingho stood 2 tall and strong young men who looked to be about the same age as Lu Mingho. The 2 of them were holding a red banner with bright yellow boldface. It was blatantly written, "Lu Mingho loves Su Xianxiu." At this moment, Xianxia was standing behind the iron gate, her face flushed red. She was angry and embarrassed at the same time. She glared fiercely at the cheeky and flattering Lu Mingho, wishing she could tear him apart. Mother Wang and Guoshuahua walked out. Hui Lin was startled by the earth-shattering roar. She put down the lyrics in her hands and ran out to watch with a gossipy look in her eyes. "Oh, so it's the boy who likes Xianxiu. Kids nowadays really can't be underestimated. We didn't see such a scene when we were young," Mother Wang said with a smile. Obviously, in her eyes, this was just a child playing house and it didn't matter. Guoshuahua also smiled and shook her head. "He treats Xianxiu like a kid every day. She is actually a grown woman." After this incident, she finally remembered that it's time for her to fall in love. Hui Lin looked like she was watching a show. "It seems that Xianxiu doesn't like that boy. Also, why is he dressed so weirdly? Young people these days follow the trend. Of course, we can't understand it. Mother Wang said. Huilin pouted. She was obviously categorized as an old person. She felt helpless. At the same time, outside the iron gate, a big guy whispered to Lu Mingho. Boss, I think it's mice loves rice. Lu Mingho waved his hand. I don't care who loves rice. I love Xianxia. Boss, you're wise. Another big guy flattered. Lu Mingho ignored them. He moved closer to the iron gate and said to Xianxia with a smile, My dear, can't you see my sincerity? I told you, if you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I will come to your house and confess. You should believe my true feelings now, right? Hearing these words, Xianxia was so angry that her lips turned pale. Her body trembled and she almost screamed, Get lost. I don't want to see you. Lu Mingho was shocked by her voice. He jumped a few steps back and his expression was very stiff. Boss, sister-in-law rejected you, the big guy whispered again. Rejected my ass. My baby is playing with me. This is a sign that she likes me. Haven't you heard of the saying, women only get angry at the people they like? Lu Mingho said seriously. The big guy thought for a moment and said honestly, never heard of it. Pa. Lu Mingho slapped his underling's head. Then you've heard of it now. Boss, you're wise. Another big guy flattered again. Standing in the courtyard and watching from afar, Yangqing suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. He didn't expect his brother-in-law to have such a funny side. But it seemed that Jinxia's expression was more like she wanted to kill Lu Mingho. She definitely didn't like him at all. Jinxia, my dear, just open the door for me. I really want to hug you. Lu Mingho walked forward with deep affection. He held the steel bars of the iron gate and looked at Jinxia. Jinxia couldn't take it anymore. She gritted her teeth and directly kicked Lu Mingho's finger. Ouch. Lu Mingho immediately retracted his hand in pain and looked at Jinxia bitterly. Boss, sister-in-law hit you, the big guy said in surprise. Bullsh *T. Lu Mingho wanted to refute but didn't know what to say. In the end, he said, she hit me. Boss, you're wise. Wise my ass. Lu Mingho slapped the other big guy again. Yangqing couldn't stand it anymore. He slowly walked to the door and patted Jinxia's shoulder to calm her down. He then said to Lu Mingho, Go back, Jinxia doesn't like it. Lu Mingho was stunned. Seeing that it was Yangqing, he was pleasantly surprised. Brother-in-law. Why are you here? Jinxia is my sister. Of course, she's staying with me. Yangqing laughed. Just treat it as giving me face. Go back in the middle of the night. Do you want to get kicked again? Hearing Lu Mingho call Yangqing brother-in-law, Jinxia was surprised. She forgot to be angry and looked at Yangqing in confusion. Lu Mingho, on the other hand, looked as if he had just heard an explosive piece of news. He rolled his eyes a few times and gave Yangqing a look that said I see. Hee, so that's how it is. Looks like we'll be even closer in the future. Hee, alright then, since brother-in-law says so, I'll go back first. Haha. But brother-in-law, you have to help me look after Jinxiao. I booked her. Go to hell. Who gave you permission to book her? Jinxiao was furious and scolded. Lu Mingho laughed and didn't care at all. He walked away with his two followers holding the banner and followed closely behind. Until Lu Mingho was far away, Jinxiao's chest was heaving up and down. She couldn't control her emotions. She was obviously angered by Lu Mingho. Yangqing smiled helplessly. Looks like our Jinxiao is very charming. She's so infatuated with you. How pitiful. Young. Big. Brother. I'm going to get angry if you say that. Jinxiao pouted and said angrily. Okay, I won't say it. Yangqing waved his hand in embarrassment. Speaking of which, how did you meet that guy? Is he in the same class as you? Not really, Jinxiao said gloomily. He just transferred from Beijing a few days ago. But once he entered the school, he set up a hooligan group called Green Dragon Hall. He seems to be very rich. A lot of strong hooligans don't dare to mess with him. He's from another class. I don't know why, but one day when I was eating in the canteen, he walked past me and suddenly asked me to be his girlfriend. I hate hooligans the most. Brother Yang, you know that. Yangqing naturally knew that Xianxia was referring to the time when she was a delinquent girl. The trauma from that time was indeed hard to erase. It was normal for her to hate delinquents. Since he doesn't like it, I'll talk to him next time and ask him not to harass you. Yangqing stroked Xianxia's hair and nodded. Xianxia asked curiously, Brother Yang, why did he call you brother-in-law? You and his sister. Yangqing grinned and rubbed his nose. This? You know, your brother Yang. Hee hee. Humph. Xianxia had a I knew you expression as she glared at Yangqing, playboy. Yangqing tapped Xianxia's forehead. What are you talking about? You dare to say that about your brother? Do you believe that I'll find someone to marry you to him tomorrow? I don't want to get married. Brother Yang definitely won't bear to. Xianxia relaxed and said with a smile. Yangqing curled his lips. A man should get married when he's grown up, a woman should get married when she's grown up. What's there to be unwilling about? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. She asked faintly, Brother Yang wants me to get married that much? Huh? Yangqing was stunned. He didn't know why Xianxia would ask such a question. Xianxia seemed to have heard a confirmation. Her face was a little aggrieved as she stomped her feet. Brother Yang, you're the worst. After saying that, she ignored Yangqing's astonished expression and ran back into the house. Yangqing admitted that he couldn't understand a girl's thoughts. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Xianxia's sudden outburst. The next morning, Yangqing went downstairs to have breakfast. He saw that Xianxia had already finished her porridge and was about to go to class. He thought that the outburst from last night had already passed. However, just as he was about to greet her, Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and pretended that she didn't see him. She picked up her bag and walked out the door. Mother Wang came out with a plate of noodles and smiled. She glanced at Xianxia and asked Yangqing, Young master, why did Xianxia throw a tantrum at you? Hasn't she always been obedient to you? Yangqing spread his hands and said, I'd like to know the answer to that question as well. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi, who had only returned home late from work, slowly walked down the stairs. She was dressed in a fashionable black spring dress and white lace stockings that wrapped around her slender calves. She wore crystal heels and held a silver-gray diamond-studded handbag in her hand. She looked like a Parisian fashion model, cold and elegant. Habitually ignoring Yangqing, Lin Ruoshi walked to the table and sat down. Suddenly, she said, the kind of person deserves the kind of treatment. Yangqing almost fell to the ground. He looked at his wife across the table gloomily and thought that his position in the family was getting lower and lower, although it had never been higher. Halfway through breakfast, Lin Ruoshi spoke again. Did you have a falling out with the new Korean queen, Yu Yeonhee, yesterday afternoon? Yangqing had half a steamed bun in his mouth. He nodded and vaguely replied. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing with a complicated gaze and said, I didn't expect that you would have a falling out with a beauty. Cough cough cough. Yangqing choked and tears rolled down his cheeks. He smiled bitterly and said, Wifey, do you have to be like this? I'm not a breeding pig. How can I have sex with a beauty? A breeding pig has sex with a sow, Lin Ruoshi said with a frown. Yangqing couldn't understand why Lin Ruoshi was so serious about his words. He smiled embarrassedly and said, That's what I meant anyway. Yu Yeonhee isn't a good person, so I naturally can't be bothered. She doesn't matter if she comes or not. You're the director of the company now, it's better to avoid trouble. You'll only bring harm to the company if you go against them so directly, Lin Ruoshi said seriously. Yangqing furrowed his brows. He thought of something and guessed unhappily, Did that woman cause trouble for you? Not really. Lin Ruoshi finished her breakfast and wiped the corner of her mouth with a wet towel. She said, Last night, Yu Yeonhee's management company in Korea took the initiative to ask me to reconcile with them and continue to fulfill Yu Yeonhee's role as a judge and star of Yulei. I think they don't want to let go of the opportunity to be on the same stage as Kristen. However, they were worried that you wouldn't agree, so they came to me directly. Yangqing grinned. The Sumida people are quite smart. I wouldn't have agreed if they told me. You can say that I'm being stubborn or that I'm being stubborn, but I have a temper that doesn't yield to soft or hard tactics. restrain your shameless behavior. When will you be able to speak properly? Now that I've told you, just agree. Lin Ruoxi said. Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoxi seriously for a while and nodded. I have no reason to refute you since you put the company's interests above everything else. Anyway, everything is yours. I'll just help you with the odd jobs. You can do whatever you want. Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows. I'm discussing it with you, not giving you an order. There's no need to discuss it. You can make the decision on such a small matter, Yangqing said casually. Lin Ruoxi was a little angry. How is this a small matter? But when she recalled the loan from the Swiss bank, she felt that it was indeed a small matter. Lin Ruoxi looked at the man who was drinking his coffee casually and shook her head. She stood up from her seat and said, Tonight, I'll be bringing some of the higher-ups of Yulei to the meeting of the Star of Yulei's judges. You'll have to think about how you can meet Yu Yonhe without feeling awkward. Find out the time and venue from your subordinates. Don't forget it. Yangqing was stunned. He didn't know that he had a social engagement tonight. Just when he was about to ask if he could skip it, Lin Ruoxi had already walked out of the door. Half an hour later, Yangqing arrived at the company. When he entered the office, he saw Anqin, who hadn't been to the company for a few days, in the office. She was wearing headphones and staring at the computer screen. Yangqing walked up to her. Anqin didn't move her gaze away, as though she was fixated on the computer screen. What the hell? You're not even going to stand up to welcome your man-come boss? Why are you staring so hard? Yangqing walked to Anqin's side and saw a high-definition video on the computer screen. It was the recording of Star of Yulei's audition. What made Yangqing's eyes light up was that the person singing on the stage was none other than his own Hui Lin. Initially, he thought that with Hui Lin's personality, she would be a little timid and reserved on stage, especially when it was a live broadcast. However, he didn't expect that Hui Lin's performance on stage was full of confidence. Wearing a simple white pleated dress, Hui Lin looked like a blooming gardenia. Her elegant and simple face bloomed with an amiable and charming smile. Although Yangqing couldn't hear her singing, he could tell that she was singing well just by looking at the mesmerized audience below the stage. Those audience members were basically professional audience members. They were used to showing intoxicated and excited expressions. However, at this moment, all of them were in a daze, as though they had forgotten about the performance and were really listening to the clear singing on stage. When Hui Lin's performance ended, there was a moment of silence below the stage. Then, there was a burst of warm applause. Following that, the three famous musicians stood up at the same time. As they applauded, they all gave the audience a pass to enter the elimination round. Although Yangqing knew that Hui Lin had passed the audition, he didn't know that the scene was so special. Obviously, Hui Lin had become famous. After all, Star of Yulei's audition had been advertised with Kristen's name, and the ratings were all over the place. There were definitely a lot of people watching this scene. After watching the video, Anqin took off her earphones. She had long noticed that Yangqing was beside her, but she couldn't bear to take off her earphones. Sticking out her pink tongue, Anqin smiled and said, Dear, do you want to come and listen too? Hui Lin's singing is really amazing. I was worried that she would be too nervous that day. I didn't expect that she wouldn't be nervous even when I was nervous. Anqin was the host of several auditions. Although the auditions weren't all broadcasted live, there were quite a few of them. Since Anqin liked to participate in the recording, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Shaking his head, Yangqing said, There's no need to listen. Even if you don't listen, you will know that it's good. You already have a picky taste. If you can listen to the recording after listening to the live show, it must be good. I'll go to the elimination round to cheer for our Hui Lin. That's true. Even the actors in America's Broadway, although their singing skills are better than Hui Lin's, they can't compare to Hui Lin's soothing voice. Anqin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Yangqing recalled that he hadn't seen Hui Lin since morning. He asked, Where's Hui Lin now? Anqin was stunned. Hubby, don't you know? Hui Lin has been rehearsing with the other contestants for the elimination round these few days. She was supposed to stay in the dormitory, but Hui Lin isn't used to it. So, I went to talk to the TV station about it. Hui Lin leaves early and returns late now, so it's normal that you don't see her. Yangqing came to a realization. Hui Lin had been living in seclusion with Abbess Yun Miao since young. The reason why she wasn't nervous when she sang on stage was probably because she was infatuated with music and had confidence in it. However, she might not be able to accept living with so many contestants. Anqing said excitedly, many people on the internet have become Hui Lin's fans. On Chengdu's Tieba, Hui Lin's fans have already surpassed some of the second-tier celebrities. It's amazing to suddenly find out that there's a future star, or even a future superstar, by my side. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh as well. When he thought of Hui Lin, that silly girl, becoming a superstar surrounded by fans one day, he too was looking forward to what it would be like. Although most of the people in the company were busy, Yangqing didn't have much to do. He only spent the entire morning helping Wang Jia and Zhao Ting to check 2 documents. In the afternoon, he brought Anqing out for a barbecue. Then, they hugged each other and took an afternoon nap in the break room of the office. These days, there were many miscellaneous things to do. Now that he was back in a relaxed state, Yangqing naturally wouldn't let go of the chance to enjoy himself. After going through many trials and tribulations, Anqing's figure had become more well-developed. When he hugged her in his arms, it felt like a ball of soft and bouncy cotton. It was so soft that it seemed boneless. It made Yangqing want to press it into his body. Having just woken up from his afternoon nap, Yangqing was full of energy. After kissing Anqing to wake up, he pounced on her for Real. In the relatively small break room, Anqing's soft moans could be heard. With her sleepy eyes open, Anqing allowed Yangqing to move her into various positions. If it was an ordinary woman, he might have rejected the shameful positions. However, Anqing had no inhibitions. This made Yangqing extremely satisfied every time he rode on this beauty. Of course, he didn't think that Anqing would let go of everything for any man. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a joke about him stealing the bride. It wasn't until Anqing's entire body turned into a pool of spring water that Yangqing couldn't bear anymore did he walk out of the break room. He found Yuan Yi, who also didn't do any proper work, and played games in the office until evening. Yangqing didn't forget that he had a social engagement at night. From Wang Jia, he found out that the specific location was Jade Cloud's building, which was the building owned by Anqing's father, and Zaihuan. Yangqing asked Anqing if she wanted to go with him. When Anqing heard that Lin Ruoxi would also be attending, her pretty face immediately turned pale. She quickly shook her head, determined not to go. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Although Lin Ruoxi didn't refuse to interact with Anqing according to their agreement, it seemed that Anqing refused to interact with Lin Ruoxi. Could it be that Lin Ruoxi did this on purpose? He went to Jade Cloud's building with his 2 subordinates. In order to highlight the importance of the banquet, he even specially used the company's Lincoln limousine to receive VIPs. When they arrived at Jade Cloud's building, it was already night time. This was undoubtedly a night worthy of the attention of the national and even the world's media. That was because many famous artists and musicians, including the world-class diva Kristen, would be attending the banquet tonight. Not to mention that Yu Yeonhee, the Korean diva who lost to Kristen at the Grammy Awards, would be making a name for herself. The brightly lit building was surrounded by all kinds of security personnel. There were also many reporters and paparazzi who were frantically pressing their camera flashes. Of course, the fans of various celebrities couldn't be neglected. Among them, the 2 diva Kristen and Yu Yeonhee had the most banners. Many eye-catching LED slogans were raised high. The fanatical fans brought Zhonghai's spring into midsummer. Yangqing was a little helpless against the blinding camera flashes. After getting off the Lincoln limousine, he immediately brought Zhao Teng and Wang Jia to the lobby of the building. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered the banquet hall. Why do I feel like I've become a celebrity? Zhao Teng lamented from behind. How do you feel? Yangqing turned around and asked with a smile. Zhao Teng shook his head. Not good. I don't understand why so many people want to be famous. Wang Jia nodded in agreement. While the 3 of them were talking, many people in the banquet hall came up to them. These people were dressed differently, but all of them looked a little arrogant. They were the guest judges invited by Star of Yulei. Yangqing didn't really know these people. However, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia, as the inviters and the people in charge were rather familiar with these people. As soon as they came up, they started chatting with them. When asked who Yangqing was, Zhao introduced him solemnly. He was the director of Yulei Entertainment, their superior. At this moment, almost all the celebrities and singers in the music industry were more or less surprised by Yangqing. One must know that Yangqing was dressed like a passerby. Moreover, he didn't look like someone from the fashion industry at all. His temperament was a little far-fetched even for a white-collar worker. However, these people were all shrewd people. They immediately came up to Yangqing and said some polite words. After all, in ancient times, Yangqing was its sugar daddy. No matter how famous they were just folk artists. Yangqing was tired of it. However, he could only helplessly chat with these people that he didn't know like old friends. Finally, 10 minutes later, countless screams came from outside the balcony of the banquet hall. The most ear-piercing scream was the same name. Yu Yonhe. We love you. Yu Yonhe's arrival seemed to have brought the banquet to a climax. The sound of cameras clicking made everyone in the Jade Clouds building feel as though the entire place was trembling. Walking down from a white BMW 747, Yu Yonhe looked like a European princess from the Middle Ages. She wore a gorgeous rose-colored dress with intricate lace decorations that were meticulously sewn. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the value of those complicated designs wasn't inferior to crystals and diamonds. Yangchen looked at the woman who walked into the building with a faint smile, and even greeted the tsunami-like fans outside. He couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. It's not easy being a celebrity, and it's even more difficult for her to be born with acting skills. Anyone who saw her would think that she was a polite and courteous lady. She didn't look like the woman who threw a tantrum in his office yesterday. When Yu Yonhe walked into the hall, there was a faint smile on her face. There was a tinge of nobility in her reserved manner. Many musicians and artists who had worked with her in the past went up to greet her. When it was Yangqing's turn, apart from a slightly unnatural gaze, Yu Yonhe didn't show anything strange on her face. She even extended her fair hand towards Yangqing in a friendly manner and smiled. Director Yang, we meet again. I wasn't in a good mood yesterday, so please forgive me. This time, Yu Yonhe spoke in Korean. Yangqing was briefly stunned, but he soon sneered in his heart. This woman was clearly trying to embarrass him because there was no interpreter around him. The few guests beside Yangqing and Yu Yonhe also smelled something strange. They looked curiously at how Yangqing would respond. Miss Yu's Mandarin is very good. I admire Koreans who can speak Mandarin the most. However, your Korean doesn't seem to be very good. It seems like you weren't serious when you were studying. Yangqing casually replied in standard Korean. The moment Yangqing finished his words, Yu Yonhe's eyes were filled with astonishment. That was because Yangqing's standard in Korean was indeed much higher than hers. It was as if he had grown up in Korea. Before Yu Yonhe could reply, Yangqing switched to another foreign language and mumbled a bunch of things to her. In the end, he smiled at Yu Yonhe. Yu Yonhe was stunned. She had no idea what Yangqing was talking about. It seemed to be French, German, Italian, Hungarian. However, she was certain that Yu Yonhe, who had been a celebrity since she was a teenager, knew nothing other than Korean, Chinese, and English. Therefore, while Yu Yonhe was furious, she could only tell from Yangqing's expression that he was just being polite. Hence, she casually thanked him in Chinese. This time, a Taiwanese musician at the side laughed out loud. Yu Yonhe was stunned. She realized that she had misunderstood. She then looked at Yangqing, who was shaking his head at her mockingly before he swaggered away. What did Director Yang say? Another musician who heard the conversation asked the Taiwanese musician. The Taiwanese musician looked at Yu Yonhe with a playful gaze and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, I studied in a university in Sweden. Director Yang must have used Norwegian just now. Since Sweden, Denmark, and Norway have similar languages, I could roughly understand what he was saying. What he said was, a greeting to all the females in the other party's family. Haha. That's about it. But our Miss Yu seems to be very magnanimous. Even after Director Yang said that, she still thanked him. I can't help but feel inferior. The musician's explanation made many celebrities in the surroundings burst into laughter. They understood that Yu Yonhee was the one who had brought this upon herself. Yu Yonhee blushed. She might be popular in the music industry, but these musicians were her seniors. Even if they hid behind the scenes, many of them had extraordinary backgrounds. Furthermore, she was in Xianxia and not Korea. She couldn't just go and argue with them. In this way, it could be said that he had to suffer in silence. He pretended that nothing had happened and turned around to chat with some people he was familiar with. However, in his heart, he kept thinking that he would humiliate that hateful guy surnamed Yang. Yangqing didn't care about Yu Yonhee at all. He had seen too many women like her. In his eyes, she was no different from an immature and evil girl. If he was at his most uncontrollable state of mind back then, he might have knocked her out with a slap and thrown her out. However, that was in the past. Nowadays, he was becoming more and more like an old man who was enjoying his tea and enjoying the warm breeze. There were too many things that he had become indifferent to. When there were only 10 minutes left before the start of the banquet, a clamor of shouts came from outside. Wave after wave of roars accompanied by the roar of a super sports car's engine. Under the excited gazes of the surrounding crowd and reporters, a black Porsche 911 GT3 drifted into the road outside the Jade Clouds building with a stunning drift. At the same time, it drifted into a parking space in the parking lot in front of the building. Exclamations rose and fell. Such racing techniques had only been seen in the movies. What made it even more difficult for everyone to restrain themselves was the lady who came down from the car. The blonde lady with a graceful figure wore a fiery red tight-fitting leather jacket. Her curves were exaggerated, but they didn't lose their beauty. She wore a pair of dazzling sunglasses on her perfect face. Just by standing there, she gave off an aura that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Oh my God! It's Kristen! Almost the first person to recognize the lady was the first to react with excited shouts. Compared to Yu Yonhee's fans, Kristen's arrival had caused the surrounding area of the Jade Clouds building to go completely out of control. Kristen wasn't done playing. She flashed a smile and unzipped her leather jacket from top to bottom. She took off her leather jacket and revealed the black diamond-studded evening gown she was wearing. The gown that revealed her shoulders and back completely brought out the goddess-like international superstar. Kristen took off her sunglasses and blew a kiss to the surrounding crowd. She then said in English, "Thank you for your enthusiasm. This performance is a small gift for you. I love this country." After saying that, some of the excited fans fainted from shock. The security guards protecting the building struggled to put up a protective shield to prevent the crazy fans from rushing into the venue. The guests in the hall were all amazed by the charm of the world's most popular diva. Just her drifting driving technique alone wasn't something an ordinary female celebrity could achieve. In their eyes, such a female celebrity was no longer just a celebrity. In a certain sense, she could represent an era. Yu Yonhee held on to the cocktail glass that was served by the waiter. Her knuckles had turned pale. She had thought countless times that it was because she was Korean and Asian that she lost to Kristen at the Grammys. But tonight, she felt extremely helpless the moment she saw Kristen. I can't beat her. That was the conclusion that Yu Yonhee came to. Kristen's gorgeous entrance attracted the attention of all the guests. However, Kristen didn't pay much attention to the socialites and music celebrities who came up to shake hands with her or strike up a conversation. Under everyone's disappointed and curious gazes, Kristen walked towards a corner. Yangchen rubbed his forehead helplessly. This woman really doesn't give me any peace of mind. Can't she just pretend not to know me? Does she really like to put me in the limelight that much? Kristen walked in front of Yangchen and directly snatched the cocktail glass from his hand. She brought it to her mouth and took a sip. Using the tone of an old friend, she smiled and said, "What's wrong? There are no reporters here. I won't bring you any scandals. I'm just greeting you since we're more familiar with each other. If there's a scandal, I'll also kill it. But do you really have to let everyone look at us like this?" Yangchen rolled his eyes. "Sometimes, I really feel that you're a female pervert." "I'm not a pervert. How can I always maintain a young heart?" Kristen said indifferently, "Don't tell me you want me to be like those other old fellows, dead and lifeless?" "What do you mean by other old fellows?" You're not young anymore. Yangqing curled his lips and smiled. Kristen glanced at him and ignored him. She went somewhere else and talked to a few people she knew. But even so, Yangqing's appearance had caused many people to speculate. They didn't think that the man that Kristen valued the most was just the director of an entertainment company. Furthermore, Yangqing's expression was too calm, as if he had known Kristen for more than a decade. One must know that any man would feel nervous and pressured in front of such a goddess. They were afraid that they would be traumatized if they didn't perform well. Just when the banquet was about to begin, a graceful and quiet figure walked in from a passageway. Wherever she passed by, the guests would be slightly dazed. It was a woman dressed in simple office attire without any makeup or jewelry. Her face even looked a little haggard, as if she had just gotten off work. She was a little tired and rushed here to attend the celebrity party. However, it was precisely this kind of woman that attracted the gazes of all the male and female guests. She was like a white plum blossom quietly blooming in the winter night. Even if she stood silently in the corner, the refreshing fragrance she emitted made people feel relaxed and happy. The woman didn't care about everyone's curious and amazed gazes. She looked around for a while as if she was looking for something. Finally, she walked towards a corner. This woman was naturally Lin Ruoxi, who had finished a lot of work and rushed here. And the direction that Lin Ruoxi was walking in was naturally where Yangqing was standing. Yangqing didn't know what his wife wanted to talk to him about, but he knew that after tonight, he would definitely become famous. Because Kristen had just looked for him, and now Lin Ruoxi was the first to look for him. One must know that everyone in the venue was staring at him as if they were looking at a panda. Walking in front of Yangqing, Lin Ruoxi had a complicated look in her eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Her cold face revealed a hint of helplessness. Yangqing was a little depressed. Why didn't she say what she wanted to say? This kind of situation shouldn't appear on this fierce and capable woman. Hey, everyone is looking at us. Just say what you want to say. Yangqing said with a smile. Lin Ruoxi couldn't be bothered to care whether others were looking at them or not. She sighed and said, "Did you offend someone again? How can you say that? Don't you know what kind of person your husband is? I won't offend people if they don't offend me. If they offend me, they won't have the chance to offend me again," Yangqing said as he spread out his hands. Lin Ruoxi frowned. If that's the case, then it'll be less troublesome. However, what's up with Yan Buxue from the Yan family? Yangqing was stunned. Yan family? Yan Buxue? Which corner of the world did it come from? I don't know anyone from the Yan family or Yan Buxue. Yangqing said with a smile, is he very powerful? Is he looking for me? Lin Ruoxi saw that Yangqing's expression didn't seem to be lying. She became more worried and said, you really don't know? The Yan family is one of the strongest families below the 4 big families in Yanjing. They are much stronger than the Kai family. Moreover, the head of the Yan family, Yan Qingtian, just defeated Yang Pejuan and became the vice chairman of the military commission. He is the first non-party chairman of the military commission since the founding of the People's Republic. Yang Qing was a little confused after listening to Lin Ruoxi's long speech. However, one piece of information surprised him: Yang Pejuan lost the election. Yangqing hadn't heard of this news and he didn't care. As for whether Guo knew about it, Yangqing wasn't sure. It was as if Yang Pejuan had nothing to do with him. This feeling was very strange, but Yangqing didn't think it was bad. It seems like you really don't know anything. Lin Ruoxi shook her head in distress. The election results were announced the day before yesterday. Many people felt that it was rather abrupt for Yan Qingtian from the Yan family to join the standing committee. However, the Yan family's strength over the years cannot be ignored, so no one had any objections. Yangqing retracted his smile and said, I'm not familiar with the forces in Beijing, or the clans in Huaxia. According to what you said, the Yan family should be busy building up their image. Why would the Yan family look for me? Lin Ruoxi said, there are 2 powerful figures in the Yan family. One is the head of the family, Yan Qingtian, who defeated Yang Pejuan. He's in his 60s and has never led troops before. He only has a military rank, but he succeeded because of the Yan family's achievements in military defense, aerospace science, and biochemical engineering. The other powerful figure is Yan Buwen, Yan Qingtian's grandson. He and Li Dun from the Li family of Yanjing were known as the Yanjing Twin Kings. They were both super scientific geniuses. The Yan family almost dominated the military research and biochemical engineering research in Xianxia since the founding of the country. It was because of the successful handover between the grandfather and grandson of the Yan family that he was more accomplished in scientific research than his grandfather, Yan Qingtian. Also, this person has a weird temper. He never accepts any awards and only cares about his own work. He's already rejected the Nobel Prize twice in a row and didn't even accept any awards from Xianxia. He's just too lazy to move. All scientific freaks are like that. Yangqing found it interesting and asked, "So, is that Yan Buxue Yan Buwen's younger brother or elder brother?" "It's his younger brother." Lin Ruoxi said, "Yan Buxue and his elder brother are polar opposites. He likes to stir up trouble and is ignorant and arrogant. However, he only swaggered around in Beijing. Only after coming to Zhonghai this time did I realize how difficult it is to deal with him." Yang Cheng's face turned serious. "Did he offend you?" Lin Ruoxi shook her head. "No. It's just that he kept sending his subordinates to contact me, saying that you're disrespectful to him and wants me to fire you. I don't even know that there's such a person. How am I disrespecting him?" Yangqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ruoxi glanced at Kristen, who was chatting with a few musicians not far away. "It's because of her. Yan Buxue seems to be very obsessed with Kristen. This time, when he found out that she came to Xianxia, he purposely came to Zhonghai and wanted to meet Kristen alone. However, it seems that you rejected him. Then, he came to me." Yangqing immediately realized that the crux of the problem was that Kristen was messing around. "You guys seem to be talking about me?" Suddenly, Kristen walked to Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi's side alone. Lin Ruoxi fell silent. It was obvious that she wanted Yangqing to speak on his own. Yangqing smiled helplessly. He knew very well that Kristen had heard their conversation. Her hearing would not be affected by the noise of the venue. "What's going on with Yan Buxue?" Yangqing asked. Kristen giggled. "There's a little guy that I don't know who wants to meet me. I don't want to meet him, but I'm all alone in Xianxia. I can't offend him. So, the reason why I don't want to meet him is that Director Yang doesn't allow me to meet him. It's as simple as that." Yangqing glared at the woman. He knew that everything was caused by Kristen. Now, he had become the target of public criticism. After thinking for a while, Yangqing asked Lin Ruoxi, "What's the situation now?" "I don't know. Yan Buxue's people contacted me, but I didn't respond immediately. I think he'll come to me sooner or later. The power of the Yan family is not simple. Compared to them, I'm just the loneliest businessman," Lin Ruoxi said faintly. Yangqing knew that Lin Ruoxi was a little resentful. After all, it was not the first time that an official bullied a businessman. "Since he's not here yet, let's do what's in front of us first. Since everyone is here, let's start the banquet," Yangqing said casually. Lin Ruoxi nodded and went to inform Wu Yu. She ordered a group of staff to officially start the banquet tonight. Not long after, the venue quieted down. Although Yangqing was the director of the entertainment company, it was still Lin Ruoxi who went on stage to give the opening speech on such an occasion. It was only at this moment that most of the guests realized that this mysterious beauty was actually the CEO of Yulei International. Quite a few of them secretly exclaimed. After all, Lin Ruoxi looked way too young no matter how they looked at her. Moreover, with her temperament, it would be fine if she was a model, but to say that she was a deceitful businesswoman was really unimaginable. Yu Yonhee, who was in the guest seats, noticed that everyone's gaze was swaying between Kristen and Lin Ruoxi. She could not help but feel a strong sense of humiliation. She had always been the most eye-catching and dazzling. Yet, she was humiliated by a stinky man in one night. Then, she was outshone by two women and received the cold shoulder. This made Yu Yonhee's heart ache. If it wasn't for her rationality, she would have left in anger. Lin Ruoxi did not say much before she ended her speech. To her, it was just a formality. It was far less important than ending the banquet and going back to rest or work. After arriving below the stage, Lin Ruoshi directly sat at the round table where Yangqing and Kristen were seated. She sat on the right side of Yangqing. The core guests at this table were the heavyweights of Star of Yulei's event. Apart from Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi, who were the representatives of the two companies, the rest were all famous figures in the entertainment and music industry. Yu Yonhee was also seated at this table. However, this seat, which was a symbol of status in the eyes of others, made Yu Yonhee feel as though she was sitting on pins and needles. That was because she had to face the man and two women that she did not want to see the most. Furthermore, she had to pretend that nothing had happened. With such a table full of people at the forefront of fashion eating together, it was inevitable that they would flaunt their culture. They would either talk about composing music or performing operas. They would also talk about the design concepts of some international luxury brands or the fashion trends of spring clothes. Yangqing didn't understand most of these things and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Therefore, the entire table of delicacies became his sole focus. Seeing Yangqing gulping down the abalone and slurping the shark fin, Lin Ruoshi felt a headache coming on. She stretched her hand out and pinched Yangqing's thigh. Only then did Yangqing restrain himself. On the other hand, Yu Yonhee was talking about some high-end topics with a few veteran musicians. Her expression was reserved and noble, and she would smile from time to time. These veteran musicians were very satisfied with her. They even ignored Yang Chen's unsightly table manners. When they were talking about familiarity, one of the musicians suddenly noticed the bag that Yu Yonhee placed on the table. He asked in puzzlement, "Miss Yu, your bag should be a Hermes Birkin, right?" Yu Yonhee rejoiced in her heart. She had purposely brought the bag and placed it on the table to attract attention. Now that someone had finally mentioned it, she was naturally satisfied. However, Yu Yonhee wasn't in a rush to express herself. She replied in a reserved manner, "Yes, it was given to me by the company when I was doing the endorsement last year." Miss Yu's popularity is indeed extraordinary. Hermes rarely looks for Asian celebrities to be their spokesperson. It seems that Hermes values Miss Yu's influence in Asia, the veteran musician praised. Yu Yonhee shook her head shyly. "I can only say that I'm lucky. This isn't something that can be attributed to luck. Miss Yu, you're being too humble. Ever since Hermes was established, they have the priority in choosing their leather. The bags that they make are all extraordinary. Speaking of Hermes Birkin, there should be many types of leather, right? What kind of leather is Miss Yu's bag?" Yu Yonhee inwardly praised him for being knowledgeable. She smiled. "It's crocodile leather." The old musician was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "That's really rare. Birkin bags are often hard to find. I heard that crocodile skin is the highest grade. It costs at least hundreds of thousands, and you have to wait in line for it to be made. I heard that even some European royalty are queuing up for it. I've lived for decades, but I've never seen such a thing. Miss Yu has truly opened my eyes." Yu Yonhee instantly felt that her confidence had returned. She waved her hand and said, "I wouldn't dare." She then turned to Kristen and said, "This shouldn't be a big deal. Miss Kristen is much more famous than me. I only have one, but she should have a lot." The moment those words were spoken, everyone at the table knew that Yu Yonhee was purposely trying to find Kristen's weak spot. One must know that Hermes Birkin bags weren't something that could be bought with money. Even ordinary sheepskin and cowhide weren't common. Crocodile leather was even rarer because it was a precious raw material that couldn't be found often. Furthermore, there were many rich people in the world, so it wasn't easy for them to give in. Although Kristen had made her grand entrance tonight, no one dared to say that she would have a platinum crocodile leather bag like Yu Yonhee's. That was because everyone knew that Kristen had never endorsed Hermes before, so she definitely wouldn't have a gift. Although it was child's play and even a little low class, it would undoubtedly make Kristen feel a little embarrassed. Kristen wasn't surprised. She smiled elegantly at everyone at the table and said to Yu Yonhee, "I don't have a bag like Miss Yu's. You're overestimating me. However, I just realized that General Lin seems to have one." As she spoke, Kristen looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was sitting across from Yangqing, and said with a smile, "General Lin's bag seems to be from Hermes as well, right?" Lin Ruashi was sipping her red wine leisurely and thinking about how to deal with the Yen family's matter. She was a little confused when Kristen suddenly pointed at her. However, she soon understood what was going on and nodded her head gently. Yes, that's right. Yu Yonhe's eyes were filled with disdain. In her opinion, even if it was also a Hermes bag, there might not be another one in the entire Zhonghai that was of the same quality as hers. Under the curious gazes of everyone at the table, Lin Ruashi casually picked up her white bag from the carpet beside her chair. Everyone at the table sighed in their hearts. Even if it was a Hermes bag, it wouldn't be any better. They had no idea why Kristen would ask Lin Ruashi to take out her bag to take a look. Wasn't that embarrassing the CEO? However, when the bag was placed on the table, a few people who were closer to it immediately realized that the bag was a little unusual. Hiss. This? A well-known producer gasped in surprise and said, "Is there an inverted V symbol on the opening of the bag?" It seems like, that's right. Another musician also noticed something unusual and asked, "I seem to recall that there's something special about this symbol, right?" That producer chuckled but didn't say anything. He merely glanced at Yu Yonhe, who was at a loss, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yu Yonhe felt uncomfortable all over. In her opinion, the white bag wasn't a trendy one. In fact, it looked a little old. How could a bag that was casually placed on the ground be anything special? However, the gazes of those present seemed to be waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Seeing that it was about time, Kristen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. At the same time, her azure eyes revealed an innocent look as she said, "The rarest part of Hermes' Birkin bag isn't crocodile skin. Instead, it's made from pure wild crocodile skin. Pure wild crocodile skin is extremely rare and it's extremely difficult to catch and kill. It's unlike farmed crocodiles where there's a fixed supply. Therefore, every bag made from wild crocodile skin has an inverted V symbol." Hearing this explanation, everyone present nodded. These people had been in the upper class for a long time. Even if they hadn't seen it before, they had at least heard of it. Yu Yonhe's face instantly turned red. She wanted to leave immediately. Kristen's words were like a sharp knife that cut into the flesh of her heart. Lin Ruashi never expected that Kristen would go against Yu Yonhe with her bag. As the owner, she felt that the loss outweighed the gain. After all, it was a collaboration between a business and an artist. However, there was nothing she could do to salvage the situation. She could only take the bag back and place it on the carpet. "This bag isn't actually mine. My grandmother used it in the past and gave it to me. It's a very old bag. Miss Yu's is much prettier than mine," Lin Ruashi said with a faint smile. Her words sounded good, but everyone knew that Yu Yonhe didn't manage to salvage any of her reputation. Even if a bag made from rare wild crocodile skin was decades old, it was definitely a classic collector's item. Such a bag might even be the only one in the world. How could the price be calculated in the tens or millions of dollars? Yet, Lin Ruashi had placed such a priceless bag on the carpet so casually. Compared to Yu Yonhe, who had placed a bag worth hundreds of thousands on the table, it was extremely ironic. Comparing handbags was just a small interlude at the dining table. No one would really keep chatting without rhyme or reason. Everyone knew how to feign civility and sincerity. While the crowd started to talk about other topics, Yang Chen, who had been eating and drinking, didn't speak much from the beginning to the end. Other than toasting a few guests, it was as if everything else had nothing to do with him. When the topic shifted to Kristen, a musician asked out of curiosity, "Miss Kristen, you must have a good relationship with General Lin for coming to participate in the talent show organized by Yulei International, right?" Actually, most people would think that was the case. Otherwise, why would a busy international superstar like Kristen have the time to come to Xianxia to be a judge? Thinking about it, the only person who could invite her was the beautiful, low-profile CEO of Yulei International. In the end, Kristen shook her head and smiled. "This is the second time I'm meeting General Lin. The reason why I'm here is because Director Yang is an old friend of mine. Isn't that right, my dear Director Yang?" Yang Chen glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Why didn't she just say yes? Why did she have to drag him into this? He could only say, "That's right. We were friends back in the US, but we weren't close." No one believed him. Not close? Why would he help you if he wasn't close? Everyone's opinion of Xianxia instantly rose. They didn't expect this country bumpkin, who had been eating and drinking like a country bumpkin, to be the key character. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi knitted her brows. She picked up a wet towel from the side and placed it beside Xianxia's mouth, gently wiping the oil stains on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. You're acting like a child. Can't you look good when you eat? Lin Ruoxi complained softly. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, he grinned and said softly in a voice that only Lin Ruoxi could hear, your movements are very skillful. I don't think you've practiced it before. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. She stomped hard on the tip of Xianxia's foot under the table. Xianxia pretended to be in pain. He knew very well that when a woman treats you like this, she must be hoping to see your expression of being taught a lesson, not the fact that it was really not painful. The series of small movements and expressions between the two were naturally noticed by the others. However, they were all smart people. Even if they were curious, they would keep it to themselves and not ask casually. The reason why Xianxia was puzzled was because he never expected that Lin Ruoxi would disregard the occasion and do something so intimate with him. According to their previous relationship, this was practically a fantasy. Thinking about it carefully, it could only be because Lin Ruoxi had already acknowledged him as her husband. At the same time, she had placed him above her. Her position in the company and her status in the eyes of others weren't as important to her as her man. Xianxia felt a little sweet in his heart. However, Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to notice it. Perhaps, in her eyes, there was nothing special about it. She wasn't a woman who cared much about others' opinions. She was just following her heart. After the banquet ended, all the guests were enjoying themselves. Yu Yonhee was probably the only one who forced a smile until the banquet ended. The guests gradually left the venue. Naturally, Xianxia's table was the last to leave. When Xianxia saw that it was about time, he stood up and picked up his suit jacket from the chair. He signaled to Lin Ruoxi with his eyes. I'll take your car back. I'll send Zhao Teng and Wang Jia back in the Lincoln stretch limousine, said Xianxia. Lin Ruoxi didn't have any objections. She didn't know when it started, but she didn't want others to see her together with Xianxia. Even she herself found it strange. Kristen naturally had a large group of people protecting her when she left. Hence, Xianxia didn't have to worry about it. After shaking hands with the musicians and producers, Xianxia was about to leave when a shiny object fell out of his suit jacket. Xianxia slapped his forehead. It was the platinum crescent pendant that Jinxiu had given him as a souvenir. He had been carrying it with him according to the girl's instructions. Even if he didn't hang it around his neck, he would still keep it in his pocket. However, it had fallen out twice. Bending down, Xianxia picked up the pendant. Just when he was about to put it back in his pocket, he heard Yu Yonhee, who was about to leave, exclaim in surprise. This is... Yu Yonhee seemed to have seen something exaggerated. She stared at the crescent pendant in Xianxia's hand. She quickly walked to Xianxia and asked anxiously, Director Yang, can I take a look at this pendant? Xianxia was puzzled. Didn't this woman pretend that she didn't see him and was about to leave without saying goodbye? Why did she turn back? Is the crescent pendant in my hand special? This is a souvenir gift from someone very important to me. I don't intend to show it to everyone. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't buy into Yu Yonhee's act. Yu Yonhee suddenly realized that she wasn't that close to the man before her. She bit her lips as her face flushed and paled. It was obvious that she was suppressing her anger. Since that's the case. Goodbye. Yu Yonhee glared at Xianxia before looking at the indifferent Lin Ruoxi with a complicated gaze. She then left with her assistant. After Yu Yonhee left, Lin Ruoxi sighed and came forward. It's not a big deal to let her take a look at it. Why can't you turn the corner? Xianxia shrugged and whispered in Lin Ruoxi's ear, is he still your husband if he turns the corner? Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything else. She couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. Xianxia chuckled and followed after her. However, the two of them didn't know that Yu Yonhee had gone to the washroom the moment she left the venue. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a mature male voice sounded from the other end of the phone, Yonhee, my dear daughter. Aren't you busy with the concert in Huaxia? Why do you have time to call me? Yu Yonhee was still emotional. She tried her best to suppress her voice and said, Daddy, I think I saw the crescent. The other end of the phone fell silent. Yu Yonhee could only hear her heart beating. After a long while, the man on the other end of the phone said, Tell me the details. I'll deal with it. As the person involved, Yangqing didn't know that the little thing in his hand had already attracted the attention of some people he had no contact with. He also didn't know that a series of troubles were waiting for him. When he returned home in Lin Ruoxi's car, it was already late at night. The spring night was slightly chilly, and there were no lights in the old-fashioned bungalow. Mother Wang, Guoxiuehua, and Jinxiu were already asleep. After getting out of the car, the young couple walked to the front of the house together. Lin Ruoxi took out the key and gently opened the door. After entering the house, Yangchen turned on the lights in the corridor. Due to the destruction caused by the Myanmar mercenaries, some of the walls had collapsed. Now, they had hired someone to repair it. The smell of fresh paint permeated the house. When the two returned home, they both felt that the smell was extremely tranquil. Before going upstairs, Lin Ruoxi suddenly stopped and turned around. Her eyes were like autumn water as she looked at Yangqing. Yangqing was also looking at her. When he saw Lin Ruoxi turn around, he faintly smiled. Do you feel very comfortable? Yangqing said. What? Lin Ruoxi asked. We go to work together in the morning, work together, attend activities together at night, and then take the same car home. You open the door, I turn on the lights, and we go upstairs to sleep. As Yangqing spoke, the smile on his face became wider, and his eyes were filled with emotion. Apart from not sleeping together, we really are a model couple. Lin Ruoxi's pretty face was a little red, and she whispered, boring. Then she turned around and quickly walked upstairs. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and followed closely behind. After returning to his room, he took a cold shower in the separate bathroom. Even though the weather wasn't hot, for Yangqing, there was no difference whether he used hot or cold water for a shower. When he was about to lie on the bed, Yangqing suddenly heard something unusual. In a flash, Yangqing had already jumped from the bedroom to the balcony. With another easy jump, Yangqing, who was wearing cotton pajamas, was already on the cobblestone path in the courtyard. Yangqing raised his head and looked at the iron fence on the west side of the courtyard. There, a light figure was turning around and landing, like a dancing elf in the night. With a conflicted expression, Yangqing smiled bitterly and said softly, Young Abbess Hui Lin, since when did you have the habit of climbing over the wall to enter your house? Wearing a tight black tracksuit and a black hat, Hui Lin saw Yangqing standing in front of her. At first, she was surprised, but she soon understood what was going on. After all, no matter how good her kung fu was, it was impossible for her to hide from Yangqing's eyes and ears, if Yangqing was at home. Pouting awkwardly, Hui Lin walked up to him. In the dark, her delicate face looked a little helpless. Brother Yang, I don't think I'm used to it. Why not? Yangqing was puzzled. Ever since I went on Star of Yulei's show, I've always been recognized on the streets. It's not convenient for me to go anywhere, and I'm afraid that they'll find out where I live, so I have to use a special method to go home, Hui Lin whispered. Realization dawned on Yangqing. Hui Lin was now a slightly famous person. He smiled and said, Don't tell me that you used Qinggong to fly back without anyone noticing? Hui Lin didn't think much of it. She nodded seriously and said, Yes, I chose a place with the least people. Although it was a little tiring, I felt like I was back to the time when I was training on Mount Amei. I haven't used Qinggong for such a long time. Brother Yang, I won't have to move like this every time I go out, right? It's hard to avoid people in the daytime. Yangqing stretched out his hand and tapped on Hui Lin's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Since you've chosen this path, you will naturally become a star after you become famous. Are you going to disappear after you finish singing? In the future, the company will provide you with a professional team. Don't be a heroine. If someone really sees you flying in the sky, you won't be able to sing anymore. Hui Lin opened her mouth. She was a sensible person and immediately understood that this was not a joke. She quickly nodded her head. She didn't want her career to be ruined just like that. But then, Hui Lin thought of something and asked, Brother Yang, does it mean that if I become really famous one day, I won't even be able to go home as I please? Yangqing didn't expect her to ask this question, but it was the truth. He nodded and said, of course. Have you seen any superstar go home every day? Oh. Hui Lin looked a little disappointed, as if she was struggling with something. Yangqing reached out his finger and scratched her delicate face. He smiled and said, there are gains and losses. Do what you like to do. Your sister and I will support you. Hui Lin raised her head and blinked her eyes. Finally, she nodded her head and forced a sincere smile. The night was as cool as water. Specks of light scattered in the garden, scattering in the wind. The next morning, Yangqing came down from upstairs. Hui Lin and Xianxia were already eating breakfast at the dining table. Guo Xuehua seemed to have finished her breakfast and was watching the morning news on the television. Yangqing recalled what Lin Ruoxi had said. Guo Xuehua, who often watched the news, must know about Yang Pejuan's failure. However, she didn't mention it in front of him. She was probably afraid that he would be happy or unhappy. Seeing Mother Wang coming out of the kitchen with the freshly made pancakes, Yangqing looked around curiously and asked, Mother Wang, where's Ruoxi? In the past, at this time, Lin Ruoxi would be sitting here, eating slowly and rolling her eyes at him. However, he didn't see her today. Mother Wang seemed to have expected Yangqing to ask this question. She smiled and said, Miss, we just ate something and went to visit our neighbor. Neighbor? Yangqing frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. It's Miss Chengwei's house. Miss said that you have lived here for a long time, but you haven't talked to Miss Chengwei, our neighbor. She saved us last time, so we should do something. Mother Wang said with a strange look in her eyes. Back then, Yangqing admitted that Chengwei was his lover in front of everyone. Lin Ruoxi took the initiative to visit Chengwei's house. Of course, it was not just to express her gratitude. Yangqing also had mixed feelings. He had always hoped that Lin Ruoxi would calm down and communicate with his other beauties. However, now that Lin Ruoxi took the initiative to visit Chengwei, he became nervous. It's like this. Oh, I see. Yangqing answered casually and sat down to eat his breakfast absent-mindedly. Xianxia had been arguing with Yangqing for the past few days, but she was in a good mood this morning. She also knew that Yangqing must be nervous, so she moved closer to Yangqing's ear and said, Brother Yang, what do you think Sister Ruoxi will say to Sister Chengwei? Will she talk about you? Yangqing curled his lips and glanced at Xianxia. Seeing this little girl gloating, he said, You have chives in your teeth. Xianxia pouted and made a face at him. Guo Xuehua, who was sitting on the sofa and watching the news, looked back at her son with a wry smile and shook her head. At the same time, in the adjacent foreign-style house, Rose was only wearing a purple chiffon nightgown early in the morning. Her soft hair hung loosely over her shoulders, accentuating her slender figure. Even though she was wrapped in a loose nightgown, her perfect curves could still be vaguely seen. When she came down from upstairs, Chengwei had already smelled the fragrance of toast and milk in the living room. A lazy smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She knew that her best roommate Mo Qianni had already made breakfast for her. Ever since she lived with Mo Qianni, Chengwei felt that she was becoming more and more like a child. She always ate the breakfast that Mo Qianni made for her. However, she felt at ease because Mo Qianni woke up early and went to work early. Maybe this was the so-called best friend. There had never been such a woman in her world before. Of course, if that woman was not the lover of some bad guy, it might be more perfect. Just as she was about to pick up a glass of warm milk on the table, Chengwei heard her doorbell ring. Frowning, Chengwei was a little puzzled. Who would ring her doorbell so early in the morning? She didn't think that her subordinates would disturb her leisure time so early in the morning. Chengwei was also too lazy to change her clothes. The cold in the morning had no effect on her excellent physical fitness. She put down the glass in her hand and walked straight out of the house. When Chengwei walked out of the door and looked at the door, her body paused slightly. Chengwei couldn't help but blink to make sure she didn't see it wrong. Outside the old-fashioned Western iron door decorated with flowers stood a tall woman wearing a light blue suit, a white lady's shirt, and a coffee-colored skirt. Her black lace stockings outlined her delicate and impeccable legs. She stood quietly outside the door like a magnolia shining in the sun. Of course, if her flawless face was not so indifferent as usual, Xianxia might only have appreciation and not a trace of nervousness. Why is she here? Even though there was only a wall between them, when Xianxia saw Lin Ruoxi come to her house and rang the doorbell, her heart still skipped a beat. To be honest, even if she saw more than 100 people standing in front of her house with knives, Xianxia wouldn't have such complicated feelings. In any case, Xianxia didn't think about avoiding anything. She walked straight to the door and opened the door with a peaceful smile. She looked at Lin Ruoxi's clear eyes and made a gesture to invite her in. I'm glad you can come, although I'm a little surprised. Lin Ruoxi responded and seemed to be thinking about something. She walked in silently and followed Xianxia to the house. I only found out about it very late. Huh? Xianxia looked at Lin Ruoxi. I said, I only found out about it very late. You are our neighbor. Qianni didn't tell me, Lin Ruoxi said. Xianxia was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the thing Lin Ruoxi said would be such a common thing. Xianxia smiled and said, You mean Qianni? She didn't tell me either. Why do I feel that Qianni is deliberately hiding it from us? Lin Ruoxi shook her head and said, No, she just didn't expect it. Recently, she has been very busy with work. The company encountered some problems. She is a very serious person. I am also very busy. She has been helping me. Xianxia was stunned again. She just wanted to make a little joke, but she didn't expect that Lin Ruoxi would answer this matter so seriously and sincerely, even if she didn't think there was a reason at all. What a strange woman, thought Rose. However, the little nervousness she had felt at the beginning was gone. When she walked into the living room, Lin Ruoxi saw the breakfast on the table. She opened her mouth slightly and said, I didn't know you were about to have breakfast. I'm sorry to bother you. Xianxia smiled calmly and said, You don't have to be so polite. It's not a big deal. I'm not like you, who work from 9 to 5 and manage such a large listed company. I'm a very idle woman. I can eat whenever I want and sleep whenever I want. It doesn't matter. I'm very happy that you can come. Why would I care about something like breakfast? This is not good for your health. You must have a routine. Lin Ruoxi said seriously, although I often stay up late, since you have the conditions, it's better to pay attention to some routine. Xianxia choked again. She felt that she couldn't understand the logic of Lin Ruoxi's words. Why did she suddenly advise her to pay attention to her routine? She suddenly felt that it was a little funny. Ever since she was young, the first person who cared about her routine wasn't her parents, elders, confidants, or her lover. It was actually the woman in front of her who should hate her. Lin Ruoxi saw Xianxia looking at her with a strange gaze. She only thought that Xianxia was a little unhappy. She sighed and said, Did I say too much? I don't mean anything else. Actually, I'm quite envious that you can be so carefree. You envy me, but why do I often feel that I should envy you? Xianxia said faintly. Then, she laughed at herself and said to Lin Ruoxi, Sit down and talk. I'm not in a hurry to eat breakfast. I'll get you a cup of black tea. Lin Ruoxi nodded, but she didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she walked slowly in the spacious living room downstairs of Xianxia's house. She admired the sculptures, oil paintings, and other decorations in the house. The first floor of Xianxia's house had a variety of decorations. There were medieval European knight armors, romantic oil paintings, impressionist works, Renaissance imitation sculptures, and some jade carvings. When Xianxia came to the coffee table with 2 cups of black tea, Lin Ruoxi sat on the woven chair and said, Thank you. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, Do you like anything? What? These oil paintings, sculptures, handicrafts, if there's anything you like, I can give it to you. Xianxia said, Of course, I'm not saying that you don't have any. I know that you're one of the richest women in the world. It's just that I don't really like these things. It's rather eerie to leave them at home. So, if you like them, I'll give them to you. As far as I know, some of them are works of famous artists. Lin Ruoxi seemed a little confused. She frowned and asked, Since you don't like them, why do you have so many handicrafts of famous artists? Xiang Wei chuckled and said, I didn't collect them. They're my father's collection. I don't like them. Lin Ruoxi nodded and sipped the hot black tea. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard that, your identity is rather special. Xiang Wei felt that Lin Ruoxi's shy look was very refreshing. The woman in front of her was like a little girl who had not experienced much of the world. She didn't look like the leader of a multinational corporation at all. Compared to her, Xiang Wei felt like she was more than 10 years older. You don't have to say that. I'm from the underworld. Moreover, I'm the leader of the Red Thorns Society in Zhonghai. To put it simply, I'm the so-called boss of the bad guys. Xiang Wei winked at Lin Ruoxi. You inherited the mantle of a businessman from your grandmother. I inherited the mantle of the underworld from my father. This was the first time Lin Ruoxi heard about this. She was slightly surprised and asked, Uncle, he is also one of them? Xiang Wei chuckled and said, yes, and he even went against me. But I've already defeated him and sent him overseas. So, I'm not interested in keeping the things he left behind here. Lin Ruoxi couldn't get used to it. Her daughter killed her father? And it was a fight between the underworld? However, Lin Ruoxi was good at analyzing things rationally. Although she was surprised, she quickly sorted out some clues. She asked suspiciously, these things are related to that man, right? Xiang Wei took a sip of tea and restrained her smile. She nodded and said, yes, if it wasn't for him, I'd already be dead. Lin Ruoxi's gaze was a little cold. Could it be? Uncle, my father once wanted to kill me. But because of Yangqing, he didn't succeed. In the end, he was defeated by me. And because of this, I became the only leader of the underworld in Zhonghai. Xiang Wei gave a simple explanation. The porcelain cup in Lin Ruoxi's hand trembled slightly. Xiang Wei's words were very light and the content seemed very simple. But Lin Ruoxi was very clear that the things contained in the past were really too difficult for ordinary people to imagine. The father wanted to kill the daughter? The daughter defeated the father and exiled the father abroad? What kind of mental torture was this? Moreover, that man actually single-handedly made this woman who looked as delicate as a flower become the leader of the underworld in Zhonghai. He actually did such a thing without me knowing. Lin Ruoxi felt a little sour in her heart. As his wife, she asked him to save Yulei International once and even made such a sacrifice in exchange. But, for the woman in front of her, he so generously helped her to the top. But Lin Ruoxi knew that this wasn't the time to be jealous. She didn't have the habit of being jealous. Actually, other than getting to know you officially, I came here today to thank you for saving me last time, Lin Ruoxi said gently. Don't thank me, I did it for myself. Xiang Wei said, if anything happened to you, I would blame myself and he would be sad, 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 sad. His sadness would be worse than if I were to die. Lin Ruoxi's two hands gripped the teacup tightly. Xiang Wei's words seemed to be pricking her heart with a needle. She was telling her that she wouldn't give in when it came to love. But in reality, even if she didn't say it, she knew that she couldn't make her give in. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxi smiled slightly tiredly. Let's not talk about him, let's talk about you and me. Do you know, my former father also wanted to kill me, but he was also saved by that man. But, I haven't experienced as much as you, but I still find it very funny that we are both people who were vainly tried to kill by our own relatives. Xiang Wei was stunned, her gaze changed in an instant, and in the end, she sighed, so it's like this. I didn't know that it was so hard for you. Lin Ruoxi put down her teacup and extended her delicate hand to Xiang Wei. She smiled gently and said, it's very nice to meet you. Xiang Wei stretched out her soft hand, and the two equally fair and tender hands held together. There was a trace of warmth, me too. Lin Ruoxi had never been a sloppy person. After saying what she wanted to say, she stood up and said, I have to go to work. If there's a chance in the future, let's chat again. You can also call Qianni. And, I'll send you off. Xiang Wei stood up, as if she was sending off a friend she had known for many years, completely unlike the relationship between a lover and a wife. When Lin Ruoxi was about to leave, Xiang Wei suddenly said to Lin Ruoxi's back, cherish yourself, you are the woman who should be by his side the most. Lin Ruoxi's footsteps paused, but she didn't stop for long. she didn't turn around and immediately walked out of the door. At this time, the faint morning light scattered in the courtyard. On the path to the big iron gate, Lin Ruashi's beautiful back was dyed with a thin layer of hazy golden light. Perhaps, you are? After breakfast, Yangqing had mixed feelings. He couldn't figure out what Lin Ruashi would say to Chengwei no matter how hard he racked his brain. So, he simply stopped thinking about it. He drove to the company and took the elevator all the way to his office. When he opened the door, there was a figure in the office that he hadn't seen for a long time. And Zaihuan, who was dressed in a well-ironed suit, was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in high spirits. He seemed to be humming a tune, and his secretary Anxin, who was usually there, was nowhere to be seen. Hearing the sound of the door opening, and Zaihuan quickly turned around. When he saw that the person who came was Yangqing, he immediately showed a flattering smile. A few wrinkles appeared on his face, as if he had seen a relative. "Director Yang, I've been waiting for you for a long time," and Zaihuan even bowed slightly as he said this. Yangqing felt that it was indescribably funny. He lazily walked to his large swivel chair and sat down. He gestured for Zaihuan to sit as well, and said, "Wait for me in my office." Uncle An's words are a little strange. Yes, I said it wrong. I'm a little nervous to come looking for Director Yang so early in the morning, and Zaihuan pulled a chair over and sat down, saying with a smile. Yangqing couldn't stand Zaihuan's flattering attitude. Logically speaking, this man was Anqing's father, so he could be considered one of Yangqing's fathers-in-law. However, Yangqing really lacked the respect of an elder. After all, this was a guy who would even sell his own daughter. Moreover, Yangqing had never done anything decent since he knew him. Yangqing even felt that the most praiseworthy thing in this man's life was that he had a good daughter. "Uncle An, you've taken over the Liu family's Jade Clouds Corporation. You must be very busy every day. You didn't come to my office so early in the morning just to play, right?" Yangqing asked straightforwardly. And Zaihuan hurriedly nodded. He was also a seasoned businessman, so he naturally noticed that Yangqing wasn't in the mood to chat with him. He said, "I can't say that I'm busy every day, I'm just busy blindly. This Liu clan has a lot of potential industries that are quite scary. After all, it's a big clan that has been around for decades. Today, I actually have something to ask Director Yang." Yangqing frowned. Why didn't this Zaihuan ask Anqing? Could it be that he was looking for an opportunity to improve their relationship? Looks like it's something important, or else Uncle An wouldn't have personally come to ask about it this early, Yangqing said. And Zaihuan's smile was a little stiff. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his voice and said, "Director Yang, I heard that you have some sort of relationship with President Lu Qingtian of the Azure Dragon Society?" Yangqing squinted and didn't say anything. He only looked at Zaihuan. Lu Qingtian was naturally the father of Lu Mingyu, whom he had just met a few days ago. He had another convenient father-in-law. The man who had always been in Yanjing had an underworld organization called the Azure Dragon Society. Yangqing had also vaguely heard about it. The key was that Yangqing wasn't too interested in knowing about it. He only knew that Chengwei was cooperating with Lu Qingtian to expand their power. As for the specific process, Yangqing didn't ask about it. Now, Zaihuan, who seemed to be completely unrelated to Lu Qingtian, suddenly asked about Lu Qingtian. This made Yangqing puzzled. Being stared at like this by Yangqing, Zaihuan's hair started to stand on end. He had already experienced how terrifying Yangqing was back in Hokkaido, Japan. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have dared to appear in front of Yangqing so easily. He was very clear that he wasn't a good person in Yangqing's eyes. After a long time, Yangqing asked, "I do have some connections, but where did you get this information from?" And Zaihuan heaved a sigh of relief and forced a smile. "I'm ashamed to say it. A few days ago, President Lu came to me. His purpose was to cooperate with the alliance of the Azure Dragon Society and the Red Thorn Society. Of course, it's only in terms of business operations." Yangqing nodded. "This is a good thing. The underworld naturally wouldn't do something so brazenly. To put it bluntly, they want you to help them launder money. You can get a lot of benefits. Why, are you afraid and don't dare to agree?" And Zihuan sighed and said with a smile, to be honest, I really don't dare to agree. But the profit in it makes me very tempted. Yangqing more or less understood what was going on. He couldn't help but sigh. This old guy was a model of profit first and foremost. He was eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. The cooperation between Lu Qingtian and Xianxia was intended to make use of the gathering of the underworld forces in Beijing and Zhonghai to build a bigger power. Naturally, there needed to be enough financial support. So, compounding interest was the best choice. However, neither the Azure Dragon Society nor the Red Thorns Society specialized in financial investment. Therefore, working with a powerful financial group was the best option. Therefore, the powerful An clan, which didn't have any official backing, became the perfect target. And Zihuan was a shrewd old man. He also knew the economic benefits of money laundering. Even if it was just the dividends from the investment, it was still a large sum of money. Of course, he didn't want this fat piece of meat to slip away from his mouth. However, the other party was an underworld that specialized in shady things. If he really cooperated with them, it would be equivalent to entering the government's blacklist. Huaxiao wasn't like Japan, where the underworld was legal. It wasn't like Europe and America, where the underworld was well established. If the government really wanted them to die one day, they could only run away like rats. What made him even more on-sheen was whether Lu Qingtian would abide by the terms of the cooperation. How could the law restrain the underworld? If Lu Qingtian really went back on his word and wanted to hold the An family hostage, and Zihuan didn't dare to say that he had the ability to resist. After President Lu came to me that day, I sent someone to secretly investigate President Lu's family. In the end, I found out that President Lu's daughter seems to be with you, Director Yang. And Zihuan said, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He smiled stiffly and said, they seem to be on good terms. Yangqing smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not that bad-tempered. That's right, Mingyu is my woman. I've had dinner with her family. Then, about us. And Zihuan looked at Yangqing expectantly. Yangqing shrugged. I understand what you mean. Don't worry and boldly cooperate with the Azure Dragon Society and the Red Thorns Society. If anything happens, I'll step in. But I think Uncle Lu isn't that kind of person. He won't kill the goose that lays golden eggs. As for Xianxia, you don't have to think too much about it. She's also my woman. And Zihuan's mouth opened wide. Only now did he know that the president of the Red Thorns Society was actually one of Yangqing's lovers. What? Surprised? Yangqing asked with a smile. And Zihuan hurriedly shut his mouth and shook his head violently. He chuckled. No. It's normal for a man like Director Yang to have multiple wives. Only an incompetent man would live with one. Yangqing stopped smiling and looked coldly at An Zihuan. And Zihuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand what was wrong with his words. Uncle An, although I'm quite a playboy and have many women by my side, I don't think that a man who lives with one woman is incompetent. You gave birth to a daughter, and you only have one daughter, Anqing. Do you think that letting Anqing live with a man who has multiple wives is a good thing? If I had a daughter, and the man she found wasn't devoted to her, I would definitely be dissatisfied with that man. Of course, whether or not I can do anything about it depends on my own ability. At least, I don't think it's right to praise him like this. And Zihuan was speechless. He was stunned for a while before he lowered his head and didn't say anything else. You might think that I'm pretending to be noble. After all, what I've done has nothing to do with what I've said. But whether you believe me or not, that's what I think. After Yangqing finished speaking, he revealed a carefree smile. I've said what I wanted to say. If there's nothing else, I'll see you out. Ah, no need. And Zihuan hurriedly stood up and waved his hand awkwardly. He walked towards the door. I can walk by myself. Director Yang, you're busy. When An Zihuan opened the office door, he saw an Xian, who was dressed in a pale pink white-collar outfit, standing outside the door. The father and daughter looked at each other for a while. And Zihuan turned his head away and patted Anqing's shoulder lightly. Then, he walked away. Anqing walked into the office and closed the door, There was no expression on her face. She gracefully walked behind Xianxia and wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck. She moved closer to Xianxia's face. Xianxia smelled an elegant orchid fragrance. He took a deep breath and asked, "Why did you suddenly go this artistic route? It doesn't seem like your style." Xianxia wasn't amused by this little joke. She pursed her plump lips and said, "I heard what you said just now. I didn't know that the soundproofing in the office was so bad." Xianxia pretended to be depressed. "Dad originally told me to ask you, but I refused. I told him to come himself if he had the ability. Now, I think it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to hear what you said just now for the rest of my life," Xianxia said quietly. Xianxia chuckled and reached out to pat Xianxia's face. At this moment, Xianxia's phone rang on his desk. Xianxia obediently let go of Xianxia and brought the phone to Xianxia. However, when she saw the name of the caller, Xianxia revealed a sly expression and looked at Xianxia with a hint of playfulness. Xianxia touched his nose and took the phone. He pressed the answer button and said slowly, "Tang Wan, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, Tang Wan's voice sounded tired and lazy. "What, can't I call you if there's nothing?" "You know that's not what I mean," Xianxia said helplessly. He didn't understand why women always liked to throw a tantrum like this. Seeing that Xianxia was on the phone, Xianxia didn't plan to stay and listen. She walked out of the office on her own. "I know, you don't take me seriously at all. My Maple Group provides so many competition venues for your company, I can be considered a big partner of Star of Ulay. But you didn't call me to the banquet yesterday," Tang Wan complained. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. You wouldn't like that kind of occasion either, so don't mention it to me." Xianxia couldn't say that this was all planned by Lin Ruoshi and it had nothing to do with him. Lin Ruoshi had always rejected Tang Wan's identity. Tang Wan was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed, "Let's talk business, there's something. I really don't know what to do. The only person I can think of who can help and who can earn my trust is you, so I wanted to ask you to come and take a look." Hearing Tang Wan's heavy tone, Xianxia couldn't help but wonder. Ever since he met Tang Wan, other than that dangerous moment at the bank, Tang Wan had never shown any weakness. After all, whether it was status or wealth, there were very few problems that could stump this mature woman. "What is it, where?" Xianxia didn't waste any time. "It's very complicated, I'll tell you when you come. It's at the Ivy Sanatorium on Dongxing Road. If you don't know it, I can send someone to pick you up," Tang Wan said. Xianxia really didn't know where it was, but fortunately, there was a GPS in the car, so it wasn't hard to find. After leaving the office, Xianxia briefly explained to Xianxia before he hurriedly drove to the location Tang Wan mentioned. Although his relationship with Tang Wan had always been a little ambiguous, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. It seemed that some things had gradually taken root. Following the route on the electronic map, after more than half an hour, Xianxia slowly drove into a quiet asphalt road. There were dense trees on both sides of the road, and the atmosphere of spring gradually permeated the air. The trees looked verdant and green. There were not many vehicles on the road. On the two-way one-way road, there were occasional cars passing by. There were occasional intersections along the road, but most of them were small museums and nursing homes. After driving for a few kilometers, Xianxia turned into a relatively wide intersection. At the end of the woods not far away was the Ivy Sanatorium that Tang Wan had mentioned. The size of the sanatorium wasn't big, but the clean and bright buildings and the elegant and unique environment showed that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary sanatorium. Xianxia didn't think that Tang Wan would recuperate here. This was a place where patients and the elderly would stay, so his heart was full of questions. When he arrived near the sanatorium, Xianxia was puzzled to find that other than some fancy cars, there were actually 3 police cars parked outside the gate of the sanatorium. Moreover, there were also a few guards guarding the gate. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more suspicious he became. After he got out of the car, he walked straight to the gate. As expected, 2 stern-looking guards immediately came up and blocked Xianxia's way. One of the police officers said, "Sir, I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to enter right now. I was invited here. I'm President Tang's friend." Xianxia noticed that they were actually criminal police officers. In other words, there must be a big case in the sanatorium. The two police officers looked at each other, then one of them took out his walkie-talkie and asked his colleague. After receiving confirmation, Xianxia was allowed to enter the sanatorium, but he still had to be followed by another police officer. After walking through the two corridors, Xianxia was having a headache about where Tang Wan was when he saw a familiar figure walking out from a white building. Tang Wan was wearing a simple lavender long-sleeved shirt and white trousers. Her hair was slightly curled, and her plain clothes didn't make her look as fierce as before. Instead, it made her look even more charming and mature for her age, like a beautiful lady at home. That pretty face that always had light makeup on looked slightly haggard. If it wasn't for the joy in her bright eyes when she saw Xianxia, she would have looked a little gloomy. "Thank you for coming, I thought I would have to wait for a while," Tang Wan said with a smile. "What happened?" Xianxia furrowed his brows and asked. Tang Wan smiled weakly, "Come with me." As Tang Wan turned around and led the way, Xianxia followed her footsteps and entered the white building. As soon as they entered the corridor, Xianxia saw criminal police officers walking back and forth with solemn expressions, as if they were investigating something. Meanwhile, Tang Wan slowly explained the history of the sanatorium. This Ivy Sanatorium is a small brand under our Maple Group. It mainly opens boutique sanatoriums in some cities in the south. Not many people come in on normal days. Those that come in are mostly high-class customers, and some are old celebrities and politicians. This branch in Zhonghai only has a total of a dozen old people. The sanatorium is well equipped and even has standard hospital equipment, including operating rooms, emergency rooms, and so on, all to serve these old people. As Tang Wan spoke, she led Xianxia to the second floor. Outside a room not far away, there was already a section marked with yellow police tape by the criminal police, surrounding the entrance of a room. "Last week, my grandfather. I brought him to Zhonghai to recuperate here," Tang Wan said. Xianxia looked at the room that was surrounded by criminal police and asked, "Your grandfather, you mean the head of the Tang family?" Xianxia remembered that Tang Wan mentioned before that the Tang family was one of the 4 prominent families in Beijing, and the head of the family was her grandfather, Tang Zhichen. However, it was strange that Master Tang would come to the sanatorium. "Yes." Tang Wan nodded and said, "Do you still remember that I went back to Beijing for a long time 2 months ago? Actually, at that time it was because of the new year, and also because my grandfather had some mental problems. My grandfather, his mental state was a little unstable, so I was in a hurry to go back to Beijing to see how the situation was." Could Master Tang be suffering from senile, dementia? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, it might be more acceptable. Tang Wan slowed down her footsteps and told him the whole story. It turned out that before Chinese New Year, Master Tang suddenly started to be absent-minded and occasionally couldn't remember many things. At first, everyone thought it was a sign of senile dementia, but as time went on, this phenomenon became more frequent and attracted the attention of the family. Tang Wan was also worried about her grandfather, so she put aside many things and rushed back to Beijing for more than 2 months. In the end, after a medical examination, the doctors couldn't find any cause other than senile dementia. It was as if Master Tang had suddenly gone insane. Master Tang didn't remember his illness acting up at all. He just started to get irritable and in the end, he became depressed and didn't want to speak. A while ago, Master Tang's mental state was in a state of chaos and he needed someone to look after him at all times. There were a few times when he almost jumped off a building or hit his head against a wall, but he was fine because of someone's protection. Because of the medical standards in China, Tang Wan decided to invite Professor Andre, a famous psychiatrist from Johns Hopkins University in the US, to examine and treat Master Tang. As one of the most famous psychiatrists in the world, Tang Wan naturally offered Professor Andre a huge reward for coming all the way here to see a patient. As the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public. I didn't mention this before, I hope you don't mind, Tang Wan smiled apologetically. Xianxia shook his head, why would I? This is normal. What's the result of Professor Andre's treatment? Also, why are there police officers here? What happened? Tang Wan's face was filled with pain and anger, her brows knitted together. Professor Andre is an outstanding doctor. After he came, he quickly found some problems. Yesterday, he told me privately that he planned to discuss my grandfather's condition with his colleagues abroad. But This morning, the medical staff here found Professor Andre dead in his room. As they spoke, the two of them had already walked to the door of Andre's room, which Tang Wan had mentioned. The yellow line outside the room blocked the two of them from entering. Inside the room, there were several criminal police officers using equipment to search for all kinds of evidence. There was also a tall man in casual clothes carefully observing something. Yangqing pondered and asked, "Did you ask me to come here because you think that someone is targeting the Tang family, but you don't know who the enemy is, so you don't dare to ask for help, so you asked me to help you find the answer? After all, I know more about these unusual things. I've been developing the Tang family's business in Zhonghai all these years. Although I know a lot of people, you're the only one who is good at this, and others might not be as capable as I am." Tang Wan nodded silently. The police officers have been here for the whole morning, but they couldn't find any clues. They only know that Professor Andre was poisoned, but they haven't found out how and what kind of poison he was poisoned with. Also, our sanatorium strictly controls the food and drink. If there was something wrong with what Professor Andre ate, we would definitely be able to find out immediately. Also, why was Professor Andre killed when he was investigating the cause of my grandfather's illness, and not when he just arrived? Obviously, someone knew that he had already investigated something, so they couldn't help but kill him. But, Professor Andre only told me about this in private. Tang Wan's eyes were filled with sadness and resentment, but there was also a sense of helplessness and frustration. Yangqing thought for a while and asked, "Where is Professor Andre's body?" "It has been taken away by the police." "Oh, if Johns Hopkins knows that Professor Andre was poisoned in our sanatorium, they will definitely not let it go. No matter what, a lawsuit is inevitable. The person who did this obviously doesn't want to give us a chance to breathe," Tang Wan said with hatred. "Where did the professor tell you that he found out the cause of your grandfather's illness?" Yangqing asked again. Tang Wan pointed at the room directly opposite, in the professor's room. "When I came to ask about it yesterday, the professor told me personally that there is hope for my grandfather's illness to be cured." Yangqing pursed his lips and looked around the room. The conditions of the sanatorium were really good. Professor Andre's room was more than 60 square meters, and all kinds of equipment were neatly arranged, like a presidential suite. "Let me go in and take a look, maybe I can find something." As he spoke, Yangqing bent down, went through the cordon, and walked towards the room. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to enter, the tall man in plain clothes stood in front of Yangqing. With a straight face and a pair of thick eyebrows, he questioned, "Who are you?" "This is the scene of a case. Unauthorized personnel, please leave." Looking at the big guy who was obviously a head taller than him, Yangqing took a step back and said politely, "Officer, I'm Ms. Tang's friend, I'm not a bad person." Tang Wan also walked up and said, "Officer Gao, Yangqing is my friend, he might be able to help with the case, please let him in." Officer Gao obviously didn't buy it. He frowned and said resolutely, "Chairman Tang, forgive me for being blunt. Our key case investigation unit is not an employee of your company, we're here because there's been a murder case here. Moreover, the victim is an internationally renowned scholar, it's very likely that it will cause disputes between countries. We promised you not to leak any information about this place, we're already very generous. If you still want to let insignificant people in and disturb our investigation, I, Gao Xian, may only be a captain of the criminal police, but I won't let this kind of behavior go unchecked." After saying this, Captain Gao Xian was about to kick Yangqing out again, but he didn't expect that Yangqing had already disappeared in front of him. Gao Xian looked left and right in confusion, then suddenly turned his head and saw that Yangqing had slipped away from him and entered the room behind him. Yangqing didn't seem to hear Gao Xian at all, he was looking left and right in the room, as if he was studying something. The other criminal police were looking at Yangqing with dissatisfaction. "You! I told you not to let you into the room. Don't you know that this is against the law, you're hindering us criminal police from doing our job?" Gao Xian shouted angrily. Yang Chen was rather fond of this tall and sturdy criminal police captain. This guy probably had a one-track mind and a straightforward personality. He did his work according to the rules, and was usually as diligent as an old ox. However, he was too inflexible, which was why he could only become a captain in his middle age. "Officer Gao, don't be angry, why don't you take a look at this window?" There's something strange on it. Yangqing pointed at the big glass window in the middle of the room. Gao Xian snorted, "Don't play dumb with me. I told you to get out, did you hear me?" Yangqing shook his head and sighed. He pointed at the clear and bright glass window and said, "Look, on the left side of this window, is there something similar to transparent glue? Are you looking down on me?" When Gao Xian saw that Yangqing was ignoring his words, he was enraged. He strode over to Yangqing and extended his steel pincer-like hand, wanting to drag Yangqing out of the room. However, before Gao Xian could touch Yangqing's collar, Yangqing had already moved away from where he was standing, and before everyone's eyes could blur, Yangqing had appeared behind Gao Xian. A hand leisurely came from behind, hooked onto Gao Xian's shoulder, and pressed down slightly. Gao Xian was still shocked at how fast Yangqing was, when his body tilted uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Yangqing clicked his tongue and looked at Gao Xian helplessly. "I say, Officer Gao, I appreciate your seriousness, but don't be too reckless. You have to see if there are bean sprout that you can pinch." After saying that, Yangqing turned around and walked to the window, reaching out to the window and fiddling with the crack. All the police officers in the room and Gao Xian, who was sitting on the floor in a daze, were speechless. When Yangqing had shown his little hand just now, they knew that this man was indeed not an ordinary person. These police officers were all professionally trained, and Gao Xian had been arresting criminals for more than 10 years. He had seen all kinds of experts, but he had never met anyone who could easily pin him down like Yangqing. After all, he was a black belt in judo. Tang Wan, who was at the door, smiled knowingly. The slight annoyance she felt from Gao Xian's stubbornness also disappeared. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Yangqing peeled off something that looked like transparent glue from the edge of the window. It was about 10 centimeters long, and it was a slightly murky white color. "I think, the key to the problem should be this thing." Yangqing smiled. The police officers at the scene didn't care that Yangqing had smashed their heads. One of them asked in confusion, "What is this? Glue used to fix the glass?" "Of course not. Didn't you guys notice that the glass here is fixed with black plastic? Why would there be something like this out of nowhere?" Yangqing said. "What's so strange about that? It's just ordinary construction waste." Gao Xian's face was a little red. He stood up from the ground gloomily and patted his butt as he spoke. Although Gao Xian was stubborn, he wasn't a fool. He knew that he couldn't deal with Yangqing. He could only wait and see what Yangqing wanted to do. Yangqing spread his hands at him. "Officer Gao, you can hand it over to our comrades from the search division to verify if it's as you said." Gao Xian frowned. He signaled 2 of his subordinates to look at the thing in Yangqing's hand to see if there was anything suspicious. However, his eyes clearly didn't believe that there was something wrong with the little plastic. The 2 police officers walked up and took the thing in Yangqing's hand. They looked at it carefully for a while and seemed to find something special. They then took a pair of scissors and cut the milky white plastic from the middle. "This is..." the 2 police officers exclaimed. The others also saw that there was something unusual about that thing. Gao Xian was stunned. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? What's inside?" One of the police officers first looked at Yangqing in surprise, then immediately brought the small piece of plastic that was cut open to Gao Xian. Gao Xian took a closer look and was surprised to find that inside this inconspicuous piece of plastic, there was a slender silver-gray object that was glowing with a metallic luster. "What is this?" Gao Xian couldn't help but ask, as he had never seen such an object before. All the police officers from the search division also shook their heads. Although they could see that this thing was unusual, they couldn't figure out what it was. "If I'm not wrong." Yangqing took over the question and replied, "This should be a cutting-edge pocket-sized bug. The principle of this kind of bug is to determine the language of people within a certain range through the vibration of the object it comes into contact with. Based on this design, it looks a bit like the MLK 760 used by the US military. Even the black market can't buy this thing, and even the FBI can't get close to this thing. However, the MLK 760 is a bug unique to the US military. It doesn't seem possible for it to appear here. Also, the placement of this bug is more advanced. It can actually eavesdrop through the vibration of the rubber, which is better hidden. I guess it's an improved version of the pocket-sized bug. Gao Xian was taken aback by Yang Chen's words. After a while, he snorted, "Do you really think it's true just because you say so? Pocket-sized bug? Military? And the FBI? Is that something that you can know?" "Hee, of course, I'm not sure, but Officer Gao can check it out." Yang Qing smiled indifferently. "Boss, it really seems to be a bug." A police officer brought over a long bugging device search device and sensed it next to the small silver-gray object. There was indeed a subtle signal transmitted. Yang Qing clapped his hands and smiled. "Basically, we can conclude that this is a bug. However, because the original MLK series was only invented 2 years ago, and your bugging device search device is a product from 5 years ago, it's almost impossible to detect its existence in this situation." Gao Xian's face turned red and white. He snorted and said, "You guessed right. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb us while we deal with the scene. The police will investigate the bug." Yang Qing ignored him and paced around. He thought for a while and said, "The biggest advantage of this kind of military bug is that it's small and easy to hide and install. But the disadvantage is also very obvious, which is that the range of transmission is relatively small. The MLK 760 only has a range of 1 kilometer. I think even the improved version of this thing can't exceed 2 kilometers. Aside from this sanatorium, there aren't many other places around here that can accommodate people. I believe that if we search the area within 2 square kilometers, we should be able to find other eavesdropping devices. In fact, the eavesdroppers and devices are most likely inside the sanatorium." Gao Xian was shocked by Yang Cheng's words. He quickly called over a police officer and said in a low voice, "Send someone to search the area within 2 kilometers. The police officer hurriedly responded and ran out. Gao Xian's face darkened. He looked at Yang Chen strangely, but didn't chase him away. Yang Chen looked around for a while and did not find anything suspicious, so he walked out of the room and came to Tang Wan. He asked with concern, "You weren't attacked, right?" Tang Wan smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine, but I'm also worried that someone will harm me, so I've sent a lot of bodyguards to protect me secretly. What do you think we should do now? Wait to find the person who's bugging you? For now, we can only wait. After all, there are only so many clues. But someone who can use a bug like this is definitely not an ordinary person." "I think you're in big trouble," Yang Qing said. Tang Wan smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard someone call her from the other end of the corridor. "Big sis. Big sis. Bad news." A clear and melodious female voice, with a strong sense of panic, flew over from not far away. Yang Qing turned his head and saw a girl in a bright yellow dress. She had shoulder-length hair and an oval face. She looked quite similar to Tang Wan, but she looked a little young and inexperienced. She didn't have any makeup on, but she could be considered a beautiful young woman. "Tang Xian, what's wrong? Why are you running like this? What happened to Grandpa?" Tang Wan asked anxiously. The girl who was called Tang Xian should be Tang Wan's younger sister. As she ran, she was a little breathless. Her watery eyes were watery and she said with a sobbing tone, "Big sis, Don Huang is here. He suddenly came to Grandpa's courtyard. Grandpa seems to be agitated because of him. He wants to hit the wall and strangle me. I'm so scared." Tang Wan's face turned pale. "Don Huang? Isn't he in Beijing? Why is he in Zhonghai? How is Grandpa now?" "I don't know why he came. When I came, the doctors and nurses were helping to protect Grandpa. But if Don Huang didn't leave, Grandpa wouldn't be able to calm down. I came to find you, big sis," Tang Xian pouted and said helplessly. Yang Qing was confused. "Who is Don Huang?" Tang Wan frowned and looked at Yang Qing helplessly. She said, "I know you have a lot of questions. Come with me, I'll tell you in detail." Yang Qing of course wouldn't decline. After all, he was already involved. He had to settle the matter. "Alright, I'll go see Grandpa. Maybe I can find some new clues." Following Tang Wan, Yang Qing hurried to the small courtyard that was specially prepared for Old Master Tang. Along the way, he also got to know the general situation of the Tang family. Old Master Tang had 3 sons, 2 daughters, and a few other siblings. They all had their own children and grandchildren. Therefore, the Tang family could be said to be flourishing. Tang Wan was the eldest granddaughter of Old Master Tang, and she was the biological sister of the blabbermouth Tang Ju. Tang Xian, who was still very young, was the only daughter of Old Master Tang's 3rd uncle, and she was the youngest. After Old Master Tang retired from politics, the Tang family became the fastest among the 4 major families to develop their businesses. As the eldest granddaughter, Tang Wan directly received the biggest piece of cake from Old Master Tang, which was the Maple Group and its various subsidiaries. However, Old Master Tang did not hand over all the power to Tang Wan, his trusted granddaughter. At the same time, he also handed over some of the businesses in Beijing and the north to his eldest grandson, Tang Huang, who was the son of his 2nd son. This was undoubtedly a test for Tang Wan and Tang Huang, the 2 grandchildren with the most potential. Whoever could develop the business that the family valued the most would have the chance to become the future master of the Tang family. However, precisely because 2 candidates were proposed, the internal situation within the family was not stable. Some people stood on Tang Wan's side, while others stood on Tang Huang's side. There were also some who were not satisfied with Old Master Tang's arrangement, and so they hid in the dark, shooting arrows or setting traps for the 2 of them. As Old Master Tang aged, the infighting within the family became more and more obvious. However, Old Master Tang was powerless to deal with such a situation. It was just like the process of the ancient emperors handing over their power. No matter how one tried to appease them, the human heart was insatiable, and no one was willing to give up the temptation of becoming the master of the Tang family. I haven't been back to Beijing for the past few years because I don't like to see the fake smiles on the faces of those in the family. I don't want to listen to their sarcasm, and I don't want to fight with them. I only care about the Maple Group in the south, and I also believe that Grandpa will make a wise decision. But she didn't expect her grandfather to suddenly become like this in just a few months. In this way, once Grandpa, who can suppress all kinds of conflicts in the family, collapses, a lot of problems will become sharp, Tang Wan said to Yangqing as they walked. Yangqing was not too surprised. It would be strange if there were no conflicts in such a big family. He asked, "Who is that Don Wan?" Tang Wan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of anger. "He's a very capable manager, but I don't like him. It's not because Grandpa wants him to compete with me, I just don't like his frivolous attitude. You'll know when you see him." Tang Xian, who was standing at the side, said angrily, "Sis, I think Don Huang is behind Grandpa's sudden illness. He clearly felt that Grandpa was biased towards you, so he killed Grandpa. He's the kind of person who would do anything for power and money." Tang Xian, don't spout nonsense. Without concrete evidence, even if we don't like him, we can't make such an arbitrary conclusion. Tang Wan shook her head and sighed. Tang Xian pouted, but her face showed that she was sure of it. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at a secluded courtyard. The flat and clean lawn was planted with some ginkgo and osmanthus. The courtyard looked a little like an old courtyard house, but the design was more modern. It should be a place similar to an independent, high-end ward. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Yangqing heard a low and hoarse shout. Lawn. Lawn, don't go. Don't go." He saw a slightly skinny old man wearing a white cotton hospital gown, with white hair and beard. He was being held by 2 tall female nurses, but the old man was frantically trying to grab the body of a man not far away. The man looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a casual black suit. He was tall and straight, his hair was neatly combed, his facial features were well defined, and he looked very masculine. However, the corner of the man's mouth revealed a hint of mockery, which made people feel disgusted. Behind the man was a man and a woman, both wearing the same black suit jacket and white shirt. They looked like a driver and an assistant. "Don Juan, don't you think Grandpa's condition is bad enough?" Tang Wan walked into the courtyard and scolded the man sternly. Don Juan turned around and saw Tang Wan. He laughed and said, "I was wondering why Tang Xian was running away. It turns out that she's calling for help. Tang Wan, although you're my sister, you don't have the right to interfere with my visit to Grandpa. I came all the way from Beijing to see how Grandpa's condition is. Didn't you say that you hired a specialist to treat Grandpa? Why hasn't Grandpa's condition improved? It's getting worse. Listen, who is Grandpa calling? A trace of pain flashed in Tang Wan's eyes. She said coldly, you don't have to care about this. You came to see Grandpa, and you've already seen him. Please leave now. TSK, my sister, how can you treat a brother who's here to see his elder so warmly? At least let me stay for lunch or something. Don Juan shook his finger. At this moment, a silent Yangqing slowly walked in front of Grandfather Tang, who was in a state of constant screaming. Under the astonished gaze of the two female nurses, Yangqing gently caressed the back of the old man's neck. Somehow, in the blink of an eye, the old man stopped screaming and sat back in his wheelchair in a daze, falling asleep. Don Juan, who was bickering with Tang Wan, also frowned and looked over in thought. The scene suddenly became quiet. Yangqing raised his head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing the old man's sleeping acupoint to help him sleep. We can also rest and have lunch. It's getting late. Don Juan sized up Yangqing for a while and laughed weirdly. I was wondering why Big Sis hasn't found a man after so many years. Turns out, she likes young men. Young man, are you a student of Chinese medicine? Could it be acupuncture? Don Juan, don't spout nonsense. Yangqing is my friend, Tang Wan said coldly. Yangqing spread his hands. Think whatever you want. Didn't you say you wanted to stay for lunch? You can leave now. Don Juan grinned. Interesting, but I don't feel like staying here for dinner anymore. Sigh. How can I be in the mood to eat after seeing my beloved grandfather in such a state? You should accompany my sister to eat and comfort her. After that, he turned to Tang Wan and said, Big Sis, I realized that Jiangnan is much better than Yanjing. The air is fragrant. No wonder your skin is always so fresh. I plan to stay for a few more days so that I can visit Grandpa often. Forget it. Don Juan signaled to his two subordinates, a man and a woman, with his eyes. He then led the way out without looking back. Seeing Don Juan leave the courtyard, Tang Xian, who couldn't get a word in, stomped her feet angrily but was helpless. Tang Wan bit her lip and didn't say anything. She only went up to Yangqing and said, I'm sorry, he's that kind of person. Don't be angry. Of course I won't be angry. I can see that he's a real villain. At least I can accept him more than a hypocrite, Yangqing said with a relaxed smile. Tang Wan smiled. You're such a playboy. You've seen it too. There are people like Don Juan in the family, but there are even more hypocrites. That's why I'm worried and put in a lot of effort to bring Grandpa to Zhonghai for treatment. I'm worried that Grandpa will be provoked by Don Juan and the others and his condition will worsen. Moreover, the interpersonal relationships in Yanjing are too complicated and messy. Yangqing nodded and walked around the courtyard. Suddenly, Yangqing stopped when he reached a beam in the house. This beam was made of pure camphor wood. It was expensive and there were poems written in calligraphy on it. It was very elegant. Yangqing didn't look at the poems. Instead, he reached out and caressed the beam for a while. Finally, he used a little force to break it off. Under the puzzled gaze of Tang Wan and the others, Yangqing broke off a small piece of sawdust from the beam. This is? Yangqing smiled. On one side of the sawdust, there was a small silver-gray object that seemed to be glued together. It was the pocket-sized listening device that was found in the room where Professor Andre died. Although I hid it well, my eyesight is still pretty good, Yangqing winked at Tang Wan and said cheerfully, as if he had just won a game of hide-and-seek. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at him. You're still in the mood to laugh? If there's a bug here, doesn't that mean that I, my company, my home, and all sorts of other places also have such bugs? Yangqing nodded. That's possible. Tang Wan took a deep breath and asked expectantly, you'll help me find them all, right? Yangqing scratched his head. I can, but it might take a lot of time. Let's have lunch first, I'm hungry. Tang Wan felt a little helpless towards this guy. How could he still have the mood to eat at a time like this? Tang Xian, who was standing at the side, looked surprised and curious. She mumbled, Big Sis, your friend must have been a woodpecker in his past life. How could he find them? Yangqing, who had excellent hearing, stumbled. This made Tang Wan smile. Grandfather Tang was in a deep sleep in his wheelchair. Under Tang Wan's instructions, 2 nurses took the old man back to his room and took good care of him. Seeing the old man return to his room, Tang Wan's eyes turned sour. I still remember when I was young, when grandfather was still a member of the standing committee of the Politburo, grandmother was still alive. Although grandfather was very busy at that time, when he came home, he would always pick me up first and make me happy. At that time, I felt that grandfather was the greatest existence in the world. There was nothing he couldn't do. As long as grandfather was here, the Tang family would be the most amazing family in the world. Those days seem like it was just yesterday, but grandfather has already changed, and can no longer be the same as he was back then. Hearing Tang Wan's words, Tang Xian's eyes teared up again. Big sis, don't say any more. I'm going to cry again. Tang Wan smiled apologetically. Tang Xian, are you still staying here to take care of Grandpa? Of course, I came all the way from Beijing to take care of Grandpa. You don't have to worry about me, just go with your friend. I'll take good care of Grandpa, Tang Xian said obediently. Tang Wan nodded in satisfaction. She glanced at Yangqing and left the courtyard first. Yangqing waved goodbye to Tang Wan and quickly caught up to Tang Wan. Has Tang Xian been taking care of the old man all this while? Look at her, she's so young. A girl at this age should be in a relationship or something. Why would she do such a job? I didn't ask my sister to do this. Tang Wan was displeased. Do you think I want Tang Xian to be like this? Third uncle only has 1 daughter and she's the most obedient sister I have. But Tang Xian has been sticking to Grandpa since young. She's also very kind. Whenever Grandpa is sick, she's always by his side. I can't pull her away even if I wanted to. Yangqing nodded in understanding and asked, when I entered the courtyard just now, I heard Grandpa calling out Luan. Who's Luan? Don't tell me Don Juan's nickname is Luan? I can't match it. Tang Wan suddenly stopped in her tracks. After a moment of silence, she said softly, Grandpa is calling, my father, Tang Luan. Uncle? Why would he call out his name? Yangqing was puzzled. Tang Wan turned her head away and said softly, can I not answer this question? I don't want to talk about it. Yangqing was surprised. He had never seen Tang Wan being so evasive about something. But he couldn't force her, so he didn't bring it up again. However, Yangqing realized that Tang Wan did mention her second uncle and third uncle, but she didn't mention her parents. He also didn't hear Tang mention her grandparents. It was really strange. In response to Yangqing's request, Tang Wan asked someone to prepare a sumptuous lunch in a restaurant in the nursing home. She also invited the people from the key case investigation unit to have lunch. Gao Xian, who didn't leave, brought a few of his subordinates with him. He felt a little uncomfortable being in the same room as Yangqing during lunch. After they finished their meal, they continued with their investigation work. However, Tang Wan wasn't in the mood to eat. Before Yangqing finished eating, she couldn't help but ask, Yangqing, you should know quite a few amazing people, right? Are there any doctors who can treat my grandfather like Professor Andre? Yangqing hadn't swallowed his food yet. When he heard Tang Wan's question, he almost choked. He smiled bitterly and said, I say, Tang Wan, this person just died and you want to look for him. You even want me to look for my friend. This is too inauspicious. I don't want to either. Tang Wan frowned and said, but the best hospital in the country can't find the cause of my grandfather's illness, let alone treat him. You saw my grandfather's condition just now. I'm too anxious, so I have no choice but to ask you to help me to the end. Yangqing wasn't used to a strong woman who had everything under her control suddenly speaking to him in such a weak manner. Looking at Tang Wan's exhausted face slowly drooping, Yangqing sighed softly and said, I do know someone who's good at treating such illnesses. But, he's overseas and might not be able to come to Zhonghai immediately. Furthermore, after he comes to Zhonghai, he has to pay attention to his safety. So, I need to contact him and ask him before I can give you a reply. Tang Wan was overjoyed. She raised her head and said, really? That's great. Which country's expert is he from? Do you need me to send someone to pick him up? I definitely won't let something like this happen again. I'll send a large number of bodyguards to ensure your friend's safety. Xianxia smiled and said, I'll take care of his safety. That person is a little special. You'll know when the time comes. You'd better eat first. If you continue like this, you'll be the first to collapse before your grandfather can be cured. Tangwan also realized that she was too excited. She blushed and showed a rare charming shyness, but she still obediently picked up her chopsticks. After dealing with the matters of the sanatorium, Xianxia followed Tangwan to Maple General Lin's department as promised. It was the second time that Xianxia came to Tangwan's office. Sure enough, he found a similar tapping device under Tangwan's desk. Tangwan was so angry that her pretty face turned cold. Fortunately, there aren't too many big business secrets recently. Otherwise, the consequences would be too serious. I don't think the other party's intention is to target your company. People who can use this kind of tapping device won't use it to crack a nut. Xianxia said. Tangwan had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, it seemed that the other party's plot was much bigger. Just when Tangwan planned to leave Maple Group with Xianxia and go home to check if there was a tapping device, Tangwan's assistant anxiously came to the office. Chairman, someone from the law firm just called. The Johns Hopkins Hospital in the U.S. is very shocked and angry after learning that Professor Andre died accidentally. They are considering to file an international criminal lawsuit against our Maple Group. Chairman, Johns Hopkins Hospital is too influential. Many hospitals and famous people have a good relationship with Professor Andre. If this goes on, we will become the target of public criticism. The assistant said anxiously. Tangwan had long been tormented by all kinds of headaches. Hearing the news, she sneered and said, if they want to file a lawsuit, then fight with them. Did we poison him to death? We are the patients. How can this be blamed on us? You go and talk to the lawyer. We will fight with them to the end. How much money do you want? The assistant was stunned. She had never seen her boss so fierce. But she did not dare to say anything. She quickly bowed and left. Xianxia stepped forward and patted Tangwan's shoulder. Don't worry too much. We can't fight this lawsuit. Tangwan looked back in confusion. Why? They do have the ability to start this lawsuit. And if we can't find out the reason, we will probably lose. I said we can't fight, so we can't fight. There is only one reason, I said it. Xianxia smiled. Tangwan finally showed a smile and rolled her eyes at Xianxia. Let's go to my house. Xianxia felt that he had become Tangwan's temporary secretary during the day. He went wherever Tangwan said and helped his boss. When they arrived at Tangwan's villa, Xianxia remembered that although he had been here several times, it was the first time he went into the house. Entering the living room of Tangwan's house, there was a faint fragrance in the warm decoration. After all, it was the place where Tangwan and Tangtang lived. It was necessary to be clean. Xianxia looked around and said, Tangtang is not at home, right? Why? Do you miss my daughter? Tangwan said jokingly, no. The college entrance examination is 3 months away. If that girl dares to stay at home on school days, I will spank her. Xianxia smiled and said, you don't have to be so strict. Tangtang is not a child anymore. I think she is quite sensible. Tangwan nodded and said, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Since that girl met you, she has indeed grown up a lot. Xianxia felt tangled in his heart. How could she not grow up quickly? She had experienced the edge of life and death, not to mention the 2 times she ran away from home. After searching the living room of Tangwan's house, Xianxia went upstairs. Although the structure of the house was more complicated and it was relatively difficult to search, Xianxia still found 2 tapping devices from the lamps and fake bouquets with his years of experience. Tangwan looked at the 2 little things in the house and couldn't help but murmured, there are very few people in my house. Except for a few trusted people in the company, only my daughter and I have been here. Could these tapping devices be planted by the traitors in my company? I don't think so. Xianxia played with the 2 small silver objects in his hands, and said, your house isn't a strictly guarded house, and doesn't have any alarms. If it was someone with the skills of a professional spy who placed these listening devices, if they wanted to enter the house, they could directly open your anti-theft door, and it would only take a few seconds. Tang Wan knitted her brows and said in puzzlement, but if that person dares to kill people and has such powerful means, why did he only kill Professor Andre? The only direct consequence of Professor Andre's death is that my grandpa can't receive treatment in time. No one in our family will benefit from it, and it won't affect our company much. Why would he do that? Yangqing thought for a while and slowly said, if I'm not wrong, the reason why that person only targeted Professor Andre is because he needs to maintain the current situation in your family. In other words, if your grandpa can't recover, everything about you will be under his control. As for your Tang family conflict, Tang Wan finally thought of a crucial point that she had almost missed. She exclaimed, is he trying to intensify the conflict in our Tang family? After sorting out the situation, not only did Tang Wan not relax, but her heart felt even heavier. Even if she had roughly guessed the murderer's true intentions, she painfully realized that she couldn't really do anything to stop the situation from worsening. As long as old Master Tang's condition didn't improve, there would be no one at home. Don Juan had already begun to brazenly come to Zhonghai to provoke them, not to mention the mess in Yanjing. People's hearts were not on the same page, and undercurrents were surging. When he left Tang Wan's house, Yangqing wanted to comfort this poor woman, but after thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing else he could say other than to help her. Thinking that Tang Wan wouldn't want him to see her as a weakling, he didn't say much. When he returned home, it was already dinner time. Yangqing found that he had been busy removing the bugs for the whole day, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. When it was time for dinner, Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoshi didn't return home as usual. Mother Wang seemed to know that Yangqing would be puzzled about this, so she smiled and said, Miss went to Miss Kristen's place tonight. She said that she has something to discuss with her, so she won't be home for dinner. You don't have to wait for her. Yangqing originally thought that Lin Ruoshi was working overtime, but when he heard that she went to see Kristen, his face immediately darkened. That crazy woman wouldn't say something she shouldn't, would she? The more Yangqing thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, but he couldn't stop Lin Ruoshi from seeing her. He could only eat quietly, hoping that Kristen wouldn't be too careless. Guo Shuihua saw that Yangqing had a lot on his mind, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, Son, why do you look so agitated when Ruoshi went to see Kristen? Is that strange? Yangqing reluctantly waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing, and said, it's a little surprising. After all, Ruoshi rarely talks to strangers. Why chat? Maybe it's work, Guo Shuihua asked back. Yangqing was stunned. He thought about it and realized that maybe his wife was just looking for her for work. Maybe he was really thinking too much. After dinner, Yangqing accompanied his mother and Mother Wang to watch TV for a while. After that, he returned to his room and roughly calculated the time difference. At this time, it should be noon in Europe, so he turned on his computer and logged into his usual video chat tool. After a while, the red-haired Sauron appeared on the other end of the video. The big guy in a black suit was very spirited, and he saluted Yangqing. Your Majesty Pluto, why did you suddenly look for me? Do you have any important orders? Soren asked directly. Yangqing looked at Soren's clothes for a while and said with a smile, I remember that you hate wearing suits. Why are you suddenly wearing something so formal? There was some warmth in Soren's eyes, and there was a trace of a smile on his straight face. I didn't expect your Majesty to still remember that I don't wear a suit. You're my friend. I don't have many friends, so I naturally remember the habits of my friends, Yangqing said matter-of-factly. It's because of my daughter, Isabella. She's getting married today, Soren said with a smile. Yangqing was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed and said, Isabella? That little wildcat? She's getting married. Who's the groom? When Soren heard the word groom, he was a little unhappy. He snorted and said, unfortunately, that damn guy who cheated my heart is Maekton's grandson. Hearing this, Yangqing couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed wildly and slapped the mattress hard. You mean Maekton's barrel-shaped precious grandson, Brewster? Yes, but I prefer to call that bad boy little wild boar, Soren said, curling his lips. Yangqing was suddenly filled with emotion. Soren and Maekton were both his close friends. And of course, he was familiar with their families. Compared to themselves, their families were less in awe of him and more intimate, more like his own family. Isabella and Brewster were considered his juniors. Even though they were about the same age as him, Xianxia couldn't help but be overjoyed to know that they were going to get married. Furthermore, it was a marriage that would bring them closer together. I'll ask Ron to send a token of my appreciation. Xianxia pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Soren, you and Make-Don are very unkind. Why didn't you inform me in advance about such an important matter? Am I not a relative of the two little guys? Soren said emotionally, Of course not, Your Majesty Pluto. If it weren't for you, my family and I would have been killed by the damn British MI5. It's you who made me who I am today and let me see the happiness of my family. You are our most respected relative. The reason why Make-Don and I didn't tell you about this was because we didn't want you to go back to Europe on purpose. You know, if you go back to Europe after more than a year, many forces will appear to be unstable and may bring you trouble. We don't want to disturb your life. You don't have to think about these issues. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Next month, I will go to Paris, France to participate in the Fashion Week. Even if you and Make-Don are considerate of me, I still have to go back to Europe. Soren's eyes widened as if he was surprised that Xianxia would actually participate in an event like the Fashion Week. Xianxia didn't mention that again and got to the point. He said, Soren, I'm looking for you today because I want you to help me investigate something. Of course, it's not urgent. You can enjoy your daughter's wedding first. Please enlighten me, Your Excellency. Soren regained his solemnity. I need you to help me investigate the sales of the American MLK 760 pocket listening device, especially in Xianxia, and whether it has entered the black market. Xianxia said. Sauron frowned and said, Your Excellency, I can answer you immediately on this matter. Oh? Xianxia frowned. It's like this. We tried to order the MLK 760 from the FBI in the United States, but it failed in the end because the control of the MLK 760 has been completely accepted by the military. If it's Xianxia, there's no way to get that kind of listening device unless the military signs a contract to buy it, Soren said solemnly. Xianxia's eyes flashed with some thoughts. He nodded and smiled again and said, That's all I have to say. You can go to Isabella's wedding now. I wish you all the best. Soren didn't waste any more time. After saying goodbye to Xianxia, he exited the video. Xianxia thought for a while and connected to another video address. After waiting for more than 5 minutes, there was a response from the other party. When the video was turned on the computer screen, there was a blonde woman wearing a white palatial lace dress. The woman's plump chest and that slender and tight perfect waist formed a distinct picture, making people's blood boil. It was Jane. Jane seemed to be particularly happy to receive a call from Xianxia. Her delicate and flawless face was filled with excitement. Her slightly curly blonde hair was neatly combed behind her, making her look like an elegant royal princess. Behind Jane was a gorgeous bed. The bright sunlight shone on the bed, reflecting some exquisite craftsmanship around it. Obviously, this was her boudoir. Dear Xianxia, why did you suddenly call me? If I didn't go back to my room to get my beloved hair clip, I might have missed it. Jane asked with a smile. Xianxia admired her for a while and said, You'll steal the limelight from the bride, Isabella, if you dress like this. You knew? Jane said in surprise, I thought Soren and Make-Don planned to keep it a secret from you. Did your butler, Ron, tell you? I just found out, but that's not the point. I'm looking for you because I need your help with something else, Xianxia said. Jane pouted. I knew you would only look for me if you needed something. How boring. All right, tell me. I'll be my bridesmaid after listening to you. Xianxia smiled helplessly. Then, he told her about old Master Tang's condition and Andre's death. I don't think anyone in this world can claim to be more authoritative than you when it comes to the study of the brain and mental illness. After all, you were the one who cured my madness. That's why I thought that treating old Master Tang might be the best choice. Of course, I know you're very busy. You have to teach many students and attend various scientific conferences, so I don't need you to come immediately. If you're not willing to be the doctor, you can send a student who you think is capable. I don't mind, Xianxia said. Jane looked a little regretful. Andre is actually dead. He was a good scholar. Although he was a bit greedy, he was indeed a person with real talent. Don't worry, Xianxia. I'll be there personally. You're the one who gave me the opportunity to visit you in Xianxia. How could I reject it? Xianxia smiled awkwardly. I'm talking about serious business. I'm not talking about anything else. Jane smiled and winked. After I attend Isabella's wedding, I'll immediately buy a plane ticket to Xianxia. You have to pick me up then. It's not a problem to pick you up. However, after what happened to Andre, your safety must be taken care of. I don't want you to come to help my friend and get hurt. Xianxia said seriously. You're here, aren't you? You'll definitely protect me, just like a few years ago when we first met. You protected me and my mother, didn't you? Jane seemed to have recalled something and said with nostalgia. Xianxia opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't. He smiled and said, I can't be by your side all the time. Jane giggled. You don't have to worry. I have my own ways to protect myself. Don't you trust me? I'm one of the smartest women in the world. That's true. Xianxia nodded in agreement and said, you should also have an important relationship with Johns Hopkins in the United States. You can tell them not to make a big deal out of Andre's death. That way, they won't have to file a lawsuit. I'll definitely give them an explanation in the end. Jane responded, I understand. Don't worry. Johns Hopkins has a lot of important cooperation with me. They won't dare to disobey me. Hearing Jane's words, Xianxia felt that there was no need to pay attention to it. In fact, he just mentioned it in passing. He didn't want to get involved in the specific outcome. In Xianxia's view, helping Tangwan was just a trivial matter. Even in the eyes of outsiders, this series of operations would be an extremely difficult task. After saying goodbye to Jane, Xianxia turned off the computer. Feeling that the whole darkroom had quieted down, Xianxia suddenly felt a little bored. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Xianxia slapped his forehead. He was really getting more and more stupid. Why did he have to stay in the room so pitifully? After all, his two confidants were already living next door. How hard was it to climb over a wall? Thinking of this, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into an evil smile. He turned his head and looked at the balcony. End of chapter 472. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.